Immemorial Dragon Elephant Art Chapter 506 to Chapter 588. Roar, Lin Feng and a scarlet-eyed ferocious boar were fighting against each other. In the scarlet-eyed ferocious boar's nest, there was an exam talisman. The scarlet-eyed demonic pig had thick skin and could spit fire attacks. It was very difficult to deal with. Lin Feng and the scarlet-eyed demonic pig fought for more than an hour before the scarlet-eyed demonic pig escaped with injuries. The 70-second exam token. Lin Feng smiled. He took out the exam token and left quickly. In the past few days, Lin Feng had been looking for exam tokens in the depths of the forest. He had already found a pattern. Wherever there were strong ferocious beasts, exam tokens would be there. Most of the exam tokens were in the nests of ferocious beasts. If one wanted to get an exam token, they had to fight ferocious beasts. However, many ferocious beasts were very strong, and many of them lived in groups. Therefore, it was very difficult to get an exam token. Lin Feng saw many groups of cultivators fighting against ferocious beasts, but many of them were wiped out. In a valley, Lin Feng saw 3 cultivators fighting against a dozen 8-armed demonic spiders. One of the 3 cultivators was a woman who was about 20 years old. The other 2 were twins. One of them was using lightning attacks, while the other was using lightning attacks. Many cultivators were watching them. Are they the 3 siblings of the Shui clan? Someone asked in a low voice. Yes, they are the 3 siblings of the Shui clan. They are famous geniuses. I didn't think that they would join the Blue Cloud sect. A cultivator whispered. Are these 3 very famous? Lin Feng asked. Said a cultivator. Of course they're famous. The Shui siblings have been extremely talented since they were little. The elder sister Shui Lanxian has an ice spirit, the 2 younger brothers Shui Wentao and Shui Wenjie have a thunderbolt spirit and a lightning spirit respectively. Those 3 spirits have terrifying attacking power. Look, the 3 of them fought against a dozen 8-armed demonic spiders and they even gained the upper hand. You can see how terrifying the 3 of them are. Wait until the end of the exam. The 12 summits of the Qingyan sect are going to choose their disciples and they're going to fight fiercely over them. Lin Feng nodded. The 8-armed demonic spiders were indeed terrifying. The 3 siblings were able to suppress a dozen 8-armed demonic spiders. They were very strong. What surprised Lin Feng the most was that their cultivation levels were not very high. Shui Lanxian was only at the 2nd celestial layer. As for Shui Wentao and Shui Wenjie, they were only at the 1st celestial layer. Geniuses who can challenge people above their cultivation levels. Lin Feng sighed. There were many geniuses in the world. Lin Feng could defeat cultivators of a higher cultivation level than him, but other geniuses could do the same, just like the 3 siblings of the Shui clan. He didn't stop with his footsteps. In a mountain, Lin Feng saw a young cultivator defeat a ferocious beast and obtain an exam talisman. A dozen cultivators surrounded him and tried to steal the exam talisman, but the young cultivator was ruthless. He crippled the cultivator's cultivation and then left. Zhang. He's a ruthless person. A bunch of idiots who don't even know him are courting death by charging at him. Someone murmured. Lin Feng frowned. Zhang Xinru was a strong cultivator. Just like him, they were geniuses who could challenge people above their cultivation levels. The Blue Cloud sect is indeed a big sect. Every year, they can attract so many geniuses. Lin Feng thought. He flew away. But when Lin Feng was passing through a forest, he was attacked by a group of people as fast as lightning. A young cultivator wearing silver clothes appeared and attacked Lin Feng with his palm. He wanted to defeat Lin Feng with one attack. Bang! In the blink of an eye, Lin Feng and that person's palms collided. A terrifying strength rushed towards Lin Feng and pushed him back a few steps. The young cultivator frowned. He thought that he could defeat Lin Feng with a sneak attack. Whoosh! He quickly left. He didn't want to fight. He's so strong. Lin Feng muttered and shook his arm. His arm was numb. One day later, Lin Feng saw the cultivator in silver clothes again. He had attacked 3 extremely strong cultivators by surprise. One of them fainted and the second one was injured. Sikongemo, how dare you attack us? The other 2 cultivators roared angrily. The young man named Xianxia sneered. He didn't say anything and continued to attack the other two. Soon, he finished off the injured cultivator. Then, he fought with the third cultivator for more than 20 rounds and defeated him as well. Just you wait, we won't let you go. The third cultivator looked at Xianxia fiercely. You don't even have the chance to join the Blue Cloud sect. Why won't you let me go? Go back and rest for a few months. Xianxia sneered and broke the cultivator's right leg. This guy is really ruthless. Lin Feng muttered. Xianxia took the 3 people's storage rings and took out the exam tokens. There were 7 of them in total. As expected, I should rob strong cultivators. They usually have more than 1 exam token. Xianxia took the exam tokens and left quickly. Days passed. On the 9th day, Lin Feng fought against an evil flood dragon. After defeating it, Lin Feng obtained 3 exam badges from the flood dragon's cave. Haha, 135 exam tokens. Lin Feng laughed. He calculated the time. It was time to go back. Lin Feng flew out of the forest. There was a big fight in the forest not far away. 7 or 8 people were lying on the ground. There were 2 cultivators fighting. Xianxia again. Lin Feng murmured. Xianxia was really powerful. He even knocked out the last cultivator who was struggling to hold on with 1 palm strike. He took away the 12 assessment tokens from these people. It's about time, I should find a place to rest. Xianxia took a deep breath. He was exhausted from the continuous battles. Suddenly, Xianxia heard a faint sound. Who's there? Xianxia's expression changed. Someone was sneaking up on him. He turned around. Bang, a second later, a black fist hit Xianxia's head. Xianxia gave a horrible shriek. He only had one thought in his mind. Who attacked me by surprise? Then, he fainted. Lin Feng squatted down and took Xianxia's ring. He checked it with his godly awareness and found that Xianxia had 97 exam tokens. You've been robbing a lot of people lately. Lin Feng took all the exam tokens and threw the ring next to Xianxia. This kick is for the sneak attack you made on me before, said Lin Feng. Lin Feng put his foot on Xianxia's face and left a big footprint on it. Then he left, satisfied. It was almost time for the examination. Many people were walking out from the depths of the forest. There were more than 100,000 people, but there were only 1,000 examination tokens. There were also many examination tokens that had been placed in the lairs of powerful beasts or hidden in very hidden places. The total number of examination tokens that had been found was estimated to be around 700 to 800. One could imagine how many people hadn't obtained an exam token. Many people walked out dejectedly, hoping that they could pass the examination next year and forget about it this year. Look, isn't that Xianxia? Whispered many people, pointing at Xianxia. Pfft, really? Is that really Xianxia? Someone laughed. There was a big bump on Xianxia's forehead and a footprint on his face. It was obvious that he had been beaten up and was in an extremely sorry state. Xianxia looked extremely gloomy. It was very difficult for him to steal other people's exam tokens. The ones who had gotten the exam tokens had probably left already. When Xianxia thought about how his 97 exam tokens had been stolen, he felt like killing someone. Who had attacked him? Brother Xianxia, look at your face. Someone reminded Xianxia. Xianxia hastily took out a bronze mirror and looked at it. Xianxia roared furiously, brat, I will find you. When the time comes, I will trample you to death like a bug. Xianxia had never been so flustered and exasperated. He didn't even know who had attacked him. Xianxia wasn't afraid of anyone. At that moment, someone shouted in front of them. Everybody, someone is selling exam tokens. Let's go and have a look. What? Selling exam tokens? No way. Who doesn't want to become a disciple of the Blue Cloud sect? Many people were astonished. But then, a large number of cultivators ran towards the place where the exam tokens were sold. When they arrived, they realized that the place was already surrounded by a sea of people. Everyone, we're selling quality, we're selling security, and we're selling benefits. The exam tokens are selling for 2,000 high-grade spirit stones each. Hurry up and buy. First come, first served. Late arrivals will be out of stock. A cultivator in black clothes with a mask on his face was holding a dozen exam tokens and shouting loudly. He was obviously Lin Feng. The appalling thing of selling the assessment order naturally had to be done covertly. If it was known by the Blue Cloud sect, the Blue Cloud sect would not only take back all the spirit stones sold, but he would also be expelled from the Blue Cloud sect. I want it. I want it. Many people squeezed their way over. Lin Feng originally wanted to ask for 1,000 high-grade spiritual stones, but after thinking about it, he realized that there were more than 100,000 people here, and there were definitely many people from powerful groups. Although 2,000 high-grade spiritual stones was a sky-high price, some people would grit their teeth and buy it. Even if they didn't have enough spiritual stones, they could borrow from others. Lin Feng hadn't expected that he would completely underestimate these cultivators' enthusiasm. Get out of the way! Shouted a tall and sturdy young man coldly. He squeezed through the crowd and walked towards Lin Feng. It's Zhang Bao. Many people cried out in alarm and hurriedly retreated. The newcomer was terrifying. He was a powerful cultivator at the 7th celestial layer. Boy, give me one. Zhang Bao looked coldly at Lin Feng. Okay, 2,000 high-grade spiritual stones. I'm not cheating anyone, said Lin Feng. Are you blind? You dare ask your grandpa Zhang Bao for spiritual stones? Sneered Zhang Bao. Many people muttered. They felt that the brat who sold the exam tokens was going to suffer a great loss. Zhang Bao was definitely one of the top cultivators. They didn't know where the guy who sold the exam tokens had gotten so many of them, but his cultivation didn't seem to be very high. Are you threatening me? At that moment, Lin Feng moved. Swish, he was as fast as lightning and instantly appeared in front of Zhang Bao. The crowd didn't even see when Lin Feng attacked. He fiercely punched Zhang Bao, and Zhang Bao didn't even react. Bang, Lin Feng's punch had already landed on Zhang Bao's chest. Wah! Zhang Bao spat out a mouthful of blood and was thrown a dozen meters away. He fell to the ground and started twitching violently. No way. Zhang Bao, a 7th celestial layer martial king, couldn't even take a single attack? That's too cruel. Many people roared in shock. Lin Feng put on a harmless expression and said, hurry up and buy them. 2,000 spiritual stones each. There's a limited number, and they're sold out. I want it, I want it, I want it. Many people hurriedly gathered their spiritual stones, afraid that they wouldn't be able to buy the exam tokens. Many people started fighting. Lin Feng happily sold the exam tokens. There were 232 exam tokens in total, and he only needed one. Don't worry, there's more. After the first batch of exam tokens was sold, Lin Feng took out another dozen tokens. Many people were shocked. How many exam tokens did this guy have? More and more people gathered. Lin Feng had fewer exam tokens, but more and more spiritual stones. Lin Feng smiled like a flower blooming in the sky. Little brat, where did you get your exam tokens? Xianxia squeezed through the crowd and glared at Lin Feng. He felt that his exam token had been stolen by this mysterious guy, but he didn't have any proof. Lin Feng said indifferently, why do you care where I got them? Do you want to buy them? If you do, hurry up and give me your spiritual stones. F***K, hurry up. If you don't want to buy them, I want to buy more. Many people were cursing Xianxia. Xianxia was extremely depressed. Originally, he wanted to snatch a large number of test tokens to sell them. Now, he couldn't even take out the 2,000 spiritual stones needed to buy the test tokens. Brother Xikong, use these spiritual stones to buy an exam token. We'll talk about it after you pass the Blue Cloud Sect's exam. One of Xikong friends gave Xianxia 2,000 spiritual stones. Thank you very much, said Xianxia, thanking Lin Feng. He spent 2,000 spiritual stones and bought a talisman for the exam. Very quickly, 231 exam tokens were sold by Lin Feng. But at that moment, angry shouts came from afar. Who's disturbing the Blue Cloud Sect's exam? More than a dozen exceptionally powerful Blue Cloud sect deacons roared in exasperation. It's that guy. Many people were pointing at Lin Feng, who was peddling the exam tablets. How ungrateful. Without me, would you have been able to join the Blue Cloud sect? Lin Feng rolled his eyes. 2,000 spiritual stones, you black-hearted bastard. Many people cursed. Black-hearted bastard. Cursed Lin Feng in a low voice. He rose up in the air and flew into the distance. In the blink of an eye, he had disappeared. Although the assessment was over, this year's assessment had aroused the wrath of the higher-ups of the Blue Cloud sect because of the peddling of assessment tokens. However, the people of the Blue Cloud sect couldn't find out who the audacious kid was. A total of 821 people received the assessment tokens and passed this year's assessment. Out of more than 100,000 people, only 800 people were left in the end. This was obviously extremely cruel. Of course, those who stayed were not necessarily the most talented. They might have been lucky enough to find the assessment tokens. The people who left might not have been weak, or they might have been unlucky and missed the examination token. But no matter what the reason was, the examination was over. Those who left could only pin their hopes on the next assessment. Lin Feng felt that it was normal for Tian Zhongdao to pass the assessment. He didn't expect the old man to pass the assessment as well. Haha, looks like we're lucky to have all received the assessment tokens. The old drunkard said with a smile. Ever since the old man had drunk Lin Feng and Tian Zhongdao unconscious that day, Lin Feng and Tian Zhongdao had called him the old drunkard. Did they really have to call him Zhou Xiaoshui? That would be so disgusting. Yes, really, we are going to become disciples of the Qing, Blue Cloud sect. Tian Zhongdao said excitedly. Lin Feng was also very happy. Firstly, he was going to become a disciple of the Blue Cloud sect. Secondly, Lin Feng had earned 462,000 high-grade spirit stones by peddling the assessment tokens. This was a huge fortune. These spirit stones were enough for Lin Feng to cultivate for a long time. Soon, Niai Dao and the others arrived at the square where Lin Feng and the other 821 people were gathered. Niai Dao's face was gloomy. There was a big problem with the assessment this time. He was reprimanded by the higher-ups of the Blue Cloud sect. I heard that someone sold more than 200 assessment tokens. This matter caused the higher-ups of the Blue Cloud sect to be furious. Look at Niai Dao's face, it's darker than the bottom of a pot. The old drunkard said gloatingly. Then we're really rich. Tian Zhongdao's eyes lit up. He couldn't wait to be the one selling the test order. Niai Dao looked gloomily at the 821 cultivators in front of him. When he saw Lin Feng and the other martial general cultivators, his expression became even more unsightly. There were at least 20 martial general cultivators. In Niai Dao's opinion, these people must have spent a lot of money to buy an assessment token to pass the assessment. But what was done could not be undone. Everyone, please head to the outer sect peak. The elders of the 12 peaks have been waiting for you for a long time. Yes. Everyone nodded and followed Niai Dao and the others into the depths of the mountains. Everyone knew that it was time to decide their fate. Among the 12 peaks of Qingyun, there were strong ones and weak ones, but the heaven-mending peak was said to be on the verge of being removed from the list. Now, many people were praying that they would never join the heaven-mending peak. If he really wanted to join the heaven-mending peak, he might as well just leave. Not long after, everyone arrived at the outer sect peak. They landed on a platform on the outer sect peak and saw that there were already more than 10 cultivators standing there. Each of them had a powerful aura, and they were all Yin-Yang realm cultivators. They must be the elders of the 12 peaks. An elder said, the Blue Cloud sect is divided into outer sect, inner sect, and core disciples. Those below the 7th celestial stage of the martial king realm are outer sect disciples. Those below the 8th celestial stage of the martial king realm can be promoted to inner sect disciples. If they can cultivate to the Yin-Yang realm, they can be promoted to core disciple. This elder's name was Zhang Quan, and he was the grand elder of the outer sect disciple mountain. He only briefly introduced the differences between outer sect disciples, inner sect disciples, and core disciples. However, it was obvious that there was a huge difference in treatment between outer sect disciples, inner sect disciples, and core disciples. Since he was talking about the outer sect peak, he had to talk about the relationship between the various peaks of the Blue Cloud sect. The 12 peaks of the Blue Cloud sect referred to the main peaks. However, there were also some ordinary peaks such as outer sect peak, inner sect peak, and so on. Those peaks all served the 12 main peaks. For example, the Outer Disciple Mountain would issue out some missions that the Outer Disciple Mountain could undertake. The Outer Disciple Mountain would also be responsible for the Outer Disciple Mountain's welfare and so on. In short, with the exception of the 12 main peaks, the other peaks did not have the right to select disciples. Great Elder Xianxia turned around and looked at the elders of the other peaks. He said, "Shall we start choosing disciples now?" The elders of the 12 peaks nodded. "Are there any Ling spellcasters?" asked Great Elder Xianxia. "I am." At that moment, a woman walked out. Shui Lanqian. Lin Feng was surprised. He had seen that woman before, but he hadn't thought that Shui Lanqian was a Ling spellcaster. "Alright, you can join Ling Spell Peak," Elder Zhong Limei of the Spirit Array Peak said. Great Elder Xianxia continued, "Are there any alchemists?" At that moment, 3 more people walked out, 2 men and 1 woman. "You 3 can join Medicine Peak," said Great Elder Guan Chaoyang. Ling Spell Peak and Medicine Peak were special. They only trained Ling Spell casters and alchemists. They didn't choose other groups. Lin Feng was both a Ling Spell caster and an alchemist, but he didn't walk out because his Ling Spell caster and alchemist level were too high. If he was exposed, he would be in big trouble. After Ling Spell Peak and Medicine Peak, it was time for the other peaks to choose disciples. The other 10 peaks naturally didn't choose randomly. There was a strict order. The strongest peak would choose 1 person first, followed by the second-ranked peak, and so on. The strongest peak of the 12 peaks was the Supreme Peak. The current patriarch of the Blue Cloud sect was the leader of the Supreme Peak. "Everyone, release your martial spirits, as well as your cultivation," said Lin Feng. Said Great Elder Xianxia. Then, everyone released their martial souls and released the aura of their cultivation. All kinds of martial spirits appeared. There were beast martial spirits, tool martial spirits, auxiliary weapons, etc. Eh? Rising Bright Moon? That's an extremely rare spirit. You've broken through to the 3rd celestial layer. Not bad. What's your name? Asked Great Elder Ning Xingtian, looking at a young woman. She was about 17 or 18 years old. She was beautiful. She said, "My name is Li Mingjie. Are you willing to join the Supreme Peak?" Asked Great Elder Ning Xingtian. "Yes," said Li Mingjie quickly. Next was Zhou Pengkuan, the elder of the Beheading Path Peak. He looked at a 20-year-old young man. This young man's martial spirit was a 3-headed divine spirit, which was also a very rare martial spirit. "What's your name?" asked Zhou Pengkuan. "Disciple Yang Jian. Are you willing to join the Beheading Path Peak?" Disciple is willing. Next, each peak began to choose their disciples. Lin Feng discovered that Si Kong Mo's spirit was also astonishing. It was a weak water spirit. It was a terrifying spirit that could condense weak water. Weak water was extremely poisonous. Once someone was enveloped by the weak water spirit, they would be poisoned. Si Kong Mo was chosen by the 5 Elements Peak. Yu Zige, who had a grudge against Tian Zhongdao, had a rain spirit. When he used his rain spirit, rain poured down. Each drop of rain was a sword. He was chosen by the Fog Capital Peak. The Shui brothers, Shui Shui Tao and Shui Shui Jia, were chosen by the 4 Extremes Peak and the Sun Peak respectively. When it was the Godly Soul Peak's turn, their elder was a beautiful woman. Her name was Wen Hongyun. When she passed by Lin Feng, she was slightly surprised. "What spirit do you have?" Wen Hongyun looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng's heart jumped. It seemed that Wen Hongyun wanted to choose him. The Godly Soul Peak was probably a peak that had a deep understanding of souls. If he wanted to break through to the yin-yang layer in the future, his soul would need to transform. Joining the Godly Soul Peak was a good choice. Lin Feng said, "Disciple's spirit is a devouring spirit." "Oh? A devouring spirit? That's a very rare spirit. What can it do?" "It can devour all kinds of energy. It can also release a kind of confinement," said Lin Feng. "That spirit is very interesting." Wen Hongyun smiled, and then a look of contemplation appeared on her face. Obviously, she was hesitating. "How old are you?" asked Wen Hongyun suddenly. "Disciple is 20 years old," replied Lin Feng. "So it's like that. He hasn't broken through to the martial king realm at the age of 20. Wen Hongyun sighed. She passed by Lin Feng and picked a disciple who possessed the ancient heavenly serpent martial spirit. Lin Feng felt somewhat helpless and could only continue to wait. He discovered something strange. After the first round of selection, the elder of the heaven-mending peak did not make a selection. So the rumors are true. The heaven-repairing peak can only accept the leftover disciples from other peaks. Lin Feng shook his head slightly. The heaven-mending peak, which used to be the most powerful peak in the past, was now in such a desolate state. People couldn't help but feel a trace of sadness. Lin Feng, Tian Zhongdao, and the old drunkard were all very helpless as the 9 peaks were selected one after another. Lin Feng's cultivation was only at the martial general realm, so he was directly ignored by these mountains. Tian Zhongdao's martial spirit was a saber martial spirit. A saber martial spirit was just a saber martial spirit, and it was a kitchen knife martial spirit. This martial spirit was too strange, and it was not a powerful martial spirit, so it was naturally ignored. As for the old drunkard, the elders didn't even have the heart to look at the old drunkard. Who would choose an old man who looked like half of his body was about to be buried in the ground? In the end, the 9 peaks finished selecting the disciples they were satisfied with. There were still more than 30 people left. Most of these disciples were at the martial general realm, and there were a few martial king realm cultivators who were not selected because they were a bit older. They were already in their 30s and were regarded as ordinary by the elders. "Let's go." The elders of the peaks waved their hands and quickly left with the selected disciples. Only Lin Feng and more than 30 disciples who were not selected were left in the square. There was also the Outer Sect Palace's Grand Elder Zhang Quan, and the Heaven Repairing Peaks Elder Xianxia. Elder Xianxia looked to be about 50 years old. Her talent was not particularly shocking, and she was able to cultivate to the yin-yang realm purely through hard work. She looked amiably at Lin Feng and the others and said, "The path of cultivation is very long and very difficult. As long as everyone works hard, you will definitely have a good future. Now, follow me back to the heaven-repairing peak." Elder Xianxia seemed to be quite a good person, and her words somewhat diluted Lin Feng's gloomy mood. Since the other peaks did not choose him, there was no harm in joining the heaven-repairing peak. After all, he was a disciple of the Blue Cloud sect. Elder Xianxia bid farewell to Grand Elder Zhang Quan, then brought Lin Feng and the others back to the heaven-repairing peak. As expected, the heaven-repairing peak did not have many disciples. On such a large peak, there were a few dilapidated palaces, and there were very few disciples. Compared to the thousands or even tens of thousands of disciples on the other peaks, the heaven-repairing peak, which only had a few hundred disciples, was very shabby. Elder Xianxia brought everyone to a large hall and said, "Now that you are all disciples of the heaven-repairing peak, I need to tell you about some of the Blue Cloud sect's rules. Tomorrow, you new disciples can go to the Outer Sect Disciple Peak to receive your first reward. After that, on the first day of each month and the 15th day of the month, you can also receive your reward. The reward is 500 low-grade spirit stones, 30 medium-grade spirit stones, and some fasting talismans." "Yes." Lin Feng and the others hurriedly replied. Xianxia nodded and said, "Our Blue Cloud sect is a large sect, and we have very strict requirements for our disciples' cultivation. Every 3 months, there will be a small competition between the disciples of the 12 peaks. If the results are good, there will be many rewards. Every 3 years, there will be a large competition, and every time, the rewards will be very generous. You are all new disciples of the sect, so this time, the small competition in 3 months will be replaced by a small competition between new disciples. At that time, the disciples of the 12 peaks will compete against each other. I hope that you will be able to cultivate well during this period of time, and during the examination in 3 months, you will be able to fight for our heaven-repairing peak. We will definitely cultivate diligently, we won't dare to slack off. Lin Feng and the others hurriedly said. You can go, but wait outside for a moment. Someone will quickly arrange your accommodations. Xianxia said. Lin Feng and the others bowed to Xianxia and left. Xianxia sighed slightly. This year was the same as before, and the heaven-repairing peak only had a few remaining disciples. When she thought of the glory of the heaven-repairing peak in the past and its current decline, Xianxia felt a deep sense of powerlessness. The competition between the 12 peaks in 3 months. It's obvious that our heaven-repairing peak will be last. Sigh, how did I become a disciple of the heaven-repairing peak? After leaving, some people complained in low voices. Their expressions were extremely ugly. The heaven-repairing peak was the weakest of the 12 peaks. It had lost its powerful inheritance, and had fallen into desolation. Nobody wanted to become a disciple of the heaven-repairing peak. Very quickly, a senior disciple arrived and brought Lin Feng and the others to a courtyard, where they were arranged to stay. The next day, everyone gathered and went to the outer disciple hall to receive the sect's benefits. However, they discovered that there were only 10 people left. Lin Feng asked suspiciously, where are the others? A skinny new disciple said, they ran away last night. The others didn't look too good. Lin Feng said, let's go and report this to Elder Xianxia. Another disciple said, there's no need to report this. Every time the heaven-repairing peak recruits disciples, many of them run away. Those who don't run away are those who don't have any connections to the outside world and want to continue cultivating in the heaven-repairing peak. This has been going on for many years. The once glorious heaven-repairing peak has actually declined to this extent. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. He calmed himself down and went with the others to the outer disciple hall to receive the sect's benefits. Apart from Lin Feng, Tian Zhongdao, and the old drunkard, the other 7 were a skinny cultivator called Fan Chen, a tall, honest-looking cultivator called Zhang Kunlun, and a 16 or 17-year-old youth called Yu Ziang. The 4th was of average build and had a pale complexion, and was called Lu Zhenyu. The 5th was a fatso, and was called Li Qixuan. The remaining 2 were female cultivators. They were not very pretty, but they were not ugly either. They were the kind of women that no one would pay attention to if they were thrown into a crowd. One was called Song Chuxia, and the other was called Qi Nanrong. Everyone introduced themselves to each other on the way here. In the future, they would all be fellow disciples, and they would share honor and disgrace. Naturally, they would help and support each other. Right, why haven't we seen the Peak Lords since we've joined Heaven Mending Peak? Lin Feng asked. Li Qixuan whispered, I heard that the Peak Lord was injured and has been in seclusion. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. He had heard people talk about this before. It was said that the Peak Lord of Heaven Mending Peak, Ji Budian, had been severely injured. The higher-ups of the Blue Cloud sect planned to remove Heaven Mending Peak after Ji Budian passed away. Lin Feng had thought that it was just a rumor, but now it seemed like it was true. He sighed. If Heaven Mending Peak was removed, then the disciples of Heaven Mending Peak might be chased out of the Blue Cloud sect. But since things had come to this, they could only take one step at a time. Before long, everyone arrived at the outer sect peak. It was already packed with people. There were new disciples and old disciples. There was a sea of people who had come to receive the benefits of being an outer sect disciple. The Blue Cloud sect had a total of 300,000 disciples, and outer sect disciples made up 90% of them. Good, so many people. Tian Zhongdao sighed. Hey, isn't this Tian Stutterer? At that moment, a voice that imitated Tian Zhongdao's stuttering was heard. A dozen or so people walked over. These were the disciples of Misty Capital Peak, and it was Yu Zaij who had let out that mocking voice. Don't go too far. Tian Zhongdao said coldly. How did I go overboard? Yu Zaij sneered. Tian Zhongdao's face was ashen from anger, but he stuttered, so it was hard for him to refute Yu Zaij. Lin Feng said indifferently, I remember that someone was kicked in the face by Brother Tian in Iceflame Town and was sent flying for more than 10 meters. That guy seems to have the same surname as you, brother Uzige. He seems to be from the ancient Yu clan. I wonder if brother Yu knows him? Uzige's face suddenly changed. This matter was a great humiliation to him. It was also the reason why Uzige wanted to cut Tian Zhongdao into 1,000 pieces. Now that Lin Feng had exposed it, Uzige's face became extremely gloomy. Huh. Nonsense. Our House Yu's disciples won't be kicked in the face. Uzige said with a gloomy expression. Yeah, House Yu's seniors in the Blue Cloud sect, which one of them isn't an expert? How could they be kicked in the face? Kid, don't be an alarmist here. You're ruining Brother Yu's reputation. Uzige's disciples on the side hooted. Uzige's face was gloomy. He was really afraid that Lin Feng would say that he was kicked in the face by Tian Zhongdao. If that happened, he would lose a lot of face and become the laughingstock of the Blue Cloud sect. Uzige glanced coldly at Lin Feng, waved his hand, and left with the disciples of Wudu Peak. Awesome, awesome, look, that grandson's face, sullen, I feel, very, very good. Tian Zhongdao said. Evil people will be dealt with by evil people. The old drunkard muttered. Uzige said worriedly, Brother Lin, I heard that Uzige has a very deep background in Wudu Peak, and he's very talented. We can't afford to offend someone like that. It's better if we don't have any conflicts with him in the future. If we offend him and he takes revenge on us, we'll be finished. Uzige was a coward, but Lin Feng could understand his worries. After all, he had only joined Butian Peak, and his future was uncertain. The old drunkard patted Uzige's shoulder and said, What's there to be afraid of? If worst comes to worst, we'll just leave Blue Cloud sect. If this place doesn't want us, there'll be other places for us. Haha, you guys have guts. No wonder 25 of your 35 new disciples ran away. You're all thinking the same thing. You, the 10 great geniuses, are going to become the pillars of Butian Peak. A faint laughter sounded, but it was full of ridicule and disdain. Sikong Mo walked over while being surrounded by a dozen disciples. Sikong Mo's talent was very terrifying, and his cultivation was also very high. He was seen as one of the new disciples with the highest chance of reaching the Yin Yang realm. Now, he had been personally accepted as a disciple by the 5 Elements Peak's great elder. Sikong Mo's cultivation was indeed powerful. Lin Feng had exchanged blows with him before, so he knew how terrifying Sikong Mo was. Sikong Mo's martial spirit was too strange. Once it was used, it would poison the opponent. Lin Feng was speechless. Even if Butian Peak was weak, was there a need to step on them? This was the reality. There were few people who helped people in their hour of need, but there were many who kicked them when they were down. This was the most realistic world, and it could be applied anywhere. Seeing that it was Sikong Mo, the Butian Peak disciples who wanted to refute quickly shut their mouths. Sikong Mo was someone they couldn't afford to offend. Many people looked over, and when they saw Lin Feng and the others from Butian Peak, they all had gloating expressions. Which of the new disciples of Butian Peak hadn't been bullied? They had been ridiculed and humiliated. Isn't this Sikong Mo? You were chosen by the 5 Elements Peak early on, and you have a martial spirit like the 3,000 weak water. You're a true genius. The old drunkard looked at Sikong Mo with a smile. Sikong Mo showed a proud expression and said, That's right, it's me. Looks like you're not blind from old age. The old drunkard said, A genius is a genius. Sikong Mo will definitely become a rising star of the Qingyang sect in the future. Who can compete with him? Of course. Sikong Mo became even more proud. Pfft, Lin Feng laughed. Sikong Mo's expression was slightly gloomy. He looked coldly at Lin Feng and said, What are you laughing at? Are you laughing at me? A guy who was abandoned by the 9 peaks dares to laugh at me? Lin Feng said, How would I dare to laugh at genius Sikong Mo? I just think that the old drunkard is right. Brother Sikong, you're a genius with outstanding talent. Lin Feng emphasized the words outstanding talent. At this moment, everyone seemed to have come back to their senses. They all looked at Sikong Mo's forehead and saw that the swollen bump on his forehead hadn't disappeared. So this was what the old drunkard and the kid meant by outstanding talent. Many people laughed out loud. Sikong Mo also reacted. His expression immediately became gloomy, and he said coldly, "You two dare to make fun of me? Do you have a death wish?" Sikong Mo's body emitted a cold aura. His eyes were cold, as if he was about to teach Lin Feng and the old drunkard a lesson. Everyone could feel the cold aura emanating from Sikong Mo. Many disciples who were watching the show began to discuss. The disciples of Butian Peak are different from the previous years. In the past, the disciples of Butian Peak were all cowards, but this year, they dared to mock the geniuses of Wuxing Peak. How unexpected. Look at how angry Sikong Mo is. I think he's going to attack. With his cultivation level, he can easily defeat 10 people from Tianbu Peak by himself. I heard that Sikong Mo was ambushed during the exam. He was punched in the head and fainted. That's why his forehead is so swollen. The old drunkard and the young man just mocked Sikong Mo. Sikong Mo will definitely be furious when he realizes what they said. That's right. This is a great humiliation for Sikong Mo. He doesn't want to talk about it, and he doesn't want to think about it. But those two guys brought it up. It's no wonder he's angry. Let's wait and see. I think the disciples of Butian Peak are going to suffer. Some people looked at Lin Feng and the others with pity. Some people were gloating over their misfortune. Lin Feng said indifferently, "I heard that disciples can't fight amongst themselves." Asked the old drunkard. Really? Is there such a rule? What happens if they fight amongst themselves? They'll be punished severely. Lin Feng shrugged. These damn sect rules. Sikong Mo's expression was gloomy. He had also thought of the sect rules. There was indeed a sect rule that stated that disciples were not allowed to fight amongst themselves. As expected of a heaven-mending peak disciple. After entering the sect, he quickly familiarized himself with the sect's rules. If someone bullies him, he can use the sect's rules to scare them. This way, he can avoid being beaten. Said a disciple mockingly. Eh? Brother Sikong, why do you look so pale? Are you sick? Brother Sikong, you're so handsome because you're sick. Aren't you born with it? Asked Lin Feng, looking at Sikong Mo. I heard that some peerless geniuses were born with outstanding talents. I thought Brother Sikong was born with it, but now I see that you're sick. It seems like I was wrong. Said the old drunkard seriously. Many of the spectating disciples watched Lin Feng and the old drunkard singing the same tune, and their mouths twitched violently. Those two guys were really not afraid of death. They kept mocking and ridiculing Sikong Mo Ziong, and the others were scared to death by Lin Feng and the old drunkard. Their legs and stomachs were shaking. Lin Feng and the old drunkard were walking further and further down the road of death. They had just offended Yu Zige, and now they had offended Sikong Mo Ziong, and the others couldn't help but feel worried for Lin Feng, the old drunkard, and Tian Zhongdao. They thought that those three guys weren't afraid at all. It seemed like they didn't know how strong Yu Zige and Sikong Mo were. They also didn't know that there was a huge gap between ordinary disciples and geniuses like Yu Zige and Sikong Mo in the sect. In the sect, the higher one's talent, the more attention they would receive and the higher one's status would be. It was not something an ordinary disciple could compare to. Yu Zige and Sikong Mo were both disciples that the sect wanted to nurture, but the disciples of the heaven-repairing peak were all disciples that the sect had given up on and left to fend for themselves. Therefore, Lin Feng and the old drunkard were mocking Sikong Mo. In the eyes of many people, it was tantamount to courting death. Sikong Mo's face became gloomier. Before he was knocked out by Lin Feng, Sikong Mo was in high spirits. At that time, he was a genius that everyone looked up to. He won one battle after another and obtained 97 exam tokens. He wanted to make a fortune, but he was knocked out by a punch to the head. Not only did he not make a fortune, but he also became a laughingstock. Although many people respected him on the surface, they mocked and ridiculed him behind his back. Sikong Mo pretended that he didn't know that he was being mocked behind his back. This made him feel better. But now, Lin Feng and the old drunkard were singing the same tune and sketching out his unimaginable memories. How could Sikong Mo tolerate this? Even if I'm severely punished by the sect, I'll teach these two a lesson today. Sikong Mo's eyes were full of coldness. Boom. Sikong Mo's body emitted a terrifying aura that enveloped Lin Feng and the old drunkard. Sikong Mo is going to attack. Sikong Mo is infuriated. Sikong Mo is lonely. He's not a good choice. That kid and the old drunkard are in trouble today. Many people shook their heads. Obviously, they were not optimistic about Lin Feng and the old drunkard. Even if the rest of the people from Heaven Repairing Peak attacked together, these onlookers were not optimistic about Lin Feng and the others. Since you dared to anger me, you'll have to pay the price. The sect doesn't allow killing. Don't worry, I won't take your lives, but I'll break your legs today. Sikong Mo's voice was cold. Many people gasped. Sikong Mo was too cruel. He actually wanted to break Lin Feng and the old drunkard's legs. But when they came back to their senses and thought about it, they seemed to understand why Sikong Mo did this. He mainly wanted to establish his authority in the Blue Cloud sect. In this way, those disciples who were secretly gossiping about him being knocked out by a punch would also shut up. Whoosh! Sikong Mo moved and took the lead to rush towards Lin Feng. Stop! At this moment, a cold voice was heard. In the crowd, a tall figure leaped out and stood between Lin Feng and Sikong Mo, 10th celestial layer. Sikong Mo frowned slightly. He quickly retreated and looked coldly at the tall young man before him. This is a matter between Five Elements Peak and Heaven Mending Peak. Senior brother, are you trying to interfere? It's Jingping. There's no good show to watch. When the young man appeared, many onlookers shrugged and looked helpless. I'm the eldest disciple of Heaven Repairing Peak. Do you think this has anything to do with me? Jingping looked at Sikong Mo indifferently. Eldest disciple of Heaven Repairing Peak? Sikong Mo frowned. He had the feeling that if he used his full strength, the person in front of him who called himself the eldest disciple of Heaven Repairing Peak wouldn't necessarily be able to defeat him. Brother, when Lin Feng heard that the young man was Jingping, he bowed slightly and greeted him. Lin Feng and the others had heard about Jingping. Back then, he hadn't been very talented and hadn't been accepted by the sect. He had knelt outside the sect for 3 days and 3 nights. When the leader of Heaven Repairing Peak saw that Jingping had perseverance, he had accepted him into Heaven Repairing Peak as a servant. Then, through his own efforts, he had slowly become the eldest disciple of Heaven Repairing Peak. It was a miracle. Jingping nodded at Lin Feng and the others, then looked at Sikong Mo and said, "Let's end today's matter here, shall we?" Sikong Mo smiled coldly and looked at Lin Feng and the others coldly. In 3 months, the new disciples of Heaven Repairing Peak will compete. At that time, I'm afraid that the disciples of Heaven Repairing Peak won't have a good ending. Let's wait and see. After saying that, he waved his hand and left with the others. Yu Xiang and the others were worried when they heard Sikong Mo's threatening words. Jingping said, "Don't worry, everyone. The elders of the 12 peaks will be watching the competition. With so many higher-ups present, they will know when to stop." Hearing Jingping's words, the pale faces of Yu Xiang and the others became slightly better. Jingping looked at Lin Feng, the old drunkard, and said, "You two have just joined the sect, so sometimes you should be patient. After all, if something really happens, it will be difficult for the Heaven Mending Peak to protect you." Lin Feng asked, "Senior, have you heard of the heart-hunting grass?" Jingping was startled, not understanding why Lin Feng would ask such a question. He shook his head and said, "I haven't." Lin Feng said, "The heart-hunting grass is a kind of grass that lives in the devil's vine. I'm sure you've heard of the devil's vine before. It's an extremely terrifying plant that devours all living things, be it humans, beasts, flowers, or even trees." Jingping nodded. Although he wasn't an alchemist, he had heard of the famous devil's vine. Lin Feng continued, "The heart-hunting grass grows in areas covered by the devil's vine. This kind of living environment is too harsh. In the beginning, the heart-hunting grass was the same as other plants, living things, and even human cultivators, and was often devoured by the devil's vine. However, in this kind of difficult living environment, the heart-hunting grass completed its own transformation, and that is its counterattack. The devil's vine doesn't have any weaknesses. It seems powerful, but it takes root in the mountain rocks. The vines are poisonous, but the roots aren't. Therefore, the heart-hunting grass strives to grow its roots, drilling into the rocks until it finally takes root in the devil's vine's roots and absorbing the devil's vine's energy. As long as the devil's vine dares to harm the heart-hunting grass, the heart-hunting grass can use its roots to strangle the devil's vine's roots in a few breaths. After hearing Lin Feng's words, not only Jing Ping, but Yu Ziyang, Fan Chen, and the others also had thoughtful expressions. Lin Feng continued, "The ways of the world are difficult. The 12 peaks of azure cloud seem to be living in harmony, but the waves are turbulent. Our heaven-mending peak is in a precarious situation, and we might even be removed from the list. Are we going to be an ordinary flower or ferocious beast devoured by the demonic vine? Or was it the heart-hunting grass that was unwilling to bow down to fate and continued to strengthen itself? Blindly dodging will only boost the devil's vine's arrogance. Only an effective counterattack will be able to stifle the devil's vine's arrogance and make it obedient, not daring to easily offend the heart-hunting grass." Jing Ping looked at Lin Feng in shock. Lin Feng's heart-hunting grass story had deeply shaken Jing Ping's heart. For the first time in more than 10 years, a thought appeared in his mind, and that was to resist. Jing Ping was shocked by his own thoughts. He tried his best to find some reason to persuade Lin Feng, but Jing Ping found that he couldn't find any reason to persuade this disciple who had just joined the heaven-repairing peak. Moreover, his heart was stirring, as if he had been persuaded by this disciple who had just joined the heaven-repairing peak. Jing Ping sighed in his heart. If one could live a life full of dignity, who would want to live a life of humiliation? Time would smooth out this junior brother's edges, right? Jing Ping was a person of few words. His personality was very calm, but Jing Ping suddenly found that he really liked junior brother Lin Feng's radical personality. Right now, Jing Ping was even a bit afraid to see Lin Feng's edges being smoothed out by the cruel reality. It was just like the many disciples of the heaven-repairing peak today. They didn't have any passion, and only lived their lives step by step. They were a bit like walking corpses, unable to see hope. Although Jing Ping didn't want to use such an ugly word to describe his junior brothers and junior sisters, Jing Ping suddenly felt a bit irritated. He didn't know if it was because he thought that Lin Feng would be smoothed out sooner or later, or because he thought of the humiliation the other peaks had given the heaven-repairing peak. In the end, Jing Ping felt a deep sense of powerlessness surround him. The heaven-repairing peak was truly desolate. The other peaks had at least 4 or 5 Yin-Yang realm elders, and some even had 10. However, the heaven-repairing peak only had 1 elder who followed the peak lord and silently protected the heaven-repairing peak. Which of the other peaks didn't have many geniuses? Every peak had a few Yin-Yang realm geniuses, but in the heaven-repairing peak, Jing Ping's strongest cultivation was only at the 10th layer of the martial king realm. Moreover, Jing Ping knew what kind of talent he had. His current cultivation was already the limit. He knew that he would never be able to break through the Yin-Yang realm. This was the heaven-repairing peak. In everyone's eyes, the heaven-repairing peak was already dispensable. Jing Ping sighed. He looked at Lin Feng and said, "Junior brother, you guys can go and receive the sex benefits." Jing Ping dragged his feet and walked into the distance. He suddenly felt a bit of sadness in his heart. He thought of the peak lord, the heaven-repairing peak, and the past. In the end, he could only sigh. Would the heaven-repairing peak really be removed from the list? After that, the days passed very peacefully. Lin Feng and the others cultivated step by step. After a month, Lin Feng planned to attempt to break through the 9th layer of the martial general realm. He felt that it was time to break through. Lin Feng set up a great spiritual gathering formation in his room. He then piled up a dense pile of spirit stones. He sat cross-legged and started to circulate the ancient dragonesque elephant technique. Immediately, the pure energy contained in the spirit stones quickly rushed out. Because of the great spiritual gathering formation, the energy didn't dissipate. The tyrannical energy poured into Lin Feng's body. Under the ancient dragonesque elephant technique's transformation, the energy transformed into the pure energy of the ancient dragonesque elephant. Then, it fused with his own pure qi. Lin Feng's pure qi quickly transformed. Rumble 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 came out of Lin Feng's body. His pure qi was surging like a river. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Feng only felt that the energy in his body was crazily rising. "I broke through." Lin Feng's face showed a trace of joy. He had finally broken through from the 8th layer of the martial general realm to the 9th layer of the martial general realm. His strength had also increased from 78,125 Draconesque Elephant to 390,625 Draconesque Elephant's strength. His 5 devouring martial spirits had increased his battle strength by 5 times. Lin Feng's strength could reach 1,953,125 Draconesque Elephant's strength. 1 Draconesque Elephant's strength was equivalent to 10 Draconesque Elephant's strength. Then, Lin Feng's strength was equivalent to 1,9531,250 Draconesque Elephant's strength. This strength was simply too terrifying. Right now, Lin Feng only needed to move his finger to crush a cultivator of the 10th layer of the martial general realm. When he used all kinds of methods, he could even defeat ordinary martial king cultivators. Of course, if he encountered someone like Lin Feng who had terrifying battle strength, it would be hard to say. For example, Xikong Mo was very terrifying. Xikong Mo's martial spirit was especially terrifying. When Xikong Mo used the 3000 weak water spirit, there weren't many people below the Yinyang layer who would dare to say that they could defeat Xikong Mo. Not bad, you've already broken through to the 9th layer of the martial general realm. At that moment, a voice entered Lin Feng's ears. When he heard this voice, Lin Feng was pleasantly surprised. The Fire Qilin. It was actually the Fire Qilin's voice. I'll wait for you in the forest. Come and see me quickly. The Fire Qilin said telepathically. Lin Feng quickly got up and went to the forest on Tian Mending Peak to find the Fire Qilin. I didn't think that so many things would happen during this period of time. I only found out that something had happened to your family after I left the Qingyang sect. The Fire Qilin said. Lin Feng nodded and said, I need to do everything I can to increase my cultivation level and then return to the Eastern Divine Prefecture to go to Outyin ancient capital. The Fire Qilin said, haste makes waste when it comes to cultivation. You can't rush it. Did you know that the Blue Cloud sect is related to the Qingyang sect in the Eastern Divine Prefecture? What? They're related? Lin Feng's expression changed. He had a deep grudge with the Qingyang sect. The higher-ups of the Qingyang sect didn't want to let Lin Feng off either. The founder of the Qingyang sect was an outstanding disciple of the Blue Cloud sect. He later established his own sect. The reason why the Qingyang sect is so strong is because of the Blue Cloud sect's support. But you don't have to worry too much. The Qingyang sect thinks that they're strong now, while the Blue Cloud sect is getting weaker day by day. That's why the Qingyang sect isn't very happy with the Blue Cloud sect, and they've had a few disputes. They're both very cold. Lin Feng nodded and said, you just used telepathy to talk to me. Have you recovered your godly power? The Fire Qilin was depressed and cursed, I could have recovered my godly power, but I was tricked by that bastard Taoist Wu Liang. Huh? Tricked by that bastard? What happened? Lin Feng asked curiously. That day, we went to the grave of the second patriarch of the Qingyang sect and found a 50,000-year-old Yin spirit netherworld grass. It's a supreme treasure of the king level. The Fire Qilin ground its teeth as it spoke. 50,000-year-old. Lin Feng gasped. 5,000 years. The world had changed, and a stock of spiritual medicine had actually grown for 50,000 years. This was too shocking. The Fire Qilin continued, that 50,000-year-old spirit herb can stimulate my body and allow my body to produce divine power once again. Originally, I had an agreement with that bastard, the dead Taoist, that the rest of the treasures would belong to that dead Taoist and that 50,000-year-old spirit herb would belong to me. That dead Taoist also agreed, but he didn't expect that dead Taoist to sneak attack me and forcibly snatch the spirit herb from my hands before fleeing. I only managed to snatch a small portion of the spirit herb. After consuming it, it stimulated my body to produce divine power. Now, I can be considered to have recovered some of my cultivation, which is roughly equivalent to the 10th layer of the martial king realm. If I had eaten the entire spirit herb, I might have completely recovered. Holy shit, there's actually such a thing? Lin Feng was dumbfounded. The Fire Qilin wanted to cry but had no tears. Don't let me see that damned fatso again. Otherwise, I'll cut him into 1,000 pieces, strip him naked, and parade him through the streets. Lin Feng could understand the Fire Qilin's gloominess. It had teamed up with the boundless Taoist, but in the end, it had been set up miserably by the boundless Taoist. The fire Qilin had always wanted to recover its divine power and had been about to succeed, but had been set up by the boundless Taoist. I knew that damned Taoist wasn't reliable, Lin Feng said. But it's not like I didn't gain anything. At least I recovered some of my divine power and am no longer like before. Furthermore, I secretly learned the dividing metal acupuncture point technique from that damned Taoist. Oh? Dividing metal acupuncture point technique? What kind of secret technique is that? Lin Feng was puzzled. The fire Qilin said, it's not a secret technique, it's a grave robbing technique. Grave robbing? Lin Feng was astonished. In Qi Men Den Jia, the 5 elements, and the 8 trigrams, there were records of grave robbing techniques, but grave robbing techniques were extremely mysterious. Very few people dared to rob tombs. This was because the tombs of many powerhouses were filled with traps and extremely dangerous. Of course, there was also another reason. If one dared to rob the tombs of powerhouses, they would be hunted down by their descendants. This dividing metal acupuncture point technique is indeed marvelous. I used this technique on my way here and found a tomb. The fire Qilin's eyes shone. Lin Feng rolled his eyes and said, are you talking about the Blue Cloud Sect's ancestors' tomb? Stop messing around. If you dig up the Blue Cloud Sect's ancestors' tomb, I guarantee that those old bastards from the Blue Cloud Sect will skin you alive. The fire Qilin said, of course it's not the Blue Cloud Sect's ancestors' tomb. I found it on my way here. To be more precise, it might not be a tomb, but an ancient cultivator's cave. An ancient cultivator's cave? Lin Feng was puzzled. Shouldn't this ancient cultivator's cave be on the ground? It's normal for some ancient cultivators to build their cave underground. Of course, it's also possible that for some unknown reasons, the ancient cultivator's cave was buried underground. Although that damned Taoist's character isn't good, his dividing metal acupuncture point technique is heaven-defying. It's not as simple as robbing tombs. This dividing metal acupuncture point technique can also find the hidden ancient cultivator's cave. The fire Qilin said. Amazing, really amazing. There's actually such a secret technique in this world. Lin Feng clicked his tongue in wonder. Let's go to the ancient cultivator's cave and explore it. The fire Qilin said. Okay. Lin Feng naturally had no objections. He and the fire Qilin left the Blue Cloud Sect and rushed towards the forest in the distance. The Blue Cloud Sect was surrounded by mountains for hundreds of miles. There were many terrifying beasts roaming around the mountains, and there were even a few Beast King-level existences. However, the higher-ups of the Blue Cloud Sect had reached an evil agreement with these Beast Kings that they couldn't harm the Blue Cloud Sect's disciples. These Beast Kings were intelligent and naturally knew what to do. Since they wanted to live in this place for a long time, they had to maintain a good relationship with the Blue Cloud Sect. The place the fire Qilin was talking about was located in a huge valley. I'll teach you an earth escape technique. Once you learn it, you can travel underground. As soon as the fire Qilin finished speaking, it transmitted the cultivation method of a secret technique into Lin Feng's mind. This earth escape technique wasn't difficult to cultivate. After 2 hours, Lin Feng had comprehended the earth escape technique. Then, he entered the valley with the fire Qilin. After using the earth escape technique, the surrounding soil quickly separated. They continued to dive for about 700 to 800 meters, but they still didn't find anything. Lin Feng said, no, I'm almost at my limit. It's difficult to continue diving. The fire Qilin said, hold on a little longer. If we can't find anything, we'll leave. Lin Feng nodded. After diving for another 100 meters. Suddenly, a huge black energy screen appeared below them. Waves of shocking fluctuations escaped from the black energy screen. Found it. The ancient cultivator's cave, whoosh whoosh, Lin Feng and the fire Qilin quickly rushed into the black energy screen. However, as soon as they rushed in, a cold and gloomy aura enveloped the two of them. Whoosh whoosh. A cold light suddenly erupted. A 10-meter-long blade condensed and slashed towards Lin Feng and the fire Qilin, wanting to cut them in half. Not good, danger. Clang. Lin Feng's reaction speed was extremely fast. He took out the black dragon sword and blocked the attack. The fire Qilin waved its claws and slapped forward. Although the fire Qilin's divine power had dried up, its physical body was extremely terrifying. It was much more powerful than many magic treasures. The fire Qilin's claw collided with the incoming saber light, blocking the attack of the saber light. Whoosh, whoosh. Two figures quickly rushed over. They were two cultivators wearing blood-red robes and wielding blood-red blades. Cultivators? Lin Feng was shocked. No, they're blood corpses. The fire Qilin said, they're dead people who have been refined into corpses. This is an extremely cruel method. Generally, only demonic forces would use such a cruel method to refine blood corpses. I'm guessing that this place must be extremely ancient. You should know that the Blue Cloud sect has been here for more than 100,000 years, which means that this place must be a ruin from 100,000 years ago. As soon as the fire Qilin finished speaking, the two blood corpses had already rushed over. They waved their blades and slashed at Lin Feng and the fire Qilin. Binding technique. Lin Feng used a spirit array technique. Swish, the dense spirit inscriptions intertwined and entangled the two blood corpses, making it difficult for them to move. Lin Feng slashed at one of the blood corpses. With a puchi, the blood corpse's head was cut off. The fire Qilin went forward and broke the second blood corpse's neck. The two blood corpses fell down. Lin Feng and the fire Qilin looked into the depths and saw that it was a huge underground castle. Perhaps it was because no one had been here for a long time, but the place was emitting a cold and eerie aura. Lin Feng frowned slightly and said, "This place is eerie and scary. There must be a lot of good things buried here." The fire Qilin said. The two of them entered the castle. But at that moment, a blood-red light surged out of the castle, and gusts of cold wind whistled. Swish swish, densely packed blood corpses appeared. There were probably thousands of them. After seeing those bloody corpses, Lin Feng and the fire Qilin's faces became extremely ugly. Run! The fire Qilin shouted and rushed into the depths of the castle. Whoosh! Lin Feng was even faster, directly surpassing the fire Qilin. F***ck, the fire Qilin couldn't help but roll its eyes. Roar roar roar, a deep roar came from behind, and the densely packed blood corpses quickly chased after them. That eerie and terrifying aura made Lin Feng feel as if he had fallen into a boundless purgatory, as if he was facing a group of evil spirits. These blood corpses were no different from evil spirits. There are so many blood corpses. What are they guarding? Lin Feng's expression was extremely solemn. According to the fire Qilin, devil path experts refine blood corpses in order to protect something. Even after the devil path experts died, the blood corpses would continue to live and continue to protect the things they wanted to protect. It must be something extraordinary. I feel like it's in the depths of the castle. The fire Qilin shouted. Whoosh whoosh, Lin Feng and the fire Qilin quickly rushed into the depths of the castle, and the army of blood corpses chased after them. The blood corpses waved the blood swords in their hands and slashed at Lin Feng and the fire Qilin. Buzz! An incredible amount of blood-red blade lights condensed together, blotting out the sky and blotting out the earth as they moved towards Lin Feng and the fire unicorn. Feeling the aura behind them, Lin Feng and the fire Qilin's faces changed. If they were hit, they would definitely die. Archaic Divine Emperor Xianxia clone, come out! Lin Feng shouted. Roar! The Xianxia clone appeared, and its huge body blocked in front of Lin Feng and the fire Qilin. Lin Feng and the fire Qilin hid themselves behind the Xianxia clone. Clang clang clang, the densely packed attacks landed on the body of the primordial sage Emperor Xianxia's clone. Instantly, a series of clanging sounds could be heard. The blade lights slammed into the body of the Xianxia clone, but they were unable to break open the body of the Xianxia clone. However, the powerful impact still sent the Xianxia clone flying. Even Lin Feng and the fire Qilin, who were hiding behind the Xianxia clone, were sent flying. Lin Feng felt as if he had been hit by an ancient mountain. He was lifted into the air, and he felt his blood boil. He almost spat out a mouthful of blood. The attack of thousands of blood corpses was naturally terrifying. Even if it did not hit Lin Feng and the fire Qilin, the shockwave that was emitted almost injured him. Go! Lin Feng shouted, and the fire Qilin jumped onto Lin Feng's shoulder. Lin Feng summoned his golden wings and quickly flew into the depths of the castle. Whoosh! The Xianxia clone flew behind them, protecting Lin Feng and the fire Qilin. Screech! When Lin Feng and the fire Qilin reached the depths of the castle, they suddenly heard a shrill screech. Dense black shadows appeared. These black shadows were wearing black robes, and they stretched out their pale white claws, revealing only their pale green eyes. They rushed towards Lin Feng and the fire Qilin. Not good, these are spirits. They are terrifying creatures refined by demonic experts after extracting the souls of cultivators. These spirits are like evil spirits, extremely evil and almost immortal. Seeing the spirits rushing out from the depths of the castle, the fire Qilin's expression was extremely serious. Screech! The overwhelming number of spirits rushed towards Lin Feng and the fire Qilin. Ghostly chi filled the air, and it was as if this place was about to turn into a world of hell. This was a really creepy scene. It was as if countless evil spirits were rushing over. It's over! The fire Qilin screamed. Whoosh! At this critical moment, Lin Feng summoned a treasure. It was a Buddha's bone saraira, a treasure that Lin Feng had obtained in the ancient battlefield of gods and demons. Ba, good, good. When Lin Feng summoned the Buddha's bone saraira, it hovered above Lin Feng. Endless golden light rushed out from the Buddha's bone saraira. The golden light was boundless. In the Buddha's bone saraira, an old monk sat cross-legged with his palms together and chanted Buddhist mantras. Suddenly, the golden Buddha's light spread out in all directions. They were touched by the golden Buddha's light. There was a sizzling sound, and the spirits' bodies emitted black smoke. When they came into contact with the Buddha's light, the spirits' bodies seemed to be burning. Screech! The densely packed spirits scattered in all directions in horror. Whoosh! Lin Feng sped up and rushed into the depths of the castle. He saw that in the depths of the castle, scorching underground flames were burning. Above the flames, there was a huge cauldron. The energy in the cauldron was intertwined, and the energy wrapped around a pitch-black beast egg. Beast egg! The Blood Corpse Army and the Spirit Army are guarding this beast egg. This beast egg is definitely not simple. The fire Qilin exclaimed. Let's get it first. Lin Feng quickly rushed toward the beast egg. When he got close to the cauldron, a destructive aura surged out. Above the cauldron, a 10,000-meter-tall phantom condensed. It was a man in black, like an immortal god. He stood in the void, and a pair of narrow eyes looked coldly at Lin Feng. Impudent! The cold voice suddenly sounded. Hearing that voice, Lin Feng looked like he was struck by lightning. With a cry, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Terrifying! It was too terrifying, shouted a silhouette coldly. Lin Feng coughed up a mouthful of blood. The fire Qilin looked unsightly. It had lost its godly strength, and its cultivation was limited. The army of blood corpses and spirits started trembling when the phantom appeared. The phantom in front of them was like a god. It was powerful, immortal, and mysterious. It controlled the most ancient of powers, and it looked down on all the living beings in the world. God! The fire Qilin was terrified. It could sense the terrifying chi of the phantom, even though it was just a mark in front of it. At its peak, the fire Qilin was infinitely close to being a god, but it still wasn't a god. Only those who were close to that level would know what the word God meant. This place was actually left behind by a divine-level demonic cultivator. Moreover, this demonic cultivator's divine sense was still present. What did that mean? It meant that the god-level demon cultivator wasn't dead yet. How terrifying! What kind of beast did that egg belong to? Why would such a terrifying being care about it? Lowly ant, you dare to covet my treasures? Die! That terrifying devil expert raised his right hand and slammed it down. That attack enveloped Lin Feng and the fire Qilin. Oh no! Lin Feng was dumbstruck when he realized that he couldn't move. He could only stare blankly at that terrifying attack. He was powerless to resist. As for the fire Qilin, it was the same as Lin Feng's situation. The fire Qilin wasn't even as strong as Lin Feng. Ancient Divine Emperor Xianxia's clone! Shouted Lin Feng. Just as the attack was about to reach Lin Feng and the fire Qilin, Lin Feng summoned the ancient divine Emperor Xianxi's clone. The ancient divine Emperor Xianxi's clone rushed forward and slapped the huge hand. "An ant dares to resist?" said the voice coldly. The enormous palm suddenly slapped down and directly slapped the primeval divine Emperor Xianxi's clone away, and then it continued to blast towards Lin Feng and the fire Qilin. A terrifying pressure spread out and enveloped Lin Feng and the fire Qilin. Even someone as strong as Lin Feng found it hard to withstand. Crack crack, Lin Feng's body began to crack like porcelain. One could imagine, when the gigantic palm came crashing down from the sky, he would definitely be slapped to death. "Demonic orb, if I die, you won't have a good time either." Lin Feng wanted to activate the demonic bead, but there was no reaction from it. He could not help but threaten the demonic bead, but there was still no reaction from it. Lin Feng wanted to cry but had no tears. This demonic bead was too strange. He had clearly refined it with his blood, but he was unable to activate it. Lin Feng turned his gaze to another treasure. Dark Nether Devil Tome. This was a treasure he had snatched from the ancient battlefield of gods and demons. Could this treasure save his life at a critical moment? Xianming Demonic Book, you were brought out by me from the ancient battlefield of gods and demons. I know you are extraordinary. Now, the demonic bead wants to devour you, but I have refined it. Although I cannot control it now, if you help me now, and the demonic bead tries to devour you in the future, I will definitely find a way to help you deal with it. Boom, as soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, the demonic bead that had been motionless suddenly emitted a terrifying energy. That terrifying energy shook Lin Feng so much that he spat out a mouthful of blood. Lin Feng really wanted to break the demonic bead. In a life-and-death situation, the demonic bead did not help him. It even wanted to trick him. However, Lin Feng did not have the ability to break the demonic bead. Whoosh! To Lin Feng's delight, the Xianming Demonic Book actually moved. It was surrounded by demonic light and flew out quickly, floating above Lin Feng's head. This is? The deity-level demonic Dao expert looked at the Xianming Demonic Book in shock. His face was filled with shock and astonishment. Could it be? He seemed to have thought of something, and a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. Ha 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 ha. Then, the deity-level demonic expert laughed loudly. I really didn't expect it to be this item. Boy, this item is mine. The deity-level demonic expert shouted coldly. His palm that had been aimed at Lin Feng and the fire Qilin was now aimed at the Xianming Demonic Book. What is the origin of this Xianming Demonic Book? This demonic expert must know. Judging from his expression, this Xianming Demonic Book must have a great origin. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. At this moment, he did not have time to think about this. He looked at the Xianming Demonic Book nervously. He did not know if this strange treasure could withstand the attack of this terrifying demonic sovereign. Just as the deity-level demonic expert reached out to grab the Xianming Demonic Book, the Xianming Demonic Book emitted a shocking wave of energy. Lin Feng suddenly felt that the wave of energy seemed to have resonated with the heavens and earth. One of the distorted ancient characters on the Xianming Demonic Book moved. In the next moment, the ancient character shot up into the sky. This was one of the hundreds of ancient characters that had been imprinted on the Xianming Demonic Book. Usually, these characters were very blurry, and it was impossible to see what they were. But now, an ancient character flew out, surrounded by endless demonic light, and resonated with the heavens and earth. In the void, a low voice sounded. It was like the voice of the heavens and earth. The word Dao was formed by the origin of the heavens and earth. This word Dao is the word destruction in the ancient divine script. Boy, hurry up and imprint this word in your mind. Don't ask anything. Even if you don't understand it, imprint it in your mind. This is a heaven-defying opportunity. This is the legendary word Dao that was formed when the heavens and earth were created. The fire Qilin roared. Then, he shut his mouth because his eyes were fixed on the word annihilation. Lin Feng was shocked. He knew very well what the word Dao that was formed by the heavens and earth meant. Lin Feng also stared at the word destruction in the void. He tried his best to imprint the word in his mind. Ah! But soon, Lin Feng let out a shrill cry. His yin-yang realm 8th firmament soul could not withstand the impact of the word Dao. Lin Feng felt like his soul was about to explode. Although it was only a word, it was not an ordinary word. It was the word Tao that was formed when the heavens and earth were created. The word Heavenly Tao. The word Tao contained too much information. No, I won't give up. Lin Feng gritted his teeth, still staring at the word Tao. If he missed such a great opportunity, would there be a next time? Lin Feng did not know if there would be a next time. The Xianming demonic book was very strange. Lin Feng did not know if the word Tao would fly out the next time he attacked. Lin Feng did not care about the future. He only wanted to seize every moment. He only wanted to seize the present. Lin Feng frantically circulated the Archean dragonesque elephant art. His shattered soul was rapidly recovering. The pain that Lin Feng experienced was worse than death. But he still stared at the word Tao, trying his best to imprint the word in his mind and in the depths of his soul. During the process of his soul being destroyed and repaired, Lin Feng's soul completed another transformation. He transformed from Yin-Yang Realm 8th Firmament to Yin-Yang Realm 9th Firmament. After Lin Feng transformed, Lin Feng felt that the pain caused by the word Tao had lessened significantly. In the depths of Lin Feng's soul, the word destroy was imprinted. This was the word heaven and Tao. Lin Feng succeeded. He collapsed on the ground, panting heavily. Suppress. The divine realm demonic expert roared and pressed his palm against the word destroy. But the word Tao was too terrifying. Just like the meaning of destroy. Everything that stood in its way was destroyed. Bang, the Tao annihilation character instantly shattered the attack of the godly spirit realm devil Tao expert, and then struck the body of the godly spirit realm devil Tao expert. Crack, crack. Even the divine realm demonic expert's body began to crumble. Damn it, you actually broke my divine sense. Brat, I'll remember you. You should remember me too. My name is Blood Heaven Demon Sovereign. When I return, I'll tear you to pieces. As soon as Blood Sky Overlord's voice fell, his 10,000 feet tall body collapsed. Even a body formed by the divine will of a divine realm expert like Blood Sky Overlord could not withstand a light blow from the word destroy. It was hard to imagine how powerful the word destroy was. Swoosh. After destroying the Blood Sky Overlord's divine telekinesis, the Xianming demonic book turned into a stream of light and rushed into Lin Feng's dantian. Let's go. Fire Qilin shouted. Lin Feng did not dare to hesitate. He quickly got up and rushed to the giant cauldron. He grabbed the mysterious black egg and kept the Archean divine Emperor Xianxi's clone into his body. He then spread his golden wings and rushed out with Fire Qilin. Roar, the Blood Corpse army roared and chased after Lin Feng and Fire Qilin. The spirit army also floated over. They were as fast as lightning. Whoosh. Soon, Lin Feng and Fire Qilin rushed out of the castle shrouded in black light. The Blood Corpse army and the Ghost army were unable to charge out of the black light screen, and they all let out angry roars. Phew. Only then did Lin Feng let out a sigh of relief. He and Fire Qilin rushed out of the underground world. With a thump, Lin Feng lay on the ground, panting heavily. He could still feel the burning pain all over his body. This pain was caused by the damned demonic orb. Thinking about the demonic orb that was impervious to everything, Lin Feng felt a headache coming on. After resting for a while, Lin Feng and Fire Qilin flew toward the Blue Cloud sect. A day later, Lin Feng and Fire Qilin returned to the Blue Cloud sect. Lin Feng, where have you been these few days? Our peak master has appeared. Tian Zhongdao said excitedly when he saw Lin Feng. Lin Feng knew that this guy would not stutter when he was excited. Lin Feng was shocked. He did not expect the peak master to appear. He said, I went out to do something. By the way, have you all met the peak master? Yes, all of us new disciples went to see the peak lord. Our peak lord was extremely terrifying when he was young, and had the greatest potential to become an almighty being. Unfortunately, he was injured. If he hadn't been injured and became an almighty being, our heaven-repairing peak wouldn't have fallen to this state. Tian Zhongdao said with a sigh. Lin Feng nodded and said, I'll go now and see if I can meet the peak lord. Alright, go ahead, Tian Zhongdao said. Huh? Who is this guy? Just as he was about to leave, Tian Zhongdao saw the fire Qilin and couldn't help but mutter. Lin Feng knew the fire Qilin's temper, and he was afraid that Tian Zhongdao would say something wrong. He quickly pulled Tian Zhongdao away and said, I picked it up on the road. It's an unknown spirit beast, so there's nothing to be surprised about. Tian Zhongdao didn't mind and went out with Lin Feng. Lin Feng first went to see Elder Xianxia. If he wanted to see the Peak Lord, he naturally needed Elder Xianxia's recommendation. After seeing Lin Feng, Elder Xianxia was slightly surprised. Perhaps she didn't expect that Lin Feng would appear here. When she found out that Lin Feng had left, she thought that Lin Feng had also left Heaven Mending Peak like the other disciples. Now, it seemed that she had wrongly blamed Lin Feng. Seeing that Lin Feng had returned, Elder Xianxia was very happy. Lin Feng said, 2 days ago, I had some matters to attend to, so I wasn't able to meet the Peak Lord. When I came back, I heard about this matter and went to see Elder, hoping that Elder could recommend me. New disciples have to meet the Peak Lord. This has always been the rule. Although you missed the opportunity to meet the Peak Lord hasn't gone into seclusion yet. I'll bring you to meet him. Elder Xianxia stood up. Thank you, Elder. Lin Feng bowed. He followed behind Elder Xianxia. In Qingxin Palace, Lin Feng met the sect lord, Qi Budian. 20 years ago, he was known as the Blue Cloud sect's #1 genius. He had a medium build, but he was very tall. He was a very handsome middle-aged man. However, his face was a little sickly pale. Senior brother, this is Lin Feng. Xianxia said. Disciple Lin Feng greets the Peak Lord. Lin Feng bowed to Qi Budian. After seeing Lin Feng, Qi Butian's pupils shrank violently, but he quickly regained his calm. He smiled and said, We're all family. There's no need for such formalities. You may rise. Yes. Lin Feng stood up. Then I'll take my leave first. Elder Xianxia bowed slightly to Qi Budian, then left. Qi Budian pointed to the seat in front of him and said, Sit here and have a cup of tea. Lin Feng nodded and sat upright. There was a small stove on the table that was boiling tea. A faint fragrance wafted out of it. Qi Budian didn't have the arrogance of a Peak Lord. He was very calm. Sitting next to him, Lin Feng also calmed down. It was as if he was in a quiet forest and had become one with the lush greenery. It was a very strange feeling, and it shocked Lin Feng. He felt that Qi Budian wasn't simple at all. The path of cultivation is long. Who knows where the end is? Everyone says that longevity is good, but even so, it's difficult to escape old age and decay. In the end, it's all for naught. Even so, there are countless people who persevere and don't regret it even if they have to risk their lives. Do you know the true meaning of cultivation? Qi Budian looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng hadn't expected Qi Budian to ask him such a question. Lin Feng cultivated to make himself stronger. He had never thought about the true meaning of cultivation. I don't know. Lin Feng shook his head. Qi Budian said, It's the heart. The heart? Lin Feng was puzzled. The heart of the Tao. Qi Budian said, Cultivation requires you to shape your own heart of the Tao. You have to persevere and not be disturbed by external factors or obstructed by difficulties. Only then can you continue on this path. Lin Feng was moved. This was the first time he had heard such a thing. Even the fire Qilin had never discussed the heart of the Tao with him. However, Lin Feng didn't know what the heart of the Tao was, so he asked Qi Budian for guidance. I can see hatred in your eyes. I can see obsession and the reason for your perseverance, Qi Budian said. These aren't enough to become your heart of the Tao. At most, they are motivation, but they aren't your heart of the Tao. I don't understand. What is the heart of the Tao? Lin Feng asked. Everyone has a different Tao. Qi Budian smiled and said, Try this tea and see how it tastes. Lin Feng took a sip of the tea and felt that it was very refreshing. Then, a warm current swept through his body. This was no ordinary tea. Lin Feng and Qi Budian chatted for a long time. Late at night, Lin Feng said his goodbyes and left. Qi Budian wasn't a simple person. Based on their conversation, it was clear that he had seen something, but he hadn't said anything. When he returned to his residence, Lin Feng and the Fire Qilin talked about the heart of the Tao. The Fire Qilin said, "It seems that Qi Budian is quite extraordinary. He actually talked to you about the heart of the Tao." "I can't talk to you about this because forming the heart of the Tao depends on oneself. Some people, even if they cultivate to the almighty realm, may find it difficult to form their own heart of the Tao." Lin Feng was moved. Even now, he still couldn't understand what the heart of the Tao Qi Budian was talking about. Lin Feng took out the mysterious egg and studied it with the Fire Qilin, but they couldn't figure out what kind of beast it was. However, the blood heavenly evil sovereign had paid a huge price to hatch this egg. It was obvious that this egg was quite astonishing. Since they couldn't figure out the origin of the egg for now, Lin Feng put it away. He would wait and see if he could find any clues about it in the future. In the dead of night, Lin Feng sat down cross-legged and began to meditate on the destruction character. The word annihilation was branded in the deepest part of Lin Feng's soul. It was surrounded by the most ancient aura of Tao. This was the word Tao that was formed when the world was first created. Lin Feng had already seen how terrifying the word Tao was. He also talked to the Fire Qilin and learned that the world was formed when the world was first created. Among the ancient divine words, there was a section called Heavenly Tao Divine Words. There were thousands of words in the Heavenly Tao Divine Words. They were formed by the Tao of the world and were called Tao words. As for these characters, they were known as Tao characters. Different Tao words had different abilities. Some Tao words contained powerful offensive power, just like the Tao word annihilation. Some of the Tao characters contained other types of power. Even the Taoist 9 syllables mantra, Lin, Bing, Do, Zhe, Jia, Zhen, Lai, Qian, and Xing were all Tao words. However, the Taoist 9 syllables had obtained these Tao words long ago. Therefore, the later generations rarely mentioned the origin of the 9 syllables mantra. Lin Feng had seen the soldier Saint Han Fei Zi use the weapon incantation in the Weapon Burial Valley. He had used the weapon incantation to control hundreds of godly demon soldiers. This was the ability of the Tao word Bing. It could control all kinds of weapons. Even if it was someone else's weapon, it could be controlled to attack its owner. Just thinking about it made one feel that this ability was terrifying. Now, Lin Feng had imprinted the word annihilation in his brain. It wasn't easy. He had almost lost his life because of the word annihilation. However, when he thought of the terrifying power of the Tao word annihilation, it was all worth it. As long as he could comprehend the Tao word annihilation, it would definitely be a terrifying and heaven-defying trump card. Lin Feng was immersed in comprehending the Tao word annihilation. He sensed an ancient aura coming from the Tao word annihilation. Lin Feng carefully sensed this ancient aura. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Feng suddenly realized that he seemed to have arrived in an ancient world. This was a world of chaos. In the world of chaos, anything could be born. Dong, suddenly, an earth-shattering sound was heard. Then, a roar came from the world of chaos. It was the voice of the heavenly Tao. Heaven and earth resonated, producing syllables. Lin Feng looked over. In the endless chaos world, ancient divine runes soared into the sky. The word Tao formed by the heavenly Tao. Lin Feng cried out in surprise. Every time a divine character appeared, a majestic sound would resound between heaven and earth. However, Lin Feng couldn't understand what the voice meant. He couldn't understand those words either. Those voices, those words, they were filled with endless mysteries. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Feng finally saw words that he recognized soaring into the sky. Annihilate. That was the word destruction. It was imprinted in the depths of Lin Feng's soul, and had already become one with his soul. Even if he forgot anything, Lin Feng would never forget the word Tao. The deep voice suddenly came from the world of chaos, resounding through the clouds. The majestic voice penetrated the endless void, the endless world, and the torrent of time, and was imprinted in the depths of Lin Feng's soul. At that moment, Lin Feng felt as if he was about to become a chaotic light in this world of chaos, and become one with the mysterious word Tao. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Feng's consciousness returned to his body. He opened his eyes, and his face revealed an expression of incomparable surprise. This was because Lin Feng found that he seemed to have grasped the method of operating the word Tao. With a thought, he tried to condense the word Tao. Boom. When the word Dao was condensed, Lin Feng felt as if the void was trembling violently. This was an extremely terrifying thing. However, Lin Feng quickly dispersed the word Dao. The word Dao was naturally powerful, but it consumed too much energy. After condensing it, Lin Feng actually felt a little weak. What a terrifying Dao. It almost devoured all the energy in my body. Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. The more powerful a secret technique was, the more energy it consumed. It was just like how the word Dao consumed the body. You've actually grasped the word Dao? The fire Qilin was startled awake, and it looked at Lin Feng in shock. Lin Feng nodded. I was lucky to have comprehended it. How was your epiphany? The fire Qilin immediately howled, damn it. I used to be a peerless expert who stood at the peak of the Sky Martial continent. Even with my comprehension ability, I still haven't comprehended the Dao character annihilation, but you've already comprehended it. Comparisons are odious. The fire Qilin ran back and forth in the room, venting its frustrations. Lin Feng also felt that his power of understanding was monstrous. Maybe it had something to do with the fact that he was practicing the ancient Dracophant formula. The ancient Dracophant formula wasn't only beneficial to his physical body, it also helped him improve his power of understanding. The days passed, and the day of the competition of the 12 mountains drew closer and closer. However, Lin Feng could sense that Yu Ziong and the others were pessimistic. They were all going to participate in the competition of the 12 mountains, but none of them had the slightest bit of confidence. Lin Feng naturally didn't say anything, because no matter what he said, it wouldn't change their pessimism. Tian Zhongdao, on the other hand, was very optimistic. Tian Zhongdao was definitely not simple. Back then, he had appeared out of nowhere and attacked Yu Zige by surprise. Lin Feng didn't know if that was a concealment technique or some other ability. As for the old drunkard, he had never seen the old drunkard cultivate. Apart from drinking, all he did was wander around the Blue Cloud sect. Lin Feng suspected that the old drunkard wasn't here to become a disciple. He was most likely here to find the legendary heaven-mending technique. After all, it was rumored that the heaven-mending technique was still somewhere in the Blue Cloud sect. It was just hidden. Every night, Lin Feng would study the stargazing chart. Now, he could see the changes of 3,769 diagrams. That night, when Lin Feng was studying the stargazing chart, something happened that shocked him. Yesterday, Lin Feng saw 3,769 diagrams, but today, when he was studying the stargazing platform, the number of diagrams he saw quickly broke through 5,000, and it was still increasing. One chart after another appeared in his mind. It didn't take long for him to break through 10,000 charts. What's going on? Lin Feng's face was full of astonishment. Lin Feng was staring at the star map, he was completely immersed in it. In his brain, there were countless star maps. In the end, Lin Feng saw 90,000 star maps. 90,000 star charts, how is this possible? Lin Feng had heard from Tao Shi that the founder of Nebula Pavilion, Supreme God Nebula, had been able to observe 38,000 star charts. One had to know that Supreme God Nebula was the cultivator who had seen the most star charts. Furthermore, Supreme God Nebula was a godly spirit realm expert. But now, Lin Feng had seen 90,000 star charts. How could Lin Feng not be shocked and moved? What is the reason that allowed me to see 90,000 star charts? Lin Feng murmured. His heart was filled with shock. Suddenly, he thought of the word Dao. Could it have something to do with him comprehending the world's origin power, the word Dao? The star chart itself was a supreme treasure. The one in Lin Feng's hand was only a copy. Such supreme treasures usually contained the most ancient and mysterious Dao. Perhaps it was because Lin Feng had comprehended the word Dao that he was able to see 90,000 star charts by chance. Now, the 90,000 star charts in Lin Feng's mind began to rotate rapidly. Each star chart emitted a dazzling starlight. The star charts began to automatically arrange themselves in Lin Feng's mind. This is... Lin Feng sensed the changes in his mind in astonishment. His face was filled with shock and disbelief. The 90,000 star charts in his mind were arranged in a special pattern. Each star chart was connected to each other, forming a star chart scroll. After an unknown amount of time, the arrangement of the 90,000 star charts was finally completed. At that moment, a dazzling starlight shot out from each of the 90,000 star charts. The light of the 90,000 stars intertwined. Amidst the starlight, a blurry figure appeared. In this life, I stood alone in the world. I ascended the 9 heavens and stood at the peak. Only then did I realize what I had missed. Suddenly, the blurry figure let out a deep sigh. 90,000 star charts condensed into a starlight figure. Could this person be the mysterious expert who created the immemorial stargazing art? Lin Feng's heart was filled with shock. The immemorial stargazing art. It was known as the #1 soul-tempering art in the world. It was a supreme divine art comparable to the immemorial dragonesque elephant art. Lin Feng calmed himself down and carefully sensed the figure in the starlight. He couldn't see the figure's appearance clearly, but Lin Feng seemed to be able to sense its emotions. It was so sad and filled with endless regret. Why is it like this? He stood at the peak of cultivation and looked down on the world. Why would he feel sad? Muttered Lin Feng. He didn't understand the reason. After a long time, Lin Feng murmured to himself, what did he miss? What made him so sad? He stood at the peak of the universe, yet he still left behind such a huge regret. Was it his family? Or are they lovers? Soon, the night passed and Lin Feng woke up from his cultivation. That night, Lin Feng had learned a lot. He had seen 90,000 star maps and that mysterious silhouette. Lin Feng had the feeling that, sooner or later, he would be able to understand the mysteries of those maps. Maybe he would be able to learn the ancient stargazing technique. Of course, Lin Feng also knew that it wouldn't be easy. Time flew. In the blink of an eye, 3 months were almost up. The Blue Cloud sect became quite lively during this period because the new disciples were about to participate in a minor competition. The minor competition was naturally very important. First, it was to test the combat abilities of the new disciples. This was related to how high they would grow in the future. Some people didn't seem weak, but in a real battle, they would be easily defeated by others. These cultivators were mostly cultivators who had accumulated their cultivation through the accumulation of pills and spirit stones. They only had cultivation but no combat abilities. Their future wasn't optimistic. Of course, other than testing the new disciples' abilities and the results of their cultivation during this period, the results of the minor competition were also related to the reputation of the Azure Cloud 12 Peaks. Although the Azure Cloud 12 Peaks were the same sect, they were also competitors. As the saying goes, people live for their reputation, and Buddha fights for an incense stick. Between the Azure Cloud 12 Peaks, there would naturally be fierce competition. This was a matter of reputation. Not only would the peak be rewarded with a large amount of resources, but it would also win back the reputation of the peak. Perhaps this was also the reason why the Blue Cloud sect held a minor competition every 3 months and a major competition every 3 years. There were only 3 days left until the minor competition, but the old drunkard had disappeared. According to the old drunkard, he didn't want to bully the weak. This old man finally admitted that he was old and no longer called everyone senior brother. Of course, Lin Feng felt that the old drunkard was scared away. It would be strange if he wasn't scared when facing the experts of the other peaks. Yu Xiang and the others were also worried. With the arrival of the minor competition, they were all very worried. Lin Feng and Tian Zhongdao, on the other hand, were very calm and continued to cultivate step by step. Before the minor competition, Elder Qiao Yunqiu gathered Lin Feng and the others and said, "This minor competition is to test the progress of your cultivation over the past few months. As the saying goes, victory and defeat are commonplace, so you don't have to feel any psychological burden." Everyone replied, yes. Elder Qiao Yunqiu nodded and let Lin Feng and the others go and prepare. After Lin Feng and the others left, Elder Qiao Yunqiu couldn't help but sigh. Compared to the other peaks that were full of talents, Tian Zhongdao, Song Chuxia, and Li Qishuan only had 3 martial king disciples. As for the rest, they were only martial king disciples. Elder Qiao Yunqiu seemed to foresee the scene of the heaven-mending peak disciples being eliminated in the first round. Elder Qiao Yunqiu felt a deep sense of powerlessness. This situation had been going on for too many years. Ever since the peak master was injured, the heaven-mending peak had completely declined and became the object of ridicule of the other peaks. Elder Xianxia would be present at every minor competition, and she would never forget the looks of disdain and ridicule of the heaven-mending peak from the other peaks. When Elder Xianxia was a disciple, her talent wasn't good and she was a disciple of the heaven-mending peak. Now that she was an elder, she still couldn't shake off the ridicule of others. Elder Xianxia looked at the lush forest in the distance and couldn't help but sigh. She didn't know if the heaven-mending peak that she had protected for so many years could continue to be protected. When the heaven-mending peak was removed from the list, perhaps she would have to leave the Blue Cloud sect. Even if her heart was filled with unwillingness, what could she do? The Blue Cloud sect didn't seem to be able to tolerate the heaven-mending peak anymore. I hope that one disciple can break through, even if it's only until the second round. Elder Xianxia clenched her fists. She didn't know if this small wish of hers would be an extravagant wish that couldn't be fulfilled. At the beginning of the month, Lin Feng and the others had gone to the outer sect Disciples Mountain to receive the sect's benefits. Now, many people were talking about the competition. The competition between the new disciples was naturally the focus of many people's attention. If a few peerless geniuses appeared, they would definitely be sought after. Many disciples would think of ways to befriend them. Who knew, they might benefit in the future. Identity medallion. The deacon in charge of distributing the sect's benefits glanced at the disciple in front of him. Xianxia quickly took out his identity medallion. The deacon glanced at it and showed a disdainful expression. TSK, a disciple of the heaven-repairing peak. I really don't understand why the sect would give such trash like you benefits. It's simply a waste of resources. Although the deacon was complaining, he didn't dare to not give the heaven-repairing peak any benefits. The deacon wasn't a big shot in the Blue Cloud sect. Although Xianxia was a coward, he was still angry when he heard such mockery. The deacon sneered at Xianxia and said disdainfully, "Brat, what are you staring at? Could it be that what I said was wrong? Do you think you're qualified to receive the sect's benefits? Do you believe that I can kill you with one slap?" Xianxia clenched his fists tightly. He felt a ball of anger burning in his chest. That ball of anger was about to ignite his entire body. But Xianxia endured it in the end. He knew that if he made a move, he would only be humiliating himself. Trash. The deacon threw Xianxia's sect benefits and identity medallion on the ground. You're going too far. Xianxia shouted angrily. What? Do you want to hit me? The deacon sneered. Xianxia's face was ashen. He clenched his teeth and lowered his head to pick up his things. Haha, what a piece of trash. Not only is he a piece of trash, but he's also a coward. Voices filled with mockery rang out one after another. Xianxia lowered his head and gritted his teeth. Everyone else thought that he was trash, that he was a coward, but Xianxia knew that he was not. He was definitely not a coward. Was his personality really that weak? Xianxia felt that his heart was strong. Maybe he should pounce on them and beat them up. But if he was really injured, and even if his cultivation could no longer improve, could his wish still be fulfilled? Xianxia could not forget the look in his mother's eyes before she passed away. It was empty, sorrowful, reminiscing, and deeply reluctant to part with him. Mother was chased out by the first madam. Even after she died, she couldn't enter the family graveyard. She could only be buried outside and become a lonely ghost. Xianxia told himself over and over again that no matter what kind of grievances or humiliation he suffered outside, he had to endure it. He had to become strong, he had to return to his family, he had to walk in front of his heartless father and ask him why he didn't care about him and his mother. In order to allow his mother to be buried in the family cemetery, Xianxia knelt for 10 days and 10 nights, but no one paid attention to him until he fainted. At that time, Xianxia realized that he was just an abandoned child of the family. But so what if he was abandoned by his family? So what if his talent was not good? So what if his mother was just an honest and upright official, referring to the prostitutes in the brothel who did not sell their bodies? As long as he was strong enough, he would definitely change his family's mind. His mother's grave would definitely be moved back to the family graveyard. She would not have to suffer in life and become a lonely ghost after death. Yu Ziang stretched out his hand to pick up the bag of spirit stones that had been thrown on the ground. This was something that Yu Ziang dreamed of every month. He knew that his talent was not good enough and that he needed spirit stones to assist his cultivation. But at that moment, a foot stretched out from the crowd and stepped on the spirit stones. Yu Ziang raised his head. He did not recognize the disciple in front of him. He said, "Senior brother, you're stepping on my spirit stones." "I know, but recently, I've reached a critical point in my cultivation. I'm about to break through to the martial king realm. I need spirit stones." "Why don't you give me your spirit stones?" said the tall disciple indifferently. Yangting from the Five Elements Peak? A cultivator of the 10th celestial layer dares to bully people from Butian Peak? Don't underestimate Yangting. Even though he's only a cultivator of the 10th celestial layer, his spirit is the ancient ferocious beast, the Swan Ni. It's an extremely terrifying spirit. When he breaks through to the martial king realm, his strength will increase by leaps and bounds. It's not impossible for him to catch up later. Ancient ferocious beast, the Swan Ni? Fuck, how is that guy so lucky? He actually awakened such a powerful spirit. Some people were discussing among themselves, looking at Yu Ziang with pity in their eyes. No, those are my spirit stones. I also need spirit stones for my cultivation. Yu Ziang shook his head. Hey, brother, give me some face. When I break through to the martial king realm, I'll take care of you, said Yangting. Even a ghost wouldn't believe Yangting. Yu Ziang obviously didn't believe him either. He said, "Senior brother, I'll be taken care of by the other disciples of Butian Peak. Thank you for your kindness." Yangting's face fell. "So you don't want to give me face?" said Yu Ziang. "How could I not give you face? I just want my spirit stones back, that's all." Yangting looked extremely cold. "After talking for so long, you still don't want to give me face. Since you don't want to give me face, I don't need to give you face either." With that, Yangting raised his leg and kicked Yu Ziang. With a thump, the kick landed on Yu Ziang's body and sent him flying 4 or 5 meters away. Suffering such a heavy blow, Yu Ziang's entire body twitched violently. "I'll ask you one more time, will you give me those spirit stones?" Yangting walked towards Yu Ziang and looked at him coldly. "Those are my spirit stones," said Yu Ziang, gnashing his teeth. He stood up with great difficulty, his skinny body trembling. This little boy is quite stubborn. Is it really necessary to be stubborn for those spirit stones? Some of the disciples frowned slightly. Looking at Yu Ziang's thin and weak body, they actually felt a trace of pity for him. However, that trace of pity was quickly washed away. In the sect, everyone was competing with each other. Survival of the fittest. Who would have the time to pity others? "Little boy, you're courting death," said Yangting gloomily. He raised his right hand and slapped Yu Ziang's face. The slap was about to land on Yu Ziang's face. At that moment, a disciple squeezed through the crowd and grabbed Yangting's wrist. "Little boy, who are you? How dare you meddle in my business?" said Yangting angrily. He didn't know what was good for him. Lin Feng smiled coldly. "Who do you think you are? How dare you bully a disciple of Butian Peak?" Crack, Lin Feng grabbed Yangting's wrist with his right hand, and Lin Feng broke Yangting's wrist. "Ah!" Yangting gave a horrible shriek. "How cruel!" He broke Yangting's wrist. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. Heaven will punish those who are despicable. If heaven doesn't punish you, then I will. Lin Feng looked at Yangting, who was screaming miserably. "Ah! Brat, you dare break my hand? You're dead. I'm telling you, you're dead. I'm a disciple of the 5 Elements Peak." Slap. But Yangting's disciple didn't even have time to finish his sentence before Lin Feng slapped him violently. "You dare to slap my face?" Yangting shouted in disbelief. Slap. However, Lin Feng's response was still a heavy slap. Slap 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 slap, Lin Feng didn't stop. He continued to slap Yangting's face. What's going on? Everyone stared at the scene in front of them with their mouths agape. A disciple of the 5 Elements Peak had his hand crippled by a disciple of the Heaven Repairing Peak, and then slapped his face again and again, if it was a disciple of the heaven-repairing peak who was humiliated and beaten like this, everyone could accept it. However, the one being beaten was not a disciple of the heaven-repairing peak, but a disciple of the five elements peak. Since when were the disciples of the heaven-repairing peak so daring? How dare they hit a disciple of the five elements peak? The five elements peak was ranked third among the 12 sects of Azure Cloud. They were powerful and had many geniuses. Looking at Yang Ting, who had been whipped into a pig's head, the heaven-mending peak disciples' eyes lit up. They recognized Lin Feng and knew that Lin Feng was a new disciple of the heaven-repairing peak this year. However, their understanding of Lin Feng was limited to this. Looking at Yang Ting's swollen face, these heaven-mending peak disciples all revealed excited expressions. The heaven-repairing peak had been discriminated against for too long. They had been bullied for too long. However, the heaven-repairing peak disciples were soon worried about Lin Feng. Although beating Yang Ting like this made them feel good, they had also offended the five elements peak. Would offending the five elements peak have a good ending? Scram. Seeing that Yang Ting's consciousness was blurry, Lin Feng kicked Yang Ting's body, sending him flying dozens of meters away. Plop. Yang Ting fell to the ground and started twitching. Looking at the half-dead Yang Ting, the corners of many people's mouths twitched violently. This year's heaven-mending peak seemed to be different from the previous years. They actually produced such a savage new disciple. Lin Feng shrugged. Everybody, you saw that I hit that guy because he thought we were young and easy to bully, so he wanted to attack us. We were just defending ourselves, that's all. If the sect asks, you have to testify for us. I'm sure you won't go against your conscience and lie to us. Many people were speechless. Legitimate self-defense was true, but there was no need to beat Yang Ting half to death for legitimate self-defense, right? Thank you, senior brother. Yu Xiang looked at Lin Feng gratefully. Looking at Yu Xiang, Lin Feng sighed slightly. He felt that Yu Xiang had a lot on his mind. Among the disciples that joined the heaven-mending peak, Yu Xiang was the youngest, only 16 years old. Although his personality was a bit weak, he was very kind. But Yu Xiang's heart was closed, and he had never mentioned his own matters to anyone. It's good that you're fine. Lin Feng nodded. Yu Xiang bent down to pick up the spirit stones on the ground, but Lin Feng stopped him. Yu Xiang looked at Lin Feng suspiciously, not understanding what he was trying to do. Yu Xiang wanted to say something, but he saw Tian Zhongdao walk over and shake his head slightly. Yu Xiang quickly shut his mouth. Lin Feng pointed at the deacon, who was watching coldly. The deacon was a martial king in the 10th celestial layer, and he was already over 30 years old. His soul power could only be considered average, and he had no hope of breaking through to the yin-yang realm. What's this kid doing? Many disciples looked at Deacon Lin Feng and couldn't help but whisper. Kid, what are you pointing at? Zhu Zibo's expression darkened when he saw that a mere general dared to point at him. Zhu Zibo used to be a disciple of the Supreme Peak, but after breaking through to the yin-yang realm, he applied to become a deacon of the sect. After passing a series of tests, he finally got what he wanted and became a deacon of the outer sect. Were you the one who threw those things? Lin Feng asked indifferently. Zhu Zibo was slightly taken aback, but then he sneered and said, That's right, I threw them. Come over here and pick them up. Apologize to my junior brother, and we'll forget about what happened today. If you don't do as I say, I'd like to see if you can keep your position as a deacon. Lin Feng sneered. You dare threaten me? You're just a piece of trash from Heaven-Mending Peak, and you dare threaten me? Kid, did you eat a bear's heart or a leopard's gall? Zhu Zibo was furious when he heard Lin Feng's words. He was a dignified deacon of an outer sect disciples' peak, and yet he was being threatened by a general from Heaven-Mending Peak. In Zhu Zibo's eyes, this was a great humiliation. The surrounding disciples were also dumbfounded. Many people were dumbfounded. Was this kid crazy? He actually dared to threaten an outer sect disciples' deacon? Motherf ***, can an outer sect disciples' deacon just casually throw away a disciple's benefits? Can he just casually humiliate a disciple? Lin Feng cursed loudly. Some people just didn't want to give face to others. Cursing this bastard was letting him off easy. If Zhu Zibo hadn't been an outer sect deacon, he would have suffered the same fate as Yang Ting. You. How dare you insult a deacon? Are you still a disciple of the sect? Zhu Zibo's face was ashen. He was usually high and mighty, and everyone tried to curry favor with him. Who dared to insult him, but today, someone dared to point at him and curse him. Zhu Zibo wanted to tear Lin Feng apart. That's right, I'm insulting you. As a deacon of the sect, you're supposed to serve the sect's disciples, but you're acting all high and mighty in front of them. If word of this gets out, the Blue Cloud sect's reputation will be ruined because of you. Lin Feng sneered. When he heard Lin Feng's words, Zhu Zibo's expression changed drastically. Even though he knew that Lin Feng was just trying to scare him, it still sounded too frightening. I just need to report this matter to the higher-ups and see if the Blue Cloud sect will still allow a deacon like you to stay in the Blue Cloud sect. Lin Feng continued. At that moment, Zhu Zibo's face had already turned pale. This was what it meant to kill someone's heart. Many people looked at the scene in front of them in shock. None of them had thought that it would turn out like this. Everyone had thought that Lin Feng would definitely be taught a lesson by Zhu Zibo. But Lin Feng had the moral high ground. No matter how much Zhu Zibo struggled, he had no choice but to submit. Why aren't you picking up your things and apologizing to my junior brother? Do you want me to repeat myself? Lin Feng glared coldly at Zhu Zibo. Zhu Zibo's expression was gloomy, but he knew that he could only suffer in silence. He glared fiercely at Lin Feng, then walked over and bent down to pick up the spirit stones on the ground. Zhu Zibo's heart was trembling, and it felt like it was dripping blood. He roared hysterically in his heart, wanting nothing more than to slap Lin Feng to death. When had he ever been humiliated like this? But Zhu Zibo knew that he could only endure it. I'm sorry, it was my fault. Zhu Zibo gritted his teeth. Yu Xiang was stunned. He couldn't believe what was happening. Zhu Zibo, the deacon who had humiliated him in every possible way, was now so frightened by Lin Feng that his face turned pale and he even had to apologize? You can scram now. Lin Feng glanced indifferently at Zhu Zibo. He had already offended him, so there was no need to say anything nice. Zhu Zibo glared fiercely at Lin Feng, then hurriedly left. He couldn't stay here any longer. Lin Feng frowned slightly as he looked at the crowd. Zhongdao, let's go. We'll come back tomorrow to collect the sect's benefits. Tian Zhongdao nodded, then walked out with Lin Feng and Yu Xiang. Stop right there, kid. A dozen disciples appeared and blocked Lin Feng, Tian Zhongdao, and Yu Xiang's path. It's the Five Elements Peak, someone exclaimed when they saw the dozen or so disciples blocking Lin Feng, Tian Zhongdao, and Yu Xiang. Lin Feng had just beaten up Yang Ting of the Five Elements Peak so miserably. This was simply a slap to the Five Elements Peak's face. Sure enough, people from the Five Elements Peak immediately appeared. These dozen or so disciples were all outer disciples. Although their cultivation wasn't very high, 7 or 8 of them were martial kings. The rest who hadn't broken through to martial king were mostly peak martial generals. They were full of energy and looked like they were about to break through. The composition of the Blue Cloud sect's disciples was extremely complicated. Generally, it was divided into the following categories: first, the descendants, relatives, and family members of the sect's experts. It was said that those who had reached the deacon level would have a quota every year for their family members to enter the Blue Cloud sect to cultivate. These people had different talents and strengths. Second, some of the factions affiliated with the Blue Cloud sect. For example, some countries and sects were affiliated with the Blue Cloud sect and shared both honor and disgrace. They would also pay tribute to the Blue Cloud sect every year. Therefore, these factions also had a quota to send their disciples to the Blue Cloud sect to be nurtured. Third, disciples who passed the test to enter the Blue Cloud sect. The third method was the true way to select geniuses. Because the first and second types of disciples entered the Blue Cloud sect through nepotism, it was hard to guarantee how talented these people were. However, those who passed the test to enter were mostly people with shocking talent. However, among the hundreds of thousands of disciples in the Blue Cloud sect, very few disciples passed the test to enter. They only accounted for about 10%. However, the disciples who passed the test to enter the Blue Cloud sect were also the most valued disciples of the Blue Cloud sect. The people who blocked Lin Feng and the others were obviously senior disciples. Their cultivation wasn't very strong and should belong to the first or second type of disciples who entered the Blue Cloud sect. What's the matter? Lin Feng glanced at the people in front of him indifferently. Among the dozen or so 5 Elements Peak disciples, the strongest one was a third firmament martial king called Xianxia. He coldly looked at Lin Feng and said, "Boy, you want to leave after beating up our 5 Elements Peak Xiangting so badly? Do you think there's such a good thing?" As expected, the disciples of the 5 Elements Peak won't give up. Those brats from Heaven Mending Peak are just unlucky. Heaven Mending Peak isn't some powerful mountain. Everyone who sees it will step on it. Even those who are cautious can be trampled on, let alone now. Many disciples shook their heads repeatedly as they felt that Lin Feng's group would definitely be dealt with miserably by the disciples of the 5 Elements Peak today. Fight, 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 and fight. So what? Before Lin Feng could say anything, Tian Zhongdao had already taken the initiative to shout. He was also holding back his anger. After joining Heaven Mending Peak, he had been mocked and ridiculed every day. If it weren't for the fact that there were too many rules in the sect, he would have already beaten them up. Beating up my 5 Elements Peak won't end so easily. I can see that you're new disciples of the Blue Cloud sect, so I'll give the Heaven Mending Peak some face. Kneel on the ground and apologize, cripple one of your arms, and I'll let today's matter go. Otherwise, get lost, mother *cur. Before Xianxia could finish speaking, Tian Zhongdao had already raised his foot and kicked Xianxia. With a loud bang, Xianxia was sent flying by Tian Zhongdao's kick. Plop, he fell to the ground in a sorry state. Nobody had thought that Tian Zhongdao would suddenly kick Xianxia. Everyone was stunned. Lin Feng couldn't help but rub his nose. Since he had already done it, what was he waiting for? He went up and kicked the second 5 Elements Peak disciple, sending him flying. When Yuxiang saw that his 2 seniors had attacked, he clenched his teeth. Before the other 5 Elements Peak disciples could react, he also rushed forward and kicked one of them. Awesome, too awesome, Yuxiang had never felt so good before. The little devil that had been imprisoned in his heart seemed to have been released at that moment. Yuxiang had been suppressed for too many years. He roared and rushed towards the second person. At that moment, the other 5 Elements Peak disciples also reacted. They all roared, F***ck, the trash from the Heaven Mending Peak dares to attack our 5 Elements Peak? Let's teach these brats a lesson. Who's afraid of who? Tian Zhongdao shouted. The 2 sides immediately began to fight. Have the Heaven Mending Peak disciples gone crazy? Many of the onlooking disciples were dumbfounded by this scene. Within the crowd, a Heaven Mending Peak disciple called Wang Hu, who had quite a bit of prestige within the Heaven Mending Peak, shouted loudly, "Brothers, we can't just watch the brothers of the Heaven Mending Peak get bullied. Everyone, go and kill these 5 Elements Peak bastards." Wang Hu rushed out of the crowd and joined the battle. The Heaven Mending Peak disciples had seen Lin Feng beat up Yang Ting and then force Zhu Zibo to apologize to the Heaven Mending Peak disciples with just a few words. They were all secretly delighted, and their already cold blood seemed to be boiling. At that moment, all of them roared. Dozens of Heaven Mending Peak disciples rushed forward and surrounded the 5 Elements Peak disciples, punching and kicking them. "Spare me!" The 5 Elements Peak disciples screamed. Heavens, are these really the same trash from the Heaven Mending Peak disciples? The disciples from the other peaks couldn't believe what they were seeing. In their memories, the Heaven Mending Peak disciples didn't dare fight back when they were bullied. They could only passively endure. But now, they saw that the Heaven Mending Peak disciples' eyes were bloodshot, as if they were ferocious beasts. Many of them were terrified. The 5 Elements Peak disciples who had wanted to join the battle saw that the Heaven Mending Peak disciples had gone crazy, and many of them quickly retreated back into the crowd. "Stop!" A cold shout resounded as dozens of 5 Elements Peak's disciples rushed out. The person in the lead was none other than the proud son of heaven. Sikong Mo's talent was astonishing, and he had been accepted as a disciple by the 5 Elements Peak's great elder. Many people were optimistic about his future, so even though he had just joined the 5 Elements Peak, he was already quite famous among the disciples. Lin Feng and the Heaven Mending Peak disciple stopped. "What? You want to bully us with numbers? Don't think that the Heaven Mending Peak disciples are afraid of you. Even though we don't have many disciples, we can still fight back in self-defense," shouted Lin Feng. F***ck, isn't this guy too shameless? Just now, more than 30 heaven-mending peak disciples were ganging up on the 5 elements peak disciples, and this guy is saying that it was self-defense? Now that so many 5 elements peak disciples have come, he's making himself sound so pitiful. Many people rolled their eyes. If they hadn't seen what had happened with their own eyes, they would have chosen to believe Lin Feng. But now, they just wanted to tell Lin Feng that he couldn't be so shameless. When Xianxia and the others saw that the 5 elements peak disciples had been beaten half to death and heard what Lin Feng had said, their faces darkened. "What are you doing?" A cold shout resounded. The conflict here even alarmed the Grand Elder of the mountain peak, Xianxia, as he asked with a gloomy expression. Lin Feng pointed at Xianxia and looked at Great Elder Xianxia. He complained, "Great Elder, Xianxia and the other 5 elements peak disciples wanted to steal our spirit stones. We didn't give them to them, so they led a group of people to beat us up. What a 5 elements peak. A mere outer disciple dares to cause trouble here?" Great Elder Xianxia's face fell when he heard Lin Feng's words. Xianxia opened his mouth to explain, but was interrupted by Great Elder Xianxia. He said coldly, "Disperse now, or don't blame me for not showing you any mercy." Xianxia and the other 5 elements peak disciples were so depressed that they felt like vomiting blood. Their disciples had been beaten half to death, but now they were being slandered. But when they thought about it, it was normal. If they hadn't seen what had just happened, who would have believed that the 5 elements peak disciples had been beaten up by the Tianming peak disciples? The 5 elements peak disciples had been beaten half to death? Great Elder Xianxia didn't believe that such a thing had happened. "Yes," replied Xianxia and the others hastily. Great Elder Xianxia glanced coldly at the 5 elements peak disciples, then turned around and left. "Lin Feng." Xianxia gnashed his teeth and glared at Lin Feng. Lin Feng glanced at Xianxia indifferently and said, "Why did you call me that?" The corners of many people's mouths twitched violently. Was that kid courting death? The competition between the new disciples was about to start. How dare he provoke Xianxia like that? If he met Xianxia during the competition, he would be tortured to death. Thinking about that, many people had the impression that Lin Feng hadn't made Xianxia angry. Xianxia's lips curved in a cold smile. He looked coldly at Lin Feng and said, "Little brat, I have to say that you have infuriated me, but I won't attack you now. The competition is about to start, you better pray that you don't meet me during the competition. If you meet me during the competition, I will crush you like a bug under my feet. I will let you know how stupid your actions today were." "I'll be waiting," said Lin Feng indifferently. "Let's go." Xianxia turned around and left gloomily. The Tianming peak disciples also left quickly, but many people were talking about the disciples of the Tianming peak. Junior brother Lin really made the Tianming peak proud today. On the way back, Wang Hu's face was filled with excitement. The other disciples of the Tianming peak were also flushed with excitement. They had been in the Tianming peak for so many years. For the first time, they felt what was called dignity. Lin Feng smiled and said, "It's not that I made the Tianming peak proud, it's that you all fought for yourselves. Did you see that? When we beat up those arrogant disciples of the 5 elements peak, they still kneeled on the ground and begged us to let them go. Therefore, there is nothing special about the other peaks. Our Tianming peak is not worse than the other peaks." "That's right, our Tianming peak is not worse than the other peaks." Many disciples shouted in unison. Wang Hu looked at the excited disciples of the Tianming peak and suddenly felt like crying. How many years had it been? Wang Hu realized that this was the first time that the disciples of the Tianming peak had been so united. It was the first time that they had fought against the disciples of the other peaks. It was the first time that they had felt dignity because they were disciples of the Tianming peak. Wang Hu hoped that this would not be the last time, but he knew that this was an extravagant hope. The disciples of the Tianming peak would still be humiliated, ridiculed, and bullied by the disciples of the other peaks. They would still live without dignity. This kind of situation could not be changed. When the day of the competition arrived, the entire Blue Cloud sect was very lively. This was because there was no lack of geniuses among the disciples who joined the Blue Cloud sect this time. For example, Li Mingjia, who was chosen by the Supreme Peak, had the Sea Rising Moon martial soul, which was extremely rare. She could be called a peerless genius. Another example was the young realm disciple who was chosen by the Beheading Peak. His three-headed giant spirit martial soul had the most violent power. There were also the Shui brothers, who had the lightning martial soul and the lightning martial soul respectively. Sikong Mo had the 3,000 weak water martial soul. Yu Zij had the rain martial soul, and so on. This batch of new disciples could be said to be full of geniuses. It was precisely because of the large number of geniuses that the Blue Cloud sect was looking forward to it. These disciples naturally wanted to compete. The better the results, the more attention they would receive from the higher-ups of the Blue Cloud sect. Early in the morning, Elder Xianxia woke up early. Elder Xianxia simply tidied up. She took a deep breath and tried her best to maintain a calm heart. Over the years, she had experienced too many scenes like today. The first time a disciple was defeated and eliminated. Disappointment after disappointment, heartache after heartache. She heard countless mockery. She felt countless gazes of contempt. But Xianxia knew that she still had to pretend to be optimistic. She didn't want the disciples of the Heaven-Mending Peak to see their pillar collapse because of this. Even if Xianxia really felt tired these years. There was so much pressure that she almost couldn't breathe. But she knew that she had to persevere. The Peak Master was injured, and his injuries were very serious. Most of the time, he was at the threshold of life and death. She didn't know if he could survive. And the Heaven-Mending Peak only had one elder, Xianxia. Xianxia silently guarded the Heaven-Mending Peak, so Xianxia knew that she had to set an example. She told herself that she was the pillar of support for the Heaven-Mending Peak disciples. She couldn't fall. Even late at night, Xianxia would lie weakly on the bed and ask herself why she persevered for so many years. Why didn't she leave the Blue Cloud sect? Leave the Heaven-Mending Peak? With his cultivation, he could live a very dignified life. But every time this happened, Xianxia would remember a few decades ago when she was still a little girl and almost froze to death in the cold winter. It was the old Peak Master who pitied her and brought her to Heaven-Mending Peak. Xianxia's talent was not good and she wanted to give up on cultivation. It was Si Budian who encouraged her when she was young. For the sake of the old Peak Master, for the sake of junior brother Mending Tian, he also had to protect the Heaven-Mending Peak. When Xianxia walked out of her room and arrived at the Heaven-Mending Peak's main hall, Lin Feng and the others were already waiting for her. Elder. Seeing Xianxia's arrival, Lin Feng and the rest hurriedly saluted. Xianxia forced a smile and said, "Don't be so courteous. We'll be going to the Central Plaza to participate in the competition. Everyone just needs to do their best. The competition is meant to test your strength. Even if we lose, we'll learn from our experiences and work hard to cultivate. Next time, don't take the results to heart." "Yes." Lin Feng and the others replied. Xianxia nodded. "Let's go." Lin Feng and the other 8 disciples followed Xianxia to the Central Plaza. The Central Plaza was located in the middle of the mountain range. It was a huge plaza that could hold tens of thousands of people. When Lin Feng and the others arrived, the plaza was already packed with disciples, attendants, and even elders from the various peaks. "The Heaven-Mending Peak's people are here." "Pfft, Heaven-Mending Peak only has 9 disciples this year? Last year, there were at least 20. The new disciples all ran away. I heard that there were only 10 people left, but the competition is about to start." Another one ran away, so there are only 9 left. Tisk tsk, even if there are 9 people, they'll only be able to survive 1 round. Heaven-Mending Peak only exists in name now. I heard that the Peak Lord of Heaven-Mending Peak came out of seclusion and left. I wonder what he's doing. He's been injured for so many years. Could it be that he feels his time is up? Is that why he's looking for a place to pass away? Don't talk nonsense. We're just disciples. We shouldn't talk about the higher-ups of the sect. Haha, you're right. No matter how weak Si Budian is, he's still a Peak Lord of one of the 12 peaks. Many people were talking about him. Lin Feng could hear a lot of voices. Even though it was chaotic, he could also hear some mocking and disdainful voices. What a tragedy. In the past, when Heaven-Mending Peak had been strong, so many people had tried to join it. Now, Heaven-Mending Peak had declined, but the other disciples were still looking down on them. Look, the Five Elements Peak is here. The Executioner Peak is here too. The new disciples from the other peaks also arrived one after another under the leadership of their respective peaks, causing many exclamations of surprise. Everybody was talking about the geniuses of the other peaks. When all the disciples of the 12 peaks arrived, more than 10 elders flew over and landed on the central arena. They were the higher-ups of the sect. Great Elder Xianxia was in charge of the competition. The first-place winner of the competition will receive a top-quality spirit stone, a top-quality spirit weapon, and an ancient incantation. At the same time, the winner will receive 1,000,000 low-quality spirit stones and all kinds of medicinal pills, including healing pills, cultivation pills, and 16 other types of medicinal pills. Each type of pill will be rewarded with 2,000 pills. Great Elder Xianxia first announced the rewards for the first-place winner of the competition. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. The spirit weapon, incantation, and rewards for the peak were the same as the previous years. There was nothing strange about it. The key was that the first-place winner this year was actually rewarded with a top-quality spirit stone. This was too precious. Because a spirit mine could only produce a few top-quality spirit stones. Sometimes, a spirit mine could not even produce a single top-quality spirit stone. Ordinary people would not be able to see a top-quality spirit stone at all. Top-quality spirit stone. Lin Feng was also very surprised. He had many high-level spirit stones, but he had never seen a top-quality spirit stone. The preciousness of a top-quality spirit stone was unimaginable. If one used a top-quality spirit stone to cultivate, one's cultivation would immediately skyrocket. This sect was really putting in a lot of effort. Then, Great Elder Xianxia announced the rewards for the top 10. Of course, it was much worse than the first place. He also mentioned some rules of the competition. Then, the competition officially began. The first round of the competition, the first match, Supreme Peaks Fang Yan vs Heaven-Mending Peaks Li Qixuan. The Great Elder in charge said. Whoosh! Fang Yan leaped out and landed on the arena. Fang Yan was about 20 years old. He was slender and very handsome. His cultivation was at the 4th firmament of the Martial King realm. When he heard Great Elder Xianxia announce his name, Li Qixuan's face turned slightly pale. He gritted his teeth and also went up to the arena. Li Qixuan had the highest cultivation among the 9 disciples of Heaven-Mending Peak. Like Fang Yan, he was also at the 4th firmament of the Martial King realm. He was also the Heaven-Mending Peak disciple that Xianxia thought was most likely to advance to the second round. At this moment, when she saw Li Qixuan enter the arena, she hoped that Li Qixuan could create a miracle and defeat Supreme Peaks Fang Yan. She hoped that he could advance to the second round and regain some face for Heaven-Mending Peak. Elder Xianxia clenched her fists tightly. It was obvious that she was very nervous at this moment. Begin! Grand Elder Xianxia shouted. Whoosh! Whoosh! Fang Yan and Li Qixuan both moved. The two of them charged at each other. Fang Yan raised his right hand, clenched it into a fist, and punched Li Qixuan. Li Qixuan also punched Fang Yan. Just as their fists were about to collide, Fang Yan suddenly moved to the left. Fang Yan's previous attack was just a feint. Danger, danger, danger. Tian Zhongdao's expression changed slightly. At that moment, Fang Yan arrived behind Li Qixuan. Li Qixuan's expression changed drastically, and he tried to dodge. But it was too late. Fang Yan's palm landed on Li Qixuan's back, and he was sent flying. There was a thump. Li Qixuan fell to the ground, no longer able to fight. They're at the same cultivation level, but the difference is so big? The disciples of Heaven-Repairing Peak are still as useless as before. Many disciples curled their lips. Li Qixuan has too little battle experience. Lin Feng shook his head slightly. It wasn't just battle experience. Lin Feng felt that Li Qixuan's aura was also very weak. Defeated. Elder Xianxia, who was originally a little tense, sighed, and her body went limp. She had hoped that Li Qixuan would be able to break through, but she hadn't expected him to be defeated in such a way. It was deathly pale. Perhaps this is the fate of heaven-repairing peak. Elder Xianxia sighed inwardly. I admit it. Fang Yan cupped his fists and jumped down from the arena. Li Qixuan walked down dejectedly. He really wanted to win, but Li Qixuan didn't know why, but after he went up, his mind went blank, and his body stiffened. Had he become a laughingstock? He didn't know if his fellow disciples would laugh at him. They were at the same cultivation level, but he was defeated in 2 moves. His fellow disciples would laugh at him too, right? Li Qixuan suddenly realized that someone was hugging him. He looked up and saw that it was Lin Feng. He didn't know much about Lin Feng, but he had heard that Lin Feng had stood up for Yu Xiang and clashed with the disciples of 5 Elements Peak. Li Qixuan had a good impression of Lin Feng. Don't lose heart. The path to becoming a powerhouse was destined to be very difficult. What we need to do is to never give up. If we give up on ourselves, who will care about us? Li Qixuan was stunned. He didn't expect someone to comfort him. Looking at Lin Feng's young but determined face, Li Qixuan clenched his fists. That's right. I can't give up. I can't look down on myself. If I look down on myself, who will look up to me? Li Qixuan's eyes became resolute. The competition continued. One by one, the names of the disciples were called out and they went up to the arena to fight. The Alchemy Peak and the Spiritual Array Peak were rather special. They recruited very few disciples each time, and they focused on nurturing their disciples. Therefore, he did not participate in this competition. It was mainly the fights between the disciples of the other 10 mountain peaks. The disciples of the Heaven-Mending Peak went up the stage one after another, but the results were as expected. One by one, the disciples of the Heaven-Mending Peak were defeated. When it was Yu Ziang's turn, Yu Ziang's performance surprised Lin Feng. Although he wasn't a match for his opponent, Yu Ziang did not give up so easily. He rushed up again and again to fight with his opponent. In the end, he was exhausted and defeated. Even the disciples of the Heaven-Mending Peak were very surprised. Was this still the cowardly Yu Ziang? Senior brother. Yu Ziang walked down and looked at Lin Feng with regret. You did very well. Lin Feng said with a smile. Not long after, the second martial king from the Heaven-Mending Peak, Xianxia, also went up the stage. However, she was defeated after a dozen rounds. Boo, Heaven-Mending Peak, looks like the situation is not good. Tian Zhongdao said. Lin Feng nodded. Because there weren't many people from Butian Mountain, only a third of the time had passed. 7 of the 9 disciples from Butian Mountain had already participated, but all of them had failed. Only Lin Feng and Tian Zhongdao were left. However, it was obvious that Lin Feng and Tian Zhongdao were not optimistic either. Lin Feng noticed that Elder Xiaoyunqiu's aura was somewhat dispirited, and he sighed in his heart. Lin Feng admired Elder Xiaoyunqiu. For so many years, when the Peak Master was injured, Elder Xiaoyunqiu had been the only one who had bitterly supported him. She could have left. She wouldn't have had to suffer so much ridicule and humiliation. But she had persevered. All these years, Elder Xiaoyunqiu must have had a hard time. Beheading Peaks Wuxiang versus Heaven-Mending Peaks Lin Feng. At this moment, Great Elder Zhang Quan's voice sounded. The new disciple duel was out. A slender and extremely handsome disciple flew out from the Beheading Peaks side. This person was Beheading Peaks Wuxiang. Wuxiang's martial spirit was a rock giant martial spirit. This kind of martial spirit made Wuxiang's body far stronger than an ordinary person's. His strength and speed could be said to be outstanding among his peers. He was also a disciple that the Beheading Peak thought highly of. When he saw Lin Feng get on the stage, a disdainful expression appeared on Wuxiang's face. In his opinion, he could easily crush a disciple of the Heaven-Mending Peak. That little brat met Wuxiang in the first round. His luck isn't bad. If he meets a disciple of the 5 Elements Peak, we'll teach him a lesson. Said a disciple of the 5 Elements Peak coldly. Si Kongmo also felt that it was a pity. He really wanted to meet Lin Feng and teach him a lesson. He wanted to humiliate Lin Feng, but it seemed that he wouldn't have the opportunity to do so. Wu Xiang has a rock giant martial spirit. Even though he's only at the first celestial layer, his physical body is comparable to a peak martial king. Moreover, his speed is extremely terrifying. That little brat from the heaven-mending peak is only at the 9th celestial layer. He probably won't be able to withstand a single attack from Wu Xiang. Indeed, there's a huge disparity between the two of them. Many people were discussing spiritedly. Senior brother Lin is in danger. Yu Ziang and the others couldn't help but sigh. In the heaven-mending peak, the atmosphere was also filled with despair. Xianxia sighed and lowered his head. He didn't want to see Lin Feng being defeated by Wu Xiang in a single attack. "Little brat, I only need one attack to defeat you," said Wu Xiang disdainfully while looking at Lin Feng. Swish, everybody saw Wu Xiang move. Originally, Wu Xiang and Lin Feng were 20 meters apart, but Wu Xiang was too fast. He arrived in front of Lin Feng and threw a punch at Lin Feng. That little brat from the heaven-mending peak is doomed. Many people were astonished. Wu Xiang's punch was about to hit Lin Feng, but at that moment, everybody saw that Lin Feng had moved slightly to the left. Then, Wu Xiang's punch brushed past Lin Feng's body. It didn't touch Lin Feng at all. Bang! Then, Lin Feng threw a punch at Wu Xiang's abdomen. Ah! Wu Xiang gave a horrible shriek. He clutched his abdomen and fell to the ground. Because of the pain, his body was curled up like a prawn. His whole body was twitching violently. In a flash, the crowd became absolutely silent. Elder Xianxia kept her head lowered as she listened to the discussions of the surrounding disciples. She sighed inwardly, knowing that Lin Feng was no match for Wu Xiang. Today, Elder Xianxia had already seen too many disciples of Mending Tian Peak suffer crushing defeats. Her seemingly strong exterior was already riddled with scars. She really couldn't bear to see Lin Feng suffer such a crushing defeat. But at that moment, Elder Xianxia suddenly realized that the originally noisy square had become absolutely silent. Elder Xianxia couldn't help but think sorrowfully, has Lin Feng been defeated? When she raised her head to look at the stage, Elder Xianxia's eyes widened. Lin Feng was standing on the stage with a faint smile, while the powerful Wu Xiang was lying on the ground, his body twitching violently. It was obvious that he no longer had the strength to fight. What had happened? What had she missed? Damn, isn't that kid's luck too good? Yeah, that kid was scared silly just now, right? He staggered as he dodged Wu Xiang's attack. He was actually lucky enough to dodge it, and then his punch landed on Wu Xiang's body. Isn't Wu Xiang too unlucky? Very quickly, the sound of discussion that shook the heavens rang out. No one believed that Lin Feng had defeated Wu Xiang with his own strength. They all believed that Lin Feng had just been lucky. Heaven Mending Peak's disciple Lin Feng has advanced. Grand Elder Zhang Quan's voice rang out. Only then did Elder Xianxia recover from her shock. Everything was actually true. Heaven Mending Peak's disciple, Lin Feng, had defeated Wu Xiang and advanced to the second round. Elder Xianxia was so excited that her hands were trembling slightly. She had even forgotten the last time a Heaven Mending Peak disciple had advanced to the second round. The disciples of the Heaven Mending Peak let out thunderous cheers. Everyone's faces were filled with pleasant surprise. Lin Feng jumped off the stage. Elder Xianxia walked over and nodded excitedly. Good job. Rest well and prepare for the second round. Okay. Lin Feng nodded. The first round of the competition continued. After about 10 rounds, it was Tanaka's turn to take the stage. Tian Zhongdao's opponent was Supreme Peak's disciple, Lu Fei. Lu Fei was a disciple of the third heaven of the Martial King realm, the same cultivation as Tian Zhongdao. Whoosh. Lu Fei made his move and headed straight for Tian Zhongdao. Lu Fei's speed was very fast. He arrived in front of Tian Zhongdao in an instant and punched towards Tian Zhongdao. Everyone saw 9 shadows of fists appearing and blasting towards Tian Zhongdao. This is the 9 killing fist. He punched out, condensing 9 killing fists. It's a powerful secret technique passed down in the Blue Cloud sect. Lu Fei has only been in the Blue Cloud sect for 3 months, but he's already learned the 9 killing fist. His talent is really amazing. That's right, that disciple from the Heaven Repairing Peak will definitely lose. Many people were discussing and felt that the outcome of this battle was already decided. Wait, just as Lu Fei's powerful attack was about to land on Tian Zhongdao's body, Tian Zhongdao suddenly raised his hands and shouted. What the F***ck, are you serious? He's surrendering without even fighting? As expected of a genius disciple from the heaven-repairing peak. Many people were mocking and ridiculing Tian Zhongdao. The few hundred people from the heaven-repairing peak had ugly expressions on their faces. Xianxia just sighed. She could understand Tian Zhongdao's actions. Maybe he didn't want to put up a meaningless fight. Even though Tian Zhongdao surrendering was humiliating for the heaven-repairing peak, Xianxia didn't blame Tian Zhongdao. The heaven-repairing peak was supposed to protect the new disciples, but it couldn't protect them from the wind and rain. Haha, you know your place. You know you can't defeat me, so you raised your hands and surrendered. Lu Fei stopped punching and laughed in an incomparably proud manner. Who would have thought that Tian Zhongdao would punch him? Bang! His powerful punch landed on Lu Fei's head. Ah! Lu Fei screamed as he fell to the ground and fainted. What's going on? Everyone was dumbstruck. Didn't that guy just surrender? Why did he suddenly make a move and knock Lu Fei out with a punch? This guy. Lin Feng chuckled. Tian Zhongdao's personality was quite fitting. Bastard, you're despicable. Why did you attack when you already surrendered? Asked a Zhiyang Peak disciple angrily. Tian Zhongdao was very excited after defeating Lu Fei, so he stopped stuttering and said, I only said wait, I didn't say I was surrendering. Then why did you raise your hands? Asked a Zhiyang Peak disciple with a gloomy expression. You can't control what other people do. Besides, what's wrong with raising my hands? I just wanted to scratch an itch. After saying that, Tian Zhongdao scratched his right hand with his left hand. Damn, how shameless, how shameless. Many people pointed their middle fingers at Tian Zhongdao. They felt that Lu Fei had been defeated unjustly. The people of Zhiyang Peak were so angry that their faces turned ashen, but they could only suffer in silence. Tian Zhongdao from the heaven-repairing peak wins. Great Elder Zhang Quan's voice sounded. Little brat, don't let me see you. Otherwise, I'll teach you a lesson. The heaven-mending peak disciple who questioned Tian Zhongdao said coldly. That's Wang Gan, right? I heard that he's a third celestial layer martial king, but his spirit is a fire spirit. Once he uses his spirit, he can burn the world with a sea of fire. It's terrifying, whispered a disciple. That's right, it's Wang Gan. He's one of the geniuses this year. There's a good show to watch. If that little brat from the heaven-repairing peak meets Wang Gan, it'll be very interesting. Many people were discussing. Tian Zhongdao jumped off the stage. Xianxia was very happy. Even though she also thought that Tian Zhongdao had won because of a trick, a win was a win. The competition was about the results, it wasn't about the process. Congratulations, brother Tian. Yu Ziang and the others came forward to congratulate him. You're welcome. Tian Zhongdao cupped his fists. Very quickly, the first round of the competition ended and the second round continued. Second round, first battle, Lin Feng from the heaven-repairing peak against Shan Yuxuan from the Zhizun Peak. The voice of the great elder rang out. Huh? I'm the first one? Lin Feng frowned and jumped onto the stage. A disciple in cyan clothes also came out from the Zhizun Peak. The Zhizun Peak was the first peak of the Qingyan sect, so the disciples chosen by the Zhizun Peak were all extremely talented. Shan Yuxuan was one of the best. Shan Yuxuan practiced the rain of sword techniques. His pure qi was as sharp as a sword. Once he used it, it was extremely powerful. Haha, little brat, your luck has run out, said Shan Yuxuan while laughing. He walked towards Lin Feng. Everybody was looking at the battle stage, including the elder of the Godly Soul Peak, Wen Hongyun. She wanted to choose Lin Feng, but she thought that Lin Feng's cultivation level was too low, so she gave up on Lin Feng. In the first round, Wen Hongyun had thought that Lin Feng would lose. She hadn't thought that Lin Feng would win. Now that she saw Lin Feng fight again, she couldn't help but look at the battle stage. Xianxia also looked at the battle stage. Her hands were shaking. She was very nervous. Even though she knew that Lin Feng's chances of winning against Shan Yuxuan were very small, she still hoped that there would be a miracle. "Rain of sword techniques!" shouted Shan Yuxuan in a deep voice. He used the rain of sword techniques. Dense raindrops appeared in the sky and turned into sword qi which shot towards Lin Feng. In a flash, they surrounded Lin Feng. "That little brat is finished." Many disciples cried out in alarm. Shan Yuxuan's endless rain sword art was indeed quite unique. He didn't use a sword. Of course, those raindrops weren't real raindrops, they were condensed from pure qi. The true qi condensed into the shape of rainwater and transformed into sword qi. That was the rain of sword techniques. Obviously, Shan Yuxuan was very cautious. He didn't want anything to happen to Lin Feng again. He wanted to use his strongest attack to defeat Lin Feng in a flash. When they saw Shan Yuxuan's rain of sword techniques, everybody knew that Lin Feng would definitely lose. There was simply no way to dodge the densely packed sword qi. "Sigh," sighed Elder Qiao Qiao. Said Qiao Yinqiao while sighing. Even though he had already predicted the result, he still hoped for a miracle. It seemed like a miracle wouldn't happen. Qiao Yinqiao just hoped that Lin Feng wouldn't get injured. "It seems like he's going to lose," said Elder Wen Hongyun while shaking her head. Immediately after, she stopped paying attention to Lin Feng. She was just looking at the battle that was about to end. "Let's end this," said Shan Yuxuan with a faint smile on his face. That terrifyingly powerful punch had already smashed down. "Alright," Lin Feng stepped forwards and threw a punch. "Is that little brat crazy? He wants to use his fists to block Shan Yuxuan's attack?" Many people cried out in alarm. They looked at Lin Feng as if they were looking at Lin Feng. "Lin Feng, don't resist." Qiao Yinqiao's expression changed drastically. If Lin Feng resisted that attack, he would definitely be injured. But it was too late for her to stop Lin Feng. "That little brat is just courting death," said Si Kong Mo with a cold smile. Many people were looking at Lin Feng in a cold and detached way. That little brat wasn't only talented, but he was also stupid. At that moment, everyone saw Lin Feng using his iron fists to attack Shan Yuxuan. Asterisk clang, asterisk the sound of metal colliding could be heard. Lin Feng punched Shan Yuxuan's sword qi, which was condensed from pure qi, and broke it apart. The power of the punch didn't decrease as it continued to fly towards Shan Yuxuan. "No, that's impossible," shouted Shan Yuxuan in disbelief. He quickly retreated, trying to dodge Lin Feng's punch. But he realized that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't dodge it. In the next moment, Shan Yuxuan felt a huge force ruthlessly hit his abdomen. He almost fainted from the pain. Shan Yuxuan gave a blood-curdling scream and fell to the ground. His face was deathly pale. Because of the pain, his body was slightly twitching. The crowd that had been venting their anger calmed down at that moment. Shan Yuxuan. He was a genius amongst the new disciples, he had been defeated in one move. Shan Yuxuan lost. That kid's physical body is too strong. He actually destroyed Shan Yuxuan's Zhen Qi sword with one punch. Monstrous. He defeated Shan Yuxuan with just his physical body. He didn't even use a single move. Shit. Is that kid using some kind of secret technique to hide his cultivation level? Why didn't the other peaks choose such an amazing person? Heaven Repairing Peak is really lucky. They actually picked up such an amazing person. The entire plaza was in an uproar. In the first round, Lin Feng had defeated Wu Xiang with one punch. Perhaps Lin Feng had been lucky. But what about the second round? Lin Feng had completely crushed Shan Yuxuan. Shan Yuxuan was much stronger than Wu Xiang. Qiao Yinqiao was pleasantly surprised. She had thought that Lin Feng would lose miserably. But now, Lin Feng had defeated Shan Yuxuan with one punch. That was a huge surprise. How is this possible? Wen Hongyun suddenly stood up. Her breathing was ragged. Her huge breasts were moving up and down. She looked very alluring. Wen Hongyun hadn't thought that Lin Feng would be so strong. She had wanted to choose him. Wen Hongyun's intuition told her that Lin Feng wasn't a simple person. But Lin Feng's cultivation level had made her give up on Lin Feng. Now, when Hongyun realized that she had missed out on such an amazing genius. She couldn't help but feel regret. If she had chosen Lin Feng, he would have been a disciple of Divine Soul Peak. Junior brother Lin is mighty. The disciples of Heaven Repairing Peak shouted excitedly when they saw that Lin Feng had defeated Shan Yuxuan in one move. They had been too sullen. They had been looked down upon. They had been bullied. And now, a genius had finally appeared in the Heaven-Mending Peak, a true genius. When the surrounding disciples saw the Heaven-Mending Peak disciples celebrating, they wanted to mock them, but in the end they didn't know how to mock them. This was because the shock that Lin Feng had brought to them had yet to dissipate. Whoosh! Lin Feng jumped off the stage. Elder, I was lucky enough to win the second round. Lin Feng cupped his fists. Elder Xianxia wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes. She was truly moved. A genius disciple had finally appeared in the Heaven-Mending Peak. She patted Lin Feng's shoulder and nodded slightly. Tian Zhongdao and the others gathered around to congratulate Lin Feng on his victory. The competition continued. Then, the disciples of the various peaks continued to make their appearance. As the competition progressed, the battles became more and more intense. Geniuses emerged from the various mountain peaks. Many battles were exceptionally intense. For example, the number 1 geniuses from the Supreme Peak and the Executioner Peak, Li Mingjia, Yang Jian, Sikong Mo, the Wang brothers, and the others were exceptionally powerful. They were able to defeat their opponents with ease. Heaven-Mending Peak disciple Tian Zhongdao versus Utmost Yang Peak disciple Wang Gan. At this moment, Great Elder Zhang Quan's voice rang out. Wang Gan was slightly stunned when he heard this. Then, a cold smile appeared on his face. He leaped out and landed on the stage. They actually drew these two together. Many people were excited. Previously, because Tian Zhongdao had used dishonorable means to win against Lu Fei, the Utmost Yang Peak disciples were furious. And this Wang Gan even said that if Tian Zhongdao met him, he would definitely teach Tian Zhongdao a lesson. In this round, the two of them actually met. They didn't know if it was deliberately arranged, or if it was really a coincidence when they drew lots. But many people felt that it must have been deliberately arranged. Since the top disciples had to avoid the first few rounds, there must be a way to control the drawing of lots for the showdown. Therefore, it wasn't difficult to arrange Tian Zhongdao and Wang Gan together in this round. Whoosh! Tian Zhongdao also jumped onto the stage. Let's see how this kid will resist Senior Wang's attack. Many Utmost Yang Peak disciples sneered. The disciples of the other peaks didn't think Tian Zhongdao would win either. This was because Wang Gan's innate talent was terrifying. He could definitely rank in the top 50 among this year's new disciples. Kid, do you feel fear? Wang Gan walked towards Tian Zhongdao step by step. His voice was extremely cold. In Wang Gan's hand, a fireball was condensing. Because of Wang Qian's martial soul, he could easily condense fireballs to attack from a distance. Wang Gan's opponents couldn't even get close to him before they were hit by his fireballs. They couldn't die. They had to be seriously injured. With the appearance of the fireball, the surrounding temperature also became scorching hot. Wang Gan was the first genius to show his innate talent. The higher-ups of the peaks who were watching nodded. Wang Gan's innate talent was astonishing. What a terrifying chi! Look, the fireball in Wang Gan's hand is getting bigger and bigger. The fireball's power is still increasing. Many people exclaimed in shock. Their faces were full of shock. As for Tianbu Peak, whether it was Elder Xianxia or the ordinary disciples, they were all looking at the stage with dignified expressions. Lin Feng rubbed his chin and looked at Tian Zhongdao thoughtfully. I. 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 I don't feel fear, said Tian Zhongdao. Is Tian Zhongdao so scared that he can't speak? Don't you know? That guy is a stutterer. Sometimes, he doesn't stutter, but it's rare. Some disciples were discussing. Since it's that way, I'll show you what fear is. Wang Gan's voice suddenly became serious. As soon as he finished speaking, the fireball in his hand flew out. The fireball shot toward Tian Zhongdao at lightning speed. It contained a terrifying destructive power. One could only imagine how much damage he would suffer if he was hit by it. Soar. Facing the incoming fireball, Tian Zhongdao bellowed in his heart. Following that, everyone saw Tian Zhongdao's body soar into the sky. When he arrived in midair, he successfully dodged the fireball's attack. He's using a Buddhist robe to fly? What an idiot. Even though he can fly with the help of a Buddhist robe, his movements will be restricted in the air. He's like a live target. Many people looked at Tian Zhongdao with disdain. Even Wang Qian thought so as well. The corners of his mouth curled into a sinister sneer. Boom boom boom, at the next moment, Wang Qian sent out flaming light balls one after another, blasting them toward Tian Zhongdao. Look, that little boy is going to die from the fireballs. Many people shouted loudly. No, that's not right. Tian Zhongdao isn't using a Buddhist robe because he's not wearing a Buddhist robe. He's using his own body to soar into the air. Lin Feng looked at Tian Zhongdao. He was astonished. He hadn't even reached the yin-yang layer. How could he use his own body to soar into the air? He didn't understand. Lin Feng stared at Tian Zhongdao. The densely packed fireballs were hurtling towards Tian Zhongdao. Moonwalk. Tian Zhongdao continued to shout in his heart. His right foot drew a crescent moon pattern. In the next moment, a powerful force pushed against Tian Zhongdao's right leg. Tian Zhongdao's body shot out and dodged the first fireball. Then, Tian Zhongdao's left leg drew a semicircle. His body shot out again in the air and dodged the second fireball. What's that? Lin Feng was astonished. It's a physical skill, said Zhou Pengkuan. He was astonished. The elders from the other mountain peaks could tell that Tian Zhongdao's flight and dodging were not done with the help of his dermic robes, but through his own body techniques. Swoosh swoosh, Tian Zhongdao's speed was too fast. He kept bouncing in the air, dodging Wang Gan's dense fireballs. Then, he arrived in front of Wang Gan. Leg attack! Shouted Tian Zhongdao. He kicked Wang Gan with his right foot. What? Wang Gan didn't even have time to react. Bang! A moment later, Wang Gan was sent flying by Tian Zhongdao. Wang Qian lost? At that moment, the spectating disciples realized that Wang Qian had actually lost. How did that guy dodge Wang Qian's attack? How did Wang Qian lose? Wang Qian's cultivation is so strong, how could he have fainted from a single hit? Many people were confused. They even felt that Wang Qian's defeat was inexplicable. These disciples didn't understand the power of Tian Zhongdao's soaring, moonwalk, and leg attack. However, the elders could see it. I remember that kid's name is Tian Zhongdao, right? It's a kitchen knife martial spirit. His talent is too poor. Supreme Peak Elder Ning Xingtian shook his head. But the set of physical skills he's cultivating isn't simple at all, Gong Ziming said. Zhou Pengkuan said disdainfully, physical skills are just a small trick. The elders nodded. At their level, they looked down on physical skills. Heaven-mending peak disciple Tian Zhongdao wins. Great Elder Zhang Quan's voice rang out. Junior Tian is mighty. Many disciples from Tian Zhongdao shouted excitedly. Tian Zhongdao chuckled and jumped off the stage. This brat does have some skills. I really underestimated him back then. Yu Zige and Tian Zhongdao had old grudges. His cold eyes stared at Tian Zhongdao. Old Tian, you're amazing. Lin Feng gave him a thumbs up. Tian Zhongdao scratched his head and said, I was just lucky. Compared to you, Lin Feng, I'm far, far from you. You've learned to be humble. Lin Feng hammered Tian Zhongdao's chest. Elder Xianxia was delighted. She hadn't expected Tian Zhongdao to give her such a big surprise. She said, the following matches will be more and more difficult. You can't be careless. Yes, disciple understands. Lin Feng and Tian Zhongdao said hurriedly. The grand competition gradually progressed. What shocked everyone was the performance of Lin Feng and Tian Zhongdao. They were so steady that they could sweep through their opponents. What kind of luck did Tian Zhongdao have this year? You actually managed to recruit two such powerful fellows. Look at the other mountain elders, their faces are turning green. Anyone would feel depressed if they missed out on such a genius, right? Lin Feng fought 6 rounds with his fists, and Tian Zhongdao used physical skills to defeat his opponents. We can't say whether they're geniuses or not. After all, they haven't shown any other abilities. That's right, having a strong physical body and powerful physical skills doesn't mean that they are talented. If their talent is average, they won't be able to go far on the path of cultivation. Many disciples were discussing. However, Lin Feng and Tian Zhongdao had shocked them time and time again. Lin Feng had relied on his iron fists to fight his way into the top 12. Tian Zhongdao, on the other hand, had also made it into the top 12 with his physical skills. Apart from the Supreme Peak, which had 2 spots in the top 12, only the Heaven-Mending Peak had 2 spots in the top 12. When the results came out, almost everyone couldn't believe it was true. In the previous competitions, the Heaven-Mending Peak's disciples had never made it into the top 12. They hadn't even been able to pass the first round, but this time, 2 of them had made it into the top 12. It was unimaginable. The Heaven-Mending Peak's disciples were so excited that their faces turned red. Elder Xianxia's face was also filled with joy. It was different from the previous year's disappointment and sadness. This year, Elder Xianxia was pleasantly surprised. Elder Xianxia had forgotten how many years it had been since he had felt so proud. The top 12, come on stage. We'll draw lots and the winner will enter the top 6. Great Elder Zhang Quan's voice sounded. After that, the top 12 walked onto the stage. They were the Supreme Peaks Li Mingjia and Zhang Lei. Beheading Path Peak Xiangjian. 5 Elements Peak Si Kong Mo Fog City Peak Shu Zaij. 4 Extremes Peak Shui Shui Tao. Zhiyang Peak Shui Shui Jia. Godly Soul Peaks Gu Shao. Divine Sword Peaks Wu Ku. Suyu Peaks Zhu Zhanghao. Heaven-Mending Peaks Lin Feng and Tian Zhongdao. Kid, pray you don't meet me. Si Kong Mo sneered at Lin Feng. Oh? Do you think you're very strong? Lin Feng looked at Si Kong Mo indifferently. You'll know the difference between us then. Si Kong Mo's expression was ice-cold and extremely arrogant. Lin Feng nodded and said, I'm looking forward to it. Many people were excited to see Lin Feng and Si Kong Mo facing off against each other. If those two really fought, it would be very exciting. To see if Lin Feng was a real genius, they would have to see how many moves Lin Feng could take against Si Kong Mo. Soon, the results of the draw were out. Lin Feng against Si Kong Mo, Li Mingjia against Shui Wentao. Zhu Zhanghao against Wu Ku. Zhang Lei against Yang Jian. Shui Wenjia against Gu Shao. Tian Zhongdao against Yu Zaij. Haha, what a good draw. Yu Zaij laughed sinisterly. He looked at Tian Zhongdao with a sneer. Tian Zhongdao frowned but didn't say anything. Si Kong Mo looked at Lin Feng gloatingly. It seems like you're not very lucky, said Si Kong Mo, smiling. Lin Feng ignored Si Kong Mo and walked towards the center of the arena. The first round was between him and Si Kong Mo. The first round will be between Lin Feng and Si Kong Mo. The rest of you, go and get ready, said Elder Zhang Quan. Yes. The other 10 people walked down from the arena and looked at Lin Feng and Si Kong Mo. They wanted to see who their future opponents were. At the same time, all the elders looked at Lin Feng and Si Kong Mo. They also wanted to see if Lin Feng was really talented. And it was only the strength of his physical body. If it was just his physical strength, he wouldn't be able to go far in the future. Xiaoyunqiu looked at the arena nervously. She was even more nervous than when she had first participated in the competition. She really hoped that Lin Feng could continue to create miracles. However, it was extremely difficult to win against a genius like Si Kong Mo. Elder Xiaoyunqiu was very clear about this. 3,000 weak water martial spirit, I want to see how strong your martial spirit is, said Lin Feng. Said Lin Feng looking at Si Kong Mo. Si Kong Mo looked at Lin Feng disdainfully and said, who do you think you are? Do you think you can make me use my 3,000 weak water spirit? Boom. Si Kong Mo dashed towards Lin Feng. Swoosh, Si Kong Mo suddenly split into 7. The 7 Si Kong Mo's dashed towards Lin Feng. Oh my god, what kind of technique is that? Which one is the real Si Kong Mo? Si Kong Mo is too strong. Lin Feng will definitely lose. He won't even be able to withstand a single attack. Many people exclaimed in shock when they saw Sikong Mo split into 7. Xianxia's face turned pale. When she saw Sikong Mo's powerful secret skill, she knew that the tiny wish in her heart was about to be shattered. How could Lin Feng be Sikong Mo's opponent? It's over. The 7 Sikong Mo said coldly. They all dashed towards Lin Feng and attacked him with their fists. It was hard to tell if they were real or fake. Even the elders of the Supreme Peak, Beheading Path Peak, and other peaks gasped in shock. Clearly, Sikong Mo's secret technique shocked and moved them. The 7 Sikong Mo's instantly arrived in front of Lin Feng and attacked him. Everyone knew that everything was about to end. Even if the battle had just begun. Boom, at that moment, Lin Feng moved. A terrifying aura burst out from Lin Feng's body. The aura was like a sharp sword piercing through the air. It seemed to have condensed into something solid. Force. This was Lin Feng's force. When that powerful aura spread out, Yi Zichen was shocked. The 7 Sikong Mo's were enveloped by it. Bang! Bang! Next, the Sikong Mo's exploded one by one. Only the real Sikong Mo's was left. He looked at Lin Feng in shock. Sikong Mo, who do you think you are? How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? Shouted Lin Feng icily. He released the strength of 100,000 cultivators of the star of the sky. The powerful aura hit Sikong Mo's body. Bang! Sikong Mo felt as if his body had been smashed by a huge ancient mountain. Wah! In the next moment, Sikong Mo spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. He fell on the stage with a thud and lay there motionless. He was seriously injured by Lin Feng's aura and fainted. Time seemed to have stopped at that moment. Everyone's face was filled with astonishment. Wen Hongyun, an elder of the Divine Soul Peak, looked astonished, disbelieving, and annoyed. She had been the only one who had thought that Lin Feng wasn't simple. She was an elder of the Divine Soul Peak and focused on soul cultivation. With a strong soul, one's godly consciousness was much stronger. Therefore, Wen Hongyun had faintly sensed that Lin Feng was extraordinary, but she wasn't sure. Lin Feng's cultivation level wasn't high, so she had given up on Lin Feng. Only now did Elder Wen Hongyun realize how wrong her decision had been. She even had a faint feeling that she had made a wrong decision. That wrong decision might be the most serious mistake of his life. He won. It was unknown who shouted. Then, the sound of someone shouting filled the entire square. Lin Feng has condensed force. He's a monster. A peerless monster. Many cultivators at the yin-yang layer can't comprehend force, but he's a mere general. He's incredible. Countless people were shouting in astonishment. The elders of the Sovereign Peak, the Beheading Path Peak, and the other peaks were also staring at Lin Feng in astonishment. Everybody was asking themselves the same question: why didn't they choose Lin Feng back then? Deep regret began to pervade the hearts of these elders. They looked back at the geniuses they had chosen. Compared to Lin Feng, they could only be considered trash. Long live junior brother Lin. The disciples of the heaven-repairing peak started shouting, especially the older disciples. It seemed like they wanted to vent their frustrations over the years. The disciples of the heaven-repairing peak were celebrating. Many disciples began to feel a little envious. Good, very good. A peerless genius has appeared in our heaven-repairing mountain. Elder Xiaoyunqiu's face was glowing. Lin Feng jumped off the arena. Some people carried the unconscious Sikong Mo away. However, the strength that Lin Feng displayed still deeply shocked the others. This was especially true for the top 12 geniuses. Although Sikong Mo wasn't at his strongest when he fainted, he still had a serious expression on his face. But Lin Feng had used force to oppress Sikong Mo. Sikong Mo had been severely injured. That was enough to explain many things. Who would dare to say that they could win against Lin Feng? Everyone regarded Lin Feng as a great enemy. Great Elder Zhang Quan's voice rang out. The second round, Li Mingjie from the Supreme Peak versus Shui Tao from the Four Extremities Peak. Whoosh! Next, Li Mingjie and Shui Wentao leaped onto the stage. Li Mingjie was once considered the number one genius. His sea-rising bright moon martial soul was a variant martial soul. As long as it was a variant martial spirit, it usually represented strength. Shui Wentao wasn't simple either. He had a thunderbolt martial soul. This thunderbolt martial soul was one of the most destructive martial souls. The battle between Li Mingjie and Shui Wentao was brilliant. Both of them were geniuses. It was hard to tell who had the upper hand. In the end, Li Mingjie summoned her Sea Rising Bright Moon martial soul to suppress Shui Wentao. Shui Wentao let out a long cry and summoned his thunderbolt martial soul. In the air, terrifying thunderbolts intertwined. The two sides collided again and again. Shui Wentao is young. He doesn't have enough strength and experience. He's probably going to lose this battle. Lin Feng muttered. Tian Zhongdao nodded. He could also see that although Shui Wentao was terrifyingly talented, he was only 16 years old after all. There was a gap between his cultivation and Li Mingjie's. As expected, after half an hour, Shui Wentao couldn't hold on anymore and was defeated by Li Mingjie. Junior brother Shui, thank you for letting me win. Li Mingjie panted slightly. She had used up a lot of energy to defeat Shui Wentao. Senior sister is more skilled. I admire you. Shui Wentao cupped his fists. In the third round, Suyu Peak, Zhu Jinghao vs Divine Sword Peak, Wu Ku. Zhu Jinghao's martial soul was the sky-dominating Divine Blade martial soul. It was the most violent tool martial soul. Wu Ku's martial soul was the Heavenly Sword. This martial soul was also extremely powerful. Both of them had tool martial souls. The battle was extremely intense. In the end, Wu Ku narrowly defeated Zhu Jinghao with one move. In the fourth round, Supreme Peak Zhang Lei vs Beheading Peak Xiang Jian. Zhang Lei's martial soul was the Azure Dragon martial soul. It was a famous martial soul among the beast martial souls. Yang Jian's martial soul was the three-headed giant spirit martial soul. It was also a terrifying martial soul. Both of them were good at cultivating their physical bodies. This battle could be said to be extremely intense, even the arena was shaken to the point of cracking. In the end, Zhang Lei summoned the Azure Dragon. On the other hand, Yang Jian summoned his three-headed Titan martial soul. The two terrifying martial souls collided and the ground shook violently. In the end, Yang Jian was stronger and defeated Zhang Lei. In the fifth round, Zhiyang Peak, Shui Wenjie vs Divine Soul Peak, Gu Xiao. Shui Wenjie's martial soul was the lightning martial soul. Gu Xiao's martial soul was a strange black mist martial soul. The black mist martial soul emitted a black mist that covered the sky. Once Gu Xiao was covered by the black fog martial spirit, he could hide inside it. However, Shui Wenjie's lightning martial soul suppressed Gu Xiao's black mist martial soul. In this battle, Shui Wenjie won. In the sixth round, it was Tian Zhongdao vs Yuzai of Misty Capital Peak. These two people had a deep grudge. Tian Zhongdao was miserably tricked by Yuzai and even his family heirloom, the Bloodstone Jade, was stolen. When Tian Zhongdao wanted to take revenge on Yuzai, he kicked Yuzai in the face and sent him flying. How could Yuzai, the young master of an aristocratic family, endure such humiliation? He couldn't wait to cut Tian Zhongdao into 1,000 pieces. Therefore, the battle between these two people could be said to be tit for tat. I'm thinking about how to torture you when I step on you. Yuzai's face was filled with a sinister smile. Regarding this battle, almost all the elders of the peaks thought that Yuzai would win. This wasn't without reason. Tian Zhongdao had always relied on his physical skills to reach the top 12. However, Tian Zhongdao's martial soul was a very low-level kitchen knife martial soul. Against Yuzai, who had the rain martial soul, he was at a disadvantage. Junior Tian is in danger. In the crowd, Jingping slightly frowned. The other disciples of the Heaven-Mending Peak also slightly sighed. Even though his physical skills were strong, against Yuzai's rain martial soul, even the strongest physical skills would lose their power. Boom! At that moment, a terrifying qi was emitted from Yuzai's body. Tian Zhongdao and Yuzai's battle started. Yuzai was the first to attack. He charged straight at Tian Zhongdao. His body was like a dragon. Above Yuzai, a giant dragon appeared, bearing its fangs and claws. Dragon attack. Yuzai sneered. In a flash, he arrived in front of Tian Zhongdao and fiercely punched towards Tian Zhongdao's chest. Tian Zhongdao didn't react at all. What a terrifying attack. Quickly look, Tian Zhongdao is scared silly. Many people were astonished. Tian Zhongdao's defeat was within everyone's expectations, but they didn't think that he would lose in such a cowardly manner. Yu Zai's attack was about to hit him, but he didn't react at all. How was he going to fight? Was he going to be defeated by Yu Zai in one move? Yu Zai's dragon strike was about to hit Tian Zhongdao's body, but at that moment, Tian Zhongdao suddenly flew into the air. Physical skill, soaring. Bang. Yu Zai's attack landed where Tian Zhongdao was originally standing, but Tian Zhongdao had already dodged in the blink of an eye. Therefore, Yu Zai's attack landed in the air. Not good. Yu Zai's expression suddenly changed. He wanted to retreat. But it was too late. Moon step. Tian Zhongdao quickly arrived in front of Yu Zai in midair. Leg kill. Then, his right leg suddenly kicked out. Iron Lock River. At that moment of danger, Yu Zai's hands were in front of him. Tian Zhongdao's attack fiercely hit Yu Zai's arms. Yu Zai was immediately sent flying. Clang. Yu Zai fiercely fell on the stage and rolled a dozen times before stopping. What a terrifying reaction speed. He completed a physical skill in the blink of an eye. Cutting Path Peak Elder Zhou Pengkuan was shocked. Ningxing Tian said, "This Tian Zhongdao is very smart. He knows that physical skills are suitable for close combat, so he didn't make a move. He waited for Yu Zai to arrive in front of him before making a move. His temperament and his use of physical skills are very shocking." Xingyu sneered and said, "Physical skills are nothing. Wait until Yu Zai uses his martial spirit. Tian Zhongdao will be crushed." Yu Zai was a disciple of Wudu Peak. As an elder of Wudu Peak, Xingyu would naturally speak up for him. Although they didn't like Elder Xingyu's arrogant tone, the other elders still agreed with Elder Xingyu's words. Once Yu Zai brought out his rain martial spirit, Tian Zhongdao would only be able to passively take a beating. Middle Path's grasp of battle timing is impeccable. Lin Feng was astonished when he saw Tian Zhongdao's rising in the air, moon steps, and kick attack. It was a perfect combination of 3 attacks. Lin Feng was astonished. The rest of the disciples were also shocked to see what was happening in the ring. Originally, everyone thought that Tanaka-do would be defeated easily, but who would have thought that in the first exchange, it was actually Tian Zhongdao who injured Yu Zai. However, even though Tian Zhongdao repelled Yu Zai, not many people believed that Tian Zhongdao could win this battle. This was because Yu Zai's martial soul was too powerful. On the other hand, Tian Zhongdao's martial soul was only a kitchen knife martial soul. This was the first time many of them had heard of such a martial soul. Clearly, this kitchen knife martial soul wasn't a powerful martial soul. "Brat, you pissed me off." Yu Zai crawled up from the ground. His face was slightly twisted. His eyes were filled with malice as he looked at Tian Zhongdao. Anger, endless fury, Yu Zai even had the urge to kill someone. In front of tens of thousands of disciples, elders, and attendants, he was sent flying with a kick. This was a great humiliation. For a disciple like Yu Zai, this was an unbearable blow. Boom. Yu Zai's dantian emitted a terrifying fluctuation. It was obvious that Yu Zai had started to activate his martial soul. Yu Zai's martial soul was the rain martial soul. It was an extremely terrifying martial soul. "It's raining." It was unknown who said this. As expected, rain fell from the sky. It was drizzling, it wasn't dense enough. "It's the rain martial soul," someone exclaimed. Everyone's eyes were on Yu Zai. This was the rain martial soul, Yu Zai's ultimate move. Buzz. Suddenly, the ring emitted a cold chi. The raindrops that were falling down started to tremble slightly. Every time they trembled, they seemed to be increasing their strength. Shwa. A cold light rushed out. A drop of rain turned into a sword chi and instantly attacked Tian Zhongdao. The rain martial soul is starting to show its power. Many disciples cried out in surprise. Even the elders of the various peaks were staring at Yu Zai's rain martial spirit. They had only heard of the rain martial spirit, but had never seen it before. Now, it was time to observe the wonders of Yu Ziji's martial spirit. Blade light. Tian Zhongdao shouted coldly. Whoosh. The light in Tian Zhongdao's Dantian soared into the sky. Dense saber lights shot out. It collided with Yu Zai's sword chi. Clang clang clang, a series of clanging sounds could be heard, as if weapons were clashing. Eh? Tian Zhongdao's kitchen knife martial soul can condense so many knife lights? The elders were puzzled. Such a trashy martial soul shouldn't be able to display such powerful combat strength. They were all puzzled. Elder Xianxia was very excited to see Tian Zhongdao's astonishing battle prowess. Squall. Yu Zai shouted loudly. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the wind began to howl. Along with the strong wind. In an instant, the area covered by the arena was covered by torrential rain. Yu Ziga pushed his rain martial spirit to the extreme. The rain became denser. An earth-shattering attack enveloped the heaven and earth. It was incomparably terrifying. Blade net. Tian Zhongdao shouted coldly. His body was surrounded by a dense net of knives. That net of knives was completely condensed out of the saber lights. Soar. Tian Zhongdao flew into the air. Moon step. He used the net of knives to protect himself and quickly rushed towards Yu Zigo. Very quickly, he arrived in front of Yu Zigo. Everyone was nervously watching the battle. Tian Zhongdao didn't seem to be as trashy as everyone thought. Tian Zhongdao's kitchen knife martial soul was also quite strange. It didn't seem to be a simple kitchen knife martial soul. Seeing Tian Zhongdao rushing towards him, Yu Ziji's face revealed a cold smile. Eat my 360 swords. As his voice fell, the dense rainwater in front of Yu Zai actually condensed into a giant sword. There were a total of 365 swords. Every single one of the giant swords exuded a terrifying power. Feeling the power of those swords, many people's faces became pale. 365 swords directly rushed towards Tian Zhongdao. My rain martial spirit can at most condense 10,000 swords. But right now, my cultivation isn't high enough. I can only condense 365 swords. But against you, it's enough. Yu Ziji's cold voice suddenly resounded. That guy from the heaven repairing peak is finished. Many disciples looked at the 365 swords in shock. The 365 swords were about to hit Tian Zhongdao's body. Tian Zhongdao, who was in the air, had no way to dodge. But at that moment, Shua. News of Tian Zhongdao's death spread silently. The 365 swords all exploded in the air. In the next moment, Tian Zhongdao silently appeared in front of Yu Zigo. No, that's impossible. How could he disappear? Yu Ziga roared in disbelief. He suddenly felt the sound of something breaking through the air. He turned around and saw Tian Zhongdao's fist rushing towards him. Bang! That powerful fist landed on Yu Ziji's face. Wah! Yu Ziga spat out a mouthful of blood. That blood was mixed with his teeth. Clang! Shocked gazes fell on Tanaka Dao, who was panting slightly in the ring. Yu Zai was defeated. He was defeated by Tian Zhongdao. And he was defeated in such a humiliating way. Many people still couldn't believe that this was real. Similar to the shock of the ordinary disciples, the elders of the Supreme Peak, beheading Dao Peak, and the other peaks all stood up. Their eyes were wide open as they stared at Tian Zhongdao's Dantian. The light in Tian Zhongdao's Dantian was quickly dissipating. But they still saw it. 2 rays of light, what did this mean? Twin martial spirits, you actually have the legendary twin martial spirits. Supreme Peak Elder Ning Xingtian said with a trembling voice. Ah, twin martial spirits? All the disciples were shocked. They had naturally heard of twin martial spirits. Under normal circumstances, cultivators only had one martial spirit. Even Lin Feng, who had evolved as martial spirit twice, only had one martial spirit, which was the devouring martial spirit. Because of the evolution of his martial spirit, Lin Feng had 5 devouring martial spirits. But there was a kind of person who didn't have one martial spirit. They had 2 martial spirits. This was the legendary twin martial spirits. Twin martial spirits were extremely rare. Even in the 3,000 prefectures of the Tianwu continent, it was difficult to find a twin martial soul. But those who had twin martial spirits were definitely geniuses among geniuses. Li Mingjie and the others were also very talented, but in front of Tian Zhongdao's twin martial spirits, they were simply incomparable. He actually has twin martial spirits. Elder Xianxia's expression was one of wild joy. Lin Feng had already brought her too many surprises. Elder Xianxia didn't expect that other than Lin Feng, Tian Zhongdao would also bring her such a big surprise. That's right, I have a second martial spirit, which is the invisibility martial spirit. Tian Zhongdao said. Hiss. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The invisibility martial spirit. It was actually the dark martial spirit. Among all the types of martial spirits, the dark martial spirit was the most terrifying. Huff huff huff, the elders of the Supreme Peak, Cutting Path Peak, and the other peaks were breathing rapidly. They knew what twin martial spirits meant. Why didn't I choose Tian Zhongdao back then? These elders were so depressed that they were about to vomit blood. Lin Feng. Tanaka Dao, they were the two most terrifying people among this batch of freshmen. He had actually missed all of them. At the thought of this, all the mountain elders had the urge to find a wall and kill themselves. Tian Zhongdao jumped down from the ring. Lin Feng noticed that something was wrong with Tian Zhongdao. He quietly reached out his hand to support Tian Zhongdao. What's going on? Lin Feng whispered. Initially, I only had the first layer of the invisibility spirit, and that was when I didn't attack. But a moment ago, in order to dodge Yu Zai's attacks, I had to use the second layer of the invisibility spirit to dodge Yu Zai's 365 sword attacks. To me, that was extremely exhausting. Tian Zhongdao said with a pale face. Take a rest. Lin Feng said. Tian Zhongdao nodded and closed his eyes to rest. Elder Xianxia could also see that something was wrong with Tian Zhongdao's body. He couldn't help but worry. After Lin Feng explained the situation, Elder Xianxia calmed down. Elder Zhangquan said, the top 6 have been decided. They are Tian Mending Peak's disciples, Lin Feng and Tian Zhongdao, Supreme Peak's disciples, Li Mingjie, Divine Sword Peak's disciple, Wu Ku, Cutting Path Peak's disciple, Yang Jian, and Extreme Yang Peak's disciple, Shui Wenjie. Tian Zhongdao quickly recovered. After an hour, Elder Xianxia looked at Tian Zhongdao and asked, how do you feel? Tian Zhongdao sighed and said, I'm afraid. I'm afraid. It'll be difficult to participate in the battle. You've already done very well, don't feel burdened. Elder Xianxia said. Tian Zhongdao nodded. Elder Xianxia said, Tian Zhongdao has been injured during the battle, so he has to withdraw from the final battle. Hua, immediately, the crowd burst into cheers. If Tian Zhongdao withdrew from the final battle, then one of the top 6 disciples would have a chance. Elder Zhangquan said, Tian Zhongdao has withdrawn, so the 12 peaks will now send new disciples to participate in the final battle. The final winner will enter the top 6 and participate in the final battle. Tian Mending Peak didn't send any disciples, because apart from Lin Feng and Tian Zhongdao, no one else could win. Yao Peak and Lingzhen Peak didn't send anyone either. In this way, only the disciples from the 9 peaks would participate in the battle for the last spot. This time, the battle was controlled, and one person would draw lots in the first round. After the top 5 were chosen, the second round would draw lots of people, and 3 people would be selected. The last 2 disciples would fight against each other, and the winner would fight against the other. After an intense battle, the disciple of the 4 extreme peaks, Shui Wentao, obtained the final victory. Although Shui Wentao was only 16 years old, his thunderbolt martial spirit was extremely terrifying. During the 12-6 round, he had only lost to Li Mingjie. Thus, the top 6 were decided. Tian Mending Peak's disciple Lin Feng. Jizun Peak's disciple Li Mingjie. Dao Beheading Peak's disciple Yang Jian. Yang Peak's disciple Shui Wenjie. For Extreme Peak's disciple Shui Wentao. Divine Sword Peak's disciple Wu Ku. The final battle is about to begin. The top 6, come on stage. Great Elder Zhang Quan shouted in a deep voice. Swoosh, the top 6 all flew towards the arena. In the past, the top 3 would be decided first, then one person would draw lots while the other 2 would fight against each other. The winner would fight against the loser. Before this year's competition, the patriarch gathered us elders to discuss the rules for the top 6. In the past, the top 6 would fight against each other, but this year, the patriarch changed the rules. The other elders nodded. The rest of the elders nodded slightly. Obviously, they already knew about this. The rules changed? What rules? All the disciples were confused. The new rules are a battle royale between the top 6, said Elder Xianxia. Ah? A battle royale? Everybody was astonished. Nobody had thought that it would be a battle royale. A battle royale between the top 6? Didn't that mean they could join hands with others? A battle royale between the top 6. Anyone can join hands with others until the last person is standing on the arena. As expected, Elder Xianxia continued to explain the rules for the final battle. It was too cruel. A battle royale between the top 6 was much crueler than a one-on-one battle royale. Immemorial and the others couldn't help but frown. Everyone looked at the people around them with vigilant expressions. Lin Feng's expression didn't change. No matter what the rules were, as a disciple, he couldn't refuse them. Let's start the final battle. After Great Elder Xianxia finished speaking, he quickly retreated. Immemorial and the others glanced at each other. Swish. Swish, swish. Immemorial, Yang Jian, Shui Wentao, Shui Wenjia, and Wuke quickly separated and surrounded Lin Feng. Those 5 people want to join hands and get rid of Lin Feng, said Lin Feng. Seeing this scene, many people sucked in a breath of cold air. The elders of the other peaks watched the battle coldly. They had never thought that a dark horse like Lin Feng would appear. In their opinion, the top geniuses of the other peaks should be on par with each other. That was why the battle royale was more exciting and dangerous. Of course, it was also more cruel. However, Lin Feng's strength wasn't very clear, but he was definitely a threat to everyone. The rest of the geniuses couldn't be like what the elders had imagined. They would definitely choose to eliminate Lin Feng, who was a huge threat to everyone. That was why it was 5 against 1. Despicable. Elder Xianxia's face was ashen, but she was also helpless. She didn't have the ability to change the direction of the battle. It seems like the 5 geniuses will have to deal with Lin Feng first. That's right. Lin Feng is too big of a threat. If they don't deal with him quickly, the 5 geniuses will be greatly restricted. Many people were discussing spiritedly. The disciples of the Heaven-Mending Peak were looking at Lin Feng with worry. This battle was too troublesome for Lin Feng. 1 against 5, this was a situation where he would lose without a doubt. Lin Feng raised his eyes and looked at the 5 geniuses. Do you want to fight me together? The 5 geniuses didn't say anything. Although they felt that even if they won, it wouldn't be an honorable victory, but so what? The purpose of the competition was to fight for first place. Others would only remember the winner, not the loser. Whoosh, the 5 geniuses moved. Immemorial used soft bone-twisting fist, aiming for Lin Feng's chest. Wild lightning fist. Shui Wentao roared, and his fist was surrounded by lightning energy. Lightning fist. Shui Wenjia roared, and purple lightning intertwined around him. He also threw a punch at Lin Feng. Dragon traversing heaven and earth. Yang Jian roared, and his body jumped out. His back suddenly swayed, and he was like a dragon emerging from the sea. He used all the strength in his body to instantly explode with a terrifying attack, ruthlessly attacking Lin Feng. Bright Moon Sword Qi. As for Wu Ke, he waved his right hand and slashed out Sword Qi. The Sword Qi shot out in all directions, and the faint silhouette of a bright moon could be vaguely seen. Such might was truly astonishing. They've made their move, he won't be defeated instantly, right? That's possible. After all, 5 geniuses are ganging up on him. Many people cried out in alarm. All the elders widened their eyes and stared at the battle on the stage, not daring to miss any action. 5 small fries dare to be so fierce? Lin Feng sneered. Many people were dumbfounded. Being besieged by 5 geniuses, this guy actually dared to ridicule them as 5 small fries. Do you think the 5 geniuses will let you off after angering them like this? This fellow. Elder Xianxia didn't know whether to laugh or cry at Lin Feng's words. However, she found that Lin Feng was indeed too calm. At that moment, Elder Xianxia suddenly recalled something the Peak Lord had said to her before leaving. "If I don't come back, you have to protect Lin Feng no matter what." At that time, Elder Xianxia hadn't understood the Peak Lord's meaning. Now, he seemed to have vaguely understood something. "You're courting death." The 5 geniuses roared furiously, each of them pushing their attacks to the limit. They naturally had reason to be angry. Yet, Lin Feng had actually called them small fries. The 5 geniuses also knew that Lin Feng had done this on purpose. He'd said this to infuriate them. But even though they knew that Lin Feng had done this on purpose, they still didn't care. The 5 geniuses were still incomparably furious. They had been successfully infuriated. Right now, the 5 geniuses only wanted to teach Lin Feng a lesson. They wanted him to know how foolish it was to underestimate them, and how disastrous the price he would have to pay. Raging winds billowed. Wild winds howled through the mountains and rivers. I laughed to the heavens. His aura suppressed everything. Lin Feng shouted. Boom, everyone could feel an incomparably terrifying force emanating from Lin Feng's body. It was to sweep away all obstacles. It was domineering and fearless. It was to fight against the heavens and the earth. It was a kind of invincible momentum with me as the Tao. This was force. Force was different from force. Lin Feng had killed his way out of an army of thousands. Thus, he had comprehended force. His force had a kind of iron-blooded, fearless temperament. This kind of force was also the most suitable for battle. Bang 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 bang, everyone heard a series of muffled sounds of collisions. One figure after another was sent flying out. It's the 5 geniuses. How is this possible? The 5 geniuses joined forces, but they still can't resist the force emitted by Lin Feng? How can his force be so tyrannical? Many people cried out in surprise, their faces full of shock. The force emitted from Lin Feng's body was really too terrifying. It made everyone feel a sense of horror. Martial spirit sacrifice. The 5 geniuses shouted in unison. At this time, they knew that if they didn't sacrifice their martial spirits, they would have no chance of winning against Lin Feng. Although it was very discouraging. That was the truth. Boom, a terrifying aura spread out as the 5 geniuses sacrificed their martial spirits. Li Mingjia's rising over the sea shot out moonlight that filled the sky. The sea emerged, and the bright moon rose from the end of the sea. Roar. The roar shook the sky. Yang Jian's 3 heads appeared. The roar of the 3 heads shook the heavens and earth, causing many people's ears to ring. Rumble. A loud rumbling sound followed. Shui Wentao's lightning martial spirit was sacrificed, and a large thundercloud gathered above the arena. Shui Wenjia's lightning martial spirit was sacrificed, and the power of lightning intertwined above the arena. Everyone saw that when the lightning and thunder intertwined, their power increased rapidly. The 2 martial spirits complemented each other. Wuka's heavenly sword martial spirit was sacrificed, and a sword of light condensed in the air, surrounded by a holy aura. Kill! The 5 geniuses shouted, and all of them rushed towards Lin Feng. Immediately after, they released their spirit energies and moved towards Lin Feng to attack him. What a terrifying martial spirit! Look, Lin Feng's force can't suppress the 5 geniuses. Lin Feng is going to be defeated. Many people shouted in shock. Even the elders nodded slightly. In their opinion, Lin Feng would definitely lose if the 5 geniuses sacrificed their martial spirits. The 5 geniuses' attacks were about to hit Lin Feng. At that moment, Lin Feng's dantian emitted a bright light. Waves of shocking waves swept across the heavens and earth. Buzz. In the next moment, a black hole appeared. His martial spirit, his martial spirit. When Hongyun, an elder of the Divine Spirit Peak, stared at Lin Feng's martial spirit. She clearly remembered that when the 12 peaks were selecting candidates, she had asked Lin Feng what his martial spirit was. Lin Feng had said it was a martial spirit with the ability to devour and confine. When Hongyun didn't pay much attention to it, she just thought it was rare. But now, Lin Feng had sacrificed his martial spirit. Whoosh! A strong wind swept across the arena. Everyone saw it. Li Mingjia's ocean and moon were instantly devoured by the black hole. Yang Jian's 3 martial spirits were struggling, but they couldn't escape the fate of being devoured. The power of lightning and thunder was also devoured by the black hole. The heavenly sword slashed down, but it didn't enter the black hole and disappeared. The martial spirits of the 5 geniuses didn't even make a splash before they were devoured by the black hole. Impossible! The 5 geniuses shouted in disbelief. Break! In the next moment, Lin Feng stepped forward and a strong force surged out. The 5 geniuses were struck by lightning and were all sent flying. Plop, one after another, they all fell to the ground, their faces pale. How could this be? The 5 geniuses sacrificed their martial spirits, but they were still defeated. Countless people looked at the arena as if they had lost their souls. Everyone's face was filled with disbelief. That was the joint attack of the 5 geniuses. As the wind blew, the handsome young man stood on the stage like a perfect painting. No one wanted to break the silence. I didn't disappoint you. Disciple 1. Lin Feng cupped his fists in front of Elder Xianxia, whose eyes were glistening with tears. Lin Feng knew how much Elder Xianxia had suffered in the past few years. Lin Feng knew that Elder Xianxia had suffered in the past few years. Lin Feng admired Elder Xianxia. Even after suffering so much ridicule and setbacks, she still persisted in the heaven-repairing peak. Elder Xianxia was the weakest of the 6 elders, but who could compare to her character? Good, good. Elder Xianxia murmured and nodded. She was gratified. It turned out that her bitter perseverance hadn't been in vain. After the previous peak master, Yubu Tian, another genius had appeared in heaven-mending peak. No, more accurately, there were 2 geniuses, and Tian Zhongdao, who had twin martial spirits. Said Ningxing Tian, jumping up. Lin Feng, Tian Zhongdao, the Supreme Peak is willing to provide you with all the resources you need. We can also provide you with the best skills and techniques. I can even ask the Patriarch to teach you spells and techniques. What do you think about joining the Supreme Peak? Haha, Elder Ning, the sect leader has already left the sect for 300 years. He's still fighting in the extraterritorial battlefield. How could he have time to teach Lin Feng and Tian Zhongdao? Why don't you 2 join my beheading peak? My cutting path peak cuts the way of heaven and earth. Among all the peaks, it is the peak that has the most powerful comprehension of the way of heaven and earth. If you join us, I am sure that under the cultivation of my cutting path peak, you will definitely be promoted to the Yin-Yang realm. Wen Hongyan also walked out and looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng, I'm guessing that your spiritual strength must be very strong, right? If you join my Divine Soul Peak, we have top-notch soul cultivation techniques, and Tian Zhongdao is very suitable for our Divine Soul Peak. Tian Zhongdao has twin martial spirits, and using martial spirits requires a lot of soul power, which is what our Divine Soul Peak specializes in. The elders of the other peaks all walked out and started arguing. They all wanted to fight over Lin Feng and Tian Zhongdao. Everyone stared at the elders with their mouths agape. However, it was understandable. It would be a pity to miss out on geniuses like Lin Feng and Tian Zhongdao. Elder Xiaoyunqiu's face was incomparably ugly. She had long guessed that these elders would come to snatch Lin Feng and Tian Zhongdao. However, Elder Xiaoyunqiu had no way to stop it. Compared to the other peaks, what was Heaven Mending Peak? He was unable to provide any additional cultivation resources, and even the Heaven Mending technique had been lost. Elder Xiaoyunqiu opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but only bitterness filled her heart. She did not know how to persuade Lin Feng and Tian Zhongdao to stay. Perhaps geniuses like them shouldn't belong to Heaven Mending Peak in the first place? The Heaven Mending Peak is still the Heaven Mending Peak of the past. It will always be the same until the Heaven Mending Peak is removed from the list. Today's competition is probably the last glory of the Heaven Mending Peak, right? Elder Xiaoyunqiu sighed. Cough, cough. Elders, may I ask when the reward will be given? After the reward, I still need to return to the Heaven Mending Peak to cultivate. While the elders were arguing, Lin Feng's voice spread in the air. Yes, yes, yes. Reward, where is the reward? Tian Zhongdao also shouted. Elder Xiaoyunqiu's eyes suddenly widened, and then she became overjoyed. She naturally understood what Lin Feng and Tian Zhongdao meant. Lin Feng didn't refuse the elders of the other groups because they were elders, so he didn't want them to lose face. Lin Feng, Tian Zhongdao, you two should think about it carefully. This will affect how far you can go in the future and what kind of achievements you will achieve. Elder Ningxing Tian of the Supreme Peak said. Elder, you're right. A single top-grade spirit stone won't allow me to go far in the future. Elder, can you discuss and give me a few more? Lin Feng said with a smile. Ningxing Tian's mouth twitched violently. This kid was obviously pretending to be ignorant. However, the other elders did not continue arguing. They could see that Lin Feng was a very opinionated person. Once he made a decision, he would not change it. On the other hand, Tian Zhongdao and Lin Feng were very close, so Lin Feng made the decision. If Lin Feng did not join the other peaks, Tian Zhongdao would not join either. The competition ended, but it had obviously caused a huge commotion in the Blue Cloud sect. Everybody knew that two geniuses had appeared in the heaven-mending peak. It was said that the great elders who had been cultivating in seclusion in the small world were also alarmed. The heaven-mending peak has not had an easy time these years. Every month, give them twice the amount of resources. One of the supreme elders said. The Blue Cloud sect was in a heated discussion. The disciples of the heaven-mending peak were the ones who had benefited the most. There were only a few hundred disciples in the heaven-mending peak, but now, they had received twice the amount of resources. Of course, the disciples had benefited greatly. Everyone was filled with gratitude towards Lin Feng and Tian Zhongdao. Everyone knew that if it wasn't for Lin Feng and Tian Zhongdao, the heaven-mending peak wouldn't have been able to obtain these cultivation resources. In the following month, Lin Feng had been cultivating diligently. Other than honing his spirit array and alchemy skills, he would also observe the star chart every day to comprehend the mysteries within. Of course, Lin Feng didn't give up on his own cultivation either. He could vaguely feel that he was about to break through to the 10th layer of the martial general realm. I've already used up all the spirit herbs on me. I need to find a place to collect a large amount of spirit herbs. Otherwise, I won't be able to continue refining pills. Lin Feng said. Alchemy is a profession that consumes a lot of resources. Any powerful alchemist is accumulated with countless wealth. The Fire Qilin said. Lin Feng nodded in agreement. During this period of time, he didn't know how many spirit herbs he had destroyed when he was refining pills. After another 10 days, Lin Feng observed the star chart. For the first time, his divine will made a connection with the mysterious existence within the endless starlight. It was a slight connection, but that connection was quickly cut off. However, even so, Lin Feng still benefited greatly. He absorbed a large amount of starlight energy from the 90,000 star charts, and Lin Feng's soul reached the peak of the 9th layer of the yin-yang realm. The 90,000 star charts are really amazing. They allowed my soul power to break through quickly. Lin Feng was filled with joy. After spending another 10 days, Lin Feng felt that his true essence was on the verge of a breakthrough. He had piled up a large amount of high-grade spirit stones in his room. Lin Feng had accumulated a lot of spirit stones, so he needed a lot of spirit stones each time. Others only needed a few high-grade spirit stones to break through, but he would often need hundreds or even more. Of course, after breaking through, Lin Feng's battle prowess was far superior to others. Lin Feng tried to break through, and a large amount of spirit energy surged into his body. However, after absorbing the energy of thousands of high-grade spirit stones, he still didn't succeed. Lin Feng felt that he was still lacking some maturity. In the end, Lin Feng took out the top-grade spirit stones he had obtained during the small competition. He began to absorb the energy of the top-grade spirit stones. Boom! Finally, with the support of the top-grade spirit stones, Lin Feng's body surged with power and instantly exploded. Late at night, Lin Feng and Tian Zhongdao sat on the roof, gazing at the moon while drinking wine. What are you thinking about? Tian Zhongdao asked. I'm thinking about what the Peak Lord told me about establishing my own Dao. Even now, I still don't understand what Dao is, and what is my own Dao. Lin Feng said. My own Dao? Even if there are many experts in the yin-yang world, they don't they? Tian Zhongdao said. Lin Feng nodded and said, but the Peak Lord said that establishing one's own Tao has nothing to do with one's cultivation. Moreover, the earlier one establishes one's Tao, the more beneficial it will be for one's cultivation. Tian Zhongdao showed a pensive expression. Why didn't you invite me to drink? At that moment, the old drunkard's voice rang out. The old drunkard appeared out of nowhere and jumped onto the roof. Tian Zhongdao rolled his eyes and said, You, still have the nerve to come back? The old drunkard said mysteriously, I actually went to do something for the Peak Lord. Who are you trying to fool? Tian Zhongdao obviously didn't believe him. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat, and he asked, What is it? Buddha says, I can't tell you. The old drunkard grinned before taking another big gulp of wine. The three of them drank until late at night before going their separate ways. Do you think there's anything wrong with the old drunkard? Lin Feng looked at the fire Qilin. The fire Qilin shook its head. Lin Feng rubbed his head and said, Maybe he's been too tired from cultivating, so he's a little stressed out. That's why he's so paranoid. The old drunkard had fled before the competition, and now that he had returned, many people were unhappy. However, the old drunkard was thick-skinned, and he ignored their gazes. If anyone angered the old drunkard, he would shout, Lin Feng and Tian Zhongdao are my brothers. If you dare bully me, I'll have my brothers teach you a lesson. This old bastard. Some disciples rolled their eyes, but for the sake of Lin Feng and Tian Zhongdao, they didn't argue with the old drunkard. A few older disciples organized a bonfire party, hoping to invite Lin Feng and Tian Zhongdao to participate. Because Lin Feng and Tian Zhongdao were both extremely hard-working people, they were rarely seen. Therefore, many disciples of the heaven-mending peak were not familiar with Lin Feng and Tian Zhongdao. They organized this bonfire party to let everyone get to know each other. Several hundred disciples had arrived. The bonfire party was very lively. Zhang Hu smiled and said, Junior brother Lin, look at the way the female disciples are looking at you. I'm so envious. Are you going to? As he spoke, he even made a very obscene gesture. Lin Feng gradually became familiar with Zhang Hu and knew that this guy liked to joke around. He smiled and said, If those senior and junior sisters heard you, they might beat you to death. Zhang Hu, are you speaking ill of us? More than 10 female disciples walked over, and a female disciple in a red dress snorted. This female disciple in a red dress was called Shiweizhu. She was in the 5th firmament of the martial king realm and had the highest cultivation among the female disciples. Her figure was tall and hot, and her face was delicate and beautiful. Her hot body and perfect face made her have many pursuers. However, she had never had any scandals with any male disciple. She was also very hard-working in her cultivation. Senior brother Zhang Hu is the worst. He's definitely slandering us. Another female disciple snorted and said. This female disciple was called Jining. She was petite and very cute. The other female disciples also began to criticize Wang Hu. Wang Hu's face immediately became bitter, and he said with a sad face, Junior sisters, you've misunderstood me. I'm really as innocent as the snow in June. I was just praising you for being as beautiful as fairies. We don't believe your nonsense. Junior brother Lin, is senior brother Wang Hu speaking ill of us? Jining smiled and looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled and said, You've really misunderstood senior brother Wang. He's indeed praising you for being beautiful. Wang Hu secretly gave Lin Feng a thumbs up. We believe junior brother Lin's words, but we don't believe Wang Hu's words. The group of female disciples laughed. Wang Hu said helplessly, Is it because junior brother Lin's cultivation level is higher than mine, and he's more handsome than me? Is that why you're so biased? Many female disciples snorted at Wang Hu. A few bolder female disciples said, That's right, that's what we think. Everyone laughed and joked, and Wang Hu introduced the names of the female disciples to Lin Feng. Shiweizhu and Jining were naturally very outstanding. One of them had a sexy body, while the other was petite and exquisite. They were both extremely beautiful, and they were two different types of beauties. The bonfire party naturally included dancing, and many disciples danced around the bonfire. Wang Hu urged, Junior brother Lin, hurry up and invite junior sister Weizhu to dance with you. We don't have such an honor. Lin Feng stood up and invited Shiweizhu to dance. Shi blushed and stretched out her hand. Lin Feng gently held her hand and walked with her to the bonfire. After that, the days seemed to have returned to normal. Lin Feng cultivated diligently every day, hoping to break through to the martial king realm as soon as possible. During this time, a piece of news was circulating in the sect: the Thunderblade's secret territory was about to open, and many disciples were talking about it. The Thunderblade's secret territory was a secret territory in the wasteland region. It was extremely mysterious, and it was said that it would only open once every 500 years. Not only were there many ancient cultivator caves in the Thunderblade's secret territory, but there were also top-notch mines that could be mined for top-grade spirit stones and countless spirit herbs. Every time the Thunderblade's secret territory opened, it would be open for a year. After a year, people had to leave the Thunderblade's secret territory. Otherwise, they would be trapped in the Thunderblade's secret territory until they died. In addition, the Thunderblade's secret realm had its own order of heaven and earth. Only cultivators below the Yin-Yang realm were allowed to enter that place. Cultivators above the Yin-Yang realm were not allowed to enter the Thunderblade's secret realm. Now that the Thunderblade's secret realm was about to open, the Blue Cloud sect was going to organize disciples to go there to gain experience. Have you heard of the Thunderblade's secret territory? At night, Lin Feng and the Fire Qilin talked about the Thunderblade's secret territory. Of course I've heard of it. It's said that in the ancient times, there was a great battle between two peerless cultivators. One of the peerless cultivators attacked with his blade, and that attack almost destroyed the entire wasteland region. After that, the area where the blade attacked became the Thunderblade's secret territory. The Thunderblade's secret territory ran through half of the wasteland region, said the Fire Qilin. That's terrifying. Lin Feng was astonished. In the wasteland region, ordinary people couldn't cross it even if they walked for 100 years. How big was the wasteland region? A strong cultivator from the ancient times had almost split the wasteland apart with a single attack. How big was that blade? How could it split the wasteland apart? That cultivator from the ancient times was unimaginably strong. It's hard to imagine a battle between ancient experts. They were all on the level of gods. You should know that there are no more experts on that level in the martial heaven continent, said the Fire Qilin. Lin Feng nodded. Before the Fire Qilin had broken through to the god realm, it had been called the Flame Saint. It had been one of the strongest experts on the martial heaven continent. Based on the jade tube his father had left behind, the god realm experts were most likely in the outside world. This / formed the Thunderblade's secret territory. Does that mean that the Thunderblade's secret territory is usually surrounded by restrictions? Asked Lin Feng. It's not a restrictive spell. It's a destructive law of order, said the Fire Qilin. What's a law of order? Asked Lin Feng. That's how it is. Spring, summer, autumn, and winter alternate. People get old, get sick, and die. That's the law of nature. That's what cultivators call the heavenly Tao. The manifestation of the heavenly Tao is the power of the law of order. It's the same principle as how many dragons a general has. But the power of the law of order isn't something that just anyone can touch. Even almighty experts would be instantly annihilated by the power of the law of order. So if the lightning blade's secret domain isn't opened, no one would dare to barge in. They'd die a miserable death, said the Fire Qilin. Then why does the lightning blade's secret domain only allow cultivators below the Yin-Yang realm to enter? Asked Lin Feng. Perhaps it's the power of the law of order. The power of the law of order can change many things. Lin Feng asked, do you plan on going to the lightning blade's secret domain with me? Said the Fire Qilin helplessly. I can't go in even if I want to. Even though my divine energy has been devoured, my cultivation base is still there. Lin Feng could only nod. Over the next few days, Lin Feng learned the dividing metal and fixing acupuncture points technique from the Fire Qilin. The ancient book said, to find the dragon and divide the metal, look at the coiling mountain. Each coiling mountain is a pass. Closing the pass is like 8 layers of danger. This incantation was called the dragon-seeking formula, and it was one of the methods used to separate metal and locate acupoints. As the saying goes, mound seal, touch gold talisman, move mountains and remove ridges, search for the dragon incantation, human light candle, ghost blow out the lamp, survey palanquin inverted battle and search for the star peak, Mercury gourd, nourish the radiant vessel, dragon pavilions and treasure halls have been countless, deep coffins, bronze outer coffins, 8 characters, do not approach if the 8 characters are not hard. The art of tomb robbing had been passed down since ancient times and had an extremely long history. There were also many classifications of tomb robbers, such as tomb robbers, mountain-moving Taoist, tomb robbers, and so on. After communicating with the fire Qilin, Lin Feng learned that Taoist Wu Liang was a mountain-moving Taoist. Moving mountain Taoist was naturally a Taoist as well, but he was not accepted by orthodox Taoists. This was because moving mountain Taoist specialized in digging up ancestral graves, stealing treasures, and harming others for his own benefit. In the eyes of Taoists, this was something that harmed one's virtue. Of course, Lin Feng didn't learn the dividing metal and fixing acupoints technique from the fire Qilin because he didn't have much interest in this kind of thing. However, using this secret technique to find the ancient cultivator's immortal's cave was still quite useful. It could even be used to fix Dragon's Cave, search for feng shui, and find spirit veins. The sect finally spread the news. Outer sect disciple Grand Elder Dian Yu and Grand Elder Zhang Quan would personally lead the elite outer sect disciples to the Thunderblade secret realm. As for the ordinary disciples, the sect didn't recommend them to enter the Thunderblade secret realm because the Thunderblade secret realm was very chaotic. Killing and robbing treasures could be seen everywhere. If one's cultivation wasn't enough to enter the Thunderblade secret realm, wouldn't it be courting death? As for the inner sect disciples of the Blue Cloud sect, they were all cultivating in the Blue Cloud sect's profound spirit space. The profound spirit space was a space condensed by the founder of the Blue Cloud sect, the God Realm ancestor Blue Cloud. The spirit energy inside was dozens of times more than the outside world. It could simply be called a holy land for cultivation. It was located in the deepest part of the Blue Cloud sect. The disciples cultivating inside basically didn't interact with the outer sect disciples. Lin Feng had heard that Nebula Pavilion had a mysterious ancestral land, which was also a holy land for cultivation. Obviously, the Blue Cloud sect's profound spirit space was very similar to Nebula Pavilion's ancestral land. 200,000 to 300,000 outer sect disciples all hoped to be promoted to inner sect disciples and enter the profound spirit space to cultivate. Of course, it wasn't easy to be promoted to inner sect disciples. The inner sect disciples will be led to the Thunderblade secret realm by the Grand Elder of the inner sect, and it's different from the entrance we're going to. We're going to the Thunderstorm Valley. The ferocious beasts we'll encounter when entering the Thunderblade secret realm from the Thunderstorm Valley are relatively weaker. Of course, there are relatively fewer caves, spirit mines, and spirit herbs. The entrance that the inner sect disciples are going to is called Tianyun Valley. Shi Weizhu obviously still had some understanding of the Thunderblade secret realm, so she said aloud. Wang Hu said, "We've arrived at the right time, just in time for the opening of the Thunderblade secret realm. If we can get enough opportunities to cultivate in the Thunderblade secret realm for half a year, maybe we can also become inner sect disciples." There were many restrictions to becoming an inner sect disciple. The first condition was that one's cultivation had to be above the 8th firmament of the martial king realm. The second condition was talent. If one's martial spirit was too weak, it would be difficult to become an inner sect disciple. The third condition was bloodline. If one's bloodline didn't meet the sect's requirements, one couldn't become an inner sect disciple. For example, the eldest senior brother of the heaven-mending peak, Jing Ping, was already at the 10th heavenly layer of the martial king realm. However, Jing Ping's battle prowess was not even comparable to some of the more talented 7th and 8th heavenly layer martial kings. First, it was because Jing Ping's martial spirit was only a vine martial spirit. Second, it was because Jing Ping's bloodline power was very weak. The reason why Jing Ping could break through to the 10th firmament of the martial king realm was all because of hard work. However, if one didn't have talent and a weak bloodline, it would be difficult to break through again. Jing Ping was defined as having no future by the sect. Therefore, even though he was now at the 10th firmament of the martial king realm, he couldn't become an inner sect disciple. This time, Jing Ping was going to the Thunderblade secret realm. Jing Ping wanted to find opportunities in the Thunderblade secret realm and break the shackles of fate. Of course, it was not easy. After all, Jinping's talent was too weak. Even if his bloodline had changed, his martial spirit was too weak. It wouldn't be easy for him to achieve great things in the future. This was because the stronger the martial spirit, the faster the cultivation speed. Jinping's weak martial spirit would be extremely slow for him to cultivate. 3 days later, about 5,000 disciples rode on dozens of huge griffins and headed to the Thunderblade Valley. Look, that's the Thunderblade Valley. Half a month later, everyone finally arrived at the Thunderblade Valley. Strong winds swept through the place, and thunder and lightning intertwined in the sky. A huge valley was formed after countless years of grinding by thunder and strong winds. That valley was the Thunderblade Valley, one of the entrances to the Thunderblade's secret realm. That's the Zephyr Valley, it's surrounded by lightning and hurricanes. Lin Feng and the others stood up on their griffins and looked at the Zephyr Valley. They were astonished when they saw the hurricanes and the dense lightning. If they were swallowed by the lightning and hurricanes outside the Zephyr Valley, even young cultivators would die inside, right? After all, it was a terrifying scene created by an ancient cultivator. More and more cultivators were heading towards the Zephyr Valley from all directions. I wonder how many cultivators will enter this time, said Wang Hu. It's only opened once every year. It only opens once every 500 years. I've heard that some geniuses in Huangyu are stuck at the 10th celestial layer of the Martial King layer because they want to enter the Thunderblade mysterious world. Those geniuses are real geniuses, just like Brother Lin. When his cultivation level was very low, he was able to defeat cultivators who were much stronger than him. Now, those geniuses are stuck at the 10th celestial layer of the Martial King layer. I wonder how terrifying they are, said Jinping. Shuizhu said, I've also heard that. Actually, it's not just the other big groups. Even our Blue Cloud sect has a few disciples like that, such as Shui Zhanlong, Feng Zizhou, and the others. It's said that they can fight against young cultivators for more than 10 rounds without being defeated. Hiss. The sound of people sucking in cold breaths could be heard. Lin Feng's heart shook. The people Shuizhu was talking about were really terrifying. But when he thought about it carefully, it seemed normal. There must be many geniuses in those big groups. Very quickly, the Blue Cloud sect's group arrived at the entrance of the Zephyr Valley. There was a sea of people waiting for the Zephyr Valley to open so that they could enter. Look, it's the Blue Cloud sect's people. Many cultivators cried out in alarm. Although the Emerald Cloud sect could not compare to its heyday, it was still one of the 4 major powers in the wasteland. Even if the other 3 powers' overall strength surpassed the Emerald Cloud sect, no one dared to underestimate the Emerald Cloud sect's foundation. In the past, when the Blue Cloud sect had mastered the Patching Heaven technique, it was the most powerful group in Huangyu. The other 3 big groups, Nebula Pavilion, the 10,000 Lost sect, and the Deity Sword Villa, were much weaker than the Blue Cloud sect. After the Patching Heaven technique was lost, the Blue Cloud sect gradually weakened. That was only relatively speaking, because the Blue Cloud sect still had some powerful inheritances, but they couldn't be compared to the Patching Heaven technique. Rumble rumble. In the distance, an earth-shattering sound could be heard as more than a dozen huge spaceships flew over from afar. There was a symbol of a celestial mountain on one of the airships. Lin Feng recognized the symbol on the flag. It was the symbol of the 10,000 Law sect. Back then, Lin Feng had gone to the 10,000 Law sect to join them, but he had been kicked out by Luosen because he didn't have a letter of recommendation. Therefore, Lin Feng didn't have a good impression of the 10,000 Law sect. The 10,000 Law sect is here too. Many people were discussing. The 10,000 Law sect's leader was Luosen, who had kicked Lin Feng out of the sect. Brother Luo. Great Elder Zhang Quan cupped his fists at Luo. Senator Luosen nodded indifferently, making Great Elder Zhang Quan feel awkward. It was like being snubbed. The Blue Cloud sect fell behind the 4 great forces. Now, the 10,000 Law sect, Nebula Pavilion, and Deity Sword Mountain Villa are pulling ahead of us. Therefore, the 3 great sects don't think highly of our Blue Cloud sect. Look at that Luosen, he's just an ordinary elder of the 10,000 Law sect, but he looks down on our Blue Cloud sect's Great Elder Zhang Quan. He's too arrogant, said Jining, wrinkling her nose. What's so great about Luosen? Even though Great Elder Xianxia is only an ordinary disciple, he's still a cultivator of the 7th yin and yang layer. Luosen is only a cultivator of the 4th yin and yang layer. He can't last more than 10 attacks against Great Elder Xianxia. He dares look down on Great Elder Xianxia. How dare he look down on Great Elder Xianxia, said a heaven-repairing peak disciple called Yang Ming. Sometimes, in the world of cultivation, strength isn't the only thing that matters, it also depends on the group behind you. Glory is glory, disgrace is disgrace, that's the principle. The disciples of Butian Peak understood that. In the Blue Cloud sect, the disciples of Butian Peak were ridiculed by the other peaks. In the outside world, the Blue Cloud sect was looked down upon by the other top groups. Great Elder Xianxia looked glum and didn't say anything. In the distance, a gigantic flying sword appeared. It was more than 1,000 meters long, and there were many cultivators standing on it. Deity Sword Mountain Villa's people are here. Someone shouted in surprise. Deity Sword Mountain Villa was one of the groups Lin Feng had been to before, but he had been kicked out. The leader of Deity Sword Mountain Villa was the one who had mocked and ridiculed Lin Feng, Elder Fu Ju. The gigantic sword was floating in the air. The disciples of Deity Sword Mountain Villa looked majestic. Luosen and Fu Ju smiled and greeted them, but they ignored Great Elder Xianxia. Perhaps Luosen and Fu Ju both thought that the Blue Cloud sect had fallen from the top of the 4 groups of Wasteland, and that Great Elder Xianxia, as the leader of the Blue Cloud sect, wasn't qualified to talk to them. He just nodded slightly to greet them, which was already giving them face. After being treated coldly by Luosen the first time, Great Elder Xianxia simply narrowed his eyes and pretended not to see Fu Ju. When Fu Ju saw that Great Elder Xianxia didn't take the initiative to greet him and was even a little angry, he couldn't help but snort coldly. At that moment, dazzling starlight appeared in the distance. A river of stars swept across the sky and quickly flew over. Upon closer inspection, it wasn't a real river of stars, but a flying carpet. Once it was activated, it emitted dazzling starlight. The people of Nebula Pavilion are here. Many cultivators cried out in surprise. Elder Xianxia. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and glanced coldly at Elder Xianxia. Elder Xianxia, who had been resting with his eyes closed, seemed to have sensed something. He immediately opened his eyes and passed through the crowd to see Lin Feng. It's that little bastard. After seeing Lin Feng, Elder Xianxia's face twisted. He already knew that Lin Feng had killed Shen Yuyang, the son of his cousin, whom he had had an affair with. Elder Xianxia couldn't wait to find Lin Feng and cut Lin Feng into 1,000 pieces. He found me? What a terrifying power of perception. What a terrifying murderous intent. When he sensed Elder Xianxia's murderous intent, Lin Feng's heart trembled. Lin Feng, you little bastard. I'm going to cut you into 1,000 pieces. Elder Xianxia's furious roar shook the sky. He whistled and quickly flew towards Lin Feng. His murderous intent was as vast as the ocean. Many people's faces turned extremely pale when they sensed Elder Xianxia's murderous intent. That murderous intent was too terrifying. It was suffocating. Then why is Elder Xianxia from Nebula Pavilion so angry? Who is Lin Feng? Why does Elder Xianxia want to kill Lin Feng? Many people were puzzled. Before anyone could react, Elder Xianxia had already flown over to the Blue Cloud sect. Lin Feng's expression was calm and unhurried. He was now a disciple of the Blue Cloud sect. Grand Elder Xianxia was still standing nearby, yet Xianxia wanted to kill Lin Feng. What did he think of the Blue Cloud sect's reputation? What did he think of Grand Elder Xianxia's reputation? As the saying went, face is mutual. If you give me face, I'll give you face. Grand Elder Xianxia had just been humiliated by Luosen, so he had been suppressing his anger for a long time. Now, Xianxia wanted to kill a Blue Cloud sect disciple without even saying anything. If Xianxia really got his way, then Grand Elder Xianxia would lose all face in the future. Humph, sure enough, Grand Elder Xianxia snorted and stopped Xianxia. He said coldly, Elder Xianxia, could it be that my Blue Cloud sect's disciple has offended you? You actually want to kill him? Grand Elder Xianxia was very optimistic about Lin Feng's future. He had even chatted with Lin Feng several times on the way here. Whether it was for public or private reasons, he wouldn't let Lin Feng be killed by Xianxia. Xianxia's expression sank as he said, "Great Elder Zhang Quan, this brat killed my nephew. I will definitely dismember him into 10,000 pieces to avenge my nephew, Xin Yuyang." "Killed your nephew?" Grand Elder Zhang Quan frowned. "No wonder Elder Xianxian wants to kill that brat Lin Feng. So there's a grudge between them. TSK, TSK. If that's the case, then this matter will be interesting. Do you think Grand Elder Zhang Quan will continue to stop Elder Xianxian? After all, Lin Feng is now a disciple of the Blue Cloud sect. If he doesn't stop him, then he'll lose face. If he does, then he'll thoroughly offend Elder Xianxian. I don't know." Many people were discussing this matter. Even the 10,000 Law sect's Elder Luosen and the Deity Sword Manor's Elder Fu Ju looked over. When they saw Lin Feng, they were clearly surprised. Wasn't this brat the brat who had been chased away? He had actually killed Xianxian's nephew? Fortunately, he had been chased away, or else it would have been troublesome. So it's that boy. He wanted to join our 10,000 Law sect, but he didn't have a letter of recommendation, so Elder Luosen kicked him out. Luckily, we didn't let him join the 10,000 Law sect. Otherwise, the 10,000 Law sect would have offended Elder Xianxian, and perhaps even become enemies with Nebula Pavilion. Some disciples of the 10,000 Dharma sect recognized Lin Feng and immediately started discussing. That brat also went to Deity Sword Villa, but Elder Fu Ju chased him away. Haha, Elder Fu Ju is really wise. Some disciples of Deity Sword Villa were also discussing this matter. When he heard Xianxian, Lin Feng immediately smiled coldly and said, "Elder Xianxian, I've seen shameless people, but I've never seen someone as shameless as you. You're twisting the truth and making it sound like a righteous person. I really admire you." When the crowd heard this, they immediately started whispering, "Is there a secret behind this matter?" Said Grand Elder Zhang Quan. "Lin Feng, tell us everything. I'll take care of it for you." Lin Feng said, "Originally, I went to Nebula Pavilion with a few friends, wanting to join them. By chance, I met Master Yun of Nebula Pavilion. Master Yun of Nebula Pavilion gave me a talisman, which was equivalent to a letter of recommendation." "Ah? You met Zhong Yun? This brat is going to be rich. With such an almighty taking care of him, it'll be hard for him not to rise in the future." Many people were shocked, but they suddenly realized that something was wrong. Why did Xianxian still want to kill him when Zhong Yun was taking care of him? Almighty Zhong Yun is a very upright senior. When I joined Nebula Pavilion, I followed the rules of Nebula Pavilion and went through the test first. After the first test, Xianxian's nephew accidentally saw me. That guy's name is Xin Yuyang, and he's extremely lecherous. He already has many wives and concubines at home, and he even seduces many female disciples in Nebula Pavilion for his pleasure. Elder Xianxian, you should know about this, right? Brat, you're talking nonsense. Shouted Elder Xianxian angrily, wanting to stop Lin Feng. However, he was stopped by Grand Elder Zhang Quan. Many people started discussing this matter. This was simply a scandal. Xin Yuyang was obviously using Elder Xianxian's position to abuse his power in Nebula Pavilion, and he'd even seduced those female disciples to seduce him. Immediately, many people looked at Xianxian with disdain. He actually taught such a nephew. It seemed that Xianxian wasn't a good person either. Lin Feng continued, "It doesn't matter if you admit it or not, because many disciples in Nebula Pavilion know about your nephew, Xin Yuyang, in Nebula Pavilion. Everyone can ask around and you'll know if I'm telling the truth. This Xin Yuyang is simply a scum. Back then, he took a fancy to my fiancée and wanted to use underhanded means to obtain her. Later on, I saw through his plans, so he hated me. When he saw me in Nebula Pavilion, he wanted to borrow Elder Xianxian's power to get rid of me. Elder Xianxian sent a deacon to invite me to Nebula Pavilion's bamboo forest on a rainy night, and he wanted to kill me. That's right, there's a very large bamboo forest in Nebula Pavilion." Immediately, a cultivator spoke up. Many people listened as if they were fascinated. It was obvious that they believed Lin Feng's words more. "Nonsense. Brat, you dare slander this elder? This elder wants your life." This Elder Xianxian knew that he couldn't let Lin Feng continue. If he continued, something big would happen. First of all, Lin Feng was a cultivator going to Nebula Pavilion to participate in the examination. Because of a personal grudge with Elder Xianxian's nephew, Elder Xianxian actually wanted to kill Lin Feng. This was a huge and heavy blow to Nebula Pavilion's reputation. Think about it, if Nebula Pavilion's elders were like Elder Xianxian, killing other disciples because of a small grudge, how could such a sect have any sense of security? Who would join? Moreover, don't forget that Lin Feng was someone who Almighty Zhongyun personally gave him a talisman. What did this mean? Although Almighty Zhongyun didn't say it directly, it was obvious that he wanted Nebula Pavilion's elders to take care of Lin Feng. However, not only did Elder Xianxian not take care of Lin Feng, he even wanted to kill Lin Feng. This was completely not giving Almighty Zhongyun any face. In front of Almighty Zhongyun, Elder Xianxian wasn't even worth mentioning. If this matter was confirmed, Elder Xianxian didn't even dare to imagine what kind of punishment he would receive. The sect would definitely punish him severely and then set an example to prove Nebula Pavilion's innocence. And people like him were just a special case. Thinking of this, Elder Xianxian couldn't help but shiver. Right now, he only wanted to kill Lin Feng. The dead tell no tales. Elder Xianxian jumped up and rushed towards Lin Feng, wanting to kill Lin Feng. Great Elder Zhongquan's expression suddenly sank. In the sect, Great Elder Zhongquan had always been a good-tempered person, but now this Xianxian dared to ignore him and kill a Blue Cloud sect disciple. Great Elder Zhongquan was already furious. He coldly shouted, "Xianxian, do you really think I'm invisible?" Xianxian coldly said, "Zhongquan, you better step aside. Otherwise, you will be my enemy." This Elder Xianxian didn't stop at all and rushed towards Lin Feng. Impudent! Great Elder Zhongquan was completely enraged. This Xianxian was just an ordinary elder of Nebula Pavilion, while he was the Blue Cloud sect's great elder. This person actually dared to ignore him time and time again, and even dared to threaten him. He actually didn't put him, an elder of the Blue Cloud sect, in his eyes. As the saying goes, a man's life depends on his breath, and Buddha fights for an incense stick. Even a clay figurine has 3 points of fire, let alone a living person. Great Elder Zhongquan angrily shouted and sent a palm strike towards Xianxian, who was flying towards Lin Feng. First Elder Zhongquan was at the 7th stage of the Yin-Yang realm, Xianxian was only at the 5th stage of the Yin-Yang realm. Compared to First Elder Zhongquan, he was far weaker. How terrifying was the might of First Elder Zhongquan's furious strike! Xianxian was both shocked and furious. "Zhongquan, you're going to fall out with Nebula Pavilion for an ordinary disciple?" How could Xianxian dare to stay for even a moment? He turned around and slapped First Elder Zhongquan. Bang! Accompanied by an earth-shattering sound, Xianxian was sent flying by First Elder Zhongquan, his face pale. It was only then that the pupils of many cultivators shrank. Now that the Blue Cloud sect's strength had declined greatly, the other 3 top forces didn't care about the Blue Cloud sect at all. Even the ordinary elders looked down on Zhongquan. However, everyone had forgotten a very important thing. Zhongquan was the first elder of the Blue Cloud sect. For these top forces, the first elder had to be at the 7th stage of the Yin-Yang realm or above. If cultivators were to really fight, it would still depend on their cultivation level. A mere 5th stage of the Yin-Yang realm dares to be so impudent in front of this elder? If it wasn't for Nebula Pavilion, this elder would kill you today. First Elder Zhongquan waved his robe and sneered. Even a good-tempered person could get angry. Moreover, when a good-tempered person got angry, it was quite terrifying. First Elder Zhongquan was suppressing the anger in his heart and didn't go forward to kill Xianxian. Xianxian's expression was uncertain. He gnashed his teeth in hatred, but he wasn't First Elder Zhongquan's match. Although he wanted nothing more than to cut Lin Feng into pieces, he didn't have the strength to do so. Lin Feng didn't continue speaking. It was best to stop at a certain point. If he didn't say everything, others would guess what had happened later. Then, the matter would spread even further. If he said everything that happened later, there would be no more mystery. Perhaps this matter would soon calm down. Lin Feng naturally understood this. He hoped that things would get worse and that Nebula Pavilion would punish Xianxian severely. "Brat, just you wait." Xianxian clenched his teeth. He could only choose to submit for the time being. However, he did not forget to say some harsh words to threaten Lin Feng. Lin Feng said calmly, "You should worry about yourself." Xianxia's face was distorted by Lin Feng's anger. "Tsk tisk, there's going to be a good show to watch now." Originally, this elder Xianxia was one of the few elders that Nebula Pavilion focused on nurturing. In the future, he might even be promoted to the position of Great Elder. But now that something like this has happened, even if he doesn't receive punishment from Nebula Pavilion, his future can be considered to have come to an end. That's right. No matter what, Nebula Pavilion would not promote a cultivator with bad conduct to the position of Great Elder in order to take into consideration the consequences. Many people looked at Xianxia with a gloating expression. Lin Feng closed his eyes to rest, no longer paying attention to Xianxia. He knew that what he needed to do now was to raise his cultivation as quickly as possible. It was true that one's own strength was strong enough. If he had the strength, he would be able to slap Xianxia to death with one slap just now. There would be no need for head elder Zhang to make a move. More and more cultivators gathered in the Thunderstorm Valley. Clearly, it was not only the cultivators of the Waste region who had come. Some of the regions adjacent to the Waste region had also sent young geniuses to enter the Thunderblade's secret realm. Rumble, 3 days later, a loud noise shook the sky. The restriction in the Thunderstorm Valley was disappearing bit by bit. Everyone's spirits were greatly lifted. Was the restriction in the Thunderstorm Valley finally going to open? Looking from afar, one could see golden rays of light scattering in all directions. Finally, a golden door, like a door of time and space, emitted a power that could distort time and space, as if it was connecting two different worlds. It's opened. Pass through that door and you can enter the Thunderblade's secret realm. Head Elder Zhang shouted loudly. He looked at the unusually excited disciples of the Blue Cloud sect and felt very envious. The Thunderstorm Valley that only opened once every 500 years was actually encountered by these brats. Their generation's luck was really too good. Enter the secret realm. Head Elder Zhang waved his hand. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the disciples of the Blue Cloud sect all rushed into the Thunderstorm Valley. The first batch of people to enter the Thunderstorm Valley was naturally the disciples of the 4 great sects of the Desolate region, followed by the ancient forces of the Desolate region and the top forces from the outer regions. Then came the aristocratic families, the disciples of the small sects, and the independent cultivators. Brother Feng, it's great that you're fine. A familiar voice came from behind, and Yufan was pleasantly surprised. Han Shua also rushed over and looked at Lin Feng with an excited expression. You all joined Nebula Pavilion? Not bad. Lin Feng smiled and said, this isn't the place to talk. Let's quickly enter the Thunderblade's secret realm and then we can talk. Okay. Yufan and Han Shua both nodded. Whoosh. When they arrived in front of the golden door, Lin Feng directly rushed into the huge door that was over 100 meters tall and tens of meters wide. Suddenly, Lin Feng felt that he was enveloped by a terrifying power. The power of time and space. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. This kind of power was the same as the power of the restriction during the Blue Cloud sex assessment. It was just that the power here was much stronger. Whoosh. In the next moment, Lin Feng felt that he was thrown out by the power of time and space. He appeared in a dense forest, and his surroundings were quiet. There was no one around, and he didn't know where he had been teleported to. Lin Feng had just stabilized himself when a black light suddenly burst out. It was as fast as lightning and shot towards Lin Feng's chest. Danger. Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. He reacted extremely quickly and quickly dodged the attack. Then, he casually slashed out with his blade energy. However, the black light was too fast. It actually dodged Lin Feng's attack and disappeared into the forest. Lin Feng was about to leave when he felt a slight pain in his ankle. He looked down and found that he had been stung by a small insect. Then, he felt dizzy and his whole body became weak. Poison. Lin Feng's expression changed greatly. Such a small insect could actually poison him. The poison was too terrifying. At the same time, the towering trees in the surroundings came to life. Haha, it seems that the Thunderblade's secret territory has opened. More human cultivators have come in. Our hunting time is up. Ferocious and terrifying faces appeared on the huge trees. Tree demons. The surrounding trees were all tree demons. Pa 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 pa, dense branches whipped towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng wanted to dodge, but he found that he couldn't move his body. With a bang, Lin Feng was sent flying by the tree demon's branches. Even with his strong body, he couldn't withstand it. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground with a thump. F***ck, I can't move. Lin Feng clenched his teeth. The little bug's poison was too strong, and he couldn't move at all. Pa, 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 at that moment, the tree monsters didn't stop attacking. Their branches were still moving towards Lin Feng, trying to bind him. This kid is mine, shouted one of the tree spirits. I'm going to eat this kid. Then, another tree demon roared. Don't fight with me. This kid is mine. The third tree demon also yelled. The tree spirits attacked Lin Feng one after another. Their branches had sharp thorns that could pierce into a person's body and absorb their flesh. At that moment, Lin Feng was about to be surrounded by the numerous branches. At that critical moment, Lin Feng released a monstrous fire from his body. Lin Feng's purple core fire was burning fiercely. Not only did it dissolve the poison in Lin Feng's body, but at the same time, it also ignited the branches of the tree which were wrapped around Lin Feng's body. Ah! My body is burning. My body is burning too. The tree ants screamed in horror as they whipped their thick branches in all directions. The tree ants tried their best to extinguish the flames on their bodies, but to their horror, they couldn't do it at all. The flames were too strong. This was heavenly fire. Very quickly, the first tree spirit was engulfed in flames. Lin Feng jumped up from the ground and looked coldly at the burning tree spirits. No. I don't want to die. Spare me. The tree spirit looked at Lin Feng in fear and begged loudly. However, Lin Feng didn't move. He just let the tree spirit be burned to ashes. Spare us. If you spare us, we'll tell you a secret, shouted a tree spirit. Oh? A secret? What secret? Lin Feng's eyes lit up. These tree spirits lived in the Thunderblade secret territory, so it was normal for them to know some secrets. We know there's a medicinal valley here, shouted a tree spirit. Medicine Valley? Lin Feng was surprised. That's right, it's a medicinal valley. There are many medicinal herbs growing there. 300 years ago, there was a 30,000-year-old medicinal herb that had practiced cultivation and turned into a human. One of the tree demons shouted. 30,000 years? Lin Feng's eyes widened. Wasn't this too shocking? Another tree ant said, as long as you spare us, we'll tell you about the Medicine Valley. You can go collect all sorts of spirit medicines and make a fortune. Alright, tell me the location of the Medicine Valley, and I'll spare your lives. Lin Feng's lips curled into a faint smile. Whoosh. In the forest, Lin Feng flashed quickly. He was now very excited, because during this period of time, Lin Feng had been refining all kinds of spirit medicines, and had destroyed many of them. He was worried that there would not be enough herbs for him to continue learning how to refine New Dawn. A medicinal valley appeared here. Of course, the most important thing was that the medicinal valley could contain spirit medicines that were tens of thousands of years old. If he could find one, it would be priceless. Is the medicinal valley in front of me? Looking at the huge valley in the distance, Lin Feng smiled. When he arrived next to the medicinal valley, he did not rashly enter. This was because the medicinal valley was emitting faint energy fluctuations. It was obvious that the valley was surrounded by restrictions. However, since the 30,000-year-old medicinal herb had walked out after transforming, it meant that the restrictions were damaged. As long as he could find the broken restrictions, he would be able to enter the medicinal valley. Fortunately, Lin Feng was a spirit array master. After searching for more than an hour, Lin Feng finally found the location of the broken restrictions. However, Lin Feng was not sure if he could enter from there, so Lin Feng went out and caught a ferocious beast, then threw it over. This was called throwing a stone to test the waters. When the ferocious beast entered the broken restrictions, it was not attacked. Lin Feng heaved a sigh of relief and also entered in a flash. Soon, he passed through the layers of restrictions and entered the medicinal valley. A thick medicinal fragrance that could not be dispersed assaulted his senses. Lin Feng looked around. In the huge valley, spiritual herbs could be seen everywhere as far as the eye could see. Not far away, there was a 1,000-year-old blood ginseng. After taking a few more steps, there was a 2,000-year-old scorching sun grass. 1 meter away from the scorching sun grass, there was even a 3,000-year-old soul-dissolving grass. Lin Feng had a feeling that he was dazzled by the sight of all these herbs. Oh my God, I'm really going to be rich. Lin Feng was so excited that his whole body was trembling. 1,000-year-old spirit medicines were extremely precious. In this medicinal valley, there were too many 1,000-year-old spirit medicines. Many of them were more than a few thousand years old. I'm rich, I'm really rich. Lin Feng shouted excitedly. He began to quickly collect the spirit medicines. While Lin Feng was collecting the spirit medicines, more than 10 cultivators flew over from afar. These cultivators were all wearing the deity Sword Villa's disciple robes. Each of them had a strong and deep aura. These people were not outer sect disciples, but inner sect disciples of the deity Sword Villa. They were the elites of the sect. Junior sister Dong Nan, this is the medicinal valley that Master mentioned. 500 years ago, an ancestor of our sect accidentally found this place when he was young. Unfortunately, when the ancestor found this medicinal valley, the Thunderblade's secret territory was about to close. The ancestor could only remember the location and left in a hurry. The person who spoke was a blue-clothed cultivator called Lan Zijuan. This blue-clothed cultivator was very handsome. He was quite famous among the inner sect disciples of the deity Sword Villa. There were more than 10 disciples of the deity Sword Villa gathered around him. The female disciple called Dong Nan was tall, and her slender legs were especially attractive. Dong Nan had a beautiful but cold face. She nodded and said, however, Master said that this place is densely covered with restrictions. However, it seems that one of the restrictions is broken. This is our chance. If we can find the broken restriction, we can enter. How long will it take? Lan Zijuan asked. With my current level as a spiritual array master, it will take at least 3 days. Dong Nan said. Okay. Lan Zijuan nodded. Lin Feng spent 3 days collecting all the spirit medicines that were more than 100 years old in the medicinal valley. As for those that were less than 100 years old, Lin Feng was too lazy to collect them. The spirit medicines that were less than 100 years old had ordinary value. It would be a waste of time to collect them. Moreover, Lin Feng understood the principle of draining the pond to catch all the fish. He had to leave some spirit medicines behind so that the medicinal valley would not be destroyed. He counted. There were about 100,000 spirit medicines from 100 years to 1,000 years old. There were about 30,000 spirit medicines from 1,000 years to 5,000 years old. There were fewer spirit medicines that were more than 5,000 years old. Spirit medicines that were more than 5,000 years old were too rare. Any one of them was priceless. They were the main ingredients for refining earth-tier pills. If it was an 8,000-year-old spirit medicine, it would be the main ingredient for refining heaven-tier pills. There were a total of 1,200 spirit medicines between 5,000 and 8,000 years old. There were 300 spirit medicines between 8,000 and 10,000 years old. There was only one 10,000-year-old spirit medicine. It was a heart-nourishing grass. What a pity. What a pity. There is only one 10,000-year-old spirit medicine. Lin Feng could not help but feel a little regretful. A 10,000-year-old spirit medicine could bring the dead back to life. It was a rare treasure that could save a person's life at a critical moment. It was a treasure that could cause a bloodbath. However, it was very difficult for a spirit medicine to grow to 10,000 years old. When a spirit medicine transformed into a 10,000-year-old spirit medicine, it would encounter a heavenly tribulation. If it could withstand the heavenly tribulation, it would be able to transform into a 10,000-year-old spirit medicine. However, it would be too difficult for him to withstand the heavenly tribulation. It would be good if one 10,000-year-old spirit medicine appeared out of 10,000 spirit medicines that were about to transform. However, Lin Feng was already very happy to be able to obtain such a 10,000-year-old spirit medicine. The protection of this medicinal valley was too great. Lin Feng rushed outside. Soon, he disappeared into the restriction. Found it. The broken restriction is here. Dong Nan pointed at a location. Lan Zijuan and the others were excited. However, at this moment, waves of shocking fluctuations came from the broken restriction. Why is the restrictive spell releasing such powerful energy waves? Lan Zijuan's expression suddenly changed. I don't know. Let's retreat quickly. Let's go, said Dong Nan. Swoosh, 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 Lan Zijuan and the others didn't dare hesitate and quickly retreated. In the next moment, there was a flash of light and a silhouette flew out of the restrictive spell. Lan Zijuan and the others' expression suddenly changed. Someone had entered the medicinal valley before them. Their expressions became extremely gloomy, but when they saw Lin Feng come out of the valley alone, they suddenly felt cold. The Thunderblade secret territory was extremely cruel. Why didn't the Blue Cloud sect recommend ordinary disciples to come here? It was precisely because of the slaughter that was taking place everywhere. If an ordinary disciple were to enter, only death would await them. Lin Feng looked at the dozen people in front of him in surprise. He glanced at their clothes and knew that they were all disciples of Deity Sword Villa. They all had powerful qi, so they were obviously very strong. Brother, you must have protected the medicinal valley quite well, right? Asked Lan Zijuan with a fake smile. Lin Feng nodded and said, not bad. The corners of Lan Zijuan and the others' mouths twitched violently. That young man had answered seriously, but he didn't seem nervous at all. Did he not see the situation he was in? Such a big medicinal valley with so many spiritual herbs. I don't think a single person can eat all of them, said Lan Zijuan with a fake smile. I can eat all of them even if you give me another medicinal valley like this, said Lin Feng. Fuck. Little brat, are you doing this on purpose? Shouted a disciple of Deity Sword Villa called Jiangbo. He had been itching to attack for a long time. The Thunderblade secret territory was a place where the strong preyed on the weak. If the weak were killed, they could only blame themselves for not being strong enough. In Jiangbo's opinion, Lin Feng was only a general, so it didn't matter if he killed him. Brother Jiangbo. Dong Nan frowned slightly as she softly called out to stop him. Jiangbo didn't see Lin Feng's extraordinariness, but Dong Nan saw it. Dong Nan believed that Lan Zijuan also saw it. They had only been in the Thunderblade secret realm for 3 days. However, this young man had actually come out after collecting all the spiritual herbs in the Thunderblade secret realm. If he was alone, he would need at least 2 to 3 days to pick all the spirit herbs in the entire Medicine Valley. In other words, this person was a spiritual array master who was much more powerful than him. Otherwise, he would not have been able to enter the Medicine Valley. Generally speaking, powerful spirit array masters had strange methods, so Lan Zijuan didn't directly make a move. Lan Zijuan chuckled and said, Brother, please don't take offense. My junior brother's temper has always been this irritable. I'll definitely restrain him in the future. Pausing for a moment, Lan Zijuan continued, actually, it's like this. I have a few junior brothers who are alchemists and are lacking some spirit medicines. Is this brother willing to part with them? Why don't you give some to us? Lin Feng's lips curled into a mocking smile. This Lan Zijuan obviously wanted his spirit medicines, but he still had the nerve to say it so slowly. He was really shameless. Lin Feng said indifferently, no problem. 8 or 10 of them are just a greeting gift to you. Many people's faces immediately darkened. Jiangbo sneered and said, do you think we're beggars? Oh? How much do you want? Lin Feng asked. How about we split it 1 by 1? Lan Zijuan smiled. I'll take 9, and you'll get 1? Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. Lan Zijuan smiled and said, Brother, you must be joking. Brother, you're alone, and we have so many people. Naturally, we'll take 9, and you'll get 1. Lan Zijuan's gentle voice carried a hint of threat. His meaning was obvious. They had more people on their side, so if they knew what was good for them, they would take out 90% of the spirit medicines. Lin Feng said indifferently, do you think you can be so confident in robbing people now? Get out of my sight, or don't blame me for being impolite. Kid, what did you say? Kid, you think too highly of yourself. You're just a general, yet you dare to be so arrogant in front of us? You're courting death. Brat, are you courting death? Senior brother Lon, why are you talking so much to this kid? We have so many people here. Which one of us isn't an expert? Are you afraid that we can't deal with this kid? A group of Deity Sword Villa's disciples shouted coldly. Lon Zijuan's expression gradually darkened. He said, Brother, I've already given you enough face. You're not giving me any face. Scram, Lin Feng spat out coldly. Lon Zijuan's expression changed again. He said coldly, teach this kid a lesson. I'll do it. Jiang Bo sneered and stepped forward. Lon Zijuan nodded. Even though Jiang Bo was extremely arrogant, he was a cultivator of the 7th celestial layer. He was extremely strong. The others were also smiling coldly at Lin Feng. In their opinion, Lin Feng was just a general, he wouldn't be able to withstand a single attack from Jiang Bo. Kid, I've given you face, but you don't want it. Today, I'll kill you, said Jiang Bo, smiling evilly. In a flash, he appeared in front of Lin Feng and used a tiger's roar to attack Lin Feng. The sound of a tiger's roar could be faintly heard in the forest. Lin Feng looked indifferent. He raised his right hand and used the Sky Tyrant Lightning incantation. Lightning curled around him and moved forward. Bang! The purple thunderbolt directly exploded and violently bombarded Jiang Bo's body. Whoa! Jiang Bo's arm exploded and his body was covered in blood. He screamed and was blown away. No one knew if he was dead or alive. Not good, he's ferocious. Let's kill him together. Lon Zijuan didn't try to hide his killing intent anymore. Shouted Lon Zijuan coldly. He then took out his sword and rushed towards Lin Feng. Die, kid. Swoosh, swoosh, cold lights shot everywhere. More than 10 disciples of Deity Sword Villa took out their swords and attacked Lin Feng. Eh? Lin Feng frowned. If he was surrounded by so many strong cultivators, the situation wouldn't be good. Blade Chi! Shouted Lin Feng, raising his right hand. Bzzz. The blade Chi that contained a spirit was instantly destroyed by Lin Feng. Cold lights flashed everywhere. The blade Chi was dazzling. Lon Zijuan and the other disciples of Deity Sword Villa turned pale when they sensed the blade Chi. They felt as if they were surrounded by an endless amount of blade Chi. Slash, the sound of a body being pierced was heard. The blade Chi split mountains and rivers. More than 10 disciples of Deity Sword Villa were pierced through by the blade Chi. Their faces turned deathly pale as they were blown away. Lin Feng stepped forwards, wanting to kill those people. At that moment, the female disciple called Dong Nan threw a few dozen talismans at him. Lin Feng's expression changed and he quickly retreated. Bang, 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 then, the talismans exploded. When the shockwaves dispersed, Lin Feng walked out of the dust. He couldn't see the people of Deity Sword Villa anymore. Dozens of miles away, a blood-red light quickly fell into the forest. Wah! A group of people from Deity Sword Villa fell down, each of them spitting out mouthfuls of blood. Their faces were pale. These people were Lon Zijuan and the others, who had used their sect's secret technique to escape. How could this be? Lon Zijuan shook his head in disbelief. That kid's cultivation level wasn't high, so how could he have killed so many of them with a single slash? It's a spirit. That saber chi contained a spirit. Dong Nan was a spirit array master, and her spirit was very powerful. She sensed something different and said, Spirit? Lon Zijuan and the others revealed a terrified expression. They naturally knew what a spirit was. It gave attack spirituality. The power of an attack would increase exponentially. This was the so-called spirit. They had once seen an elder of the Deity Sword Villa who had comprehended the spirit unleash a sword technique. With a slash of his sword, the sword energy actually flew out 1,000 miles and killed a cultivator wanted by the Deity Sword Villa. That was how terrifying a spirit was. However, even yin-yang realm cultivators who could comprehend a spirit were as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns. That kid was only a general, so how could he have comprehended a spirit? Lon Zijuan's expression was gloomy as he said, could it be that that guy has cultivated some kind of cultivation technique that conceals his cultivation level? His cultivation level is actually very high. I heard that cultivators who are about to enter the yin-yang realm have a certain chance of comprehending a spirit. Dong Nan shook her head and said, no, his cultivation level isn't high. I can feel it. Lan Zijuan believed Dong Nan's words, but when he heard her, he couldn't help but frown and say, if his cultivation level is low, how could his attack contain a spirit? Maybe he had a fortuitous encounter and managed to refine a blade qi that contained a spirit, and it wasn't his own spirit, Dong Nan said. How lucky. He's so lucky. Lan Zijuan's eyes were wide open. When he thought about how terrifying Lin Feng's blade qi was, his heart was filled with endless jealousy. How could that kid have such an amazing fortuitous encounter? Why didn't he have one? Let's go and find senior brother Eugene. Lan Zijuan said with a sinister smile. Brother Lan, we're just injured, nobody is dead. I don't think we should keep talking about this. That person is not simple. Dong Nan frowned slightly. She naturally knew why Lan Zijuan was looking for senior brother Eugene. Eugene was one of the top 50 experts in the inner yard of the deity Sword Villa. His strength was extremely terrifying. The reason why that kid's combat strength is so strong is all because of the refined saber qi. However, how many times can he use such a powerful saber qi at once? I'll ask senior apprentice brother Eugene to help me kill that brat. His saber qi will belong to me, and I can see that he has quite a few treasures on him, as well as many spirit medicines. When the time comes, I won't take any of them. Lan Zijuan said somewhat crazily. Dong Nan was also a bit moved. She thought about it, Lin Feng's cultivation level wasn't very high. It shouldn't be a problem to find someone as strong as Eugene to kill him. When Eugene had just broken through to the Martial King layer, he had already defeated cultivators of the 5th celestial layer. He was a monstrous genius. Now, Eugene was already a cultivator of the 9th celestial layer. Nobody knew how strong he was now. However, it was obvious that if one wanted to invite someone as strong as Eugene, they would have to pay a huge price. But that was all Lan Zijuan needed to care about. She didn't need to care about it. She was only interested in the treasures on that brat's body. She might even be able to find some powerful deployment spells. Thinking about deployment spells, Dong Nan was a bit excited. Swoosh. Lin Feng was running at full speed in the forest. From time to time, he would look back and see a shadow tiger chasing after him. The serene shadow tiger was the king of the forest. Not only was it fast, but it also had sharp fangs and a tail like a scorpion. Its tail was also poisonous. Lin Feng was in the forest when the dark ravine attacked him by surprise. They had a great battle and the dark ravine had clawed Lin Feng's left arm. In a flash, Lin Feng's arm was covered in blood. The serene shadow tiger was really terrifying. Roar, a low roar came from behind as a black shadow quickly chased after him. The serene shadow tiger's cold eyes stared at Lin Feng. A terrifying killing intent swept past Lin Feng. The serene shadow tiger only hunted creatures with powerful bloodlines. This kind of creature would constantly evolve by devouring creatures with powerful bloodlines. Therefore, the serene shadow tiger's strength was usually very terrifying. Now that the serene shadow tiger had locked onto Lin Feng, it wanted to devour Lin Feng's bloodline. Whoosh. At this time, Lin Feng rushed into a huge abyss. When he rushed in, he felt an endless rumbling sound in his ears. It was as if a peerless weapon was vibrating. In an instant, a cold and gloomy aura swept over his body. Lin Feng felt like he had fallen into an endless hell. Murderous qi, it's so dense that it can't be dispersed. Lin Feng's face was full of shock. How could there be such a terrifying murderous qi? Even though he saw Zhong Yun and the Beast Emperor in the fog fight, he was still shocked. Compared to the murderous aura emitted by Supreme Being Zhong Yun and the Beast Emperor, it paled in comparison to the murderous aura emitted by the Abyss. The murderous qi here was too terrifying. It was hard to imagine what kind of cultivator could release such a terrifying murderous qi. Lin Feng felt like his body was going to be dismembered by the murderous qi. Roar. At this time, when the shadow tiger saw Lin Feng stop, it roared excitedly and rushed into the abyss to kill Lin Feng. Poof. In the next moment, the shadow tiger was instantly pierced by the murderous qi in the abyss. Its body exploded, and it died a tragic death. This is too scary. Lin Feng suddenly felt a chill down his spine. A powerful creature like the shadow tiger died in such a tragic manner. It was hard to imagine how powerful the murderous qi in the valley was. Buzz. A murderous qi shot out and slashed towards Lin Feng. The murderous qi instantly enveloped Lin Feng's body. Ah! Lin Feng roared and tried to use his strongest attack to block it. Saber qi. Lin Feng released blade qi which contained the spirit of the blade and collided with the deadly qi which was moving towards him. Clang! When the saber qi and the murderous qi collided, a terrifying energy wave swept out and directly sent Lin Feng flying. The murderous qi was too terrifying. It broke Lin Feng's saber qi and slashed towards Lin Feng again. It's over. Lin Feng's face became as pale as paper. The saber will never be destroyed. At this moment of life and death, Lin Feng suddenly heard a low voice. It sounded like a voice from thousands of years ago. It passed through endless time and space and reached his ears. Buzz. Behind Lin Feng, a river of stars appeared. In the middle of the river of stars was a gigantic silhouette. He was holding a lightning blade, and the sky was shaking because of him. Lin Feng looked over and saw a majestic figure. His heart was filled with shock. Who was he? Could he be the legendary ancient expert who had almost split the desolate realm apart with a single slash? One question after another flashed through Lin Feng's mind. When that mysterious figure appeared, the killing intent that had been aimed at Lin Feng actually soared into the sky. That killing intent soared into the sky, and battle intent shook the starry sky. What a terrifying killing intent. What a terrifying battle intent. Lin Feng was horrified. The mysterious godlike existence with the thunder blade in his hand was definitely related to the murderous aura in this place. Roar. The roar shook the sky, an endless killing intent condensed into a huge axe. Next, a three-headed, six-armed god-fiend appeared, wielding a huge axe. It was as powerful as the god-fiend that had created the world. This is... Lin Feng was shocked. The scene in front of him was very strange. Is the battle from the past happening again? A thought flashed through Lin Feng's mind. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. Perhaps everything in front of him really was a scene from the ancient era. Boom! The two experts engaged in a frenzied battle above the 9 heavens. The mysterious cultivator wielding the lightning saber had the domineering aura of a supreme being. As for the ancient devil wielding the huge axe, his demonic aura was vast and mighty. This was the clash of two Daos. The Tao of the saber. It represented endless domineering aura. The Tao of the axe. It represented absolute power. One used the domineering aura of a supreme being to destroy all obstacles. The other used absolute power to crush all obstacles in front of him. Whether it was the Tao of the saber or the Tao of the axe, they were both peerless heaven-defying divine arts. Every time the lightning saber and axe clashed, Lin Feng saw the stars in the starry sky shatter. If an ancient expert were to stand on the martial heaven continent, just a roar from them would be enough to shatter the stars in outer space. Furthermore, these two existences were fighting in the starry sky. The stars in the Milky Way fell like raindrops due to the shockwaves. They're definitely at least gods, Lin Feng was deeply shocked. If one was not a god, it would be impossible to achieve such a feat no matter if it was the overbearing thunder blade. Furthermore, it was an axe light that represented absolute power. They were all unimaginably terrifying. Lin Feng actually preferred the axe Dao. Because Lin Feng cultivated the immemorial dragonesque elephant art, he was known for his strength. His strength was dozens of times stronger than cultivators of the same level. If he could cultivate the axe Dao, it would simply be a perfect fusion with his body. However, Lin Feng simply could not comprehend the profoundness and mystery of the axe Dao. His gaze was fixed on the powerful being holding the thunder saber. This was the application of the saber Dao. Even though they were separated by endless space-time, Lin Feng could still sense an indescribable domineering aura from that existence. That kind of domineering aura, who else could it be but me? This was a will so strong that it was shocking. This was the will of the saber. Lin Feng was carefully comprehending the will of the saber. Originally, Lin Feng could not comprehend the will of the saber contained in the thunder saber. However, Lin Feng had refined the saber energy that contained a spirit. Spirit was a manifestation of the Tao. Lin Feng could be said to have mastered some of the Saber Tao in advance. Although the pitiful Tao of Saber he had mastered was like the light of a firefly compared to the Tao of Saber contained in the Thunder Saber above the ninth heaven, it was still the Tao of Saber. Under the guidance of the Saber Tao that he had mastered, Lin Feng slowly comprehended the Tao contained in the Thunder Saber. This Tao was known as the Tao of Tyranny. Lin Feng was immersed in a mysterious aura. Clang, 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 the battle in the sky continued. The saber light was dazzling, and the axe light tore the world apart. The two Taos seemed to be equally matched. God slaying. Suddenly, the three-headed, six-armed god-fiend let out a low roar. He waved the huge axe in his hand and slashed at the expert with the thunder saber. Suddenly, the axe light soared into the sky, and a huge axe condensed from light appeared. That huge axe was the god-slaying axe. Even a god would be split in half by this axe. It was so terrifying that ghosts would cry and gods would howl. When the axe came down, the outer realm's Star River world trembled. This was a battle between God realm experts. This is too scary. Is the expert with the thunder saber going to lose? Lin Feng looked at the battle in the sky in shock. He naturally hoped that the expert with the thunder saber would win. Because of the killing intent from before. The killing intent that almost took Lin Feng's life. It was condensed from the will of the axe and slashed at Lin Feng. It was the will of the saber here that saved him. The battle in the sky was actually a clash between two Taos. The Tao of the axe. The Tao of the saber. The huge axe condensed from the axe light slashed at the expert with the thunder saber. The axe light was about to drown the expert with the thunder saber. At that moment, the expert with the thunder saber slashed out with a peerless saber. Sky-splitting. A low roar resounded through the starry sky. Sky-splitting saber was slashed out by the expert with the thunder saber. The heavens were the heavenly Tao, the supreme heavenly Tao. People were born, grew old, got sick, and died. The heavenly Tao dominated the climate, the changes in the seasons, and so on. However, the attack of the expert with the thunder saber was called sky-splitting. It meant to split open the heavenly Tao. The cultivators of the various heavens could not even split open the heavenly Tao. Who would dare to challenge the dignity of the heavenly Tao? If anyone dared to challenge the dignity of the heavenly Tao, a lightning tribulation would be enough to destroy them. However, the cultivator with the thunder saber was too domineering. The move sky-splitting was slashed out. Suddenly, Lin Feng felt that everything in the world disappeared. Only the saber was left. Clang, the sky-splitting saber that slashed out from the endless starry sky instantly pierced through the axe light. This was a collision of Tao. The Tao contained in the thunder saber broke the Tao contained in the giant axe. The sky-splitting saber tore the three-headed and six-armed god-fiend apart. Then, the endless stars in the starry sky world were shattered. The dazzling saber light pierced through the endless starry sky and landed on the Tianwu continent. Puff. With one slash, more than half of the desolate region was almost shattered. This was the process of the Thunder Saber Secret Realm's formation. Lin Feng closed his eyes and stood in the valley. His mind was filled with the invincible saber. Lin Feng had entered a mysterious state. This was the state of enlightenment that cultivators dreamed of. My body is the saber, my will is the saber, the supreme saber. Even if I die, I have no regrets. Lin Feng suddenly had a realization. He seemed to have sensed the state of mind of the supreme expert from the ancient era. In order to slash out this saber, even if his body and Tao were to disappear, he had no regrets. Swoosh. Lin Feng opened his eyes. He raised his right hand and gently waved it at a 10,000-meter-tall mountain in the distance. Buzz. A 300-meter-long saber light instantly slashed out and split the 10,000-meter-tall mountain in half. I actually comprehended the sky-splitting saber. Lin Feng looked at his hand with a pleasantly surprised expression. Roar, an earth-shattering roar came from the forest. More than 10 cultivators were engaged in a fierce battle with a ferocious beast, but in the end, the cultivators suffered heavy casualties. Only 2 of them survived. However, they had obtained the inner core of the ferocious beast and an 8,000-year-old mystical fiend fruit that was guarded by the ferocious beast. This spirit fruit was extremely useful for cultivators with a dark elemental martial soul. Cultivators with a dark elemental martial soul would have their cultivation improved by leaps and bounds after refining the mystical fiend fruit. If they took it out for auction, it would definitely be sold for a sky-high price. The two cultivators dragged their injured bodies and rushed into the distance. Swoosh! However, at this moment, a cold light shot out from the forest. A silver snake flying sword was extremely fast. Before the two cultivators could react, the silver snake flying sword had already pierced through their bodies. Why did this happen? The two cultivators cried out unwillingly. Then, they fell to the ground and died. A cultivator in his 30s dressed in green jumped down from the tree. He put away the silver snake flying sword and walked to the two corpses. He took the storage rings from the dead cultivators and quickly left. This was the Thunderblade secret realm. Everywhere was filled with killing. Cultivators in the Yinyang realm could not enter this place. Cultivators in the Martial King realm could do whatever they wanted, including killing people and robbing them of their treasures. The law of the jungle was played out vividly here. If one's cultivation was insufficient, entering this place was simply courting death. Lin Feng chose a direction and kept walking. The Thunderblade's secret realm was too big and had countless resources, so he was not in a hurry. Lin Feng constantly took the initiative to look for powerful ferocious beasts to fight to test the power of sky-splitting. However, it was obvious that the power of sky-splitting was simply unimaginable. Sky-splitting was not as simple as spirit. Sky-splitting also contained an extremely domineering will, the will of the saber. This was the ability after the spirit was sublimated. Spirit was the simplest form of spirituality and consciousness. As for will, it had risen to a very high level. After fighting with a flood dragon for dozens of rounds, Lin Feng was suppressed by the flood dragon to the point that he almost didn't have the strength to fight back. In the end, he used Sky Splitter and almost tore the flood dragon apart. The evil flood dragon roared, turned around and fled into the depths of the forest. Lin Feng, on the other hand, was sitting on the ground, panting heavily. Although this move Sky Splitting was powerful, it was not something that could be casually used. After using it once, Lin Feng would feel tired. The main reason was that Lin Feng's cultivation level was not high enough. After resting for a while, he walked in the forest. Suddenly, behind Lin Feng, the dense golden threads suddenly flew out and quickly flew towards Lin Feng. The threads flickered with a cold light. Anything that was touched by the threads, whether it was a tree or a rock, was instantly split in half. The thread had already rushed behind Lin Feng and swept across Lin Feng's body. Even though Lin Feng's physical body was extremely strong, there were still deep wounds on his body. Dozens of small wounds appeared on his body, and blood started flowing out. Oh no, someone is plotting against me. Lin Feng's face suddenly changed. He leaped and flew dozens of meters away, avoiding the attack of the threads. He narrowed his eyes and finally saw dozens of almost transparent threads entwined in the void. These threads were now stained with his blood. This was the first time Lin Feng had seen such a strange weapon. The person who had attacked was definitely an expert. Whoosh! A cultivator flew out from nearby and looked at Lin Feng with a cold smile. Kid, you're really lucky. You didn't die after being hit by my heavenly demonic threads. This cultivator was in his 20s and had a cold expression on his face. Who are you? Lin Feng looked at him coldly. Grand Baron Sect, Jin Yulong. The cultivator in his 20s said with a cold smile. The Grand Baron Sect was one of the 10 great ancient powers of the wasteland. Its strength was not to be underestimated. This treasure of yours is not bad, but it's too evil. I'm afraid it was refined using demonic techniques, right? Lin Feng said indifferently. People are divided into good and evil, but treasures are not, Jin Yulong said indifferently. That's right. Swoosh. Lin Feng took the initiative to rush towards Jin Yulong. This person wanted to kill him, so Lin Feng naturally would not be polite. You're quite brave. Not only did you not run away, but you also took the initiative to attack. I've already killed more than 20 people like you who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Looks like I'll kill one more now. Jin Yulong sneered and controlled the heavenly demonic threads to slash at Lin Feng. The densely packed heavenly demonic threads scattered and cut at Lin Feng from all directions. He didn't know what the heavenly demon silk was made of, but it was almost transparent. If it wasn't for the fact that it was stained with his blood, he wouldn't have been able to notice it. What a good treasure. I want this treasure. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he reached out to grab the heavenly demonic threads. Brat, are you courting death? Jin Yulong was obviously stunned, but then he sneered. He actually dared to reach out to grab the heavenly demonic threads, a powerful and strange killing weapon. Wasn't he courting death? The heavenly demonic threads quickly attacked Lin Feng. The densely packed threads emitted a cold and terrifying aura, as if they wanted to mince Lin Feng into pieces. Devour. At that moment, Lin Feng waved his right hand and a distorted black hole appeared. The heavenly demonic threads that were attacking Lin Feng flew uncontrollably toward the black hole. In an instant, dozens of heavenly demonic threads were instantly devoured by the black hole. Bastard, my treasure! When Jin Yulong saw Lin Feng devour his treasure, his face became distorted. He quickly rushed over and threw a punch at Lin Feng. Humph, you're courting death. Lin Feng sneered. He took a step forward and a magnetic field surged out, enveloping Jin Yulong in an instant. I can't move. Jin Yulong screamed in fear. Pooh, a moment later, Lin Feng's fist pierced through Jin Yulong's chest. Jin Yulong's eyes were wide open in anger. He lowered his head and looked at his collapsed chest, his face full of disbelief. I actually died at the hands of a brat like you. How could this be? Jin Yulong could not believe it. The brat in front of him was clearly a general, while he himself was a martial king of the 6th celestial layer. How could he have lost? Your strength is really terrifying. I think you're one of those geniuses who can challenge cultivators who are stronger than you. If it were anyone else, they would have died without a doubt. But I'm sorry, even though my cultivation level is not high, my fighting abilities have already surpassed that of a martial king, said Lin Feng indifferently. I see, said Jin Yulong with a bitter smile. He fell to the ground, completely lifeless. After taking Jin Yulong's storage ring, Lin Feng quickly left. At night, Lin Feng fought with the fierce beasts during the day. At night, he observed the star chart and absorbed the energy in the heaven star soul jade, hoping that his soul power could break through to the creation realm. Of course, Lin Feng knew that this was not an easy task. Perhaps breaking through a small cultivation level was not particularly difficult, but breaking through a large cultivation level was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Not only did it require an unimaginable amount of energy, it also required luck to be able to comprehend the mysteries of the soul of a cultivator at the creation stage. Lin Feng had been in the Thunderblade secret realm for 10 days, but he had not found Tian Zhongdao, Shi Weizhu, Yu Fan, and the others. The Thunderblade secret realm was too large, and it was not easy to meet them. In the afternoon, Lin Feng heard that an ancient cultivator's cave had appeared in a mountain range, and many cultivators were heading toward that mountain range. An ancient cultivator's cave. Lin Feng was slightly surprised. The ancient cultivator's cave in the Thunderblade secret realm was not simple. Now, only cultivators below the Yin-Yang realm were allowed to enter the Thunderblade secret realm. According to Fire Kylan, this was because of the restriction of the Order Law. However, it was widely rumored in the Waste Domain that in the early days of the Thunderblade secret realm's formation, the Order Law of the Thunderblade secret realm had not yet stabilized. The Order Law inside was very violent, which directly caused the Thunderblade secret realm to be filled with danger. In that era, many top experts entered the Thunderblade secret realm to comprehend the Tao inside. Just like the sky-splitting that Lin Feng had comprehended before. Of course, there was also the terrifying Axe Light. At that time, only the top experts could enter the Thunderblade secret realm. The chaotic Order Law could kill any cultivator who dared to enter the Thunderblade secret realm at will. Later, when the Order Law stabilized, many experts who entered the Thunderblade secret realm were trapped in the Thunderblade secret realm and could not leave. Therefore, many experts opened up cave residences. After countless years, when the Thunderblade secret realm opened again, those experts who were trapped in it had already died. This was the origin of the ancient cultivators' cave residences in the Thunderblade secret realm. Those ancient cultivators were definitely earth-shattering figures. Now, which one of them didn't rule the heavens and look askance at the world? Therefore, after hearing about the ancient cultivator's cave, many people quickly rushed over. If they could obtain the inheritance of the ancient cultivator's cave, it would be a great opportunity. Lin Feng also came to the Thunderblade's secret realm. Lin Feng did not expect to meet Sun Yaer here. Sun Yaer's impression of him. Lin. But Yaer's right. Yaer. Yaer. But. Lin. Yaer. And. Yaer. Yaer. But Sun Yaer. Sun Yaer. She thought. Lin Feng had offended Elder Xianxia. Sooner or later, he would die in the hands of Elder Xianxia. Why should she have any interaction with a person who was about to die? There were 6 or 7 disciples besides Sun Yaer, and each of them possessed extraordinary strength. Those disciples should be disciples of Nebula Pavilion, and Sun Yaer was rather close with one of the leading disciples. From the looks of it, Sun Yaer might have just met or dated a man. Senior brother, that guy is Lin Feng. A Nebula Pavilion disciple pointed at Lin Feng. The leader of the disciples looked over and sneered, "This guy is really lucky. He killed Elder Xingxian's precious nephew and he's still alive." The leading disciple was called Xiaozihong. He was an 8th heavenly layer martial king and an inner disciple of Nebula Pavilion. Although the outer disciples and inner disciples of the major forces did not enter from the same place, because it was a random teleportation, some inner disciples were teleported to places far away. It was normal for them to be teleported to areas where outer disciples were active. This Lin Feng comes from a lowly background. However, he is still very strong. But since he offended Elder Xingxian, only death awaits him. Sun Yaer said. "Senior brother, why don't you go and kill him? You can also receive a huge favor from Elder Xingxian." A Nebula Pavilion disciple said. Xiaozihong's eyes showed hesitation. One moment, his killing intent was awe-inspiring, and the next moment, it was restrained. He said, "This guy more or less has met Almighty Zhong Yun. It is not convenient for me to act. He is lucky." Thinking of Almighty Zhong Yun, the other Nebula Pavilion disciples could not help but show expressions of reverence. The restriction in the depths of the mountain range has been activated. The ancient cultivator's cave must be about to appear. Someone shouted loudly. Immediately, over 1,000 cultivators rushed towards the depths of the mountain range. Lin Feng quickly moved through the crowd, but when he arrived at the outskirts of the valley in the depths of the mountain range, he could not help but frown when he saw that it was actually filled with over 1,000 cultivators. This is... Lin Feng's eyebrows suddenly twitched violently. He saw a great formation. It had just been set up. It was a profound level formation. What a terrifying formation. There is a killing formation here. Something is wrong. There is definitely something wrong with this valley. Lin Feng frowned. Everyone, there is a killing formation here. Something is wrong. I don't think we should stay here for long. Lin Feng said in a low voice. What does a trashy cultivator at the general realm like you know? Killing formation? What a joke. There are no yin-yang cultivators in the Thunderblade's secret realm. Who would dare to attack over 1,000 cultivators? Kid, what are you trying to do by saying such alarmist words? Many cultivators looked at Lin Feng coldly. Lin Feng felt helpless. He had warned them out of kindness, but they still targeted him. He felt like someone wanted to kill him. Lin Feng did not hesitate and rushed out of the valley. There were over 100 cultivators hidden in the surrounding mountains. These cultivators were led by 3 people. The person in the middle was very handsome and had an unfathomable aura. His name was Ji Xingchen, and he was one of the top 10 cultivators in the inner sect of the deity Sword Villa. It was said that he could have tried to break through to the yin-yang realm long ago, but in order to continue polishing his cultivation in the Thunderblade's secret realm, he had suppressed his cultivation for many years. The voluptuous woman next to Yi Xingchen was called Shuizime. Those spirit arrays were arranged by Shuizime. Shuizime's talent in spirit arrays was amazing. She was known as a rare genius in spirit arrays by the deity Sword Matter. The third person was a teenager who looked to be about 11 or 12 years old. He had a lazy expression, as if he did not care about anything, but many of the disciples around him respected him. Shuizime looked coldly at Lin Feng and said, although this kid's cultivation is not very high, he saw through my formation. He's not simple. Xianxia said indifferently, it seems like he's also a powerful spirit array master, but his strength is a bit lacking. I wonder which force he's from. Lu Xiao, take 2 of our junior brothers and go kill that brat. I think he should have a lot of treasures on him. Yes, senior brother. A disciple took the order and quickly chased after Lin Feng with 2 other disciples. Xianxia's lips curled into a sinister smile, you almost ruined my plan. You deserve to die. Boom, in the distance, a terrifying qi emerged, engulfing the earth and sky. Lin Feng's heart started pounding when he sensed that qi. Lin Feng looked into the distance and was shocked. Densely packed sword lights shot out from the valley. That area seemed to have turned into a world of swords. So it's the deity sword mountain villa. Lin Feng frowned. He didn't know who had set up the trap, but when he saw the sword qi that blotted out the sky, he could guess who it was. Apart from the deity sword mountain villa? Who else could perform such a powerful sword technique? In the valley, hundreds of deity sword mountain villa's disciples performed the deity sword mountain villa's 10,000 sword god-killing technique. Flying swords flew out one after another. Each flying sword was capable of slashing out tens of thousands of sword lights. Their power was truly terrifying to the extent that it was shocking. Bastards of the deity sword mountain villa, how dare you ambush me? Some cultivators roared angrily, but they were killed by dozens of sword lights in the next moment. Blood flowed like a river in the valley. Xianxia looked indifferent. If we don't kill you, how can we open the cave? Only by killing you will I be able to use your flesh, blood, and soul as a sacrifice to the ancient cultivator's cave and open it. This massacre had only just begun. The deity sword mountain villa is crazy. Lin Feng frowned. He could guess why the deity sword mountain villa had set up such a huge array to kill so many cultivators. There should be an ancient cultivator's immortal's cave in that mountain range, but it was surrounded by restrictions. They probably wanted to use a large number of cultivators' flesh, blood, and soul essence as a sacrifice to open the restrictions. Lin Feng was a spiritual array master, so he had heard of this kind of sacrificial technique, but he didn't know how to use it. There was no doubt that a top force like the deity sword mountain villa would have such a powerful sacrificial technique. Although the sacrificial technique was very useful, it was too vicious. If it was outside, the deity sword mountain villa wouldn't dare to use it. But in the Thunderblade secret territory. This was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. It was also a place where killing was not prohibited by the major forces. This was especially true for those big sects who had sent their elite disciples to the Thunderblade secret realm to train their elite disciples. Only by experiencing the baptism of life and death would these so-called genius disciples be able to quickly grow up and possess the ability to take charge of their own affairs. Otherwise, they were destined to vanish from the masses. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, at this moment, 3 cultivators came from behind and quickly caught up to Lin Feng. These 3 people were none other than Lu Xiao and the other 2 who had been sent by Xianxia to hunt down Lin Feng. Brat, stop! Lu Xiao shouted coldly. Lin Feng slightly frowned, turned to the 3 people, and asked, who are you? Why did you call me? A disciple of the deity sword mountain villa beside Lu Xiao sneered, I told you to stop, so you stopped. What an idiot. Did you escape from that valley? Today, we're here to take your life. The disciple of the deity sword mountain villa, who was at the 4th heaven of the martial king realm, sneered, jumped out, and punched towards Lin Feng. These people were all elite disciples of the deity sword mountain villa with extraordinary strength. No wonder they had schemed against so many cultivators. There were more than 100 disciples of the deity sword mountain villa who were at the martial king realm and a profound stage spirit array master. As long as they didn't encounter a yin-yang realm expert, no one would be a match for them. The 4th heaven of the martial king realm cultivator in front of him obviously didn't take Lin Feng seriously. He was just a martial general realm cultivator. Wouldn't it be as easy as crushing an ant for him to kill this brat? Lu Xiao and the other disciple of the deity sword mountain villa also looked at Lin Feng coldly with a murderous look in their eyes. They didn't care who Lin Feng was. In fact, in the Thunderblade secret realm, the so-called identity was no longer a deterrent. The rule here was that whoever's fist was harder would have the last laugh. When the fourth heaven of the martial king realm cultivator who attacked Lin Feng rushed in front of Lin Feng, he saw the sneer on Lin Feng's face. He vaguely felt that something was wrong. Why didn't this brat show any panic or fear when he was about to die? Could it be a trap? The fourth heaven of the martial king realm cultivator was puzzled. However, when he thought of Lin Feng's cultivation, he sneered. How could he be a threat when he was only at the fourth heaven of the martial general realm? He saw that his fist was about to hit the brat in front of him. Suddenly, the disciple of the deity Sword Mountain Villa only saw a flash of light in front of his eyes. The next moment, he felt pain in his neck. Then, a large amount of blood spurted out. He covered his neck almost reflexively, but the blood still couldn't stop gushing out. He didn't understand why the seemingly weak guy in front of him was so terrifying. The next moment, he lost all consciousness. Junior brother Xianxia. Seeing Xianxia being killed by Lin Feng in an instant, Lu Xiao and the other disciple cried out in alarm. You dare kill someone from the deity Sword Mountain Villa? Brat, you're courting death. An angry roar was heard. Lu Xiao and the other disciple of the deity Sword Mountain Villa took out their swords and used the 10,000 swords god-killing technique. Hundreds of swords condensed and shot towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at the two indifferently. This is the Thunderblade secret territory. Who cares which faction you're from? Boom, a distorted black hole appeared on Lin Feng's body. When the swords reached him, they were all swallowed by the black hole. Senior brother, I remember now. This is the Lin Feng that Elder Xianxia from the Nebula Pavilion wanted to kill. The other disciple of the deity Sword Mountain Villa shouted in horror. What? He's that Lin Feng? Lu Zhao's expression turned ugly. Because there were too many people and they were too far away, Lu Xiao could only see Lin Feng's blurry figure. She couldn't see his face, so it was normal that she didn't know who he was. The other disciple of the deity Sword Mountain Villa was closer to Lin Feng, so he could see Lin Feng's face. This guy killed a deacon from the Nebula Pavilion. When they thought of this, their faces turned pale. Sword controlling technique. The two took out their flying swords, stepped on them, and turned into beams of light as they fled into the distance. Sky Splitter. Lin Feng murmured and waved his right hand. A streak of purple light flashed past. Lu Xiao and the other disciple of the deity Sword Mountain Villa, who had already fled a few hundred meters away, had their chests pierced by the sword light. They only felt an endless darkness before they were completely swallowed by it. Their corpses fell from the sky. This sky-rending sword is really powerful, murmured Lin Feng. He quickly took the three people's storage rings and left. Not long after Lin Feng left, two mysterious people in black clothes appeared. Is it that person's chi? Asked one of them. His voice was hoarse, cold, and emotionless. He was like a walking corpse. That kind of voice made people feel a chill from the bottom of their hearts. He killed Gong Yubai. The second black-clothed man's voice sounded sinister. Gong Yubai is just an assassin in Jiuyu. He's not officially part of Jiuyu, but he can't be killed, said the first person in black coldly. Those who kill Jiuyu, no matter where they go, will be killed by Jiuyu, said the second person in black. His voice was as unpleasant as an owl's. Jiuyu was a terrifying assassin organization. Back then, Xin Yuyang had hired an assassin from Jiuyu to kill Lin Feng. It was Gong Yubai. Lin Feng still remembered that Gong Yubai was a spiritual formation master. However, Gong Yubai still failed and died at Lin Feng's hands. The reason why the Nine Nether Assassin organization was so terrifying was that everyone's expression would change at the mention of it. It wasn't just because of their strength. It was also because of their vengeful nature. After Jiuyu received a mission, there was no limit to the number of times they would kill their targets. No matter how great the losses were, Jiuyu would kill their targets. That was the rule of Jiuyu. It was also the reputation of Jiuyu. Unlike some assassin organizations, they would give up after failing one or two or even a few times. Sometimes, they would give up if the client died. However, Jiuyu wouldn't. Even if the client died, they would continue to kill their targets. Perhaps it was because of this reputation that Jiuyu was able to expand and expand. Gong Yubai is dead. Now that we've accepted Gong Yubai's mission, we'll definitely kill that little brat. the first assassin said in a gloomy voice. Chase, said the second assassin. Swish, the two assassins disappeared without a trace. Lin Feng didn't know that he was being targeted by the Nine Nether Assassin organization. He continued to walk deeper into the forest. On this day, Lin Feng heard the sounds of killing. More than 10 cultivators were chasing after 5 cultivators. Lin Feng looked over and found that he recognized one of the 5 cultivators being chased. It was Sun Yaer. The young man beside Sun Yaer was Xia Ziheng, who was rather close to Sun Yaer. As for the other 3, they were not from the Star Pavilion. They were likely loose cultivators or cultivators from other forces. The people chasing after them were from the deity Sword Matter. Godly Sword Villa killed thousands of cultivators in order to open the deployment spells of the ancient cultivators' cave. Even if it happened in the Thunderblade mysterious territory, it's still too cruel. If you let us go, we'll keep it a secret for Godly Sword Villa. Xia Ziheng roared. Lin Feng stood on top of a tree and looked at these people. After hearing Xia Ziheng's words, he couldn't help but shake his head. If you don't mention this matter, you might be able to escape. Now that you mention this matter, how can Godly Sword Villa let you go? Sure enough, the cultivators from Godly Sword Villa who were chasing after them had murderous looks on their faces. They quickly rushed over. A leading disciple called Li Jiyang sneered and said, "We only believe that dead people can keep secrets forever." Swoosh swoosh, the cultivators from Godly Sword Villa had already caught up. 13 of them surrounded the 5 cultivators. Xia Ziheng, Sun Yaer, and the other 4 were still injured. Clang, 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 the 2 sides immediately started fighting. Poof, the sound of flesh being torn apart could be heard. One of the cultivators had one of his arms chopped off by a disciple from Godly Sword Villa. Blood immediately gushed out from the wound. Ah! That cultivator let out an incomparably shrill cry of agony. In the next moment, many people rushed forward and stabbed the cultivator to death. Even his head was chopped off. Let's fight them to the death. The other 2 cultivators gritted their teeth and charged towards the elite disciples from Godly Sword Villa. However, it was useless. They could only break through the encirclement in vain. Poof, poof, sword chi directly pierced through the 2 cultivators' bodies, killing them on the spot. Ah, don't kill me. Please don't kill me. My grandfather is an elder of the inner sect. I can give you my storage ring. I have a bright future ahead of me. I can't die here. Xia Ziheng looked at these people pleadingly. Pfft, a genius? You're just a piece of trash. Many disciples from Godly Sword Villa looked at him with disdain. I'm a piece of trash, I'm a piece of trash. Spare me. I'll give this woman to you. I haven't slept with her yet and she's still a virgin. You'll definitely feel good when you play with her. I'll give her to you too. Xia Ziheng pushed Sun Yaer towards Li Jiyang. Haha, not bad. This girl looks so pure. I can't wait. When Li Jiyang saw Sun Yaer's pure face, he smiled lasciviously and threw her to the people behind him. A group of disciples from Godly Sword Villa touched and pinched Sun Yaer. Sun Yaer was so scared that she kept screaming. She couldn't believe that Xia Ziheng, who loved her so much, would throw her to others so easily. As long as you're happy, said Xia Ziheng with a smile on his face. But in the next moment, a cold light flashed by and pierced through Xia Ziheng's chest. Why do you still want to kill me? Xia Ziheng couldn't believe it. Li Jiyang recalled his flying sword and smiled coldly. Did I say I'd let you live? Xia Ziheng fell to the ground and died with his eyes wide open. Brothers, I'll go first. After me, it'll be your turn. Li Jiyang laughed lewdly and carried Sun Yaer over his shoulder. Then, he walked towards a smooth rock. Let me go. Let me go. Shouted Sun Yaer in fear, but she couldn't break free. Li Jiyang put her on the rock and smiled lasciviously. He grabbed her clothes and tore them apart. Sun Yaer's clothes were torn apart. Only her undergarments were left. Help? Or not? Lin Feng frowned. He didn't like Sun Yaer, so he was hesitant. But after thinking about it, Lin Feng couldn't stand by and watch those people humiliate Sun Yaer. In the Thunderblade mysterious territory, there were no restrictions, so many people's inner demons were released. Just like those disciples from Godly Sword Villa. But this was too much of a beast. Little girl, don't struggle. You'll feel good soon, said Li Jiang with a lascivious smile. He wanted to tear Xianxia's clothes apart. Let her go and I'll spare your lives. At this moment, a cold voice suddenly resounded. Who's there? Li Jiang and the other disciples from Godly Sword Villa glanced around. Lin Feng. Xianxia was covering her breasts with her hands. When she saw Lin Feng, she suddenly looked pleasantly surprised. Little boy, it's you. We're looking for you. Li Jiang recognized Lin Feng. He was one of the disciples of Deity Sword Villa who had tried to kill those cultivators. Among the people I killed, there was someone called Lu Xiao, right? I killed those people because they wanted to kill me, but I killed you all because you people are worse than beasts. Lin Feng's voice was ice cold. If it had been a fight between cultivators, Lin Feng wouldn't have bothered to save Xianxia. After all, they weren't friends. Besides, Lin Feng didn't have a good impression of Xianxia. Why would he save her? However, Li Jiang and the others wanted to humiliate Xianxia. Lin Feng couldn't stand it. A group of people ganging up on a woman, how shameless could they be? Little boy, before I met you, I didn't know what it meant to boast shamelessly. Now, I understand what it means. Li Jiang's lips curled into a cold and disdainful smile. Li Jiang was in the 7th heaven of the martial king realm, and he was extremely talented. An ordinary 8th heaven of the martial king realm cultivator might not be his match. Lin Feng was only a general, so Li Jiang looked down on Lin Feng. Little boy, why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? Who do you think you are? How dare you act so impudently in front of us? You don't know how to write the word death. There's no point in killing this brat directly. It's better to capture him alive and cut off his flesh piece by piece. Let him have a taste of death by 1,000 cuts. Otherwise, junior brother Lu Xiao and the others won't be able to rest in peace, shouted the disciples of Deity Sword Villa. Their eyes were filled with murderous intent. Swish. At that moment, Lin Feng moved first and threw himself at the group of people. Little boy, do you want to die? You actually dared to attack first? You don't know what's good for you. Seeing Lin Feng attack, the disciples of Deity Sword Manor were filled with killing intent. However, Li Jiang said, Junior brothers, you have to be on guard against this boy. Don't be careless. You should know how strong junior brother Lu Xiao's cultivation is. If even junior brother Lu Xiao died at this boy's hands, I suspect that this boy has some powerful magic treasure. When Li Jiang mentioned the powerful magic treasure, the disciples of the Deity Sword Villa were not afraid at all. Instead, their eyes were filled with greed. Including Li Jiang. Swish, Li Jiang was the first to draw his sword. The rest of the Deity Sword Manor disciples followed suit. God-slaying 10,000 swords technique. Li Jiang shouted and slashed out with his sword. Suddenly, more than 200 sword lights condensed and blasted towards Lin Feng. The rest of the disciples also began to use the myriad sword god-killing technique. The myriad sword god-killing technique was a sword technique that every disciple of Deity Sword Villa had to learn. It was extremely powerful. When the rest of the disciples used the myriad sword god-killing technique, they could only release a few dozen or 100 sword lights. Their cultivation levels were obviously much lower than Li Jiang's. The 13 disciples of Deity Sword Villa released more than 1,000 sword lights. The sword lights blotted out the sky and covered the earth as they flew towards Lin Feng. Xianxia's face turned pale when she saw the dense sword lights. She thought that Lin Feng would be severely injured even if he didn't die. When the dense sword lights were about to hit Lin Feng raised his right hand and waved it gently. Sky-splitting. A deep voice was heard. Xianxia saw a terrifying scene that she would never forget even if she died. As Lin Feng's right hand fell, a dazzling blade light shot out. Pfft, all the sword lights were instantly shattered. Then, the blade light cut Li Jiang and the other disciples of Deity Sword Villa in half. Because the attack was too fast, Li Jiang and the others didn't die immediately after being cut in half. Instead, they looked at their bodies that had been cut in half and screamed in fear. Then, their bodies fell to the ground, dead. Ugh! Xianxia immediately knelt on the ground and retched when she saw the bloody scene. Lin Feng walked over and said speechlessly, a person who retches when she sees corpses still wants to train in the lightning blade secret territory? Are you here to die? Sun Yair wanted to retort, but she didn't know how to. Lin Feng couldn't be bothered with Sun Yair. He turned around and walked towards the depths of the forest. When Sun Yair saw that Lin Feng was about to leave, she quickly stood up and hugged Lin Feng from behind. Even though there was a layer of clothes between them, Lin Feng could still feel Sun Yair's huge breasts pressing against his back. Senior brother Lin, don't leave me behind. I'm scared, Sun Yair said in a trembling voice. Let go of me first and put on your clothes. Lin Feng said. Sun Yair's face turned red. She suddenly remembered that she only had one piece of clothing to cover her body. She quickly let go of Lin Feng and took out another piece of clothing from her ring to change into. At night, a bonfire was burning in a cave. Lin Feng said, the lightning blade secret territory is closed now, and you can't leave. Your cultivation is limited. I think this cave is a good choice. You can cultivate here and wait until the lightning blade secret territory opens again. You can leave here and save your life. Sun Yair's face turned pale. Senior brother Lin, I don't want to be alone. I'm really scared. Please take me with you. I'll take good care of you. Sun Yair said with a red face. Lin Feng had seen that Sun Yair and Xia Ziheng were very close, so he wasn't interested in her at all. He said indifferently, you don't have to do these things. I'm not interested in you either. My strength is limited, and I don't even know if I can protect myself in the lightning blade secret territory. How can I take you with me? Sun Yair didn't want to stay here. She still wanted to go out and look for opportunities. Although staying here could save her life, any opportunities had nothing to do with her. Sun Yair had seen how strong Lin Feng was, so she wanted to be on good terms with him. In her opinion, as long as she stayed by Lin Feng's side, she would definitely have great opportunities. After being rejected by Lin Feng, Sun Yair didn't feel discouraged. Instead, she became even bolder. She sat on Lin Feng's lap and took off her clothes. She even took off her undergarments, exposing her body to Lin Feng. Senior brother Lin, Yair is so uncomfortable. Yair is still pure. Can you take advantage of Yair? Yair really wants senior brother Lin to press down on Yair. Sun Yair bit her red lips and said seductively. She hugged Lin Feng and couldn't help but rub her body against his. Lin Feng did not think of himself as a gentleman. He also had 7 emotions and 6 desires, and he also liked beautiful women. However, Lin Feng would not touch any kind of woman. For example, Sun Yair in front of him. Under her seemingly pure appearance, she was very flirtatious. If you slept with such a woman today, you might be cuckolded one day. Lin Feng felt a lot of disgust towards Sun Yair. He took a deep breath and put on Sun Yair's clothes. Sun Yair's pretty face turned pale, and she said with tears in her eyes, Senior brother, do you think Yair is lying to you? Yair's body is really pure. Senior brother can check it. You'll know when you see that place. Lin Feng could not help but be speechless. This Sun Yair knew quite a lot. Lin Feng said indifferently, Junior sister Yair, I will leave tomorrow. At that time I will set up a few concealment arrays. Ordinary people will not be able to find this place. These storage rings were taken from Li Jiang and the others. I found some pills and spirit stones inside, enough for you to cultivate. After saying this, Lin Feng closed his eyes and did not speak anymore. Sun Yair said faintly, thank you, senior brother. The next day, Sun Yair looked at Lin Feng with a resentful gaze. Those who did not know the details would definitely think that Lin Feng had done something with Sun Yair and then abandoned her. In reality, Lin Feng was wronged. Lin Feng ignored Sun Yair's resentful gaze. There was nothing between him and Sun Yair. Nothing had happened, so he naturally had a clear conscience. I hope Junior sister can cultivate well here. The Thunderblade secret realm is too dangerous. Don't lose your life for a small benefit. Lin Feng said. Yair, remember. If senior brother is tired, come to Yair. At that time, Yair will definitely make senior brother feel comfortable. Sun Yair said with a red face. Lin Feng quickly left. This Xianxia looked pure, but the flirtatious nature in her bones was hard to conceal, which made Lin Feng quite disgusted. Women who loved themselves were more pitiful. Within a mountain forest, a good number of resting cultivators were gathered there. Many of them had set up temporary stalls, bringing out items that they did not need to trade with other cultivators. This sort of temporary trading spot was quite common in the Thunderblade Pocket Zone. With so many cultivators entering the Thunderblade Pocket Zone, each of them had their own fortuitous encounters. Thus, the items they obtained would surely be of no use to them. Thus, they might as well use those items to exchange for items that they could use. Lin Feng did not find any useful information, but he did hear a few cultivators talking about the Spirit Stone Mountain. That Spirit Stone Mountain is located 300 miles northwest of here. Many cultivators have rushed there to mine for spirit stones. I heard that there are top-grade spirit stones there. A middle-aged cultivator said. Supreme-grade spirit stones. Lin Feng sucked in a breath of cold air. He knew how precious top-grade spirit stones were. Even the 4 major sects of the Waste Domain could not take out top-grade spirit stones for their disciples to cultivate. At most, they would occasionally give one. For example, the winner of the Blue Cloud sect's small competition had been rewarded with a top-grade spirit stone. Supreme-grade spirit stones can be mined? Isn't that too shocking? Let's go and take a look. Maybe we can mine a few top-grade spirit stones. Forget it. There are too many strong cultivators there. Even if we can mine top-grade spirit stones, if we don't have enough strength, we'll die. Hearing the cultivators' discussion, Lin Feng was interested. He also needed top-grade spirit stones. Previously, when he had broken through to the 10th firmament of the Martial General Realm, he had almost failed. He had relied on a top-grade spirit stone to condense his pure chi and successfully break through. It was obviously more difficult to break through to the Martial King Realm. It would be difficult to break through to the Martial King Realm with just high-grade spirit stones. At the very least, he would need to collect a few top-grade spirit stones in case he needed them. Lin Feng bought some mining tools at the trading point and quickly rushed in the direction of the Spirit Stone Mountain. One day later, Lin Feng arrived at the Spirit Stone Mountain. The Spirit Stone Mountain was not a particularly large spirit stone mine, but because it could mine top-grade spirit stones, it attracted many cultivators. Of course, top-grade spirit stones were very rare. Sometimes, a spirit stone mine could not even produce a single top-grade spirit stone. Quick, catch that guy. He's got some top-quality spirit stones. Suddenly, a loud shout came from afar. A cultivator in his 30s quickly rushed out from the Spirit Stone Mountain. A group of cultivators chased after him like crazy. For the sake of top-grade spirit stones, many people had completely fallen into a frenzy. The cultivator quickly fled outside, but when he looked back, he realized that there were too many cultivators chasing after him. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to escape, but he wasn't willing to hand over the top-grade spirit stones that he had worked so hard to extract. The cultivator looked around and suddenly saw a beast carriage coming from the distance. Dozens of guards followed behind the carriage. At this time, a woman in white with a veil over her face walked out of the carriage. She was graceful, her skin was white as snow, and her black hair was tied together with a wooden hairpin. Although her face couldn't be seen because of the veil, one could imagine how beautiful she was under the veil. The fleeing cultivator clenched his teeth and pounced towards the masked woman in white. He seemed to want to capture the masked woman in white and use her as a hostage to force the guards behind her to protect him and escape. Lin Feng shook his head. He felt that the cultivator had done the most stupid thing. The middle-aged man beside the veiled woman had a deep and terrifying chi, which made Lin Feng's heart palpitate. That person was definitely very terrifying. The cultivator who was running away wanted to use the veiled woman as a hostage, but he was simply courting death. Uncle Tian, get rid of him. The veiled woman in white said coldly. Yes, miss. The middle-aged cultivator who was called Uncle Tian replied. He took a step forward and threw a punch across the air. A powerful chi wave formed in the air and fiercely hit the cultivator who was rushing towards the veiled woman in white. Bang, the chi wave hit the cultivator's body, and he flew backwards as if he had been struck by lightning. A single punch was able to create a powerful shockwave and injure that cultivator. What a powerful cultivation base. Lin Feng was shocked. He secretly wondered if he could use such a powerful punch with his cultivation base. Boom! At that moment, the cultivators who were chasing after the veiled woman killed the cultivator who had been sent flying by the veiled woman. The top-grade spirit stone is mine. Many people started fighting crazily. People died miserably, and corpses fell from the sky. Xu and Longwan looked at the coiled mountain. Each layer of coils was a heavy pass. If there were 1,000 locks on the door, there must be an inheritance here. Lin Feng walked around the spirit stone vein, chanting the dragon-searching formula softly. He hadn't learned the dragon-searching formula from the fire Qilin for a long time. This was the inheritance of the moving mountain Taoist, so it was naturally broad and profound. It wasn't easy to master it in a short time. However, Lin Feng still knew a little about it. Using the dragon-searching formula to find the spirit stone vein and mine was the best thing to do. The dragon has 9 veins, the mine has the main bone, the 8 dispositions, and the mountain is moved, Lin Feng murmured. He was using the dragon-searching formula to find the core of the spirit stone vein. If the spirit stone vein produced top-grade spirit stones, then he could use the dragon-searching formula to locate the core. It was the same principle as locating a tomb deep in the mountains. However, Lin Feng hadn't been practicing the dragon-searching formula for long, so he couldn't pinpoint the location accurately. Huh? The masked woman in white looked at Lin Feng with a slightly surprised expression. Uncle Tian, what do you think that person is doing? The masked woman in white pointed at Lin Feng. The powerful guard called Uncle Tian looked at Lin Feng and frowned slightly. I'm not sure, but it's a little strange. His footwork also seems strange, but he's only a cultivator at the martial general realm. He's not worthy of your attention. Miss, you've suppressed your cultivation level for 5 years in order to enter the Thunderblade secret territory to find opportunities and soar to the sky. This place is just a small spirit stone vein, so even if there are top-grade spirit stones, there aren't many of them. It's not worth your attention. Let's go, said the guard called Uncle Tian. No rush, let's wait and see. The masked woman in white was still staring at Lin Feng. Is it here? Lin Feng stopped near a remote mountain stream. He used the dragon-searching formula 3 times, and each time, it was about this place. Lin Feng felt that this should be the place. He smiled, took out a shovel, and began to dig. This shovel wasn't an ordinary shovel. It was the spirit shovel that Lin Feng had bought from the previous trading area. There was an array drawn on it. Once the array was activated, the digging speed would be extremely fast. Lin Feng used this shovel and quickly dug out a cave that was more than 10 meters deep. Lin Feng faintly felt an astonishing amount of energy escaping from this place, causing him to reveal a look of joy. This was indeed the place to excavate top-grade spirit stones. He didn't dare to hesitate and hurriedly set up a small concealment array to isolate his aura. If the aura of a top-grade spirit stone were to spread out, there would definitely be chaos here. When the time came for them to face those crazy cultivators, forget about protecting the spirit stone mine, it would be hard to say if they could even survive. Brat, come out. Just as Lin Feng finished setting up the concealment array formation, a cold shout came from outside. Lin Feng looked outside and saw 7 cultivators blocking the entrance to the cave. Lin Feng's heart sank. Had he been discovered by these people? He thought about the situation just now. When he had sensed the top-grade spirit stone's aura, he had immediately used a concealment array to seal it. Logically speaking, these people shouldn't have discovered the presence of top-grade spirit stones. Lin Feng heaved a sigh of relief. He walked out of the cave, looked at the cultivator in the lead, and asked, "Why did you call me?" "Look, it's Gu Yan and the others. It seems like they're eyeing the spirit stone mine that Brad is excavating. Gu Yan and the others rely on the fact that they're from an ancient aristocratic family. They're extremely despicable. Who asked them to be so strong? That Brad is unlucky. He's excavating the spirit stone mine alone. Of course, he can't protect it. Gu Yan and the others like to rob spirit stones that are only excavated by 1 or a few cultivators. They don't need to excavate the spirit stones themselves. When it's time to harvest the fruits of their labor, they can just rob it." Many people in the surroundings started discussing and looking at Lin Feng with pity. However, this was the law of the Thunderblade secret territory. The weak were prey to the strong. Why did Gu Yan and the others dare to blatantly rob the spirit stone mine that others had worked so hard to excavate? It was because they were strong. The weak were destined to be bullied. Brat, we're taking the spirit stone mine. Go and excavate elsewhere. Gu Yan waved his hand and said arrogantly. Scram. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. At that moment, everyone was dumbfounded. A cultivator at the martial general realm dared to ask Gu Yan to scram. Gu Yan had a lot of people around him, but Gu Yan himself was at the fourth celestial layer of the martial king realm. In addition, the people around him were also martial kings. They came from ancient aristocratic families and had extraordinary means. With so many people gathered together, no one dared to provoke them. However, Lin Feng, a cultivator at the martial general realm, dared to ask Gu Yan and the others to scram. He was simply courting death. Is this brat crazy? Many people looked at Lin Feng in astonishment. This guy's strength isn't much, but he's quite bold, said Uncle Tian with a frown. The masked woman in white smiled and said, he's indeed bold. Maybe he has something to rely on. If he doesn't have anything to rely on, offending a few cultivators at the martial king realm is simply courting death. As the masked woman in white spoke, her eyes were fixed on Lin Feng. She rarely paid so much attention to a man. However, Lin Feng made her feel a little suspicious. Gu Yan's face instantly became gloomy. The eyes of the cultivators around him flashed with a cold light. Break his limbs and throw him out. Let him fend for himself, said Gu Yan with a hideous smile. Yes, immediately, a cultivator at the first celestial layer of the martial king realm rushed out and threw a punch at Lin Feng. They're attacking. That brat is finished. If his limbs are broken and he's thrown out of the Thunderblade's secret territory, he'll definitely die. Many people cried out in alarm. You blind thing, you even dared to offend us, said the cultivator at the first celestial layer of the martial king realm with a hideous smile on his face. Humph, groaned Lin Feng coldly. Everybody could see that Lin Feng was moving at an incredible speed. He looked like an afterimage. Bang! The sound of a collision was heard, followed by a horrible shriek. The cultivator at the first celestial layer of the martial king realm was blown away. He coughed up blood in the air and fell to the ground. His arm was broken and he was trembling. That brat was hiding his strength. Let's attack together. Gu Yan's face suddenly darkened. He and the others attacked Lin Feng together. Lin Feng's eyes were ice cold as he stepped forward. Boom boom boom, 6 punches were thrown out in succession. Crack crack, the sound of a violent collision was heard. The sound of bones breaking was also heard. Horrible shrieks rose and fell one after another. 6 people were blown away, their arms broken. A powerful force shook their bodies, causing them to suffer internal injuries. They fell to the ground, bleeding from their 7 orifices. Some of them even stopped moving. It was unknown whether they were dead or alive. That brat was too strong, wasn't he? He had crushed Gu Yan and the others. Gu Yan was a cultivator at the 4th celestial layer of the martial king realm, but he hadn't even been able to withstand a single punch. What was that guy's cultivation level? Everyone's eyes widened in shock as they looked at the young cultivator standing proudly in front of the mine. That was close. Luckily, Gu Yan and the others made a move first. Otherwise, we would be the ones in trouble. Some of the cultivators were secretly wiping away their sweat. For a lone cultivator like Lin Feng to come here to mine, there was an 80% chance that the mine would be snatched away. There were more than one group of people like Gu Yan. Some of the cultivators who were about to make a move heaved a sigh of relief. If Gu Yan had not made a move, they might have been the ones lying on the ground. Isn't this kid a general? How can he be so powerful? Could it be that he has a secret technique to hide his cultivation level? Uncle Tian frowned slightly, finding it unbelievable. The masked woman in white said, it doesn't seem like he's hiding his cultivation level. When he made a move, he didn't even have any earth energy. That means he's still a general. Maybe he has some treasure on him. Lin Feng looked around coldly. The cold aura on his body made many people's hearts palpitate. This time, Lin Feng wanted to cripple Gu Yan and the others to establish his dominance. Otherwise, there would always be people with bad intentions looking for trouble. He entered the mine and set up a few illusion formations to seal the entrance to ensure that no one would disturb him while he was mining. Lin Feng began to dig. From time to time, he would dig out a low-grade spirit stone. From time to time, he would dig out a mid-grade spirit stone. High-grade spirit stones were rare. Lin Feng dug for 3 days and only dug out 1 high-grade spirit stone, 300 mid-grade spirit stones, and 5,000 low-grade spirit stones. Lin Feng did not lack these ordinary spirit stones. In fact, he had enough high-grade spirit stones. What Lin Feng really lacked was supreme-grade spirit stones. Transforming from a general to a martial king. Ordinary cultivators might only need high-grade spirit stones to break through. But Lin Feng had accumulated too much energy, his strength and fighting abilities were incredible. When he wanted to break through to the next cultivation layer, he needed an incredible amount of energy. His requirements for energy were also extremely high. In order to break through to the 10th stage of the martial general realm, he still needed a top-grade spirit stone to help him break through. What more to break through to the martial king realm? Moreover, 1 supreme-grade spirit stone was not even enough. Another 3 days passed, and waves of shocking energy fluctuations surged out from the depths of the spirit mine. Lin Feng increased his speed. Not long after, he saw a fist-sized spirit stone appear in front of him. The pure energy contained within the spirit stone made Lin Feng's eyelids twitch violently. Supreme-grade spirit stones. Lin Feng's face was full of joy. Inside the cave, Xianxia was holding a spirit stone with both hands, absorbing the energy within it. Suddenly, the sounds of fighting could be heard coming from outside. Tens of cultivators had surrounded a cultivator in his 20s. Hand over the ancient devil ring and we'll spare your life. The leading cultivator shouted coldly. You want to snatch my ancient devil ring with just the few of you? What a joke. Today, I'll use you as a sacrifice to my sword. The cultivator sneered. He held his sword with both hands and shouted. God-killing technique of 10,000 swords. Swish, countless dazzling sword rays flew out towards the cultivators. This cultivator was obviously an expert from the deity sword villa. It's the 10,000 god-killing sword technique. Retreat quickly. He can't use such a powerful technique continuously. The leader of the cultivators shouted. It's too late to retreat. The cultivator from the deity sword villa sneered and stepped forward. Sword chi shot out everywhere. Puff puff puff, the sound of flesh tearing could be heard. The bodies of the cultivators were penetrated by the sword chi. They fell to the ground and died. Phew. The cultivator from the deity sword villa took a deep breath and began to collect the storage rings of the dead cultivators. The 10,000 god-killing sword technique is a technique of the deity sword villa. This person is a disciple of the deity sword villa. He's really powerful. If I can befriend him, I'll gain a lot of benefits. Xianxia bit her lips. She was a woman who did not like loneliness. Although she had only stayed in the cave for a few days, she could not cultivate in peace. Xianxia ran out of the cave. Who is it? Suiqi looked around coldly. His gaze was fixed on Xianxia. Seeing Xianxia's delicate figure and innocent face, Suiqi's eyes lit up. Senior brother, my name is Xianxia. I'm a disciple of the Nebula Pavilion. I'm cultivating here to avoid evildoers. Please take me in and cultivate with me in the Thunderblade secret territory. Xianxia looked at Suiqi with a pitiful expression and bowed slightly to Suiqi. Suiqi quickly walked over and supported Xianxia. Xianxia reached out and clasped Suiqi's hand. Suiqi's heart skipped a beat. He smiled and said, so it's junior sister Yair. It's dangerous for you to be alone in the Thunderblade secret territory. Since junior sister Yair doesn't mind my low cultivation, I'm willing to protect junior sister Yair. Xianxia smiled and said, thank you, senior brother Zhua. Yair will repay you in the future. Looking at Xianxia's innocent face, Suiqi felt an evil fire in his dantian that he wanted to vent. The second supreme-grade spirit stone. In the mine, Lin Feng looked at the supreme-grade spirit stone in his hand with surprise. There are at most 4 or 5 supreme-grade spirit stones in this mine. One of them has already been dug out by someone else. This should be the third one, right? If there were still people secretly mining top-grade spirit stones, perhaps all the top-grade spirit stones in this mine would have already been mined out. Lin Feng couldn't help but think. Huh? Something's not right. There seems to be a terrifying energy in the depths of the mine. Could there be another supreme-grade spirit stone? Lin Feng used the dragon-searching incantation to sense the spirit veins and found another energy fluctuation that was even more deeply hidden. The dragon-searching incantation was indeed powerful. Lin Feng sighed and continued to dig deeper. Not long after, Lin Feng dug out the third supreme-grade spirit stone. Haha, 3 supreme-grade spirit stones. I should have enough supreme-grade spirit stones to break through to the martial king realm, right? Lin Feng's face was full of joy. Now that he had collected enough supreme-grade spirit stones to break through to the martial king realm, he was very happy. Next, he needed to find strong astral winds to refine them. The astral winds fused with his pure chi and raised his pure chi to earth chi. Earth chi was not only more powerful in attack, but also in defense. It could even block soul attacks, which was something that pure chi could not achieve. The Thunderblade secret territory was surrounded by lightning and astral winds, so there was no lack of powerful earth chi. Now, his metamorphosis had reached a critical juncture. As long as he could successfully break through to the martial king realm, his fighting strength would increase greatly. Lin Feng left the mine and flew into the distance. That's the boy. He set up a small concealment array in the mine to isolate the aura of the spirit stones. He must have dug out some supreme-grade spirit stones. A few gloomy eyes stared at Lin Feng as he left. Asterisk swoosh, asterisk Lin Feng leaped through the forest, covering dozens of meters with each jump. Now that he had a better understanding of the golden wings, his speed was much faster than before. When night fell, Lin Feng rested beside a small stream. The meat on the bonfire had already turned golden, and it emitted an enticing aroma. Lin Feng cut off a piece of meat and tasted it. It tasted quite good. Suddenly, 4 cultivators flew over from afar. The 4 of them stopped. The leader of the group was a middle-aged cultivator. He had a tall stature and a straightforward appearance. Clasping his fists, he smiled and said, "Brother, I am Xianxia. I am just passing by with 3 other brothers. Little brother, you don't mind if we join you, right?" Lin Feng nodded. "Feel free to sit. This isn't my place anyway." He didn't have any intention of chatting with these 4 cultivators. They were just strangers, so why should they know each other? A skinny cultivator said, "Little brother, your roasted meat is pretty good. Eat it." Lin Feng tossed the meat to the skinny cultivator. "Haha, brother, you're really straightforward. I, Xianxia, like straightforward people the most. Brother, since you've given us meat, it's impolite not to reciprocate. Brother, have a taste of this fine wine of mine. I brewed it myself and buried it underground for 10 years. As he spoke, Xianxia took out a jar of wine and handed it to Lin Feng. Lin Feng frowned slightly. He took the jar, opened the cork, and drank a mouthful. "This wine is very strong. This is strong wine, and it's very strong. Men should drink this kind of wine." Xianxia laughed. He took out another 4 jars of wine and shared them with the others. Then, he gulped down the wine as if he was drinking water. Lin Feng was dumbfounded. Lin Feng and the 4 of them chatted in a neutral manner. However, Lin Feng soon felt his body heating up, and he felt a little dizzy. He shook his head and muttered, "What's wrong with me?" "Haha, boy, you've been poisoned." When the lean cultivator saw Lin Feng's absent-minded appearance, he suddenly laughed out loud. The 4 of them stopped hiding and jumped up. They looked coldly at Lin Feng as if they were looking at a dead man. Lin Feng stood up and leaned against a tree. "You poisoned the wine?" "Of course not, this is good wine." "We wouldn't waste such good wine," said Lin Feng. Xianxia smiled and said, "Then why was I poisoned?" Lin Feng looked at these people coldly. His gaze swept over the jade stones on their waists. "So that's how it is. There seems to be something smeared on your jades, causing them to emit a faint fragrance. I noticed it before, but I didn't think too much about it. Now, it seems that the fragrance is reacting with the wine, turning the wine into poison. Am I right?" Lin Feng said. The four of them were startled, but then they started laughing coldly. That's right. We smeared the medicinal liquid of the heart-eating grass on it. The wine I brewed has an ingredient called nightshade vine. When it fuses with the medicinal liquid of the heart-eating grass, it becomes extremely poisonous. Xianxia said. A cultivator of the 7th celestial layer and 3 cultivators of the 5th celestial layer. Is it worth it for you to go through so much trouble to deal with a mere general like me? Lin Feng shook his head. I saw you fight in the spirit mine. You must have some powerful treasures on you, right? Even though we weren't worried about you, we were worried that you would use the treasures to escape. Wouldn't all our efforts have been in vain? Xianxia sneered. How meticulous. So it turns out that you've taken a fancy to my treasures, said Lin Feng. You thought it would be easy to kill me because I was alone, right? Don't blame us if you die. This is the Thunderblade's secret territory. Deceit and deception are everywhere. Everything is for the sake of benefits. We had no choice but to kill you, said Xianxia. You had no choice but to kill me? Maybe you can choose to leave the antidote behind and leave. Lin Feng smiled. Another fat cultivator sneered and said, Brat, are you stupid? We schemed against you to kill you and steal your treasures. Now you want us to let you go? Said the tall and thin cultivator with a sneer. Let me deal with this boy and end all troubles. Swish, as soon as he finished speaking, the strong cultivator leaped forward. His right hand turned into an eagle's claw and grabbed at Lin Feng's neck. The attack was about to crush Lin Feng's neck. But at that moment, Lin Feng moved slightly to the left and dodged the attack. Then, Lin Feng stretched out his right hand and grabbed the tall and thin cultivator's neck. How is this possible? Shouted the tall and thin cultivator in disbelief. Crack, but in the next moment, his neck was broken by Lin Feng. Then, his body fell to the ground, no longer breathing. Fourth brother. When Xianxia and the other two saw that the tall and thin cultivator was killed by Lin Feng, they immediately roared. Their eyes were full of killing intent. Xianxia roared in disbelief, Why? Why aren't you poisoned? Sorry, I'm an alchemist, so when I opened the wine jar, I could smell the ingredients inside. Of course, this included the black nightshade vine and the heart-eating herb's medicinal liquid that you smeared on the jade pendant. Although I didn't take the antidote beforehand like you did, I secretly put in a stock of cordyceps before I drank the wine. Since you know the effects of the black nightshade vine, you should know that the cordyceps and the black nightshade vine will quickly fuse into a different kind of spirit liquid. So, your plan to poison me by fusing the cordyceps and the black nightshade vine naturally won't happen. I was just playing along with you. Lin Feng shrugged. At that moment, the three of them understood that Lin Feng was just playing with them. He had already seen through them. How dare you play with us? Xianxia and the other two's faces were distorted. I didn't play with you, you wanted to kill me. I even gave you a chance to leave the antidote and leave. At that time I didn't want to kill you, but I was wrong. This is the Thunderblade mysterious world. You can kill people for the sake of benefits. Maybe that's the cruel law of this place. Lin Feng sighed. Little boy, you're a general, even if you weren't poisoned, you're going to die today. Shouted Xianxia coldly. He was very cautious. He glanced at the other two and the three of them attacked Lin Feng together. It's useless. You're really strong, but in front of me, you're as weak as ants. Murmured Lin Feng. He stepped forwards, and an unimaginably terrifying chi emerged from his body, Lin Feng. Force. Surprisingly, it was force. Xianxia and the other two realized that they couldn't move. They were being oppressed by Lin Feng's force. No. Spare us. Shouted the three of them in panic. They didn't know how strong Lin Feng was until that moment. I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. Said Lin Feng indifferently. When he passed by Xianxia and the other two, boom, the three of them couldn't withstand Lin Feng's force and exploded. Their bodies were scattered all over the forest. Puff, the sound of flesh tearing could be heard as cultivators fell to the ground one by one. No, spare me. A 15 or 16-year-old boy looked in horror at the cultivator who was walking towards him with a sword in his hand. Their group of more than 10 people was passing through the forest when they were ambushed. The leader of the group, a 7th firmament martial king, was killed in an instant. The rest of them were not strong enough and were killed one after another. However, the cultivator with the sword did not care about the boy's pleas at all and killed him with a single strike. Senior brother Xianxia's cultivation is getting stronger and stronger. Xianxia walked out and said with a smile. Xianxia seemed to have gotten used to the corpses on the ground and did not retch anymore. Xianxia killed more than 10 people, but he still had a calm expression on his face. It was as if he was not killing people, but a group of fierce beasts. I've gotten a lot of good things recently, which is why my cultivation has improved so quickly. Only one of the cultivators in this group has a decent cultivation. The rest of them are weaker, so I don't think they have much good things. Xianxia took the storage rings of the cultivators and left with Xianxia. Lin Feng was leaning against a tree, resting. At that moment, he heard some footsteps. Senior brother Xianxia, let's rest here. Lin Feng opened his eyes and saw a man and a woman walking towards him through the leaves. Xianxia. Lin Feng was slightly surprised. He did not expect it to be this woman. He shook his head slightly. He had thought that Xianxia was not someone who was willing to be lonely. Sure enough, how long had it been? She ran out of the cave and seemed to have hooked up with the cultivator called Xianxia at this time. Xianxia hugged Xianxia. Ah, senior brother Xianxia, what are you doing? Let go of me. Xianxia cried out, wanting to refuse. Xianxia said in a rough voice, Sister I feel terrible. No matter what, I must have you today. Senior brother Xianxia, you're so bad. This is the wilderness and I'm still a virgin. I can't give my body to you here. Xianxia struggled gently. Qi la. But how could Xianxia care about this? He directly tore Xianxia's clothes and placed her on a smooth rock. Then, he pried Xianxia's legs apart. Senior brother Xianxia, you scoundrel, go easy on me later. I'm scared of pain. Xianxia said shyly. Xianxia looked at Xianxia's pure face and lewd expression and cursed in his heart. However, he was also extremely excited and quickly took off his clothes. Xianxia closed her eyes and waited for Xianxia to strip her naked and penetrate her body. Pooh. But at this moment, Xianxia felt something splashing on her face. He opened his eyes and saw that Xianxia's head had already been separated from his body. Blood splattered all over his face. Ah. Xianxia was so scared that her face turned pale and she screamed. Keek keek, what delicious blood. A strange laughter rang out and a cultivator in black robes rushed out from the forest. The flying sword that had killed Xianxia had already returned to the black-robed cultivator's hand. The black-robed cultivator drank a mouthful of blood with an intoxicated expression. A devil cultivator. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. Spare me, senior brother, please spare me. I'm not familiar with Xianxia. As long as you spare me, I'm willing to become your slave and serve you well. Xianxia was so scared that her voice was trembling. The devil cultivator took out Xianxia's spatial ring and checked it. His expression immediately became cold. Where's the ancient devil ring? Where's the ancient devil ring that Xianxia obtained? The devil cultivator's face became distorted. The ancient devil ring? What's that? It seems to be something good. It must be a treasure that Xianxia obtained. This devil cultivator must have been tracking him. Lin Feng frowned. The ancient devil ring is with me. Xianxia left it with me for safety reasons. Xianxia hurriedly said. She stretched out her hand and took out the ring that was hanging around her neck. It was clamped between a pair of huge peaks. It still had the warmth of Xianxia's body. Haha, that's right. It's the ancient devil ring. It's finally in my hands. The devil Dao expert laughed out loud. Senior brother, please spare me. I even gave him the ancient devil ring, Xianxia begged. Bitch, get lost. The devil Dao expert kicked out with his foot. With a loud bang, she kicked Xianxia in the chest. Crack, crack. Xianxia's chest was broken and she coughed up blood. She fell to the ground and her body twitched. Just as the devil cultivator was about to leave, a figure as fast as lightning rushed over and punched the devil cultivator. Brat, how dare you sneak attack me? 10,000 devil fist. The devil cultivator roared and punched. Bang. Lin Feng and the devil cultivator fiercely collided. In an instant, a terrifying force rushed into Lin Feng's body and sent Lin Feng flying. Lin Feng's body slammed into a tree. The tree that could only be held by a dozen people was directly broken. So strong. Lin Feng was shocked. This person was too terrifying. He seemed to be only at the fourth celestial layer of the martial king realm, but he was able to completely suppress him. This devil cultivator was definitely a monstrous figure who could challenge those above his level. It's not easy for a general to survive a punch from me. But if you dare to sneak attack me, only death awaits you. The devil cultivator roared and jumped out. In an instant, he rushed in front of Lin Feng and punched him again. You're really powerful. You're the first person who can suppress me to this extent as a fourth celestial layer of the martial king realm. Lin Feng looked indifferent and shouted, but you're still not my opponent. Sky rend. Lin Feng roared and raised his right hand, slashing with his blade. Buzz. A dazzling blade slashed out. Not good, retreat. The devil cultivator's face suddenly changed and he quickly retreated. At the same time, he took out a precious weapon, a shield, and placed it in front of him. But that precious shield couldn't block Lin Feng's Skyfisher attack. The shield was directly cut in two. Pooh. A tearing sound was heard as the blade chi directly cut off the devil cultivator's head. Plop. The headless corpse fell to the ground. Lin Feng took the spatial ring. Then, he used his divine sense to enter it and took out the mysterious black ring. Is this the ancient devil ring? Lin Feng murmured. Senior brother Lin, save me, save me. Seeing that the person who attacked was Lin Feng, Xianxia seemed to see hope. She tried her best to stretch out her hand, trying to grab Lin Feng. Xianxia's clothes were disheveled and her body was covered in blood. He couldn't help but feel that this woman was very pitiful. I can save you once, but I can't save you a second time. I'm sorry, I can't do anything now. Lin Feng turned around and walked away. Xianxia wanted to call out to Lin Feng, but she found that she couldn't speak. Her breathing was getting heavier and heavier, and her head was getting heavier and heavier. Xianxia suddenly regretted her decision. Why didn't she listen to Lin Feng and cultivate in the cave and wait for the Thunderblade's secret territory to open? Swoosh! In the darkness, silhouettes flew over quickly. There were more than 10 of them. These people were all dressed in black, and each of them had a powerful and terrifying aura. They were obviously experts. Chu Yun is dead. One of the black-clothed men pointed at the headless corpse on the ground. Such a beautiful woman was killed by Chu Yun. That guy really doesn't know how to be gentle. Another black-clothed man shook his head as he looked at Xianxia's corpse. A woman coldly laughed as she said, Chu Yun likes to shatter other people's hearts and make them slowly die in pain. Now, his head has been chopped off. Xiaomayu, do you feel bad that this girl's heart was crushed by Chu Yun? Is that why you're mocking him? Another woman sneered, mocking the woman who had spoken first. The woman who had spoken first had a very special hobby. She didn't like men, but she liked women. She had captured many beautiful women to be her slaves and trained by her. On the other hand, Xianxia was pure and beautiful. Her pitiful appearance was indeed very likable. So what if I am? I like to play with women. That girl was born like that, and she died before I could play with her. What a pity. Xiaomayu sighed and sneered, she's better than some people. Who knows how many men she's had sex with? Xiaomayu, who are you scolding? TSK, I'm not talking about you. Why are you acting so hostile? Who are you trying to impress? Do you think that someone will take pity on you and help you? The two of them started arguing. The rest of the black-clothed men turned their heads and pretended not to see anything. Mou, Ren Qing, both of you should stop talking. When Master comes and sees you arguing here, you should know the consequences if you make Master unhappy. One of the black-clothed men said. Xiaomayu and Ren Qing shuddered when they thought of the terrifying consequences. They quickly shut their mouths. At this moment, a figure walked out from the darkness. It was shrouded in a wide black robe. She was tall and slender, but judging from her figure, she was clearly a woman. Master. When they saw her, all the black-clothed men were startled and quickly bowed. Have you found the ancient devil ring? A gentle and pleasant voice sounded. Reporting to your excellency, Xueqi, who was the first to take the ancient devil ring, is dead. Chu Yun, who was the first to find Xueqi, is also dead. Looking at the wounds on Xueqi and the dead woman, it seems that they were both killed by Chu Yun. But Chu Yun is also dead. Someone must have killed him and taken the ancient devil ring. A black-cloaked man said. Who dares to steal from the myriad demon sect? The woman's voice turned cold as she stretched out her jade-like hand. This was a pair of jade-white, slender, jade-like hands, a pair of jade-like hands that were so beautiful that they seemed to be the work of God. Reversal. That jade-like hand gently waved. In the void, images began to appear one after another. These images were of what had happened before, including Chu Yun's sneak attack to kill Xueqi, then kicking Xianxia to death, and then Lin Feng's appearance to kill Xueqi. This was really a heaven-defying secret technique that could restore the previous scene. That brat killed Xueqi and took the ancient devil ring. The group of black-clothed men looked murderous. He won't be able to get far. Chase him. The black-clothed woman took the lead and chased after him. The rest of the black-clothed men also quickly followed. In a valley dozens of miles away, Lin Feng was sitting cross-legged on a branch of a tree. He took out the ancient devil ring. It was a very strange ring. The ring was covered with dense runes. These runes looked like runes, but they were different from the runes Lin Feng had seen before. Furthermore, there was a dragon on top of the ring. It was a pitch-black dragon. When Lin Feng carefully looked at the dragon, he felt his heartbeat quicken. It was as if his heart was about to explode. Phew, Lin Feng quickly shifted his gaze away from the ring. He was panting heavily. This ancient devil ring was too strange. Lin Feng almost lost himself. What a frightening monster. Lin Feng looked at the ancient devil ring seriously. He tried to use his divine sense to enter the ring, but it was blocked. He couldn't enter the ring. Spirit. Soul. Contract. Open. Ancient. Devil. Ring. Lin Feng said. Just as Lin Feng was frowning slightly, an ancient, mysterious, and cold voice resounded in his mind. Who's talking to me? Lin Feng shouted. He looked around suspiciously. Finally, his gaze landed on the ancient devil ring. Spirit. Soul. Innate. Gift. Barely. Fit. Open. Activate. Ancient. Devil. Ring. Suddenly, the voice resounded again. What the F***ck? This young master is a peerless genius, yet you say that this young master barely qualifies? Are you blind? Lin Feng shouted. Open. 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 Drip. Blood. Drip. Blood. The voice sounded a little hurried. Open your ass. Lin Feng rolled his eyes. This ancient devil ring was definitely an extremely evil and strange treasure. Lin Feng felt like he had lost himself after looking at it for a while. Moreover, what kind of soul contract was this? Just the name of the contract was scary enough. Although Lin Feng didn't know what a soul contract was or what the contents of the contract were, the soul was the origin of a person. Once the soul was connected to something else, such as a soul contract, it was very likely that the soul would be controlled by someone else. A soul contract. Does it mean that the person who signed it has to be enslaved? Lin Feng frowned. What kind of rubbish is this? I don't care. Lin Feng threw the ring away. Then, he leaned against a tree to rest. However, the ancient devil ring trembled slightly before disappearing. In the next moment, an image of the ancient devil ring appeared on Lin Feng's left arm. However, even Lin Feng himself didn't know about it. Swish. Swish, swish. Swish. One figure after another flashed through the darkness. Lin Feng opened his eyes and looked at the black-cloaked people. His expression changed slightly. The aura of these people was very similar to that of the devil cultivator he had killed. Moreover, these people all had terrifying auras. Darkness evasion. Lin Feng used darkness evasion to hide himself. Kid, so this is where you were hiding. Suddenly, one of the black-cloaked people sneered. He held a blood-red saber in his hand and slashed towards Lin Feng's hiding place. What? You found me? Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed. He took out the black dragon sword and slashed. Clang! Clang! Lin Feng was blown away. He was holding the black dragon sword with both hands. Lin Feng looked at his hands and realized that his palms were bleeding from the impact of the sword. So strong. Lin Feng was shocked. He wanted to quickly flee, but at that moment, one figure after another flew over and completely surrounded Lin Feng. Each of these people's auras was stronger than the last. Lin Feng's expression became extremely serious. Lin Feng knew that he was in big trouble. These black-cloaked people were too strong. If he wasn't careful, he could die here. You're so strong as a general. That's impressive. I wonder if your strength comes from your body, or if you have some powerful treasure on you. The attacker was called Gao Yong, and he was one of the strongest cultivators in the group. Of course, the others were also terrifyingly strong. When the woman called Ren Qing saw Lin Feng, her eyes lit up and she said, "You're not bad looking. Kid, if you agree to be my slave, I'll spare your life. What do you think?" Lin Feng glanced at the flirtatious woman and said indifferently, "Sorry, I'm not interested in broken shoes." Kid, you're courting death. A dense killing intent immediately emerged in Ren Qing's eyes. He, well said. I admire you now. It'll be a pity to kill you like this. Xianxia smiled at Lin Feng. Xianxia didn't get along with Ren Qing, so she wouldn't let go of any opportunity to bully her. Then let me go, said Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at Xianxia. Are you dreaming? The black-cloaked men rolled their eyes. How about this? Find someone to fight with me. If I win, let me go. If I lose, you can do whatever you want with me. Lin Feng said. TSK, if you used this on those so-called righteous sects, they might agree because of their face. But for us devil cultivators, it's useless. We devil cultivators like to bully others with numbers. A cultivator called Jia Zhang sneered. Then what do you want to do with me? Kill me? Lin Feng said indifferently. The black-cloaked men frowned. What was wrong with this kid? She was still a little panicked when she was surrounded, but now she was so calm, they didn't know Lin Feng well. The more dangerous the situation, the calmer Lin Feng would be. This was a trait that Lin Feng had developed through countless life-or-death battles. Hand over the ancient devil ring, and we'll give you a painful death. Gao Yong said. Is it that pitch-black ring with a black dragon engraved on it? Lin Feng asked. That's right, this is the ring. Hurry up and give it to us. All the men in black were ecstatic. What is this ancient devil ring? Lin Feng asked. It's a supreme demonic weapon passed down by the ancient demonic emperor, Chong Lu, said Ren Qing. She then smiled coldly and said, You're about to die, why waste my time talking to you? Hand over the ancient devil ring, otherwise, we have countless ways to make you suffer. I threw away that broken ring. It's in a forest 50 miles southeast of here. You can go look for it. Lin Feng said. Who are you trying to fool? The group of black-clothed men all had gloomy expressions. Everyone, this brat isn't honest at all. Let's capture him and either torture him until he tells us, or use the soul-searching technique. Gao Yong said in a deep voice. Alright, let's capture this brat. The rest of the men in black also agreed with Gao Yong's suggestion. Boom, following that, more than 10 men in black attacked at the same time. Each of them was extremely terrifying. Lin Feng naturally knew that if he was captured by these men in black, only death would await him. Lin Feng soared into the sky, but 2 men in black blocked Lin Feng's path and forced Lin Feng back down. The others also used powerful secret techniques to attack Lin Feng. Bang, with a loud sound, Lin Feng was sent flying. His body crashed into a mountain and was crushed under the rubble. Lin Feng broke through the rubble and jumped out, gasping for breath. It's useless. Even though you're very strong, you're still too weak in front of us. Gao Yong looked indifferent. It was indeed as Gao Yong had said. This group of demonic experts were all peerless experts. Their cultivations were far from what an ordinary martial king cultivator could contend against. If it was only 2 or 3 people, Lin Feng was confident that he could suppress or even kill them. However, there were too many of them. It was difficult for 2 fists to fight against 4 hands, not to mention being surrounded by a group of experts. Why do you have to put up a final struggle? It's all in vain. Xiao Maju said with a smile. Lin Feng took a deep breath and said, actually, I don't want to kill you. I'm a kind person. Brat, you're about to die, yet you still dare to boast. Jia Zhang sneered. Whoosh, more than 10 people charged towards Lin Feng again. Lin Feng was facing more than 10 people at once, and it was very difficult for him. He was extremely suppressed, and his opponents used all kinds of killing techniques. Lin Feng could only deal with them tiredly, and he was surrounded by danger several times. Pooh. Lin Feng was still unable to dodge all the attacks. His chest was pierced by Ren Qing's sword qi, and blood immediately flowed out. Huff. 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 Lin Feng leaned against a rock wall, panting heavily. There were more than 10 injuries on his body, but the one that pierced through his chest was the most serious. However, Lin Feng's physical body was too strong, and with the ancient dragonesque elephant art, his wounds were quickly healing. Look. This brat's wounds are recovering too quickly. What a terrifying guy. No wonder he has such fighting strength at the martial general realm. If we can't catch him alive, we'll just kill him and quickly search for him. The group of black-cloaked people sneered and quickly rushed towards Lin Feng. Hee, looks like I have no choice but to use my ultimate move now. Lin Feng clenched his teeth. He had not used his ultimate move because he vaguely felt that there was a terrifying aura entrenched in the dark, and it was far stronger than these people. Lin Feng was worried that after using his ultimate move, his body would be in a weakened state, and he would be killed by that hidden person. However, these black-cloaked people in front of him were really too strong, and Lin Feng could no longer wait for that terrifying existence to appear. Boom. Lin Feng opened his eyes and looked at the 17 black-cloaked people rushing towards him. Lin Feng could even see the cold killing intent in their eyes. There was not a single trace of emotion in his cold eyes. Killing a person was like killing an ant to him. He did not feel guilty at all. I don't want to kill, but if I don't kill, I will die. Lin Feng murmured and raised his right hand. Destroy. Lin Feng roared. Boom, a destructive aura surged out from Lin Feng's body. Above these black-cloaked people, a mysterious, ancient, and murderous destroy word condensed. The word Dao. The word Dao that was formed at the beginning of the world. It was also one of Lin Feng's most powerful techniques at the moment. After the word Dao condensed, it suppressed the 17 black-cloaked people. Ah, what kind of secret technique is this? The black-cloaked people realized that they were unable to move, and they shouted in fear. Bang, 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 then, under the suppression of the word Dao, the black-cloaked people's bodies exploded into a bloody mist. Gao Yong had never been as frightened as he was now because he couldn't do anything. He could only watch the people around him explode. The guy who had used this move was gasping for breath. He couldn't even straighten his back. Gao Yong knew that the guy had consumed a lot of energy. If he could break this move, he would definitely die. However, Gao Yong couldn't do it. How difficult was it to break Lin Feng's attack? Bang, 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 the sound of bodies exploding could be heard one after another. No, spare us, spare us. The demonic cultivators were also afraid and started begging loudly. Although the demonic cultivators were cold-blooded and killed people without blinking, they still cherished their lives. However, they cherished their lives. At this moment, these demonic path experts were all pale and filled with despair. However, their begging was useless. The Dao character was suppressed, and 10 of the 17 demonic cultivators were killed in the blink of an eye. Humph! At this moment, a cold snort was heard. Swoosh! A figure appeared without a sound. He raised his right hand and slapped at the Dao destruction character that was pressing down. Bang! A loud sound was heard. Lin Feng's Dao character had been broken by a single attack. The black-robed person who had attacked was too terrifying. Although Lin Feng couldn't see her face, he knew that the black-robed person was a woman. Because the pair of hands that stretched out of the black robe were simply too beautiful. What a terrifying existence. Lin Feng was terrified, and he turned around and ran away. What kind of attack is so powerful? The black-robed woman was also very surprised that she couldn't break Lin Feng's Dao character with one attack. She slapped again, and this time, the Dao character was destroyed. "Thank you for saving us, my lady." Dao Yong and the others hurriedly thanked her. They were very lucky to be alive. The black-robed woman nodded and quickly chased after Lin Feng. Her speed was too fast, and she disappeared in the blink of an eye. Lin Feng didn't fly in the forest. He knew that the Thunderblade secret territory was too dangerous. There were many places with fragmented nomological powers, and there were also many powerful beasts. Flying in the air at night was just like a live target, and would inevitably be attacked by terrifying ferocious beasts. He leaped in the forest, covering a distance of tens of meters with a single leap. Lin Feng wanted to be faster, but he found that the true qi in his body was somewhat insufficient. The word Dao was indeed terrifying. However, the consumption of the Dao character annihilation was also enormous. Lin Feng already felt that his true qi was somewhat lacking. He flew towards the distance while holding 2 high-level spirit stones in his hands, and quickly absorbed the energy within the high-level spirit stones. Whoosh, the sound of something breaking through the air came from behind. The black-robed woman quickly chased after him. "What is that secret technique you just used?" the black-robed woman asked. Lin Feng's expression was gloomy. This woman had caught up. This was going to be troublesome. He had just seen this woman destroy the Dao character that he had condensed earlier. Lin Feng found it hard to believe. Lin Feng carefully sensed the black-robed woman's realm and discovered that the black-robed woman was enveloped by a layer of mysterious power. Her cultivation level was concealed by that mysterious power. This woman was truly terrifying. Lin Feng didn't say anything. He quickly flew off into the distance. The black-robed woman sneered, "Do you think you can escape from me? That's a bit of a fantasy. You'll know if you try." Lin Feng replied coldly. One fled while the other chased. Lin Feng fled for more than 10 hours, but he still couldn't shake off the black-robed woman. The black-robed woman was furious. Even with her cultivation level, she still couldn't catch up to a general brat. How many secrets was this brat hiding? It was a terrifyingly powerful secret technique. It was also inconceivably fast. "Dao sword!" Suddenly, the black-robed woman shouted. She raised her right hand and slashed out with a beam of sword qi. After unleashing that beam of sword qi, the black-robed woman's face turned slightly pale. Clearly, using that technique had consumed a lot of her true qi. Using a secret technique like this while suppressing my cultivation level is very harmful to me. However, I can't let this brat continue running. The black-robed woman coldly glanced at Lin Feng. "Is this the aura of a spirit?" Lin Feng, who was fleeing frantically, felt goosebumps all over his body. Lin Feng was now too sensitive to such auras. Spirit. If an attack was given a spirit, the power of the attack would increase by several times. And this black-robed woman knew how to give an attack a spirit. Swoosh. Lin Feng quickly moved to the left. However, he still couldn't avoid the black-robed woman's attack. The terrifying sword qi pierced through Lin Feng's chest. Pfft, Lin Feng spat out a mouthful of blood. His body flew backward and landed on the ground. He didn't move at all. No one knew if he was dead or alive. I actually used a spirit against a general brat. If those guys knew, they would definitely laugh at me. The black-robed woman gritted her teeth and glared at Lin Feng hatefully. However, she had finally killed this brat. The black-robed woman walked towards Lin Feng. However, when the black-robed woman was about to squat down and search Lin Feng's body, swoosh. Suddenly, Lin Feng, who had been dead, suddenly stood up. Sky Splitter, Lin Feng roared and slashed out 100 feet long sword light. The terrifying will of the saber enveloped the entire forest. The black-robed woman cried out in disbelief, "Will of the saber? How is this possible?" You've raised your spirit to the level of will? You're only a general. Die. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and attacked with all his might. 10,000 demons heavenly shield. Facing Lin Feng's attack, the black-robed woman drew a semicircle with her hands. Suddenly, a gigantic light shield appeared beside the black-robed woman. This was a light shield formed by black fog. On the light shield, the image of 10,000 demons appeared. The demons roared. Clang. Lin Feng's sky splitter slammed onto the light shield, but it was blocked by the light shield. How can this be? Lin Feng was in disbelief. Even a monstrous genius wouldn't be able to block Sky Splitter's attack at such a close distance, right? How could the black-robed woman block it? How strong was she? What a good Sky Splitter. The black-robed woman slammed her palm towards Lin Feng. Bang, the powerful palm slammed into Lin Feng's chest. Lin Feng flew backwards as if he had been struck by lightning. His face was as white as a sheet. He fell heavily into the forest. Die, brat. The black-robed woman rushed over and slammed her palm towards Lin Feng. You're the one who's going to die. Lin Feng roared. He used a secret soul technique, and his soul sprang out with a sword and attacked the black-robed woman. He had used all his methods, but all of them had failed. It was truly despairing. However, Lin Feng was never a person who gave up easily. Even if there was a glimmer of hope, he would fight to the end. This was Lin Feng's final killing move. The tiny soul held the sword and instantly rushed into the black-robed woman's mind. Tiny primordial spirit, Lin Feng cried out in horror. The black-robed woman was actually a condensed soul. This kind of condensed soul was called a tiny primordial spirit by cultivators. For cultivators below the yin-yang realm, their souls were illusory and condensed from energy. However, if they broke through the yin-yang realm, magic power would surge into their souls. Magic power had too many unimaginable abilities. Molding a real body was one of them. Magic power could mold an illusory soul into a physical soul. Once it was successfully molded, it would be a tiny primordial spirit. Lin Feng's soul power was equivalent to a cultivator at the 10th level of the yin-yang realm. However, Lin Feng's soul was still an illusory soul. Although an illusory soul was powerful, its power was scattered and could not be gathered. It was unlike a yin-yang realm expert, whose soul had condensed into a physical body and could gather their power. Naturally, their attacks were more terrifying. The black-robed woman's soul had condensed into a physical body. This meant that the black-robed woman had already developed magic power. She was not a martial king. She was a yin-yang realm cultivator, but why? Could she enter the Thunderblade secret realm? Could it be through some secret technique? Did she temporarily suppress her cultivation to the martial king realm? Thoughts flashed through Lin Feng's mind. However, he did not stop. The tiny soul waved the long sword in its hand and slashed at the black-robed woman's tiny primordial spirit. What a powerful soul power. It's even stronger than my tiny primordial spirit's soul power. What a powerful soul secret technique. You're really full of secrets. I'm even a little reluctant to kill you. The black-robed woman's tiny primordial spirit said coldly, however, although your soul power is strong, your tiny primordial spirit hasn't transformed into a tiny primordial spirit. Its power is scattered and you're no match for me. The black-robed woman's tiny primordial spirit stepped forward and punched out 9 times in a row. Clang clang clang, strike after strike, it collided with Lin Feng's soul. Man comes out holding sword. Sure enough, Lin Feng was soon suppressed. Furthermore, the suppression was extremely severe. This was probably the difference between a tiny soul and a tiny soul. Although they were both souls, the tiny soul figure was far inferior to the tiny primordial spirit figure in terms of soul power usage. I'll destroy your soul and make you sleep here forever. The black-robed woman's tiny primordial spirit said coldly. Whoosh. But at this moment, a second soul figure silently appeared behind the black-robed woman with a sword in its hand. Lin Feng had a main soul and a secondary soul. This was why his soul power was so strong. Boom. The second nascent soul waved its sword and charged at the black-robed woman's nascent soul avatar. That's impossible. The black-robed woman's tiny primordial spirit sensed the situation behind her and cried out in disbelief. Clang. At this moment, Lin Feng's second nascent soul avatar came out with its sword. It was already waving its sword, and its powerful attack was ruthlessly aimed at the black-robed woman's tiny primordial spirit. The black-robed woman's tiny primordial spirit could not dodge this attack. The shocking attack landed heavily on the black-robed woman's tiny primordial spirit. Ah! After this attack, the black-robed woman's tiny primordial spirit was severely injured, but she was truly terrifying. I want you to die. The black-robed woman's tiny primordial spirit shrieked. It opened its mouth and spat out a small golden bell. The small golden bell was about to devour Lin Feng's tiny primordial spirits. Lin Feng's tiny primordial spirits were imprisoned and could not move. This small golden bell was most likely the black-robed woman's natal magic treasure. Most natal magic treasures were nurtured in one's mind and could protect one's soul. You want to devour my soul? You're dreaming. Lin Feng roared. The chaos ancient lamp quickly flew into the black-robed woman's mind and collided with the small golden bell. With a loud clang, the small golden bell was knocked away. Lin Feng's soul rushed into the chaos ancient lamp and quickly returned to his mind. Die. The black-robed woman shouted coldly and slammed her palm on Lin Feng's chest. Lin Feng was sent flying again. He coughed up 3 mouthfuls of blood in midair and screamed. This was the most embarrassing battle he had ever fought. He had used all his means, but it seemed that only death awaited him. The black-robed woman's Dao sword had pierced through Lin Feng's chest. At that moment, Lin Feng felt an unbearable pain in his chest. That attack had obviously injured Lin Feng severely. The black-robed woman rushed towards Lin Feng, wanting to kill him. But she had just been attacked by Lin Feng's tiny primordial spirit, so she was injured as well. She was only halfway there when she grabbed her head. Her face was full of pain, and she was gasping for breath. That damn pervert. Lin Feng gritted his teeth, enduring his injuries. He crawled up with difficulty and quickly flew away. His injuries were too severe. Lin Feng felt dizzy. He kept coughing up blood in midair. The black-robed woman's attacks had landed on Lin Feng's body. An ordinary person would have died a long time ago. But Lin Feng's physical body was extremely strong, and he had managed to survive. Where do you think you're going? The black-robed woman shouted coldly. Even though her head felt like it was about to split open, she still endured the pain and chased after Lin Feng. She only wanted to kill Lin Feng now. If she didn't kill someone like him, he would be a huge problem in the future. Plop. Lin Feng couldn't hold on any longer. He fell down. Bang. Suddenly, an energy barrier bounced Lin Feng away. Formation. Lin Feng was shocked. He gritted his teeth and entered the formation. A young girl was sitting cross-legged inside the formation. She was completely naked. Her snow-white body was perfect. She looked 16 or 17 years old, and she was very cute. She also had a pair of luxurious peaks. She was a classic **** beauty. The girl's body constantly emitted a scorching aura. The temperature inside the formation was extremely high. The girl had used the formation to protect herself, so she was probably cultivating an extremely powerful secret technique. This secret technique required her to release her body's heat. If the heat wasn't released in time, it would cause serious damage to her body. That was why the girl was completely naked. Looking at her perfect face and alluring body, Lin Feng almost had a nosebleed. Who are you? The girl was clearly alarmed. When she opened her eyes and saw Lin Feng, she screamed and quickly covered her body with her clothes. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. I didn't mean to offend you. Someone is trying to kill me. As soon as he finished speaking, he fell to the ground, unconscious. Where did he go? The black-robed woman quickly chased after him and scanned the forest with her divine sense. Someone is really trying to kill me. In a cave, a bonfire was burning. Qiu Yuhan looked at Lin Feng, who was lying on the ground not far away, a little annoyed. After the black-robed woman left, Qiu Yuhan brought Lin Feng here. Qiu Yuhan did not know the name of this guy lying on the ground. She also did not know why this guy was being hunted down. Qiu Yuhan was troubled because her mother said that all men were bad. If a man saw her naked body, she had to kill that man. Qiu Yuhan listened to her mother, but she was also very kind. Even though Lin Feng had seen her naked body, Qiu Yuhan couldn't bear to kill Lin Feng. It would be better if I did not tell mother, Qiu Yuhan thought to herself. But every time Qiu Yuhan thought about how her body was seen by Lin Feng, her face would heat up. Even though she was not clear about the matters between men and women, she was still 16. However, Qiu Yuhan was 16 this year. Although she was innocent and kind, she knew that a woman's pure body should not be seen by men. Unless it was her future husband. Cough cough. Violent coughs interrupted Qiu Yuhan's messy thoughts. Qiu Yuhan quickly got up and looked at Lin Feng. At this moment, Lin Feng's face was pale. Qiu Yuhan checked him and her face changed. So his heart was hurt by the sword qi. No wonder he could not wake up. With such an injury, it would be hard for him to survive. Qiu Yuhan was a little anxious. She fed Lin Feng 2 healing pills, but he spat them out. Qiu Yuhan was about to cry, but there was nothing she could do. If only mother was here. She would be able to heal him. Qiu Yuhan's face was pale. But at this moment, Qiu Yuhan suddenly realized that something was wrong. She looked at Lin Feng in shock. This is? Qiu Yuhan was puzzled. She felt that there was a strong force in Lin Feng's body that was slowly awakening. A sleeping bloodline power. Qiu Yuhan exclaimed. Inside Lin Feng's body, his blood strength had been dormant for a long time. Terrifying energies were emerging, they looked like chains, they were blood shackles. The bloodline shackles were broken. The blood in Lin Feng's body flowed at a crazy speed, and then converged into his chest. An astonishing fluctuation surged out from Lin Feng's bloodline. Lin Feng's bloodline emitted a divine light. The mysterious energy was quickly absorbed by Lin Feng's injured heart. Something miraculous happened. Lin Feng's heart, which had been injured by the sword qi, was rapidly healing. What a powerful recovery ability! Qiu Yuhan looked at the wounds on Lin Feng's body that were healing rapidly and exclaimed. She had never seen such a powerful bloodline before. Even she was shocked by the power of this bloodline. However, Qiu Yuhan was finally relieved because she realized that Lin Feng's injuries were healing. His aura was also stabilizing and becoming stronger. One day later. Lin Feng opened his eyes. Huh? My injuries are healed. Lin Feng was surprised. He remembered that his injuries were very serious. You're awake. Qiu Yuhan said with a red face. Thank you for saving my life. Lin Feng saluted with his fists. I didn't do anything. Qiu Yuhan lowered her head slightly. Lin Feng realized that Qiu Yuhan seemed to be a very shy girl. She didn't even dare to look him in the eye. However, Qiu Yuhan was really beautiful. Although she was young, she was slim and graceful. Moreover, her breasts were really big. Lin Feng estimated that he wouldn't be able to catch her with both hands. I'm Lin Feng. What's your name? Lin Feng asked. Qiu Yuhan. It was Sister Yuhan, but I accidentally barged in. Please forgive me, Sister Yuhan. Lin Feng said sincerely. When she thought about how Lin Feng had seen her naked, Qiu Yuhan's face turned red. She lowered her head and said, I've already forgotten. Senior brother Lin, please don't mention it again. Lin Feng nodded and said, the Thunderblade secret territory is full of danger. Why are you here alone? Qiu Yuhan was a little distressed and said, I was with my fellow disciples. However, we were chased by a group of terrifying beasts and were separated in the end. I see. Sister Yuhan, you don't have to worry. I'm sure you'll meet again soon. Lin Feng said. Okay. Qiu Yuhan nodded. She opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but she hesitated. Sister Yuhan, do you have something to say? Please don't be polite with me. Lin Feng could tell what Qiu Yuhan was thinking and smiled. Qiu Yuhan said, it's like this. I saw a fiery phoenix grass. My mother told me to find it in the Thunderblade secret territory, but it's protected by a few powerful firebirds. I've been unable to get close to it. I hope senior brother can help me. Lin Feng smiled and said, that's not a problem. Let's go now. Qiu Yuhan was delighted and smiled. Thank you, senior brother. There's no need to be so polite between friends. Lin Feng smiled. He and Qiu Yuhan set off towards the mountain range that Qiu Yuhan had mentioned. It was a flaming mountain range. Flames soared into the sky and the temperature was extremely high. A rare spiritual herb like the fiery phoenix grass could only grow in such a special environment. Lin Feng and Qiu Yuhan entered the mountain range and carefully hid in the depths. Lin Feng scanned the area with his divine will and was pleasantly surprised. He said, there seem to be a few young birds that haven't matured yet. There aren't any mature firebirds. Oh, really? That's great. Qiu Yuhan was excited. Lin Feng and Qiu Yuhan entered the deepest part of the valley. On a cliff, Lin Feng saw a spiritual herb that was wrapped in flames. Within the flames, one could vaguely see a fire phoenix dancing in the air. Fiery phoenix grass, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. He said, wait for me here. I'll go pick the fiery phoenix grass. Be careful, senior brother. Qiu Yuhan reminded him. Lin Feng nodded and quickly flew towards the fiery phoenix grass. He picked it up. Screech. However, at that moment, 5 or 6 1-meter-tall birds surrounded by flames pounced out. Damn, 3-legged golden crows. After seeing these young birds, Lin Feng's expression changed. He didn't expect the firebirds here to be the legendary 3-headed golden crows. These were legendary divine beasts. Although the bloodline of these 3-legged golden crows was definitely not as strong as before, the descendants of divine beasts had divine blood flowing in their veins. These 3-legged golden crows let out angry cries and spat out fireballs. The fireballs exploded in midair. With a bang, Lin Feng was sent flying. His blood was boiling and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. These were just young birds, but they were so terrifying. A mature 3-legged golden crow could probably kill him instantly. Lin Feng didn't dare to stay any longer. He quickly flew towards Qiu Yuhan and hugged her. He spread his golden wings and rushed out at full speed. Screech! However, at that moment, an angry cry came from afar. Endless flames covered the sky. A 3-legged golden crow with a wingspan of more than 10 meters flew over quickly. Its cold eyes were filled with murderous intent. Feeling the terrifying aura of the mature 3-legged golden crow, Lin Feng felt that he couldn't move his body. The 3-legged golden crow was too terrifying. Qiu Yuhan's situation was even worse. Her face was pale and her body was trembling. Woo-woo, senior brother Lin, are we going to die? It's all Yuhan's fault. Qiu Yuhan was so scared that she started crying. She hugged Lin Feng tightly and her body trembled. Lin Feng could even feel her huge breasts pressing against his chest. If it was any other time, he would have enjoyed it. But now, he didn't have the mood to do it. Don't worry, we'll be fine. We can definitely escape. Lin Feng comforted Qiu Yuhan. But Lin Feng knew that if they wanted to escape, they had to be able to move. The 3-legged golden crow's killing intent was too terrifying. The killing intent enveloped him and Qiu Yuhan from a great distance, making it difficult for them to move. It seemed that they could only wait to die. Archean Dragonesque Elephant Spell. At the critical moment, Lin Feng used the spell and the power of the Archean Dragonesque Elephant surged in his body. Suddenly, the killing intent that enveloped him disappeared. The Archean Dragonesque Elephant spell was indeed the #1 forbidden spell of the Archean era. Lin Feng's face lit up. He didn't dare to stay any longer. He flapped his golden wings and flew away quickly. Ah, we can move now. Qiu Yuhan was very surprised and happy. She thought that she was going to die in the 3-legged golden crow's hands. Hug me. Lin Feng said. Qiu Yuhan blushed and nodded. She hugged Lin Feng's neck tightly and buried her head in Lin Feng's arms. Her face was so red that it could bleed because it was the first time she had been so intimate with a man. But Qiu Yuhan realized that she didn't hate this feeling. Her body was pressed tightly against Lin Feng's body. Feeling the warmth of Lin Feng's body, Qiu Yuhan felt at ease. Lin Feng didn't know what Qiu Yuhan and Han Xian were thinking. He just wanted to get rid of the 3-legged golden crow. Fortunately, it was only a mature 3-legged golden crow chasing after them. If a few of them came together, it would be even more troublesome. Endless flames burned the sky. The three-legged golden crow's terrifying murderous intent spread out from behind him, sweeping through the world. This three-legged golden crow was too terrifying, causing Lin Feng to feel a chill from head to toe. Both parties, one fleeing and the other chasing, were gradually closing the gap. No, I'm carrying someone, and my speed is greatly reduced. If this continues, they'll catch up to me sooner or later. Lin Feng's expression turned slightly solemn. If he was alone, Lin Feng was confident that with his speed, it would not be particularly difficult to shake off the three-legged golden crow. However, he was not alone. There was still Qiu Yuhan. Qiu Yuhan also saw that the three-legged golden crow was getting closer and closer to her and Lin Feng. Qiu Yuhan's face was pale as she said, "Senior brother, put me down and run. Otherwise, both of us will die at the hands of the three-legged golden crow." Lin Feng patted Qiu Yuhan's perky butt. Qiu Yuhan blushed and looked at Lin Feng, feeling wronged. "Little fool, what are you talking about? Even if we die, we'll die together," Lin Feng said solemnly. Qiu Yuhan was suddenly moved to tears. She buried her head in Lin Feng's neck and nodded vigorously. Phew, behind them, the three-legged golden crow was less than 500 meters away from Lin Feng. This three-legged golden crow was really powerful. Even if it was 500 meters away, it could launch an unusually fierce and powerful attack on Lin Feng. The three-legged golden crow spat out fireballs one after another, smashing towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng had been hit by a few young three-legged golden crow's fireballs before, and his blood was boiling and his whole body was in great pain. Not to mention being hit by an adult three-legged golden crow's fireball. If that really happened, he would die without a doubt. The golden wings flapped quickly. Lin Feng held Qiu Yuhan in his arms and dodged left and right in the air. The fireballs whistled past Lin Feng and landed in the forest. Large areas of the forest were destroyed. A fireball exploded, and a 100-meter deep hole appeared in the forest. Lin Feng couldn't help but gasp. That attack was too fierce, wasn't it? Hurry, Lin Feng took a deep breath and increased his speed to the maximum. But this kind of consumption was also great. He felt the pure qi in his body decreasing rapidly. The three-legged golden crow wasn't slow at all. It was following closely behind. The situation was very dangerous. Lin Feng felt that it wouldn't be long before the three-legged golden crow caught up with him and Qiu Yuhan. "Big brother Feng, look, there's a lake in front." Qiu Yuhan pointed into the distance. Now, Qiu Yuhan called Lin Feng Big Brother Feng instead of Senior Brother Lin. It seemed that Lin Feng's caring words had brought their relationship closer. Three-legged golden crows are fire creatures. They're afraid of water. Lin Feng's eyes brightened slightly. He sped up and rushed towards the lake. At that moment, Lin Feng regretted that he didn't know how to use the water escape technique. If he knew how to use the water escape technique or if he had a water avoidance pearl, he would have been able to escape into the depths of the lake and escape from the three-legged golden crow. When the three-legged golden crow saw Lin Feng rush into the lake, it became more irritable. It spat out a large number of fireballs towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng dodged pathetically, but there was still one fireball he couldn't dodge. Go! Lin Feng hurriedly took out a defensive magical artifact to protect himself. However, when the fireball hit the defensive magical artifact, it couldn't block the fireball's power and exploded. The shockwave slammed into Lin Feng's back. Lin Feng's back was a bloody mess. Lin Feng was also sent flying. He flipped a dozen times in the air before stabilizing himself. Blood, there's blood everywhere. Big brother Feng, are you okay? Qiu Yuhan touched Lin Feng's back. It was wet. She took a look and saw that it was covered in blood. Her face was pale. She was both distressed and worried. Silly girl, it's all superficial wounds. I'm fine. Lin Feng comforted Qiu Yuhan. He gritted his teeth and continued to rush into the lake. The three-legged golden crow was getting closer and closer. Lin Feng suddenly had a feeling that a great disaster was about to befall him. Was he really going to be killed by the three-legged golden crow? At that moment, he saw a mountain peak appear in front of him. It was a mountain peak in the middle of the lake. A huge cave appeared in his field of vision. Lin Feng faintly sensed that there was something terrifying in the depths of the cave. Fortunately, I'm going to die. I might as well try my best. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and rushed into the cave. The three-legged golden crow quickly chased after him. Lin Feng quickly reached the depths of the cave. He saw a huge abyss appear in his field of vision. Below the abyss was a lake with rippling waves. The mountain peak was connected to the lake. It's the Azure Dragon's Pearl. Lin Feng suddenly thought of the Azure Dragon's Pearl recorded in the Dragon Search formula. The Azure Dragon was born in the sky and grew up in the celestial lake. It spat pearls in the lake. The mountain peak appeared in the middle of the lake. It was a kind of place where the Azure Dragon's Pearl was. Such places were usually filled with spiritual qi and were suitable for cultivation. The three-legged golden crow chased after them. Lin Feng held Qiu Yuhan in his arms and rushed down. The three-legged golden crow spat out fireballs and rained down on Lin Feng and Qiu Yuhan. It was a moment of life and death. Suddenly, a huge shadow appeared in the abyss. Roar! With a deafening roar, a behemoth rushed out. It was a pitch-black python that was 100 meters long and had 3 ferocious heads. It opened its bloody mouth and spat out water vapor that filled the sky, drowning out the flames spat out by the three-legged golden crow. It was a 3-headed black fiendish python. It was a terrifying existence with the blood of ancient beasts flowing in its veins. Both the three-legged golden crow's attack and the 3-headed black fiendish python's attack were extremely terrifying. Lin Feng and Qiu Yuhan, who were caught in the middle, were almost certain to die. Both of their faces were very pale. At this critical moment, Lin Feng saw a cave with a diameter of about 2 meters not far away. Although it was small, it was enough for Lin Feng and Qiu Yuhan to hide in. Whoosh! Lin Feng pushed his speed to the limit and carried Qiu Yuhan into the cave. Bang! They had just entered the cave when the 3-headed black fiendish python and the 3-legged golden crow's destructive attack collided. The entire mountain peak shook violently as if it was about to collapse. Buzz! When the 3-legged golden crow and the 3-headed black fiendish python's attacks collided, the mountain shook violently as if it was about to collapse. However, inside the abyss, runes appeared and stabilized the mountain. Damn, there are still runes. Lin Feng was shocked. It seemed that some cultivators had come here before, and they had even set up a great formation. Lin Feng guessed that the ancient cultivator who was trapped in the Thunderblade's secret domain had also discovered the Azure Dragon's spitting pearl terrain, so he set up a great formation and cultivated here. Later on, for some reason, the 3-headed black fiendish python occupied this place. Perhaps that ancient cultivator had died in the 3-headed black fiendish python's hands. The 3-headed black fiendish python was very powerful. It soared into the sky and spat out a mist that covered the 3-legged golden crow. The 3-legged golden crow dodged the mist with difficulty. The 3-legged golden crow's strength was not much weaker than the 3-headed black fiendish python's. The key was that they both reinforced and restrained each other. Water restrained fire, therefore, Lin Feng was not surprised that the 3-legged golden crow was suppressed by the 3-headed black fiendish python. In the end, the 3-legged golden crow left unwillingly. The 3-headed black fiendish python coldly looked at Lin Feng and Qiu Haining, who were hiding in the cave. Boom! Boom! The 3-headed black fiendish python began to attack the cave. The mountain shook violently. Qiu Haining curled up in Lin Feng's arms and said with a pale face, "Big brother Feng, that demonic python won't destroy the cave and eat us, right?" Lin Feng said, "Don't worry, the cave is protected by a restriction. It won't be able to destroy the cave." Sure enough, after dozens of attacks, the 3-headed black fiendish python roared unwillingly. It coldly glanced at Lin Feng and Qiu Haining, then retreated into the lake. However, it did not give up. Its huge head floated under the lake and observed the cave. As soon as it saw Lin Feng and Qiu Haining appear, it would immediately attack them. Qiu Haining heaved a sigh of relief after the 3-headed black fiendish python left. "Big brother Feng, are you in pain?" Qiu Haining thought of Lin Feng's injury. "I'm fine. I'll recover soon." Lin Feng's wound had stopped bleeding. He felt very tired and fell asleep on the ground. Qiu Haining was also very tired after the torment. She laid down in Lin Feng's embrace and fell asleep. When Lin Feng fell into a deep slumber, rays of divine light surged out of Lin Feng's bloodline. The divine light contained a mysterious energy. The energy poured into Lin Feng's wounds. Very soon, Lin Feng's wounds healed. When Lin Feng woke up, he found that the injury on his back had already healed. So fast? Lin Feng was shocked. He thought of the serious injury from before. After falling into a deep sleep, he recovered to his original state. Is it the undying bloodline? Lin Feng frowned slightly. He had the undying bloodline in his body, but it hadn't been awakened yet. His father had told Lin Feng in the jade tube that awakening the undying bloodline required luck. At that moment, Lin Feng felt a soft body writhing in his embrace. He lowered his head and saw Qiu Haining sleeping soundly. That little girl was extremely pure and kind. Even though Lin Feng and Qiu Haining had only known each other for a short time, Lin Feng already had a very good impression of her. Lin Feng couldn't help but look at Qiu Haining's collar. When he saw her snow-white skin, his heart started beating wildly. What did this little girl eat to grow up? She was so young, but her body was so well developed. Big brother Feng, you're awake. Qiu Haining opened her sleepy eyes. When she saw that Lin Feng had woken up, she was overjoyed. Lin Feng nodded and said, "Wait here, I'll go out and see if I can get out of here." Qiu Haining nodded obediently. Lin Feng arrived at the entrance of the cave and looked at the pond. He was surprised when he saw the three-headed demon python at the bottom of the pond. It hadn't given up yet? If I escape with Haining, the three-headed black demon python will definitely attack us. It'll be very difficult to escape, unless I can stop it for a while. Lin Feng looked around and his eyes lit up. The walls of the abyss were covered with talismans. Not only were there talismans to strengthen the mountain, but there were also defensive talismans, offensive talismans, and spiritual talismans. There were 4 types of talismans in total. If he could activate the offensive talismans, he could use them to stop the three-headed black demon python. Then, he could quickly leave with Qiu Haining. When he thought about that, Lin Feng went back into the cave. Lin Feng took out 4 pieces of jade. He then took out a talisman knife and started to carve spiritual talismans on the jade. This kind of jade was called a talisman stone. Once the spiritual talismans were carved on it, the talisman stone could be activated with pure qi. It was very convenient. Big brother Feng, are you also a spiritual array master? Qiu Haining asked curiously. Lin Feng had forgotten that Qiu Haining was also a spiritual array master. The first time he had seen her, she had been hiding in the great formation that he had created. Lin Feng nodded and said, "I've observed for a while. There are offensive talismans here. I'll carve a few talisman stones and use them to activate the offensive talismans. If we use the offensive talismans to stop the three-headed black demon python, we'll be able to leave." Qiu Haining nodded obediently and didn't disturb Lin Feng anymore. She knew that a spiritual array master couldn't be disturbed when he was carving spiritual talismans. After an hour, Lin Feng finished carving the 4 talisman stones. He and Qiu Haining went to the entrance of the cave. "I'll carry you," Lin Feng said. Qiu Haining blushed and nodded. She wrapped her arms around Lin Feng's neck and leaned on Lin Feng's back. Damn it. Lin Feng couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air because he felt 2 huge soft lumps on his back. He smiled bitterly. This little girl was really tempting him to commit a crime. Lin Feng took a deep breath and suppressed the throbbing in his heart. He then spread his golden wings and quickly flew out. Roar! The three-headed black demon python roared and rushed towards Lin Feng and Qiu Haining. Go! Lin Feng took out the 4 talisman stones. The 4 talisman stones suddenly shone brightly and hit the 4 corners of the abyss. Lin Feng had already observed that these 4 corners were the 4 eyes of the offensive array. The energy of the talisman stones surged into the 4 eyes and activated the offensive array. Terrifying spiritual talismans appeared in the void and swept towards the three-headed black demon python. The three-headed black demon python was immediately blocked and roared angrily. Lin Feng and Qiu Haining quickly rushed out. When they arrived outside, the 2 didn't stop and left the area. They stopped in a forest. Lin Feng gave the fiery phoenix grass to Qiu Haining. Qiu Haining's face was full of joy. Looking at Qiu Haining's pure smile, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, at that moment, 5 streams of light flew over from the distance. 5 of Qiu Yuhan's fellow disciples flew over and quickly landed. Among the 5, there were 3 men and 2 women. The young man in the lead wearing a golden robe was called Xianxia. The man in the blue robe was called Wu He. The man in the blue robe was called Wang Lin. Both women were quite beautiful. One of them was as cold as ice, while the other looked charming and enchanting. They gave off a coquettish feeling. The cold woman was called Lung Xingyao. The woman who looked rather charming and flirtatious was called Qiyishi. Junior sister Qiu Yuhan, we finally found you. Xianxia said in surprise. His eyes were filled with passion as he looked at Qiu Yuhan. Lin Feng had chatted with Qiu Yuhan before and knew that she was from Songzhou's 9-star mountain. Songzhou bordered the desolate realm and Songzhou's 9-star mountain was one of the top 3 powers in Songzhou. Songzhou's 9-star mountain had sent many disciples to participate in the opening of the Thunderblade secret domain. Qiu Yuhan's mother's identity was not simple. She was one of the 9 peak masters of Songzhou's 9-star mountain. This was terrifying. Lin Feng guessed that Qiu Yuhan's mother was very likely an almighty existence. Qiu Yuhan was definitely a princess-like figure in Songzhou's 9-star mountain. From the way the 5 disciples looked at Qiu Yuhan, it was clear that they respected her. Senior brother Jean, it's you guys. Qiu Yuhan was very happy to see her fellow disciples. It's great that you're fine. Senior sister and the others should be looking for you. We'll meet at the trading area in 10 days. Xianxia smiled. Lin Feng guessed that the senior sister Xianxia was talking about was the senior sister of 9-star mountain's inner court. She was definitely a monster. Then let's go see senior sister, Qiu Yuhan smiled. Said Qiu Yuhan, smiling. She then turned to Lin Feng and said, Brother Lin, come with us, alright? You can practice with us. Qiu Yuhan grabbed Lin Feng's hand and looked at Lin Feng expectantly. Lin Feng originally wanted to reject but after some thought, he decided to send Qiu Yuhan to the eldest senior sister before leaving. Although these people were quite powerful, they were not considered top experts. If something were to happen along the way, they would not have the ability to protect Qiu Yuhan. Seeing Qiu Yuhan take the initiative to grab Lin Feng's hand and act so intimately, the 5 9-star mountain disciples were shocked. They knew that although Qiu Yuhan was very pure, she would never be overly intimate with someone of the opposite sex. But now, their bodies were almost touching each other, and Qiu Yuhan's tone was coquettish, as though they were a couple. These 9-star mountain disciples were naturally shocked and in disbelief. Xianxia's face suddenly darkened. He was at the 7th layer of the Martial King realm and was about to break through to the 8th layer. He was about to become an inner court disciple of 9-star mountain and his future was bright. Xianxia had always been chasing after Qiu Yuhan and tried to curry her favor. Firstly, it was because Qiu Yuhan was truly beautiful and secondly, Qiu Yuhan's mother was one of the 9 peak masters of 9-star mountain. If he could obtain Qiu Yuhan, not only would he be able to win the beauty's heart, his own status would also rise and he would be able to achieve meteoric success. However, Qiu Yuhan had chosen to ignore all the male disciples who tried to curry favor with her, including Xianxia. Now that he saw Qiu Yuhan, whom he had painstakingly pursued with no results, being so dependent and intimate with a brat who had appeared out of nowhere, Xianxia's heart burned with rage. Of course, he was even more jealous. Junior sister Yuhan, who is this person? Xianxia coldly glanced at Lin Feng and asked. Qiu Yuhan replied, this is big brother Feng, Lin Feng. Qiu Yuhan then introduced her 5 fellow disciples to Lin Feng. The 5 of them carefully sensed Lin Feng's cultivation level and discovered that Lin Feng was only at the martial general realm. They immediately looked at him with disdain. Qiyishi said, Junior sister Yuhan, you're still young. You mustn't be blinded by others. Don't casually associate with random people. Who knows if they're harboring evil intentions? Qiu Yuhan said, my big brother Feng isn't that kind of person. He's very good to me. Lin Feng smiled wryly. This little girl was really naive. She didn't seem to notice the disdain and indifference her fellow disciples had towards him. How about this? Let's go to the trading area and meet up with eldest senior sister and the others, said Lung Xingyao. Everyone nodded. Seeing that Lin Feng was going with them, Qiu Yuhan was very happy. Along the way, Qiu Yuhan spent most of her time with Lin Feng. As for her fellow disciples, they constantly mocked and ridiculed him, but Lin Feng didn't make a fuss about it out of respect for Qiu Yuhan. Among the 5 of them, the only one that Lin Feng had a good impression of was Xianxia. She was a woman of few words and didn't participate in the others' mocking of Lin Feng. That night, Jin Zhihan, Wu He, Wang Lin, and Qi Yishi came to Lin Feng's resting area and coldly looked at him. Is there a problem? Lin Feng indifferently looked at them. Jin Zhihan sneered and said, Brat, why don't you take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror? Do you think you're good enough for junior sister Qiu Yuhan? Junior sister Qiu Yuhan is the beloved daughter of one of the peak lords of our 9-star mountain. Don't be a toad that wants to eat swan meat, mocked Wu He. Wang Lin indifferently said, one must know one's place, understand? While junior sister Qiu Yuhan is resting, disappear on your own accord. Our mission is to take care of junior sister Qiu Yuhan and prevent some shady people from getting close to her. If you know your place, you should know what to do. Here are 100 low-grade spirit stones. Take them and cultivate. With these spirit stones, you should be able to break through to the martial king realm sooner. Okay, take them and leave. Qi Yishi threw a bag of spirit stones at Lin Feng. Looking at their arrogant expressions, Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. He threw the spirit stones back and said, after I send Yuhan to your senior sister, I'll leave. If there's nothing else, you may leave. Qi Yishi disdainfully said, you have the nerve to say that you're going to send junior sister Qiu Yuhan to senior sister when you're only a martial general? If we really encounter danger, won't you become a burden to us? Brat, with your cultivation level, I can crush you with one hand. Hurry up and leave. Don't force us to make a move. Jin Zhihan coldly laughed. There were many reasons why the 4 of them wanted to chase Lin Feng away. For example, Jin Zhihan was jealous. If it wasn't for Qiu Yuhan, he would have killed Lin Feng. As for Wu He, Wang Lin, and Qi Yishi, they wanted to take the credit. Before the trip to the Thunderblade secret realm, Qiu Yuhan's mother had asked them to take care of her. After Qiu Yuhan went missing, all of them were scared out of their wits. If anything were to happen to Qiu Yuhan, many of them would be in trouble when they returned. But now, the few of them were the first to find Qiu Yuhan and send him back safely. That was a great merit. When Qiu Yuhan's mother was happy, she would reward them with something that would benefit them greatly. Lin Feng was an outsider, so they naturally had to chase him away. With one more person, there would be one more person to share the credit. Moreover, seeing how close Lin Feng and Qiu Yuhan were, perhaps Lin Feng would join the 9-star mountain because of her. If he really joined the 9-star mountain, he only needed to say a few words to Qiu Yuhan and she would take all the credit. Thinking of this, the few of them felt a chill in their hearts. When Lin Feng heard those 4 people's sarcastic remarks, he looked glum. He coldly said, are you done? If you are, please leave and don't disturb my rest. Do you not understand human language? Do you want us to attack? Don't be so shameless. We are not people that a low-level cultivator like you can afford to offend. Jin Zhihan coldly said. What are you doing? At this moment, Qiu Yuhan's voice came from not far away. Nothing. After seeing Qiu Yuhan, Jin Zhihan and the others' expressions changed slightly. They coldly glanced at Lin Feng, their eyes filled with threat. However, Lin Feng ignored their gazes. Some people were always full of themselves. Big brother Feng, Yuhan can't sleep anymore. Qiu Yuhan came to Lin Feng and sat beside him. The mountain breeze blew, bringing with it a slight chill. The little girl leaned into Lin Feng's embrace. Ever since her near-death experience, Qiu Yuhan had become very reliant on Lin Feng. Even if they had some intimate contact, she was no longer as shy as before. Lin Feng smiled and said, if you can't sleep, you can look at the stars in the sky. Qiu Yuhan raised her head and said, there are so many stars. Yeah, so many stars. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and looked at the outer space. That was the place he yearned for. It was also the motivation for him to cultivate with all his might. Because his mother was still suppressed in the deepest part of the starry sky world by the 9-heaven god mourning coffin. 3 days later, Lin Feng and the others arrived at the trading area. The scale of this trading area was very large. Many cultivators would come here to trade. In a place like this, one could trade for many good items. This was because there would always be some lucky people who would reap great rewards in the Thunderblade secret territory. When Lin Feng and the others arrived, Qiu Yuhan's senior sister and the others had not yet arrived. They strolled around the trading area. "Is this a piece of cold iron ore?" Xianxia asked. The stall owner nodded and said, "Yes, it is. If you want it, you can have it for 1,000 high-grade spirit stones." 1,000? Xianxia's eyes widened. She could take out 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, but she couldn't even take out 100 high-grade spirit stones, let alone 1,000. However, Xianxia cultivated an ice-type cultivation technique. If she used the cold iron ore to forge a magical treasure, her battle power would increase greatly. Xianxia wondered if she could borrow some spirit stones from the others. But at that moment, a young man led 2 servants over and threw a bag of spirit stones over. There were 1,100 high-grade spirit stones inside. "I want this cold iron ore again." The stall owner checked the bag and smiled happily. He gave the cold iron ore to the young man. The young man was skinny and his cultivation level was not high. He was only at the first celestial layer of Martial King. His eyes were swollen and his steps were weak. It was as if his body had been hollowed out by alcohol and women. "I saw this cold iron ore first. Even if you want to buy something, you should follow the first-come first-serve rule, right?" Xianxia said angrily. The young man turned his head and looked at Xianxia. His eyes suddenly lit up. What a coquettish girl. He took the cold iron ore and walked over to Xianxia. He smiled and said, "If you want the cold iron ore, it's simple. Sleep with me." After the young man finished speaking, he ruthlessly slapped Xianxia's butt. "You stinking pervert." Xianxia screamed and slapped him. With a slap, the slap landed on the young master's face. "Bitch, you dare to hit me? Do you know who I am?" The young man angrily shouted. "I don't care who you are. I hit you." Wang Lin had been pursuing Xianxia, but Xianxia still hadn't agreed. When Wang Lin saw Xianxia being teased, not only was he not angry, he was secretly happy. He thought to himself, "Grandson, consider yourself unlucky. Today, I'll teach you a lesson and show off in front of Xianxia. Xianxia might agree to my pursuit after seeing my great power." Thinking about this, Wang Lin mercilessly kicked the young man's abdomen. With a bang, the young man fell to the ground and let out a painful howl. "You dare to hit our young master? You're courting death." The 2 guards angrily shouted and charged forward. "A mere 3rd celestial layer Martial King trash dares to make a move before us? You simply don't know life from death." Jin Jahan and Wu He sneered as they charged forward. They easily dealt with the 2 guards. "You dare to hit me? I'll make it so you won't be able to eat." The young man angrily shouted. "Grandson, you'll make it so we won't be able to eat. Who do you think you are? Do you know who we are? We are disciples of 9-Star Mountain." Wang Lin sneered and kicked him again. Many people exclaimed. So this group of people were disciples of 9-Star Mountain. 9-Star Mountain was a very famous force. Everyone looked at Wang Lin's group with awe. The young man who was beaten continued to shout, "Grandson, just you wait. If you can't kill me, I'll kill you. Hee, you're quite arrogant. Today, I'll kill you first." Wang Lin sneered as he kicked the young man again and again. "Stop fighting," Qiu Yuhan said. Xianxia said, "Junior sister Yuhan, you don't have to be afraid. These random people dare to bully us. Do they really think 9-Star Mountain is easy to bully? If we don't show our might today, then anyone can ride on our heads." Lin Feng coldly looked at the conflict before him. It had nothing to do with him. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed and he looked outside the crowd. More than a dozen cultivators were quickly walking toward them. 3 9th Celestial Layer Martial Kings, 1 10th Celestial Layer Martial King, and the rest are all Martial Kings. They're also wearing the same clothes as the guy who was beaten up. These people are his accomplices. The identity of the guy who was beaten up is definitely not simple. Seeing these people, Lin Feng frowned. This was going to be troublesome. These people from 9-Star Mountain had poked a hornet's nest. Out of the way, out of the way, those people squeezed through the crowd and walked in. When they saw the young master being beaten, the 10th layer Martial King Cultivator's face suddenly became gloomy. That young master was the grandson of one of the head elders in the sect and had a very high status. But now he was beaten half to death. The 10th Firmament Martial King Realm Cultivator only felt a raging flame burning in his chest. Stop, the 10th layer Martial King Cultivator coldly shouted. Who do you think you are? You dare to stop me? Wang Lin sneered. With his cultivation level, it was indeed very difficult for him to sense how powerful this 10th layer Martial King Cultivator was. You don't know life from death. A 9th layer Martial King Cultivator jumped out. He arrived before Wang Lin in an instant and threw a slap at Wang Lin. That slap wasn't fast. Wang Lin even thought that this person's cultivation level wasn't very high. Wang Lin sneered and threw a punch at that cultivator. However, at the moment Wang Lin threw the punch, he found that the seemingly slow slap had already arrived. Pa, a resounding slap was heard. This slap mercilessly landed on Wang Lin's face. Puff. Wang Lin was slapped until he coughed out a mouthful of blood. There were also a few teeth mixed in the blood. You dare to hit me? Wang Lin roared in disbelief. Bang, the 9th layer Martial King Cultivator kicked Wang Lin's abdomen. With a plop, Wang Lin fell to the ground. He held his abdomen and screamed. Junior brother Xianxia, are you okay? The cultivator in the 10th heaven of the Martial King realm helped the young master up. Senior brother Hao Yuan, you finally came. I was about to be beaten to death by them. Ding Xianxia said with a sad face. Seeing Ding Xianxia being beaten so miserably, Sun Hao Yuan's expression changed slightly. Don't worry, I'll get revenge for you. At this moment, Xianxia and the others clearly knew that this person's background was not simple. That person was able to defeat Wang Lin so easily. What cultivation level was that person? 7th layer Martial King? Or 8th layer? Or even the 9th heaven? More importantly, the person who attacked was obviously not the leader. Xianxia said, don't go overboard. We're from 9-Star Mountain. You should know of our 9-Star Mountain's illustrious reputation, right? If you know what's good for you, leave quickly. Leave? Apologize to Junior Brother Wang first. How dare you hit Junior Brother Wang? Slap yourself 10 times. Wu he sneered. Offending my 9-Star Mountain is simply courting death. Jin Jahan's expression was indifferent. When he spoke of the 9-Star Mountain, it was as if he was high and mighty. What a moron, Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes at these arrogant people who still didn't understand the situation. Did these people really think that the 9-Star Mountain was invincible? One must know that although the 9-Star Mountain was powerful, it was only at the level of an ancient force. Ancient, primordial, desolate, immemorial. Above the primordial era were the desolate era and the immemorial era. The northern regions of the Tianwu continent, such as the Eastern Prefecture, the Divine Prefecture, the Wasteland, the Tsang Prefecture, and so on, were all located in the north. The terrain and climate were quite harsh, so they had fewer cultivation resources. There were very few top powers. Basically, the primordial era's powers could dominate a region. However, that didn't mean that they could dominate a region in the Tianwu continent. In fact, it was quite the opposite. Compared to some super regions, they were much weaker. Some super regions had 4 or 5 primordial era powers, and some even had immemorial era powers. Besides, when these people in front of Lin Feng heard the words 9-Star Mountain, they all looked at Lin Feng with disdain. Lin Feng understood that these people were probably not from the 9-Star Mountain. What's the 9-Star Mountain? It's just a small power in the Tsang Prefecture. In front of the Wang Tian sect, it's nothing. Sneered a 9th heaven stage Martial King. What? The Wang Tian sect? Heavens, these people are from the Wang Tian sect. The Wang Tian sect, one of the top 10 primordial era powers in the 72 northern regions. Cries of surprise could be heard one after another. The northernmost region of the Tianwu continent was separated from the other regions by the Endless Lake. This region was called the 72 northern regions by the cultivators of the Tianwu continent. Although the 72 northern regions weren't very strong, they still had 1 immemorial era power and 9 primordial era powers. The Wang Tian sect was one of the 9 primordial era powers. It was definitely a famous sect in the 72 northern regions. Hearing that these people were from the Wang Tian sect, Qi Yishi, Wang Lin, Wu He, and Jin Zhehan were so scared that their faces turned pale and their bodies trembled. They didn't think that they would kick an iron plate. Are you afraid now? Bitch, who told you to dress so coquettishly? You look like a prostitute. Accompany this young master for a night and let this young master have a good time. Then this young master will let you go. Otherwise, you're all dead. Ding Zixua was very confident now. None of them are good people. Lin Feng shook his head. Ding Zixua was a very evil person. Qi Yishi, Jin Zhehan, Wang Lin, and the others relied on the fact that they were disciples of the 9-star mountain and were very arrogant. Wang Lin, Jin Zhehan, and Wu He were so scared that they didn't dare to speak. Qi Yishi was also trembling in fear. She looked at Ding Zixua with a terrified expression. Even if you're from the Wang Tian sect, you can't go too far. Leng Xingyao, who hadn't said much, stood up for Qi Yishi. This stupid woman, standing up now, is like sending a lamb to the tiger's den. Lin Feng felt helpless. He had a good impression of Leng Xingyao. Oh, another beauty. Haha, I like it. Catch her for me, catch her for me. Today, this young master wants to play with 2 phoenixes. Ding Zixua shouted excitedly. Shua, the people from the Wang Tian sect were very decisive. 2 9th-layer martial king cultivators emitted terrifying auras as they walked toward Leng Xingyao and Qi Yishi. The 9th layer of the martial king realm, feeling the auras emitted by the 2 people, Leng Xingyao and Qi Yishi's faces immediately turned pale. You bad people, hurry up and leave. You're not allowed to bully Yuhan's senior sister. Qiu Yuhan looked at Ding Zixua fiercely. However, no matter how fierce she looked, her beautiful face wasn't scary at all. Instead, it was very cute. Seeing Qiu Yuhan's youthful face and large breasts, Ding Zixua's eyes suddenly revealed a lustful light. You guys are also in cahoots. Catch her for me. Today, this young master is going to do something big. Ha 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 ha. Ding Zixua laughed lewdly. Shua. The 3rd 9th-layer martial king cultivator closed in on Qiu Yuhan. With their cultivation, they had no ability to resist the powerful pressure of a cultivator in the 9th heaven of the martial king realm. Jin Zhehan, Wu He, and Wang Lin looked at Qiu Yuhan, Leng Xingyao, and Qi Yishi who were about to be caught. They didn't dare to make a move because they were afraid of being killed by the people from the Wang Tian sect. Seeing that their own sect's female disciples were about to be killed, many people looked at Jin Zhehan, Wu He, and Wang Lin with eyes full of disdain. Being enveloped by the terrifying aura of the 9th-layer martial king cultivator from the Wang Tian sect, Qiu Yuhan's beautiful face turned pale. Her body trembled and her expression was filled with fear and helplessness. Many people looked at Qiu Yuhan's helpless and pitiful expression and could only sigh. Although some people wanted to help, their strength was limited. They couldn't afford to offend a superpower like the Wang Tian sect. The 3 9th-layer martial king cultivators were about to capture Qiu Yuhan, Leng Xingyao, and Qi Yishi. Just at this moment, a cold voice sounded. Wait, Lin Feng stepped out. After seeing Lin Feng, the people of the Wang Tian sect all sneered and looked at him with disdain. Another one came out to die, and a general cultivator at that? This kid is only a general and he wants to join in the fun? Is he courting death? Is there something wrong with his head? He's simply courting death. He's probably from the 9-star mountain, right? But even if he's a disciple of the 9-star mountain, he shouldn't have come out at this time. These disciples of the 9-star mountain against the people of the Wang Tian sect is like an egg hitting a rock. Many people began to discuss among themselves. They felt that Lin Feng coming out at this time was simply courting death. Kid, who do you think you are? You dare to come out and interfere with the matters of the Wang Tian sect? Interfere with my matters? Could it be that you're also a disciple of the 9-star mountain? All of you disciples of the 9-star mountain will have your legs broken by me later. Ding Zixua had a sinister smile on his face. Big brother Feng. Seeing Lin Feng make a move, Qiu Yuhan's pale face immediately revealed a happy expression. As for Qi Yishi, Wu He, Jin Zhehan, and Wang Lin, they all had cold expressions. They felt that Lin Feng was simply overestimating himself and coming out to die. Leng Xingyao looked at Lin Feng with a puzzled expression. She knew that although her junior sister Qiu Yuhan was naive, she was still from a noble family. She had always rejected male disciples, but she was so close to Lin Feng. It was obvious that Lin Feng was not a simple person. If he was a simple person, how could junior sister Qiu Yuhan be so close to him? Don't be afraid. I'm here. If anyone dares to touch you, I'll make sure they die without a grave. Lin Feng's lips curled into a faint smile. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. This guy was really arrogant. However, in the eyes of many onlookers, Lin Feng was obviously bragging. Could it be that a cultivator of the martial general realm wanted to stir up some waves? However, Qiu Yuhan believed in Lin Feng and nodded heavily. Lin Feng did not pay attention to Ding Zixua. He was just a rich second generation, not worth mentioning. Lin Feng looked at the cultivator in the 10th heaven of the martial king realm. The cause of this incident was because your people molested Xianxia. Of course, things developed very unhappily after that. However, 9-Star Mountain is also a top force. Although it can't be compared to your Wangtian sect, it can't be underestimated. There are several powerful figures guarding it. I'm sure your Wangtian sect doesn't want to offend such a top force, right? How about this? Let Wang Lin's group apologize to your Wangtian sect's disciple who was beaten and compensate him with some spirit stones. Let's make this a small matter. Since we're outside, let's make peace. Lin Feng said. Is this kid trying to be a peacemaker? Who does he think he is? I think there's something wrong with his head. Many people started to talk about it. Qi Shi, Wang Lin, Wu He, and Jin Jahan all looked at Lin Feng like they were looking at an idiot. Did a cultivator at the martial general realm think that the Wangtian sect would give him face? He was simply an idiot. These people seemed to have completely forgotten that Lin Feng had helped Qiu Yuhan resolve the crisis and also helped them solve the problem in front of them. Sun Haoyuan frowned slightly. He felt that Lin Feng was not as simple as he seemed. However, he remembered that Lin Feng was only a martial general realm cultivator. Even if he had some ability, how powerful could he be? Kid, who do you think you are? Sun Haoyuan looked at Lin Feng with disdain. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. This Sun Haoyuan's strength was not simple. He didn't believe that Sun Haoyuan couldn't sense his strength. However, this person didn't think much of it. He obviously didn't want to reconcile. Little bastard, I'm talking to you. How dare you ignore me? Ding Zixua was furious after being ignored by Lin Feng and started to curse. Lin Feng's face suddenly became gloomy. This person actually dared to insult him. Kneel down and slap your own mouth. Lin Feng looked at Ding Zixua with an indifferent expression. Crazy, this kid has completely gone crazy. Many people shook their heads and looked at Lin Feng as if they were looking at a madman. Who do you think you are? You're about to die, and you still dare to be arrogant in front of me. Ding Zixua laughed sinisterly. I think you should kneel down. Otherwise, I'll let you have a taste of my methods later. This Ding Zixua dared to insult him like this. How could Lin Feng take this lying down? Swoosh. Everyone saw Lin Feng disappear from his spot and appear in front of Ding Zixua in the next moment. Crack. He reached out his right hand and grabbed Ding Zixua's neck. What kind of speed is this? Everyone was dumbfounded. Even Qiyishi and the others were in disbelief. This guy's cultivation was so low, so how could he be so fast? Do you know that you've committed a crime punishable by death? Lin Feng's voice sounded like it had come from the depths of hell. Little boy, you're too presumptuous. Do you think you can be arrogant in front of the Wangtian sect just because you're a little bit strong? Said Sun Haoyuan gloomily. Am I being arrogant? I wanted to settle today's matter peacefully with you, but someone crossed my bottom line. Said Lin Feng indifferently. Lin Feng grabbed Ding Zixua by the neck, and he struggled violently. His face was red and he looked at Lin Feng with fear. Let go of brother Zixua, or you'll all die. Said Sun Haoyuan coldly. Poof. As soon as Sun Haoyuan finished speaking, Lin Feng's pure qi sword pierced through Ding Zixua's body. Ah! Screamed Ding Zixua. You! Sun Haoyuan looked extremely gloomy. He looked at Lin Feng with killing intent. Don't speak carelessly. You have to pay the price for speaking, said Lin Feng indifferently. He attacked 10 times in a row. Poof, 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 Ding Zishua's body was pierced with 10 bloody holes. Lin Feng threw Ding Zishua to the ground. Good, good, good. How dare you injure a member of the Wang Tian sect? Kill this little boy, shouted Sun Haoyuan coldly. Yes, swoosh. A cultivator at the third sky of Martial King rushed towards Lin Feng with a hideous smile. Die, little boy, shouted the cultivator coldly. He threw a punch at Lin Feng. Get lost, shouted Lin Feng loudly. His voice shook the air. Wah, the cultivator at the third sky of Martial King was sent flying by Lin Feng's roar. He spat out a mouthful of blood in the air. Oh my god, no way. That little boy is so strong? He sent a cultivator at the third sky of Martial King flying with a roar. What's his cultivation level? Many people shouted in shock. Xianxia and the others were also dumbfounded. They had been mocking and ridiculing him for many days. They had looked down on him, but now he was so strong? You're really not simple. But if you think you can be arrogant in front of the Wang Tian sect like this, then you're gravely mistaken. Sun Haoyuan sneered and waved his hand. 3 cultivators at the 9th sky of Martial King and 12 cultivators at the 3rd sky of Martial King to the 7th sky of Martial King rushed towards Lin Feng. So many experts are attacking together. That little boy is done for. Many people exclaimed in shock. Boom, but at that moment, an unforgettable scene appeared. The handsome young cultivator stepped forward, his body exuding a terrifying aura. At that moment, he was like a god descending to the mortal world. The cultivators of the Wang Tian sect who were rushing towards him were all frozen in place, their bodies trembling. As the young cultivator approached them, thump, thump, the cultivators of the Wang Tian sect could no longer bear the terrifying pressure emitted by him and knelt on the ground. Isn't he only a general? How can he be so strong? Cries of surprise rose and fell one after another. Gazes of astonishment fell upon Lin Feng. Everyone's heart was filled with deep shock. Qi Yishi, Jin Zhihan, Wu He, and Wang Lin's faces became pale because they remembered how they had threatened Lin Feng to leave. How could they have known that Lin Feng was so strong, thinking of how they had threatened Lin Feng, mocked him, and disdained him? At that moment, they felt fear in their hearts. So strong. Leng Xingyao looked at Lin Feng in astonishment. She had always felt that Lin Feng was not simple, and now it was finally proven. Just his aura alone was enough to make these martial kings kneel on the ground. His cultivation level was too terrifying. Force. That's force. He has condensed force. He must have hidden his cultivation level. Otherwise, how could he be so terrifying? Even if he hid his cultivation level, he would at most be a martial king. To be able to comprehend force at the martial king realm, he is simply a peerless genius. Many Yinyang cultivators are unable to condense their own force. Many people cried out in alarm. Of course, not all the cultivators of the Wang Tian sect were forced to kneel down by Lin Feng's force. For example, the 3 cultivators of the 9th celestial layer were also oppressed by Lin Feng's force, but they were strong enough to move. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, the 3 of them looked at each other and quickly rushed toward Lin Feng, throwing punches at Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He stepped forward and threw 3 punches as fast as lightning. Bang bang bang, 3 muffled sounds of collisions were heard in succession. The 3 martial kings of the 9th celestial layer were also sent flying. Thump, thump, thump. They fell to the ground and were injured by Lin Feng's punch. Then, they were suppressed by the force emitted from Lin Feng's body. They could not get up anymore. He's too strong. Even a martial king of the 9th celestial layer couldn't withstand a single attack from him. Many people looked at Lin Feng in shock. No wonder you're so arrogant. I underestimated you. Sun Haoyuan's expression was indifferent. Lin Feng walked towards Sun Haoyuan step by step and said indifferently, Am I arrogant? I've always wanted to settle today's matter peacefully, but you didn't give me any face. When we're outside, face is given to each other. If you give me face, I'll give you face. But if you don't give me face, I don't need to give you face either. Man strives for a breath, and Buddha strives for an incense stick. Wasn't it all about face that people fought for? Thinking back, they realized that this young cultivator, whose strength was close to that of a demon, seemed to have been calmly resolving the grudges between the two sides ever since he appeared. He was very humble, without any arrogance. That was until Sun Haoyuan refused the young cultivator's offer of reconciliation and even humiliated him. Ding Zixua also insulted that young cultivator as a little bastard. At that time, the young cultivator couldn't take it anymore and showed his powerful strength. This guy's cultivation is so terrifying, but looking at his style of doing things, he doesn't seem like the kind of person who acts arrogantly. However, even a clay figurine has a temper, let alone a living person. That guy must have been completely enraged to make a move, right? I wonder who's stronger, him or Sun Haoyuan of the Wang Tian sect. Sun Haoyuan isn't simple either. His martial soul is the Lilong martial soul, which is a top martial soul among beast souls. Many cultivators discussed spiritedly. Lin Feng looked at Sun Haoyuan indifferently and said indifferently, "You can say whatever you want about me. I'll do my own thing and don't care about what you think. Come on, let me see how strong your cultivation is. I'll break your bones." Sun Haoyuan laughed sinisterly and jumped out, waving his fists. His body seemed to have turned into a Bian and suddenly pounced on Lin Feng. "Bian kill!" Sun Haoyuan shouted coldly. Roar! The roar shook the sky. Above Sun Haoyuan, the shadow of a huge Swanee condensed. At that moment, a terrifying aura spread out. Many people felt the ferocious aura from the Bian shadow, and their faces turned as pale as paper. Primordial vicious beast Bian. Is this the Bian treasure technique? Many people shouted in horror. Lin Feng looked surprised. The four primordial vicious beasts were Xianxia, Bian, Hun Dun, and Tao Tai. Lin Feng also cultivated the Xianxia treasure technique, but Lin Feng's Xianxia treasure technique had evolved into the primordial divine emperor Xianxia treasure technique. Its power was many times stronger than before. I'll let you know what a true beast treasure technique is. Lin Feng looked indifferent. Boom, the primordial divine emperor Xianxia treasure technique was used. A low roar was heard. The two-headed Xianxia rushed out and slapped with its claws. An earth-shattering bang was heard. Sun Haoyuan was sent flying dozens of meters away. He rolled a dozen times on the ground before coming to a stop. The densely packed crowd of onlookers in the forest had actually become absolutely silent at this very moment. The shock in everyone's heart was indescribable. The one who was sent flying was a powerful 10th Heaven Martial King Realm cultivator. How strong is that guy's cultivation? Everyone stared at Lin Feng. Brat, I'm going to kill you. Sun Haoyuan got up from the ground and roared angrily. A terrifying aura was emitted from his dantian. Roar, then, a dragon's roar was heard. A gigantic creature rushed out. Li Long. It was actually a Li Long. The Li Long had a pair of wings on its back and a huge tail. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws. It was very ferocious. When the Li Long appeared, a destructive aura surged out. Li Long martial spirit, many people cried out in horror. The Li Long martial spirit was a top-notch martial spirit. Now that Sun Haoyuan had used the Li Long martial spirit, would that guy be able to withstand the Li Long martial spirit's attack? After all, the Li Long martial spirit was too strong. Go to hell, brat! Sun Haoyuan roared. The Li Long martial spirit rushed towards Lin Feng. What will the result of this battle be? Everyone held their breaths. On one side was Lin Feng, who had amazing combat strength. On the other side was Sun Haoyuan, who had a top-notch martial spirit, the Li Long martial spirit. Who would emerge victorious in this battle? When the Li Long attacked, Lin Feng sneered and activated his devouring martial spirit. When the Li Long rushed towards him, a distorted black hole appeared beside Lin Feng. A terrifying devouring power surged out from the black hole and the Li Long martial spirit was swallowed by the black hole. This is impossible. Sun Haoyuan couldn't accept it and roared. His top-notch martial spirit, the Li Long martial spirit, didn't even have the slightest effect before it was destroyed. This was a huge blow to Sun Haoyuan. It's useless. Any martial spirit can't withstand a single blow from me. Lin Feng looked indifferent. In a flash, he appeared in front of Sun Haoyuan and punched. Bang! Sun Haoyuan was sent flying by Lin Feng's punch. Cough, cough, Sun Haoyuan coughed violently. His face was very pale. He had been injured by Lin Feng's punch. They're not on the same level at all. Even with the Li Dragon martial soul, he was still suppressed to this extent. I really don't know how strong that guy is. Could he be one of those geniuses who deliberately suppressed their cultivation level to the 10th layer of the martial king realm? That's possible. Apart from those geniuses, I really can't think of anyone else who could be so terrifying. Many cultivators began to discuss spiritedly. Lin Feng's battle prowess was clearly above the 10th layer of the martial king realm. Take your people and scram. Lin Feng looked at Sun Haoyuan indifferently. Sun Haoyuan's expression was gloomy. He coldly looked at Lin Feng and said, "Fine, let's wait and see." "Anytime." Lin Feng said indifferently. There were too many people here, so he didn't kill them. After all, at this level of conflict, no one died, so it was still within control. If he killed the Wang Tian sect's people in front of so many people, it would be a big mistake and offend the Wang Tian sect. However, if these people dared to cause trouble again, Lin Feng didn't mind silently killing them. The Wang Tian sect's people left dejectedly. No one had thought that the battle would end like this. "Big brother Feng, are you hurt?" Xiao Yuhan quickly ran over and asked with concern. Lin Feng patted Xiao Yuhan's head and said, "I'm fine. Thank you, Lin Gongzi, for your help." Although Lung Xingyao had a cold personality, she wasn't ignorant of the ways of the world. She walked over and thanked him. Lin Feng smiled and said, "No need to be so polite." Qi Yishi, Jin Zhihan, Wu He, and Wang Lin also walked over. However, the four of them were clearly afraid of Lin Feng. They were afraid that Lin Feng would take revenge on them because of what had happened before. However, it was clear that they did not understand Lin Feng's state of mind. The goshawk soared in the 9 heavens. How could a sparrow know the intentions of a goshawk? The dragon soared into the clouds. How could a water snake know the ambitions of a dragon? Thank you, Lin Gongzi. The four of them walked over and said fearfully. Lin Feng nodded faintly. He had no intention of conversing with these people. On the second day, the group from the 9-star mountain arrived. The eldest senior sister of the 9-star mountain's inner sect was called Rendan. This woman's cultivation was extremely terrifying, causing Lin Feng's heart to palpitate. It seemed that she was someone who had suppressed her cultivation to the 10th firmament martial king realm for many years. In addition to Rendan, there were 2 other disciples in their group whose strength was not lower than Rendan's. This 9-star mountain's inner sect was indeed filled with monsters. She had heard that Lin Feng had helped a few of her fellow disciples, so she had come to express her gratitude. Lin Feng said, "I only helped because of Yuhan. You don't need to thank me. Since Yuhan has already reunited with you, I will also take my leave." Rendan said, "The Thunderblade secret territory is extremely dangerous. Brother Lin, why don't you join us? We can take care of each other." Lin Feng smiled indifferently and said, "Thank you for your kindness, but I still have some things to take care of, so it will be quite inconvenient for me to be with everyone." Rendan said, "Then we will meet again someday." Lin Feng nodded and said goodbye to Rendan. He found Xiao Yuhan and told her that he was going to leave. Xiao Yuhan did not say anything, but tears streamed down her face. "Silly girl, maybe it won't be long before we meet again. In the future, when I have time, I will go to the 9-star mountain to find you." Lin Feng rubbed Xiao Yuhan's head as he spoke. Xiao Yuhan forced a smile and said, "Brother Feng, you have to keep your word. If you lie, I will never talk to you again." "That's a promise." Lin Feng smiled. "Okay." Xiao Yuhan nodded. 3 days later, Lin Feng passed by a cliff and frowned slightly. He felt that this cliff was not simple. Lin Feng could vaguely sense a strange power surging in this place. Spirit. Is this the aura of a spirit? Lin Feng was shocked. If he had not comprehended sky splitting, he would not have been able to sense the aura of a spirit here. But now, Lin Feng could sense it. The aura of a spirit here was not very strong. But it was flowing slowly. Lin Feng arrived in front of a cliff and saw some sword marks which were blurry. Although many years had passed, those blurry sword marks still contained a shocking amount of spirit. So it's here. Lin Feng sat cross-legged and closed his eyes. His mind calmed down and gradually became one with the cliff. He was in a daze. Lin Feng suddenly saw a white-robed cultivator practicing swordsmanship in front of him. The white-robed cultivator's swordsmanship was too exquisite. Every move seemed to be in harmony with heaven and earth. Lin Feng was immersed in this strange feeling. What's this? Lin Feng suddenly realized that the white-robed cultivator's power had undergone a huge change. A mysterious mark had appeared in his body. That mark seemed to have been imprinted by the heavenly Tao. Tao mark. Lin Feng was shocked. Tao marks were mysterious things. They were marks condensed from comprehending the heavenly Tao. Tao marks often had the power to destroy heaven and earth. The power contained in Tao marks was extremely terrifying. Yin-Yang realm cultivators could condense their magic power endlessly into a Tao mark. This Tao mark was the bridge between Yin-Yang realm cultivators and heaven and earth. Why were Yin-Yang realm cultivators so strong? They could fly into the sky and burrow into the ground. They could go up to the 9 heavens and down to the yellow springs. They could turn water into oil, touch stone into gold. These were all supreme divine abilities. It was because they could comprehend the heavenly Tao through Tao marks and change the composition of matter. That was why they could show all kinds of magical things. This was the true strength of Yin-Yang realm cultivators. Their bodies contained Tao marks. This represented power that surpassed that of mortals. A martial king was also immortal. But a Yin-Yang realm cultivator was already a great divine ability. In the eyes of ordinary people, they were no different from immortals. Because once they entered the Yin-Yang realm, not only would they have all kinds of unimaginably powerful divine abilities, but their lifespan would also reach more than 1,000 years. That was Xianxia. Mortals only had a few decades of lifespan. A martial king only had 100 or 200 years of lifespan. Reaching a lifespan of more than 1,000 years was the path to immortality. How similar was it to the immortals in the legends? Lin Feng was very excited. He carefully comprehended the spirit here and the meaning of Tao marks. He hoped that he could comprehend the mysterious sword Tao spirit. Now, Lin Feng had mastered Split the Sky. If he could master another sword Tao spirit, Lin Feng's battle prowess would definitely increase greatly if he combined the sword and saber. Just as Lin Feng was comprehending again, 7 streams of light flew over from afar. The young cultivator in the lead saw Lin Feng sitting cross-legged on the cliff below and raised his eyebrows slightly. Spirit, there's actually the aura of spirit here. Is that kid comprehending the aura of spirit? The young cultivator said. Should be. This guy is not simple. He can actually comprehend the aura of spirit already. A cultivator behind him said. How can we miss out on such an opportunity? The young cultivator in the lead sneered and quickly descended. He looked at Lin Feng, who was in the middle of comprehending, and coldly shouted, "Kid, wake up." Lin Feng, who had been in the middle of comprehending, was suddenly interrupted. His expression was extremely gloomy. He had been trying so hard to comprehend the sword Tao spirit here, but he had been interrupted. The young cultivator sneered and looked at Lin Feng. I've taken a liking to this place. I want to cultivate here. As for you, you can scram. Look, it's Yao Senator. Someone from the Li Fire sect actually came to the Thunderblade Mystic Realm for training. Cultivators passed by in the distance, pointing and discussing. The Li Fire sect was a top faction at the border between the Desolate and Fiery regions. It was one of the 5 top factions in the Fiery region. The Fiery region was also one of the 72 states in the north of the Tianwu continent. However, the Fiery region had 1 ancient faction and 4 ancient factions. Their combined strength was much stronger than the Desolate region. Within the Fiery region, there was not only an endless sea of fire, but also a flaming desert. 40% of the Fiery region was covered in flames. This was the origin of the Fiery region's name. And the cultivator who had interrupted Lin Feng's epiphany was Yao Senator. This person looked at Lin Feng condescendingly and unceremoniously told Lin Feng to scram. Lin Feng's face instantly turned gloomy. It was extremely difficult to gain insight into spirit. It could even be said that it was an opportunity that could only be encountered by chance. Lin Feng had nearly gained insight into Sword Dao spirit. Now that the state had been interrupted, it would not be so easy to comprehend the spirit of the Sword Dao. Kid, are you deaf? Didn't you hear senior brother Yao telling you to scram? Why aren't you scramming? Do you want us to attack you? A cultivator beside Yao San shouted coldly. He looked at Lin Feng with a sneer, as if he was high and mighty. This cliff contains the aura of a spirit. That kid should have been gaining insight into the aura of a spirit. It looks like he had gained something, but he was interrupted by Yao San and company. What a pity, what a pity. It's his bad luck to have met Yao Senator. The people from the Li Fire sect have always been domineering. Even if they are domineering, it depends on who they are dealing with. It's mainly because that kid is only at the martial general realm. That's why Yao San and company attacked him. With their strength, killing a martial general realm cultivator is as easy as killing an ant. Hence, they have no qualms. The weak will be bullied. This is the law of the Thunderblade mystic realm. That kid hasn't left yet. It looks like he doesn't want to leave. That's too unwise. Does he think that he can stay in the Cliff of Enlightenment to gain insight into spirit just because he doesn't want to leave? When the time comes, you'll only be humiliating yourself. As more and more cultivators passed by, everyone stopped to watch. It seemed to be human nature to watch a show. You interrupted my comprehension and now you want me to scram? It seems like you don't know that you're courting death. Lin Feng's indifferent voice rang out. Everyone was stunned. This included Yao San and the others. Is this brat stupid or something? How dare you say that Yao San and the others are courting death? Someone quickly cried out, his face full of astonishment. When he looked at Lin Feng, he repeatedly shook his head, feeling that Lin Feng was simply courting death. Yao San also came back to his senses, and a cold expression appeared on his face. Brat, I told you to scram and you didn't. How dare you say that I'm courting death? You don't know what's good for you. Go, break his legs. Yao San waved his hand. This Yao San is really ruthless. He actually wants to break that brat's legs. Many people exclaimed. So what if I break their legs? Even if they kill a few people, who would dare to say anything? Immediately, a cultivator said. Everyone looked at Lin Feng with pity. Clearly, in the eyes of the onlookers, Lin Feng would definitely end up in a miserable state. After receiving Yao San's order, a few cultivators leaped out and rushed towards Lin Feng. Yao San's father was an elder of the Li Fire sect. He held a high position, so Yao San did not lack followers. Brat, you even dare to offend senior brother Yao. You really don't know what's good for you. Today, I'll teach you an unforgettable lesson. A few cultivators had sinister expressions on their faces. All of them were thinking of how to torture Lin Feng to make Yao San happy. Break Lin Feng's legs, that would be letting him off too easily. While they were still fantasizing, Lin Feng had already stepped forward. Boom, a terrifying aura surged out from Lin Feng's body, enveloping everyone, including Yao Senator. The cultivators who had rushed in front of Lin Feng and were prepared to attack Lin Feng were sent flying by the powerful aura. Pwa, one by one, they coughed out large mouthfuls of blood in midair and fell to the ground, screaming. So strong. That guy hit his cultivation level and injured so many experts with his aura. Could he be one of those monstrous figures? Yao San has kicked an iron plate this time. Many people exclaimed. You. Yao San's face turned pale when he felt the aura that enveloped him. He wanted to move, but he was shocked to find that his body could not move at all. Seeing Lin Feng walking towards him, Yao San's heart was filled with endless fear. He was in the fourth heaven of the martial king realm. Although he was not considered a genius, his strength was already quite good at this realm. He was different from those rich second generations. His cultivation level had been raised step by step, steadily and surely. But now, he could not even withstand Lin Feng's aura. Yao San immediately knew that he had provoked a powerful person. Senior brother, this is all a misunderstanding. Yao San said with a pale face. Kneel. Lin Feng shouted coldly. A terrifying aura pressed down. Yao Sen could not resist. Plop, Yao Sen knelt in front of Lin Feng. Ah, you dare to make me kneel? Yao Sen could not accept the fact that he had knelt. He was a proud person. When had he ever been forced to kneel, but today, in front of so many people, he was kneeling on the ground. It was a great humiliation. Slap, Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he slapped Yao Sen. After being slapped by Lin Feng, half of Yao Sen's face swelled up. Who do you think you are? How dare you tell me to scram? Slap, as soon as he finished speaking, another slap was sent out. Let me ask you, if I slap you, do you accept it? Lin Feng looked coldly at Yao. Senator Yao Sen was about to go crazy. He had been the center of attention for more than 20 years of his life. The humiliation he had suffered today made him feel crazy. He wanted nothing more than to cut Lin Feng into pieces. But when he saw Lin Feng's cold gaze, Yao Sen felt a chill in his heart. This person really dared to kill him. Yao Sen's expression was extremely gloomy. He lowered his head and did not speak. Slap, Lin Feng slapped him again, and again, he was furious. If I slap you, do you accept it? Do you want me to ask you a third time? That cold voice was heard again. Yao Sen felt Lin Feng's colder aura and his heart trembled. I accept it. Although he was unwilling, Yao Sen did not dare to say no at this moment. Many people looked at each other in dismay. Yao Sen, who had always been high and mighty, had been slapped 3 times, and he still wanted to say that he accepted it. The scene before his eyes was truly unbelievable. However, this was something that had happened in reality. Wasn't that guy too strong, and his cultivation was too terrifying? Yao Sen's strength was extremely strong, but he could not even withstand Lin Feng's aura. Yao Sen's fists were tightly clenched together. His lowered head was contorted in anger. He was roaring hysterically in his heart. Little brat, just you wait. The humiliation you brought me, I'll return it to you 10 times, 100 times over. At that moment, a demonic voice entered Yao Sen's ears. What? Are you thinking about how to take revenge? You. Yao Sen's expression changed again and again. He hadn't thought that Lin Feng would be able to guess what he was thinking. Yao Sen suddenly felt a chill down his spine. He was terrified. He was really scared that Lin Feng would kill him. But very quickly, the demonic voice sounded again. I don't want to fight with a nobody like you. That would only dirty my hands. I need to find a strong cultivator to increase my fighting strength. If you want to take revenge, find the strong cultivator behind you. I'll wait for him here. As for you, you can piss off now. After saying that, Lin Feng waved his right hand. A powerful force surged out and sent Yao Sen flying a dozen meters away. A loud thump sounded. Yao Sen fell to the ground in a sorry state. Little brat, if you're a man, you have to keep your word. Stay here and don't leave. Yao Sen left behind a ruthless sentence and swiftly flashed off into the distance. His lackeys also stood up and quickly left. They didn't dare stay any longer. As for Lin Feng, he sat down cross-legged and continued to comprehend the spirit of his sword. That guy really doesn't intend to leave? He's sitting down again. We'll have a good show to watch. Yao Sen's brother, Yao Xing, is a peerless cultivator of the 10th celestial layer. He suppressed his cultivation for 3 years without breaking through. This time, he also entered the Thunder Blade mysterious territory. Yao Xing? Are you talking about the Yao Xing who fought with a Yinyang realm expert over an ancient cultivator's abode and successfully stole the ancient cultivator's inheritance? After that, the Yinyang realm expert chased after him for 10 days before successfully escaping from him? Indeed, it's him. People who don't know yin and yang, don't know qi, and don't know spells are insects. Even a cultivator of the 10th celestial layer is an insect in front of a strong cultivator of the yin and yang layer. But Yao Xing was chased by a strong cultivator of the yin and yang layer for 10 days and 10 nights, and he still managed to escape. That was 2 years ago, right? Now that 2 years have passed, I wonder how much Yao Xing's battle prowess has increased. Yeah, nobody knows how strong Yao Xing is right now. If Yao Xing comes, that kid will be in danger. Indeed, if Yao Xing comes, there will be no suspense. Even though that little boy is strong, he can't defeat Yao Xing. Some of the surrounding cultivators were discussing amongst themselves. Obviously, he held that Xiaoxing in high esteem. At this moment, Lin Feng was comprehending the spirit of the sword Dao. Therefore, he didn't hear the discussions of those cultivators. But even if he heard them, Lin Feng wouldn't care. Right now, he needed to sharpen his cultivation. If an expert really came, Lin Feng would be happy to see them. On the path of cultivation, it was to cut through all obstacles and defeat all the experts he met to reach the peak. Lin Feng's state of mind gradually calmed down. This time, Lin Feng tried many times, but it was difficult for him to enter that mysterious state of enlightenment. Generally speaking, it was very difficult to comprehend the spirit without entering the yin and yang layer. Lin Feng didn't comprehend the spirit on his own, but directly refined the saber energy that contained the spirit. Later on, the saber spirit sublimated into saber will. It was also because Lin Feng encountered an opportunity and saw the battle between the two primordial experts. Coupled with the fact that he had a saber spirit in his body, he was able to comprehend it by chance under many conditions. Yet now, how difficult was it to comprehend the spirit of the sword Dao here? He was already extremely lucky to be able to enter that mysterious state of enlightenment previously. It seemed impossible for him to enter that state of enlightenment a second time. Lin Feng frowned slightly. He wasn't someone who gave up easily. Lin Feng tried to circulate the Dao word destruction. That was the origin word of heaven and earth. It contained the most ancient aura of the Dao. Perhaps he could use the Dao word destruction to help him comprehend the spirit of the sword Dao. When the Dao word destruction was activated, the aura of the Dao lingered. Slowly, Lin Feng's restless heart calmed down. The mysterious cultivator who was holding a treasure sword and practicing swordsmanship not far away from him appeared again. Lin Feng was invigorated. The Dao word destruction was indeed magical. As expected of the origin word of heaven and earth, it really allowed him to successfully comprehend the spirit of the sword Dao. Lin Feng carefully sensed the cultivator who was practicing swordsmanship. He was immersed in this mysterious aura. Lin Feng felt as if he had turned into a white-robed cultivator holding a treasure sword and practicing mysterious swordsmanship in front of a cliff. Every move followed the great Dao of heaven and earth. This was the sword of heavenly Dao. However, not long after, Lin Feng felt as if he had become the sword in the white-robed cultivator's hand. The sword slashed heaven and earth. The sword will reach the heavens. The 10,000 swords returned to their roots. The eternal sword. 16 words appeared in Lin Feng's mind. These were the 16 words he comprehended when he felt as if he had turned into the sword. This was the will of the sword. The first style he comprehended was called spirit. If he could comprehend all 4 styles of sword slashing heaven and earth, sword will reach the heavens, 10,000 swords return to their roots, and the eternal sword. The spirit of the sword Dao would be sublimated and reach the level of sword concept. Just like the sky split that Lin Feng had just comprehended. The reason why sky split was powerful was that it contained the saber will that could split heaven and earth. Boom! At this moment, a terrifying aura emanated from afar. A tall young man dressed in black walked over. With every step he took, the ground seemed to tremble slightly. He blended with heaven and earth. This was a terrifying ability. Look, it's Xiaoxing, someone pointed at the young man walking over from afar. Is this Xiaoxing? As expected of a prodigy. Someone immediately praised him. Xiaoxing walked over step by step, the aura emanating from his body grew stronger. This was Xiaoxing's battle intent. This Xiaoxing was really terrifying. With every step he took, the fighting spirit on his body would condense by a bit. This method of condensing battle intent was not comparable to Lin Feng's force. However, it was shocking enough. When Xiaoxing walked to the cliff of enlightenment, many people felt his battle intent and their faces turned pale. The battle intent on his body was so condensed that it was almost tangible. It was too terrifying. Back off. The surrounding cultivators could not withstand Xiaoxing's powerful battle intent and retreated one after another. You're here. Lin Feng opened his eyes and stood up. Boom, a powerful force emanated from his body. Lin Feng's force directly blasted toward Xiaoxing's battle intent. The two different forces collided. Bang, an earth-shattering sound was heard. It was as if two worlds had collided. The surrounding mountains could not withstand the collision of the two forces and collapsed. It's too terrifying. Is this a clash between martial king realm cultivators? It's like a clash between yin-yang realm cultivators. Many people exclaimed. The surrounding cultivators quickly retreated. This guy actually managed to withstand senior brother Yao's fighting spirit. A few Li Fire sect disciples in the distance exclaimed in disbelief. As for Yao Sen, his expression was extremely gloomy. Seeing Yao Sen's ugly expression, the others quickly shut their mouths. What a powerful force. He's indeed an opponent worth taking seriously. Yao Xing shouted excitedly. His battle intent was getting stronger and stronger. After the clash, Lin Feng knew how terrifying Yao Xing was. Spear of Fighting Spirit. Yao Xing took a step forward and a spear condensed from Fighting Spirit appeared in front of him. Yao Xing grabbed it in his hand. The spear emitted an aura that could destroy the world. It was a battle spear condensed from Fighting Spirit that could destroy everything. With the battle spear in hand, Yao Xing charged at Lin Feng. What a great spear of Fighting Spirit. Today, I'll let you have a taste of my spirit of Sword Dao. Lin Feng roared as he stepped forward and waved his right hand. Wang. A sword of light appeared in his hand. It was a treasured sword condensed from sword qi. It contained a powerful spirit. Yao Xing was clearly a peerless genius. His fighting spirit was not a simple fighting spirit. He had comprehended a spirit from his fighting spirit, allowing him to condense a battle spear with his fighting spirit. Everything in the world had a spirit. Anything and everything, they could give birth to their own spirit. However, for a cultivator to condense a spirit, they had to have an epiphany. To achieve this epiphany, they had to be extremely talented. This was not an easy task. Clang. The sword of light in Lin Feng's hand collided with Yao Xing's spear of fighting spirit. Immediately, sword qi surged as spear shadows shot out. Dust rose as rocks flew through the air. After the collision, the two of them quickly retreated, panting slightly. It looked like a simple collision, but their essence, qi, and spirit had been condensed to the peak. Such a collision was extremely taxing on the body. The spirit of Sword Dao is really strong, but you'll lose to me in the end. My spear of fighting intent is invincible. Yao Xingda let out a roar and leapt forward, arriving in front of Lin Feng in the blink of an eye. He thrust the spear of battle intent forward once again. Invincible? Who dares to say that they are invincible? Today, I will destroy your sword intent spear. Lin Feng roared and charged at Yao Xing. Brat, how arrogant. Yao Xing coldly shouted and thrust out his spear. In a flash, an endless number of spears appeared and moved towards Lin Feng. The spear silhouettes are like an ocean. How are we supposed to block so many spear silhouettes? What an impeccable attack. Is that kid going to be defeated? Seeing Yao Xing's sea of spear shadows, many of the spectating cultivators roared in shock. Even though they were far away, they could still feel the terrifying aura. Not to mention Lin Feng, who was shrouded in the dense spear shadows. Endless spear shadows appeared. The entire world seemed to have turned into a world of spears. Lin Feng was slightly surprised. Yao Xing's understanding of the spear of battle intent was quite profound. As expected, there was no lack of geniuses in this world. I have a sword that can break all laws. I only need one sword to break all Daos. Facing Yao Xing's attack, which was so powerful that it seemed to have no flaws at all, Lin Feng stepped forward. My body is like a sword. My sword slashes heaven and earth. As Lin Feng's voice faded away, everybody could see that Lin Feng was in the middle of an endless number of spear shadows and was moving towards Lin Feng. Boom, dazzling light rushed out of Lin Feng's body. Endless divine light surged in the void. Lin Feng seemed to have disappeared in an instant. In the next moment, a sword appeared in the void. It was a huge sword that was 10 meters long. It contained a powerful spirit. The sword was the sharpest weapon among hundreds of weapons. It could break the sky. It could break the universe. It could move the clouds. It could break all Daos. That sword was formed by Lin Feng's fusion of the spirit of the Sword Dao. His body was like a sword that could cut through all Daos. Its sharpness was unparalleled. Who could withstand it? Clang, the divine sword swept through the void, shattering the thousands of spear shadows. This attack collided with Xiaoxing's spear of battle intent. Kacha. The spear of battle intent was broken. Heavens, Xiaoxing's spear of battle intent was broken. That kid is that powerful? Many of the onlookers exclaimed in shock. They originally thought that Xiaoxing would win this battle. They never expected that after this collision, Lin Feng would gain the upper hand. It was really unbelievable. Lin Feng's sword swept towards Xiaoxing. Xiaoxing punched out. Peng, both sides collided violently, and Xiaoxing was sent flying. That guy is that powerful? Yao Sen and company from the Li Fire sect had looks of disbelief. Xiaoxing. In their eyes, he was an invincible existence. But now, he was being suppressed. This made them feel extremely incredulous. However, all of this happened to be real. Falling Rock Fist. Against Lin Feng's attack, Xiaoxing's hands began forming seals. A mysterious energy began to surge within Xiaoxing's body. Boom, finally, Xiaoxing punched out. Along with this punch, Yizichen in the sky, huge fireballs rapidly fell. Look, it's a meteorite. Many people exclaimed as they pointed at the fireball falling from the sky. Within the fireball, there was a huge rock wrapped in it. It's not a meteorite, but the Li Fire sect's secret technique, the falling rock fist. Once the falling rock fist is used, such a situation will occur. Isn't the power of those huge rocks falling down too terrifying? Who can withstand it if it smashes into them? It's indeed terrifying. That kid won't be seriously injured by those rocks, right? Many people looked at the falling flaming rocks with pale faces. If they were hit, wouldn't they die tragically? Many people continued retreating, not daring to approach the battlefield. At this moment, the huge flaming rocks fell down. The impact of the rocks falling from a high altitude was unimaginable. The flaming rocks' attacks were extremely powerful. What a powerful falling rock fist. Today, I'll let you have a taste of my power. Lin Feng roared as his devouring martial spirit began to circulate. A huge black hole that covered over 100 meters appeared. The dense flaming rocks were all swallowed by the black hole. As for Lin Feng, he turned his body into a sword and slashed at Xiaoxing. You actually broke my falling rock fist. Xiaoxing's expression was gloomy. He took a deep breath and coldly shouted, "You are already qualified for me to take action." Is that so? You'll have to take this move first. Lin Feng sneered. Xiaoxing looked indifferent. Do you think I'm joking? I have to admit that you are indeed very strong, but compared to me, there is still an insurmountable gap. Boom, as his voice faded, Xiaoxing's body emitted a terrifying aura. Soldier World. In the next moment, a mysterious and ancient world appeared behind Xiaoxing. In that world, divine weapons appeared one after another. Battle Sky Spear, Sky-Shattering Saber, God-Splitting Sword, they were densely packed with divine weapons. Billions of divine weapons submitted. A terrifying aura was emitted from the soldier world. Lin Feng suddenly sensed that his body was going to be confined in the air by the weapon world. He couldn't move at all. How is this possible? Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. What's that? It's a world of weapons. What a terrifying chi. It's suffocating. Look, that boy is trapped in the air. He can't move. Is this battle going to end? Many people exclaimed when they sensed the powerful chi coming from the world of weapons. The world of weapons was too terrifying. It made everyone's hair stand on end. Lin Feng felt it even more directly because the strange and terrifying power was imprisoning him. Lin Feng couldn't struggle at all. The world of weapons can imprison 10,000 weapons. In other words, you can't use any weapons in front of me. Now, you've used the spirit of sword truth and turned yourself into a sword, but it's still restrained by me. No matter how you struggle, you won't be able to do anything. Xiaoxing said coldly as he walked towards Lin Feng. Boom, Xiaoxing punched Lin Feng with both his fists. He wanted to seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to defeat Lin Feng. Bam, a dull sound of collision was heard. Lin Feng's sword truth was blown away. Lin Feng dispelled this state. The dazzling sword light around him disappeared. He looked a little gloomy. Oh? You're fine after taking my attack? Xiaoxing frowned. He thought that Lin Feng would lose his ability to fight. He hadn't thought that Lin Feng wouldn't be affected at all. What a powerful secret technique. Lin Feng looked at the world of weapons behind Xiaoxing. Unfortunately, Lin Feng didn't know how to use the word army. If Lin Feng knew how to use the word army, he would be able to control the world of weapons behind Xiaoxing and use Xiaoxing's methods against him. Boom. Lin Feng stepped forward. The qi in his body was getting stronger and stronger. Lin Feng was condensing his force. Condensing one's force was a way to increase one's fighting strength. If you lose, it'll be boring. Come at me with your full strength. Let's see how strong you are, said Lin Feng. Xiaoxing looked at Lin Feng haughtily as if he had everything under his control. He's too arrogant. Lin Feng sneered. Arrogance comes from absolute confidence in oneself. Xiaoxing's expression was indifferent. Are you sure you're not being arrogant? You don't know that there's always someone better than you. No one can be absolute. Lin Feng walked towards Xiaoxing step by step, and the force in his body became more and more tyrannical. Maybe you won't say that when I step on you, said Lin Feng. Xiaoxing's expression was indifferent as he quickly rushed towards Lin Feng. The crackling power of thunder lingered around Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng displayed the Sky Tyrant lightning art. Lei Lai. Lin Feng roared. Boom. Boom, then, one after another, lightning bolts blasted towards Xiaoxing. Resonance of 10,000 weapons. Xiaoxing's countenance was emotionless as he roared. The world of weapons behind him trembled violently. Terrifying lights shot out from the weapons and collided violently with Lin Feng's lightning bolts. Waves of destructive energy spread out from the center of the battle. Many people's faces turned pale when they sensed the energy spreading out from the battle. The waves of energy were too terrifying. It made people's hearts tremble. Hurry up and retreat. The cultivators who had already retreated far away had no choice but to retreat again. They retreated more than 1,000 meters and saw Lin Feng and Xiaoxing at the center of the battle. Waves of destructive energy engulfed a large number of rocks, flowers, and trees. Everything that was enveloped by the energy was instantly turned into fine powder. Many people felt their hair stand on end when they saw that. A battle of this level had already surpassed the limits of the martial king realm. Very good, you're qualified to make me use my true secret technique. Lin Feng stepped forwards. His voice was like thunder. He was surrounded by endless lightning bolts, as if the god of thunder had descended. His true secret technique? This guy isn't just boasting, is he? Many people were astonished and looked at Lin Feng in shock. After fighting for so long, he still hadn't used his true secret technique? Shameless boasting. Xiaoxing sneered. With Xiaoxing at the center, hundreds of millions of weapons gathered and destroyed the lightning bolts. Then, they quickly charged towards Lin Feng. Dao destruction. Lin Feng looked indifferent. He raised his right hand and gathered the Dao destruction. This Xiaoxing was terrifying. Ordinary techniques had no effect on him. Only the most powerful techniques could suppress a monstrous existence like him. The Dao destruction condensed and emitted an ancient aura. Brilliant light surged. The Dao destruction descended from the sky and pressed down. Bang, 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 the hundreds of millions of weapons began to crumble. No, that's impossible. Xiaoxing shouted in disbelief when he felt the Dao destruction's aura. Nothing is impossible. Lin Feng looked indifferent as he continued to use the Dao destruction to suppress Xiaoxing. It was as if a primordial divine mountain was pressing down on Xiaoxing's body, causing his body to tremble violently. The soldier world behind him seemed to be disintegrating. How terrifying! Many people exclaimed. No one expected Lin Feng to completely suppress Xiaoxing. And from the looks of it, Xiaoxing was unable to withstand Lin Feng's attack. How can this be? Yao Sen and company from the Li Fire sect looked at this scene in disbelief. In their eyes, Xiaoxing was the symbol of invincibility. But now, Xiaoxing was being suppressed. And from the looks of it, it was very likely that he would be defeated. This was a huge blow to them. I will not be defeated. Xiaoxing roared. His dantian shot up into the sky. Following that, a three-headed, six-armed god-fiend appeared. God-fiend martial soul. Many people looked at the three-headed, six-armed god-fiend in astonishment. This was Xiaoxing's martial soul. Now that it had appeared, the god-fiend grabbed the 6 weapons in the soldier world that had yet to crumble. Then, its 3 heads roared and its 6 arms brandished the weapons as it charged at Lin Feng. The god-fiend's aura emanated, as if a god-fiend had descended. Many people could not help but want to kneel on the ground and kowtow when they sensed the god-fiend's aura. Combining a martial soul and a mystic technique. This Xiaoxing is truly a peerless genius. He can even figure out such a technique. That kid is going to be defeated, right? Many people exclaimed. At this moment, Xiaoxing was too powerful. It made many people mistakenly believe that Xiaoxing was a living god-fiend. How could such a Xiaoxing be defeated? As for Lin Feng, although he was strong enough, the aura he emitted was far inferior to Xiaoxing's. Losing the battle seemed to be a reasonable thing. Against the three-headed, six-armed god-fiend's attack, Lin Feng remained indifferent. He took a step forward and a powerful energy surged out, all of it being injected into the Tao Annihilation. My Tao annihilates all techniques. Lin Feng roared. In an instant, the Tao Annihilation's aura increased by 10 times. The Tao Annihilation swept towards the god-fiend. With a loud bang, the god-fiend's body exploded in midair. Following that, the Tao Annihilation swept towards Xiaoxing. Xiaoxing felt like he had been struck by lightning. His face was pale as his body was sent flying hundreds of meters away. Huff, 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 Xiaoxing landed on the ground, panting violently. He felt as if his body was about to explode. If it wasn't for the fact that the power that had bombarded his body had been reduced by a lot, he would have been dead already. If the attack hadn't been so powerful, he might have died already. Xiaoxing looked gloomy. He couldn't believe that he had been defeated just like that. He had fought hundreds of battles, and he had never been defeated. But now, he had been defeated so miserably. It's over. Xiaoxing has been defeated, murmured the cultivators in the crowd. They couldn't believe what they had just seen. Xiaoxing had combined his godly demon spirit with his secret technique. How terrifying was that attack, however, such a terrifying attack had been defeated by Lin Feng in an instant. Everybody was looking at Lin Feng in astonishment, everybody was trying to guess what was going on. Who was this guy? Just how powerful was this guy's cultivation? Why didn't you kill me? Xiaoxing looked at Lin Feng with a glum expression. Lin Feng looked at Xiaoxing in surprise and said, "We don't have any deep hatred between us. Why should I kill you?" Xiaoxing's mouth twitched. In the Thunderblade secret territory, there was no need for a reason to kill. Usually, after a battle, the loser would be killed. However, Xiaoxing couldn't refute Lin Feng's reason for not killing him. In the end, Xiaoxing sighed. "I owe you a favor today." Xiaoxing clasped his fist and left with Yao Sen and the others. Lin Feng didn't stay for long either. He quickly flew away. Xiaoxing is really monstrous. If my Tao destruction can't break his secret technique, I'll be the one to lose this battle, said Lin Feng, shaking his head. Lin Feng took a deep breath. He had felt how terrifying Xiaoxing's attack was, so Lin Feng had decided to use his trump card. If he didn't use it now, he wouldn't have the chance to use it anymore. Moreover, the Tao Annihilation consumed too much of his strength. After using it once, his strength would be almost completely depleted. If he was unable to defeat his opponent, then he would be the one to suffer. Fortunately, the Tao destruction was strong enough to destroy Xiaoxing's attack. Martial Spirit Fusion Secret Technique. That's an interesting idea. Xiaoxing is indeed powerful. Lin Feng frowned slightly. He was enlightened by Xiaoxing's method. The battle prowess displayed by combining the martial soul with the secret technique would increase in a straight line. Could he also try it out, or was it a combination of secret techniques? If he succeeded, his battle prowess would definitely increase greatly. Cultivators learned from their opponents' strengths in battle to improve themselves. For example, Xiaoxing's forte was the combination of martial spirits and secret techniques. Let's find a place to recover first. Otherwise, I'll die in my weakened state. Lin Feng quickly flew off into the distance. Tiangang Plains. This was an extremely terrifying place in the Thunderblade's secret realm. In this place, there were shattered laws. Those broken laws were connected to some unknown world. Waves of destructive power surged in this place. And here, the most terrifying thing was the astral winds. Once the astral winds were swept up, the destructive power was too great. Even the strongest hurricane was insignificant in front of the astral windstorm. The astral windstorm could tear apart the body of a yin-yang realm cultivator. Because of the shattered laws in the Tiangang plains, the astral windstorm would often blow. If a cultivator encountered the astral windstorm, they would almost certainly die. Now, Lin Feng had arrived at the dangerous Tiangang plains. Lin Feng's purpose in coming here was to find the astral winds to refine. He wanted to try to break through to the martial king realm. The plains stretched as far as the eye could see. Lin Feng went deep into the plains and stopped at a lake. He saw the astral winds surging above the lake. This place was a good place to absorb the astral winds and break through. The astral winds had the power to tear apart everything. Its power was quite shocking. If a cultivator at the 10th firmament of the martial general realm wanted to break through to the martial king realm, they would need to absorb the astral winds. The combination of the astral winds and true qi would cause the true qi to transform. Once the transformation was complete, the true qi would transform into earth qi. That was how the martial king realm's protective earth qi came about. Once one broke through to the martial king realm, the dragon power in one's body would also transform. At that time, it would condense into virtual Dao marks. As mentioned before, the reason why yin-yang realm cultivators were powerful was because of the Dao marks in their bodies. The marks left by the heavenly Dao in one's body were the Dao marks. The Dao marks had the power to destroy heaven and earth. It gave yin-yang realm cultivators the ability to communicate with heaven and earth. The reason why a martial king realm cultivator's fighting strength could only increase by a large margin was because the dragon's power had transformed into a virtual Dao mark. This was also the first stage of comprehending the great Dao of heaven and earth. Once one comprehended the yin-yang realm's heavenly Dao's mystery, in the future, the virtual Dao marks would be transformed into true Dao marks. Magic power would be born in one's mind, magic power and virtual Dao marks would fuse together and become true Dao marks. At this time, one could break through to the yin-yang realm. Lin Feng first set up a spirit gathering array. A large number of high-grade spirit stones were taken out and placed in the spirit gathering array. The high-grade spirit gathering array would provide Lin Feng with the energy he needed to break through. Whoosh! Lin Feng flew out and circled in the air. He activated his devouring martial soul and absorbed the dense astral winds into Lin Feng's body. Then, Lin Feng began to control his true qi to absorb the astral winds that entered his body. The spirit gathering array was activated. The energy contained in the mountain of high-grade spirit stones was absorbed by the spirit gathering array. Then, it was devoured by Lin Feng to support Lin Feng's transformation. The true qi in Lin Feng's body began to transform into true qi. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Feng's true qi finally transformed into true qi. Then, all the true qi rushed toward Lin Feng's dantian. In Lin Feng's dantian, a mysterious and illusory trace was condensing. That was the virtual Dao mark. The virtual Dao mark was an illusory Dao mark and not a true Dao mark. If a true Dao mark was condensed, it would not be a breakthrough to the martial king realm, but a breakthrough to the yin-yang realm. The surroundings of the virtual Dao mark were slightly distorted. Lin Feng could feel the power of the virtual Dao mark. After about 2 hours, the first virtual Dao mark was condensed in Lin Feng's body. A first heaven martial king realm cultivator would condense one virtual Dao mark. However, Lin Feng's accumulation was too powerful. His strength was 10 times that of a cultivator of the same level. When he broke through, the increase in his combat power would naturally be more powerful. Soon, the second virtual Dao mark was successfully condensed. Then, the third, fourth, and fifth. A day later, a destructive power surged out of Lin Feng's body. 15 virtual Dao marks surged with Dao Qi. Lin Feng took out one virtual Dao mark and gently swept it into the distance. Boom! The ground thousands of meters away was gently swept by the virtual Dao mark and collapsed by hundreds of meters. After breaking through the first layer of the martial king realm, my strength actually reached 15 virtual Dao marks. which is equivalent to 15 times the strength of a cultivator of the same level. Lin Feng sensed his strength and revealed a happy expression. Why did many 10th layer Martial King realm cultivators not break through and instead suppress their realm? This was the reason. The stronger the accumulation, the stronger the increase in battle strength when breaking through. Ordinary 10th layer Martial General realm cultivators might only be able to condense one virtual Dao mark when breaking through to the Martial King realm. But Lin Feng could condense 15 virtual Dao marks. This was the difference between ordinary cultivators and monstrous geniuses. The top geniuses of the large sects and factions suppressed their realms because they wanted to continue consolidating their cultivation. When they broke through to the Yin-Yang realm, their battle strength would be even more powerful. For ordinary cultivators, the first layer of the Martial King realm would have 1 virtual Dao mark. The second layer of the Martial King realm would have 5 virtual Dao marks. The third layer of the Martial King realm would have 25 virtual Dao marks. The fourth layer of the Martial King realm would have 125 virtual Dao marks. The 10th layer of the Martial King realm would have 1,953,125 virtual Dao marks. The increase in strength was basically 5 times. Of course, strength was not the same as battle strength. If one cultivated some top-secret techniques, as long as the opponent's strength did not exceed 10 times, they could even defeat the opponent. If one cultivated those heaven-defying secret techniques, they could even completely ignore the difference in strength between realms. Not to mention 10 times, even 10 times or 100 times, they could still kill the opponent. Of course, this kind of heaven-defying secret technique was too rare. But Lin Feng had mastered a few. For example, Dao character extermination, sky splitting. Their power was too terrifying, completely ignoring the difference in strength between realms. I now have 15 virtual Dao marks. When the 5 martial spirits are activated, my strength will increase by 5 times, reaching 75 virtual Dao marks. Lin Feng revealed a smile. In terms of pure strength, he was 75 times stronger than cultivators of the same level. Of course, in terms of battle strength, Lin Feng could instantly kill cultivators of the same level. After breaking through, Lin Feng believed that with the immemorial dragonesque elephant art, Dao character extermination, sky splitting and other powerful secret techniques, he would not be at a disadvantage even when facing the most monstrous existences. Lin Feng didn't stay in the astral plane for long. He quickly rushed out of the astral plane. Lin Feng didn't want to stay in this dangerous place for too long. However, what Lin Feng didn't expect was that he actually encountered an astral windstorm. The windstorm that engulfed the heavens and earth wreaked havoc on the earth. Lin Feng quickly fled. However, he still couldn't escape the astral windstorm. He was sucked into the storm. Soon, he was knocked unconscious by the terrifying power. When Lin Feng woke up, he felt a tearing pain all over his body. If Lin Feng's body had not surpassed the Yin-Yang realm, the astral windstorm would have torn his body apart. Being able to survive the astral windstorm was something worth celebrating. Lin Feng stood up and sat down cross-legged, circulating the immemorial dragonesque elephant art. 2 hours later, the injuries on his body were more or less healed. He stood up and walked towards the distance. This was a boundless plain, but he didn't know where he was blown to. 3 days later, he saw a campsite with more than 10 cultivators resting there. Lin Feng quickly rushed towards the campsite. When they saw someone approaching, the cultivators were on guard. The leader of the group, a burly cultivator, shouted, "Who are you?" Lin Feng said, "I'm a cultivator passing by. I want to ask if this is still the astral plane. I've been flying for 3 days, but why can't I see the way out?" The burly cultivator said, "This is the depths of the astral plane. There are broken restrictions everywhere. It's said that this place has formed a huge natural illusion array. Even a spirit array master at the peak of the mystic stage would be trapped here and die." Lin Feng's expression changed slightly, but he immediately frowned. If this place was so dangerous, why didn't these people look worried? He felt that these cultivators were a little strange. "Thank you for telling me. Seeing that everyone is so calm, could it be that you have a way out?" Lin Feng asked. The burly cultivator said, "We don't have a way, but our master has a way." Lin Feng's eyes lit up. He cupped his fists and said, "I wonder if this brother can introduce me." The burly cultivator sneered faintly and said, "Since you want to meet our master, it's not impossible. Brothers, let's go back and meet our master." The cultivators stood up one by one, and Lin Feng left with them. There was a mountain range about 15 kilometers away, and the master that the burly cultivator had mentioned was resting there. Lin Feng saw a group of people resting in a huge cave in the depths of the mountain range. The leader was a woman. She had an enchanting figure and an extremely beautiful face. She had long, slender legs, full peaks, and a slim waist. She had a perfect golden ratio and a charming face. She was truly a peerless beauty. However, her eyes were very cold, and there was not a trace of emotion in them. This made Lin Feng very surprised. The master that the burly cultivator had mentioned was actually this woman. On her left shoulder, there was a small golden snake sticking its head out. It flicked its forked tongue and looked coldly at Lin Feng. Lin Feng secretly raised his guard. This woman's aura was very terrifying, and there was a small golden snake coiling around her body. She did not seem like a righteous cultivator. Aside from the woman, there was also a man in green clothes. He looked to be about 30 years old and had a deep aura. His cultivation was also very strong. "I'm Wu Qingqing. What's your name?" The enchanting woman looked at Lin Feng. "Lin Feng." Wu Qingqing nodded. She pointed at the 30-year-old man beside her and said, "This is my right-hand man. He's a profound spirit array master, Pei Zihui." "Brother Pei." Lin Feng cupped his fists. "Haha, Brother Lin." Pei Zihui seemed to be very easy to talk to. He smiled and greeted Lin Feng. Wu Qingqing waved her hand, and the burly cultivator and the others retreated to the cave outside. Only Lin Feng, Wu Qingqing, Pei Zihui, and the two maidservants behind Wu Qingqing were left in the cave. "Brother Lin, please sit," Wu Qingqing said. Lin Feng nodded and sat behind a stone table. One of the maidservants came forward and poured some wine for Lin Feng. Wu Qingqing raised her cup and downed it first. Pei Zihui smiled and said, "Brother Lin, cheers." Lin Feng raised his cup and downed it in one gulp. "Brother Lin, how did you enter the depths of Tiangang Plain?" "It wasn't easy to enter." Wu Qingqing asked. "I was swept in by the astral winds," Lin Feng said. Wu Qingqing sneered, as if she did not believe Lin Feng's words. "Who could survive after being swept in by the astral winds?" Wu Qingqing said. "We're about to explore a ruin and need Brother Lin to join us." "Brother Lin, you won't refuse, right?" Lin Feng said. "Oh? There are ruins here? I didn't expect that. Since Miss Wu invited me, I naturally won't refuse." "Bitch, I'm going to kill you." At that moment, a roar came from outside. A cultivator in ragged clothes and covered in blood roared. This cultivator was very strong. He killed a few guards and took a sword. Holding the sword, he charged towards Wu Qingqing. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. What was going on? Lin Feng already felt that Wu Qingqing's group was strange. Now that he saw this cultivator covered in blood trying to assassinate Wu Qingqing, it confirmed his suspicions. This was a cultivator at the 7th firmament of the Martial King realm. He was very strong, but Lin Feng felt that the earth energy in his body was difficult to circulate, as if it was being suppressed by a mysterious force. He could not display his true cultivation at all. "Snake slave!" Wu Qingqing sneered. "Yes, master." A woman behind Wu Qingqing leaped out. She shook her right hand, and a small green snake as thick as a chopstick flew out. In the next moment, it flew in front of the cultivator and bit his neck. Kacha! The small snake bit the cultivator's neck. Ah! The cultivator screamed and fell to the ground, his body twitching violently. "You evil witch, you're so cruel. You'll die a horrible death." The cultivator's eyes widened. He stared at Wu Qingqing with hatred before he died. Then, he stopped moving and lost all signs of life. "You're from the evil path?" Lin Feng frowned slightly. Wu Qingqing nodded and said, "Yes. His cultivation has been suppressed. He can't hurt you at all." "Why did you kill him?" Lin Feng said with a gloomy expression. "Because he was courting death." Wu Qingqing's voice was very cold. Killing a person seemed to be a trivial matter to her. Since we're on different paths, I'll take my leave. Lin Feng stood up. Wu Qingqing sneered, do you think you can leave after coming in? Are you trying to force me to stay? Lin Feng said indifferently. We need some scouts to explore the ancient ruins. Your cultivation is not bad, so you can join us. Wu Qingqing said. Are you looking for cannon fodder? I'm not interested in being cannon fodder. Lin Feng sneered. Now, it's not a matter of whether you're interested or not, it's a matter of whether you want to live or die. If you cooperate, you might be able to keep your life when we explore the ruins. If you don't cooperate, I have a way to make you cooperate, said Lin Feng. Wu Qingqing sneered. Let's see if you can keep me here. Lin Feng sneered and walked outside. Wu Qingqing said, you've been poisoned, and no one can cure the Gu evil sect's Gu other than the Gu evil sect's own antidote. Gu evil sect? You're from Manyu, said Lin Feng to Wu Qingqing grimly. To the north of the wasteland was the famous Manyu. Manyu was the most barren state out of the 72 states in the north. However, one should not think that Manyu was weak just because it was barren. On the contrary, because Manyu was barren, the people of Manyu became more ferocious. Most of the forces in the barbarian domain were evil forces. For example, the famous godly temple of the wildlands, the Gu evil sect, the blood demon sect, and other evil forces were all in the wildlands. In the 72 prefectures in the north, there was an immemorial age force, one of the 10 desolate age forces. This was referring to the righteous faction. Among the demonic forces, there was an immemorial force, which was the godly hall of the wildlands. There were also 3 desolate forces, one of which was the Gu evil sect. The Gu evil sect's methods were extremely vicious, and they were best at poisoning people with Gu. Gu was an extremely terrifying thing. It was said that it was a poisonous insect that was cultivated through a special method. Once it was poisoned, the poisonous insect would enter the body, and it would listen to the person who poisoned it. It could torture the person to death. Kid, since you know that we're from the Gu evil sect, are you still planning to leave? Wu Qingqing looked at Lin Feng as if she had everything under control. No wonder these people gave him a strange feeling. They were actually evil experts. The Gu evil sect's methods were extremely evil. Lin Feng now suspected that he had been poisoned by them. Does that mean that I've been poisoned? Lin Feng said with a gloomy expression. That's right. Wu Qingqing walked up to the corpse with her alluring slender legs. She pointed at the corpse and said, do you know why this person was unable to display his full strength despite being so powerful? It's because I've been poisoned, and you've been poisoned as well. I don't think I need to tell you how to cooperate. If you cooperate obediently, you won't have to suffer any physical pain. If you don't, I'll lock you up with those people who don't know what's good for you and torture them. Once you've tasted the feeling of living a life worse than death, you'll still cooperate obediently. A woman's heart is truly the most vicious. Lin Feng sneered. You dare to insult me? Heart-devouring Gu. Wu Qingqing sneered and chanted an incantation. It should be an incantation to control the Gu. Lin Feng immediately felt an intense pain in his heart. It was as if someone had stabbed him with a sword. So this is a Gu? It's really evil. Lin Feng clenched his teeth. If it weren't for the lack of manpower, you would have been dead by now. Wu Qingqing sneered. However, in the next moment, Wu Qingqing's expression changed. How is this possible? How did I lose contact with the Gu? What did you do? You lost contact with the Gu? The expression of the spirit array master, Pei Zihui, changed abruptly. The Gu evil sect's Gu was very strange. It was impervious to fire and water, and it was difficult to injure it with swords. Moreover, once it entered a person's body, it could do whatever it wanted. If it lost contact with the Gu, there was only one possibility: it had been destroyed. Even a yin-yang realm expert couldn't destroy the Gu evil sect's Gu. Could it be that this brat could do it? No wonder Wu Qingqing and Pei Zihui's expressions changed. Lin Feng took a deep breath and said with a smile, I refined it. It's really nutritious. Cultivating Gu requires a lot of resources, right? Lin Feng burned all the Gu in his body with the heavenly fire. No matter how powerful the Gu evil sect's Gu was, it couldn't withstand the power of the heavenly fire. You actually killed my goo bug? I'm going to kill you. I'm going to tear you to pieces. Wu Qingqing was almost mad with anger. These goo were very precious and difficult to cultivate. After so many years, she had only cultivated a few dozen. She had planted 3 goo in Lin Feng's body, but they were all killed. Wu Qingqing's heart was bleeding. Snake slave, what are you waiting for? Kill him. Kill him. Wu Qingqing screamed. Yes, Lord. The snake slave rushed towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng remained vigilant. The snake's venomous snake was terrifying. A moment before, the cultivator of the 7th celestial layer had been bitten by the venomous snake and had died in a short time. Lin Feng had to be careful. If he was bitten, he might die a tragic death. Whoosh. The snake slave waved his sleeve. Suddenly, the green poisonous snake flew out like lightning and arrived in front of Lin Feng in an instant. It opened its mouth and bit towards Lin Feng. Puff. Lin Feng quickly attacked. A sword chi slashed out and cut the poisonous snake in half. Ah, you dare to kill my poisonous snake? The snake slave screamed angrily. Get lost. Lin Feng sneered and sent the snake slave flying with a punch. Then, he quickly rushed towards Wu Qingqing. There were many experts here, and many of them were good at using poison. There was even a profound level spirit array master. Lin Feng couldn't guarantee that he would be able to leave alive. Since he had captured Wu Qingqing, he didn't believe that these people wouldn't submit. Brat? You dare to attack me? Wu Qingqing sneered and punched out. Countless shadows of giant snakes appeared in front of her. The entire world seemed to have turned into a world of snakes. Countless poisonous snakes moved towards Lin Feng, trying to tear him apart. Damn, it's actually a spirit. Lin Feng was shocked. Wu Qingqing had comprehended the viper spirit. The snakes conjured by her punch were all venomous snakes. The most frightening thing was that the venomous snake spirit had bestowed spirituality to the snakes she had conjured. In other words, if one was bitten by these poisonous snakes, they would definitely be poisoned. Brat, you're courting death. The nearby spirit array master, Pei Hui, also angrily roared as he displayed the raging flame sword. The flame sword was a powerful spiritual array technique. In the void, a treasured sword surrounded by endless flames was burning fiercely. Raging flames incinerate the heavens. One sword pierces the firmament, the flame sword spat out a scorching hot aura and slashed towards Lin Feng. The snake woman attacked again and slammed her palm towards Lin Feng. A green light surged and the snake woman's right hand turned green. Obviously, the snake woman's palm contained a strong poison. The other servant girl was called Chong Nu. She also attacked. Chong Nu released numerous golden insects which blotted out the sky and blotted out the earth as they moved towards Lin Feng. In the blink of an eye, 4 strong cultivators surrounded Lin Feng. The situation could be said to be very dangerous. What a powerful evil expert. Not only is his cultivation technique vicious, but it also contains a strong poison. Lin Feng's heart trembled, but he didn't panic. After all, he had been through so many life and death battles that he had long developed a calm personality. Facing the 4 people besieging him, Lin Feng's body surged with a strong force. Boom, the terrifying aura spread out. Wu Qingqing and the other 3 were enveloped by Lin Feng's force and immediately felt their movements become sluggish. Sword spirit. Lin Feng roared. Then, dense sword chi surged out from Lin Feng's body. Puff, puff. Ripping sounds could be heard. First of all, the poisonous insects that Slave Kuan had summoned were all killed by the sword chi. Next, the snake woman was sent flying by Lin Feng's force. Then, the sword chi blocked Pei Zihui's powerful flame sword. At the same time, it continued to kill the thousands of poisonous snakes that Wu Qingqing's viper spirit had conjured. Despite fighting 1 against 4, he was not at a disadvantage. Wu Qingqing's and Pei Zihui's pupils shrank. They never thought that Lin Feng would have such a powerful combat strength. Pei Zihui suddenly said, "Brother Lin, do you really want to fight to the death? There are still dozens of brothers outside. As long as I give a shout, they'll rush in and Brother Lin will definitely die." "Stop it if you want to live," Wu Qingqing said coldly. "If I stop, I'll die even faster." However, I can guarantee that before those people rush in and kill me, I'll send you guys to hell first. Lin Feng sneered. Wu Qingqing and Pei Zihui's expressions flickered. Wu Qingqing clenched her teeth and changed her expression. Brother Lin, we don't have any deep hatred between us. Why do we have to fight to the death? Why don't we talk about it? Let's explore the ancient ruins together. I heard that there are many good things in there. Then let's stop together. Lin Feng said in a deep voice. Okay. Wu Qingqing and Pei Zihui nodded. Swoosh. The three of them stopped attacking at the same time. The cave returned to normal. Lin Feng's expression was calm. Wu Qingqing and Pei Zihui's expressions changed. Pei Zihui was also a shrewd person. He suddenly laughed and said, Brother Lin, you're really good at hiding things. We're not enemies, but friends. Let's explore the ancient ruins together and get rich together. Wu Qingqing added, with an expert like Brother Lin joining us, we'll be like a tiger that has grown wings. I hope you guys don't play any tricks. Otherwise, don't blame me for falling out with you. Lin Feng said coldly. Brother Lin, don't worry. We'll treat Brother Lin like a brother. Pei Zihui said. Who's going to believe your nonsense? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter in his heart. Demons, demons. This meant that the people of the evil path were the same as those of the devil path. They were all treacherous people and couldn't be trusted easily. Although he agreed to cooperate with them temporarily, he still had to be on guard against them. It's getting dark, we should get going. Wu Qingqing said. They could only enter the mysterious ruins at night. Wu Qingqing then looked at the snake woman and said, Go, and tell them to bring those people here. Yes, madam. The snake woman left. Not long after, more than 20 cultivators were brought over. They all looked pale, probably because Wu Qingqing had used a goo on them. Lin Feng suddenly raised his eyebrows. He recognized a few familiar faces. Mo Xiaoxia, Yang Yu, Wu Yang, Shui Sun, Song Caijia, Mo Miaoling, and Shui Xinqi. It was actually these people. He had a good impression of Mo Xiaoxia. He had met him when he went to Nebula Pavilion to take the test. However, his impression of the others was only so. Wu Yang, Shui Sun, and Song Caijia had mocked and ridiculed Lin Feng, Yu Fan, and Han Shua. The 7 of them had actually been captured by the Gu Evil Sect. It seemed that the Gu Evil Sect wanted to use them as cannon fodder. Lin Gongzi, Shui Xinqi was the first to see Lin Feng. She was pleasantly surprised. Lin Feng couldn't help rubbing his chin. He didn't want to recognize these people. After all, they weren't even friends. If he wanted to help, he would only help Mo Xiaoxia. What did the others have to do with him? However, since Shui Xinqi recognized Lin Feng couldn't say that he didn't know them. Yes. He nodded at Shui Xinqi. Mo Xiaoxia, Wu Yang, and the others were shocked when they saw Lin Feng. Lin Feng seemed to be a guest of the Gu Evil Sect. What was going on? Brother Lin, please save us. Wu Yang and the others looked at Lin Feng with pleading eyes. These people seemed to have forgotten how they had mocked and ridiculed him, Yu Fan, and Han Shua. Brother Lin, you know these people? Wu Qingqing asked in surprise. I guess so. Lin Feng said calmly. He glanced at Mo Xiaoxia and the others. In the end, he still remembered their old friendship and said, Can you give me some face and return them their freedom? I believe that they will do their best in this exploration. Wu Qingqing smiled and said, Of course I have to give Brother Lin face. Wu Qingqing waved her hand. 7 small insects flew out of Mo Xiaoxia, Shui Xinqi, Wu Yang, and the others' bodies and were put into a mysterious black box. Mo Xiaoxia, Shui Xinqi, Wu Yang, and the others' pale faces regained some color. Lin Feng looked away, no longer looking at Wu Yang and the others. He didn't care whether they lived or died. Lin Feng didn't care. Thank you, Brother Lin. Mo Xiaoxia and the others were secretly glad that they had a good relationship with Lin Feng, and they quickly thanked Lin Feng. Lin Feng said indifferently, Your lives are your own. I hope you can cherish them. After this exploration, I believe that you will be free. The 4 quickly nodded and stood behind Lin Feng. They could naturally see that Wu Qingqing and Pei Zihui were looking at Lin Feng with a trace of fear. Lin Feng seemed to have become their backer. The other cultivators who had been poisoned were pale, but no one stood up for them. They all felt that their lives were bleak, and they no longer had any hope. Wu Qingqing walked towards them with her long, slender legs and said, "My Gu evil sect has always been fair. Since I said that I would let you go after this mission, I will not go back on my word. I hope that you will cooperate with me." The others could only nod and agree. 5 or 6 cultivators had refused to cooperate, and they had all been killed by the Gu evil sect. They didn't want to die under the Gu evil sect's blade. Although going to the ancient ruins with the Gu evil sect's people was very likely to be a death sentence, there was still a chance of survival. "Let's go," Wu Qingqing said. Then, the group of 60 to 70 people continued towards the depths of astral planes. Along the way, Shui Xianxia asked curiously, "Lin Gongzi, why are you here?" Shui Xianxia was tall and slender, and her voluptuous figure perfectly displayed her feminine charm. Coupled with her flirtatious aura, she was very charming. Lin Feng said, "I accidentally entered this place and met these people." Seeing that Lin Feng didn't seem to want to talk about this topic, Shui Xianxia didn't ask any further. 3 days later, Lin Feng and the others arrived at the place that Wu Qingqing had mentioned. This place was surrounded by mountains. During the day, astral winds wreaked havoc. It was extremely dangerous. If one were to be sucked into the astral winds, one would most likely die. Lin Feng and the others hid in the mountain range. At night, the astral winds blew to other places. Everyone walked out of the mountain range. Wu Qingqing took out a map and stood beside Pei Zihui. "This should be the place. Let's see where the entrance is," Pei Zihui said. Everyone spread out to search. However, after searching for 3 days, they found nothing. How could this be? Could it be that the map was wrong? Or is the information we received wrong? Wu Qingqing's expression was extremely ugly. This map was obtained when the Gu evil sect annihilated a small sect. That shouldn't be the case. That sect treats the map like a treasure, Pei Zihui said with a frown. Many people were already very impatient because they couldn't find anything after searching for so many days. When the sun was about to rise, Lin Feng leaned against a big rock and rested. He looked at the sky and was surprised. 9 stars link, Lin Feng murmured. The dragon incantation had written, 7 stars link, sun and moon change, 8 stars link, reincarnation cycle, 9 stars link, holy emperor tomb. It meant that the 7 stars link was a place where the sun and moon would change. The sun and moon's power would fall. If the 8 stars link was a place where reincarnation power would circulate and change the feng shui of the place. If the 9 stars link was a place where the dragon veins gathered, it could be a place where holy emperors were buried. The dragon incantation can't be wrong. There should be an ancient ruin here. It could even be the place where a peerless cultivator who was trapped in the Thunderblade's secret world died. Lin Feng stood up, jumped on the 7 stars and walked towards the 9 stars. What's he doing? Wu Qingqing had been on guard against Lin Feng, so when she saw Lin Feng walking in a strange way, she was very surprised. I don't know. Pei Zihui also looked at Lin Feng suspiciously. 7 stars converge, 9 stars converge, stars link into an arrow, shooting down the moon, murmured Lin Feng. He looked at a mountain that was about 1,000 meters tall. It's here. Lin Feng was astonished. That mountain was the entrance he had found using the dragon incantation. Brother Lin, could it be that you've noticed something? Pei Zihui and Wu Qingqing walked over and asked. It should be this mountain. The entrance must be here. Lin Feng pointed at the mountain in front of them. Wu Qingqing asked in astonishment, how did you know? Lin Feng shrugged. I can't tell you that. Humph. Wu Qingqing snorted coldly and strode off into the distance with her slender legs. Master, there's a cave halfway up the mountain. It was blocked by a rock, so we didn't see it before. We've broken it, someone shouted suddenly. Everyone quickly walked over. A cave appeared halfway up the mountain. This should be the entrance. Lin Feng nodded. Wu Qingqing was pleasantly surprised. Let's go in and take a look. Everyone entered the cave. In the depths of the cave, they found a huge abyss. Black fog rolled in the abyss, emitting shocking energy waves. Everyone, be careful. This place is not simple. Lin Feng said. Everyone nodded and flew down. As soon as Lin Feng came into contact with the black fog, he felt something strange. There was a distorted space-time energy here. In the next moment, Lin Feng felt his body being wrapped up by the distorted space-time energy. Then, he disappeared into the abyss. When Lin Feng landed on the ground, he realized that he was in a gigantic labyrinth. There were intertwining tunnels. It really is an ancient ruin. This is the Xianxia technique. It's used to trap intruders. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. It was very troublesome to be trapped in a place like this. It would be very difficult to escape. However, Lin Feng had learned some of the inheritances of the mountain-moving Taoist, so he had some morals about the Xianxia technique. Lin Feng walked deeper into the maze. Not long after, he heard a blood-curdling scream. He quickly ran over. When he arrived, he saw 10 cultivators running towards him. They were Xianxia, Yang Yu, Wu Yang, Shuesun, Xianxia, Miaoling, Xianxia, and 3 others who had been poisoned by Wu Qingqing. Brother Lin. When they saw Lin Feng, they were delighted. Lin Feng nodded and asked, what happened? The last 3 cultivators disappeared without a trace. There are only 3 pools of blood left on the ground. Miaoling said with a pale face. Let's go. Take me to see. Lin Feng's expression sank. This place was very strange. Everyone nodded and led Lin Feng to where the incident had happened. Lin Feng saw 3 pools of blood. What's this? He squatted down, and his expression changed slightly. He frowned and seemed to be deep in thought. At that moment, Wu Yang, Shuesun, Xianxia, and the others' eyes flashed coldly. Boom! Lin Feng reacted quickly and formed a barrier of energy behind him to protect himself. Asterisk bang, asterisk their attacks landed on Lin Feng's body, sending Lin Feng flying. Dust flew everywhere. Lin Feng started coughing violently. He felt his blood boil. Fortunately, he had formed a barrier of energy in time. Otherwise, he might have died at their hands. Wu Yang, what are you doing? Xianxia shouted coldly. There were 6 people in total, Wu Yang, Shuesun, Xianxia, and 3 other cultivators who had been poisoned by Wu Qingqing. Xianxia's face turned cold as well. Are you all crazy? Humph, we're not crazy. This brat deserves to die. Wu Yang said coldly. Lin Feng looked at Wu Yang and the others gloomily and said, I saved you, but you want to kill me? Wu Yang spat and said, Brat, put away your disgusting hypocrisy. You saved us? Do you think we don't know? You're in cahoots with Wu Qingqing. We were captured because you wanted to take revenge on us. Lin Feng said, what nonsense are you talking about? Shuesun sneered, what nonsense are we talking about? We've all been poisoned. If you weren't in cahoots with Wu Qingqing, you would have suffered the same fate as us, right? But you weren't poisoned. That's enough to explain everything. Xianxia looked at Xianxia and the others and said, Brother Mo, do the 4 of you think we've wronged this brat? If he's in cahoots with Wu Qingqing, then we'll definitely die here. It's all his fault. Xianxia said, you've all lost your minds. Don't you know what kind of person Brother Lin is? If he really did it, why would he let us go? Xianxia said, yeah, don't bite the hand that feeds you. I think you've all been fooled by this brat's flowery words. Let's work together to kill him and take his treasures. This brat definitely has a lot of powerful treasures. Otherwise, how could he be so strong with such a low cultivation? Wu Yang said coldly. The reason you want to kill me isn't because you suspect I'm in cahoots with Wu Qingqing, right? The real reason is that you think I have some powerful treasures on me, so you want to kill me for them. Lin Feng looked indifferently at Wu Yang and the others. The world of cultivators was cruel. Lin Feng had saved those people for a groundless treasure, but those people wanted to kill him. Lin Feng's heart was pounding. Will the 4 of you join us? Shuesun looked at Xianxia, Yang Yu, Xianxia, and Miaoling. Woo. The four of them sneered and ignored the others. You don't know what's good for you. Let's see if you'll beg to join our team after we kill this brat. Xuesen sneered. Brat, prepare to die, shouted Wu Yang. Then, the six of them charged at Lin Feng. Sword severs heaven and earth. Lin Feng sneered and slashed with his sword. This was a sword that contained the spirit of Sword Dao. Buzz. A terrifying sword chi condensed and swept towards Wu Yang and the others. How can your attack be so terrifying? Shouted Wu Yang and the others, terrified. They realized that they were shaking from head to toe in the face of Lin Feng's attack. Endless fear surged into their hearts. Puff, a tearing sound was heard. The four cultivators at the front were directly torn apart by Lin Feng's sword chi. Go. Wu Yang and Xuesen took out a jade talisman. The talisman suddenly exploded, causing dust to rise. The two of them took advantage of the chaos to escape. What a terrifying attack. Xianxia and the others were filled with shock. Lin Feng was now even stronger than when he took the test at Nebula Pavilion. Could it be that he really relied on a powerful magic treasure to have such power? Xianxia and the others felt that things weren't that simple. You guys can leave too. I won't make things difficult for you. Lin Feng put his hands behind his back and looked indifferently at Xianxia and the others. Xianxia and the others felt that at this moment, Lin Feng seemed to be unreachable. Brother Lin, we are willing to follow you. Xianxia hurriedly said. Xianxia seemed to find it abrupt and said, I know that because of Wu Yang and the others, Brother Lin will definitely suspect us. However, we dare to swear to the heavens that we have no intention of harming Brother Lin. Lin Feng said, I hope so. Come with me. The four of them were delighted and hurriedly followed behind Lin Feng. Not long after they left, the corpses lying on the ground suddenly turned into a pool of blood and were absorbed by the earth. Only a pool of blood was left on the ground. The murals on these walls are so strange. They seem to be scenes of the primordial god clan offering sacrifices, but also scenes of the ancient people praying. Looking at the murals, Xianxia curiously said. She stretched out her hand, wanting to touch it, but she said, Don't touch it, these murals are very strange. Back then, I saw murals like this in an ancient historical remnant. It's called the Demon's Wall, and if you touch it, you'll be killed. I'm guessing that the two people who died before touched it. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Xianxia was so scared that her face turned pale. She quickly withdrew her hand. The rest of the people also looked very lucky. Lin Feng led everyone through the maze. After more than 2 hours, they finally left the maze. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. People came out of the other tunnels one after another. Wu Qingqing, Pei Zihui, and the others also came out. Lin Feng also saw Wu Yang and Xuesen. The two of them looked at Lin Feng warily, but Lin Feng couldn't be bothered with them. After waiting for 4 hours, a total of 28 people came out. Wu Qingqing's expression was very ugly. Is this all that's left? There had been 73 people who had come down, and now, more than half of them had died because of the Qimenduanjia. No one would be happy. Sir, there's a huge stone door inside. At that moment, the cultivators who had gone to explore the maze returned. Let's go and take a look, said Wu Qingqing. Then, more than 20 people went to the deepest part of the maze and saw a huge stone door appear in front of them. Everyone went forward and pushed the stone door. Loud rumbling sounds could be heard. The stone door was gradually pushed open. Then, an endless black fog spread out. The black fog covered the sky. Screech. A sharp, ear-piercing sound could be heard. Countless evil spirits rushed out from behind the stone door. So many evil spirits. Retreat. Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed as he shouted. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Everyone quickly retreated, but they couldn't stop the evil spirits' attacks. Miserable screams rang out as one cultivator after another had their necks bitten off or their hearts dug out by the evil spirits. Buddhist Saraira. Lin Feng shouted and took out the Buddhist Saraira. A faint Buddhist light surged out and enveloped Lin Feng, Xianxia, Xianxia, Yang Yu, and Miaoling. When the evil spirits rushed over, they were illuminated by the Buddhist light and burned. The evil spirits screamed in fear and quickly retreated. Save us! Wu Yang and Xuesun's faces were extremely pale. They rushed towards Lin Feng, hoping that Lin Feng would save them. You still have the face to ask Lin Gongzi to save you? Shui Xingqi sneered. In the next moment, more than 10 evil spirits rushed out and drowned Wu Yang and Xuesun. The two of them died tragically. On the other side, Wu Qingqing took out a Buddhist scripture. The scripture was obviously a treasure. It emitted Buddhist light and enveloped Wu Qingqing, Peizi Hui, the snake slave, the insect slave, the burly cultivator, and 2 other powerful cultivators. As for the rest, they were all killed by the evil spirits. Keek keek, a sinister voice came from behind the stone door. Hearing that voice, many people turned pale with fright. Acting all mysterious. Who is it? Lin Feng shouted. The eerie voice was even scarier than the cries of evil spirits. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines. The Thunderblade secret territory has opened again after 500 years. The eerie voice sounded again. Everyone looked at each other. Judging by the voice, it should be a living person, right? Everyone became bolder. As long as it wasn't an evil spirit, it would be much easier to deal with. Do you only know how to hide your head and show your tail? Wu Qingqing sneered. Little girl, I can sense the aura of venomous insects from your body. Are you from the Gu evil sect? The voice came from the stone door again. Wu Qingqing sneered. So what? Look at your technique. Demonic fog surged. Which sect of the demonic path are you from? 500 years ago, Li Zongping of the Myriad Demon sect. A shriveled cultivator in a black robe walked out of the black fog. Someone from 500 years ago? Lin Feng and the others were in disbelief. 500 years ago. That was when the Thunderblade secret territory had opened last time. No wonder that person had said that the Thunderblade secret territory had opened again after 500 years. However, Lin Feng and the others soon felt that something was wrong. The Thunderblade secret territory suppressed one's cultivation, so one couldn't break through to the Yin-Yang realm. If one couldn't break through to the Yin-Yang realm, one's lifespan would be limited to 200 years. How could he have lived until now? Everyone, be careful. This guy is strange. Someone from 500 years ago can't live until now. Don't be fooled by him, said Pei Ziyun. Don't be fooled. On their side, 7 people had survived. On Lin Feng's side, 5 people had survived. Of the 73 people who had entered, only 12 were left. The 2 groups of people gathered together and looked warily at the strange existence shrouded in the black fog. Do you think I need to fool you? You're just a fool who likes to think too highly of yourself. The cultivator shrouded in the black fog sneered. You dare humiliate me? Pei Ziyun's expression was extremely gloomy. His eyes flickered with killing intent. Do you think you're worthy? The cultivator in the black fog sneered. Pei Zihui was so angry that his face turned ashen, but he had nowhere to vent his anger. His gaze was gloomy. Lin Feng said, if what you said is true, then there is only one possibility, and that is that you used the corpse grass. Corpse transformation grass? What is this? Everyone looked at Lin Feng in confusion. Corpse grass is a legendary poisonous plant. I've only read about it, but I've never seen it before. It's said that after a cultivator consumes the corpse grass, their body will begin to rot, and then they'll become like a corpse. From then on, they'll be neither human nor ghost. Those who consume the corpse grass will gain a lifespan of 1,000 years. Lin Feng said. There's such a strange poisonous grass? Many people were shocked. That's right, it's the corpse grass. The cultivator in the black fog roared. 500 years ago, a group of us was trapped in this place. By the time we got out, the Thunderblade secret territory had already closed. I saw with my own eyes how my companions fell down and died in the Thunderblade secret territory. I thought I was going to die, but I didn't expect to find a stalk of corpse grass. After consuming it, my body changed, and I gained a lifespan of 1,000 years. I can live for 1,000 years, the cultivator in the black robe said sinisterly. I need to kill all of you. I need your blood to open the ancient door. As soon as he finished speaking, the cultivator in the black fog leaped up and charged towards Lin Feng and the others. Firmament Ghost Claw. A sinister laugh rang out. An overwhelming gloomy aura surged in the air, and an endless amount of ghost chi filled the air. The gloomy and terrifying ghost chi condensed into a huge claw. It was a huge ghost claw, and it contained a terrifying aura that seemed to come from hell. It grabbed towards Lin Feng and the others. Xianxia, Xianxia, the snake slave, the insect slave, the burly cultivator, and the others all let out shrill screams. They were all greatly affected by the ghost claw and had no strength to fight at all. Now, only Lin Feng, Wu Qingqing, and Pei Zihui could still fight. "Do it!" shouted Lin Feng furiously. He threw a dozen talismans at them. Bang bang bang, these talismans all exploded, and waves of destructive energy swept out. At the same time, Wu Qingqing also took out a treasure. It was a peachwood sword. The peachwood sword was surrounded by runes. Now that the runes were beginning to awaken, it was obviously an extremely powerful Dharma treasure. Pei Zihui, like Lin Feng, also took out dozens of talismans. He was also a high-level spirit array master. Bang bang bang, Pei Zihui's talismans also exploded. The ghost claw that had condensed in the air was destroyed by the explosion of nearly 100 talismans. Demon slaying sword. At this time, Wu Qingqing shouted coldly, and the peachwood sword shone with golden light. The runes seemed to have come to life. A low voice came from the peachwood sword, as if a senior monk was chanting Buddhist scriptures. The peachwood sword instantly rushed in front of the demon cultivator and slashed. Pooh! The sword tore the demon cultivator's body apart. Damn, this is a Buddhist treasure that has been strengthened by Buddha's karma. This Wu Qingqing is really interesting. She's a demon cultivator, but she has a few powerful Buddhist treasures on her. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. You actually hurt me. The demon cultivator roared angrily. At this time, Lin Feng, Wu Qingqing, and Pei Zihui saw the demon cultivator's body clearly. Under the torn clothes was a rotting body. Seeing the rotten body, Lin Feng felt a little nauseous. I'm going to kill you. The demon cultivator roared angrily. Rumble. At this time, a loud sound came from the stone door. The demon cultivator's eyes suddenly lit up. Without any hesitation, he rushed towards the stone door. This guy came out to stall for time. Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. Let's go in and see. Wu Qingqing was the first to rush in. Then, Pei Zihui and Lin Feng rushed in as well. The rest of the people also recovered and rushed into the stone door behind him. After entering the stone door, Lin Feng and the others saw a blood-red stone door in the depths of the cave. The blood-red stone door had a picture of a blood-red python carved on it. At this time, the blood-red python had already awakened and was circling around the door. Look, blood! Mo Miaoling pointed at the blood on the ground with a pale face. This blood was the blood of the dead cultivators. At this moment, all of it was rushing towards the blood python and being absorbed by it. It was clear that opening this blood door required a massive amount of blood as a sacrifice. This demonic Tao expert had killed so many cultivators in order to open this door of learning. Rumble, finally, the blood door opened. The demon cultivator was the first to rush into the door. Lin Feng and the others didn't hesitate to enter the door. After they entered the door, they saw a gigantic tunnel. At the end of the tunnel, there were 12 pitch-black stone doors. Each of the stone doors was covered with numerous talismans. At that moment, the 12 stone doors were opened and a terrifying suction force enveloped everyone. Those stone doors wanted to swallow them all. The demon cultivator was instantly swallowed by the first stone door. A tragic scream came from behind the pitch-black stone door. The demon cultivator seemed to have met with a mishap. Why is this happening? After 500 years of reincarnation, in order to survive, I became neither human nor ghost, but in the end, this is what happened. The unwilling roar came out, and then the first stone door became completely silent. Lin Feng and the others were extremely shocked. This was too terrifying. What was behind the pitch-black stone door? Even the demon cultivator had died tragically. Hurry up and leave here! Lin Feng shouted with a pale face. He rushed out. The others did not dare to stay and also rushed out. However, at this moment, the suction force from the 12 black stone doors was too terrifying. No one could escape. Everyone flew towards the 12 black stone doors. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Someone cried out in horror. The 12 pitch-black stone doors were too terrifying and too demonic. How strong was that demonic expert's cultivation? If they all died tragically inside, the others would naturally be terrified. Archean Dragonesque Elephant Art. Lin Feng circulated the Archean Dragonesque Elephant Art and tried his best to resist the terrifying devouring power of the 12 black stone doors. He slowed down a lot as he flew towards the doors. However, he still couldn't escape the devouring power of the 12 black doors. The second door quickly devoured one of Wu Qingqing's subordinates. Ah! Then, a blood-curdling scream came from the second door. No, I don't want to die. The cultivator inside screamed. What's in there? Someone roared loudly. His face was contorted and filled with terror. The unknown was the most terrifying thing. Just like now. Many people were about to collapse. Even Lin Feng's face was very pale. The 12 black doors were too terrifying. Lin Feng was enveloped by the 12th stone door. His body couldn't resist the devouring power of the 12th stone door, so he quickly flew towards it. The cultivators were devoured by the stone doors one after another. Wu Qingqing flew towards the 11th stone door. Pei Zihui, on the other hand, flew towards the 10th stone door. Only the 3 of them weren't devoured. Let's all enter the 11th stone door. If something terrible happens, we can take care of each other. Wu Qingqing shouted with a pale face. Okay. Lin Feng and Pei Zihui nodded. Although Lin Feng had been wary of Wu Qingqing and Pei Zihui, it wasn't the time to be wary of each other. Getting through the crisis in front of them was the best choice. When the 3 of them approached the 3rd stone door, Lin Feng and Pei Zihui tried their best to escape the devouring power of the stone doors. They wanted to enter the 11th stone door, but it was obviously not an easy task. Pei Zihui was the first to give up and was devoured by the 10th stone door. Soon, he let out a scream. Then, the 10th stone door closed with a rumble. Wu Qingqing was swallowed by the 11th stone door. Soon, Wu Qingqing also let out a painful cry. What's behind the stone door? Lin Feng's expression was gloomy. He was about to be swallowed by the 12th stone door. Crack! In this extremely dangerous moment, Lin Feng grabbed the intersection between the 11th and 2nd stone doors and rushed into the 11th stone door. After Lin Feng charged into the 11th stone door, the 11th stone door automatically closed behind him. After entering the 11th stone door, Lin Feng saw a ball of pitch-black energy enveloping Wu Qingqing. Wu Qingqing roared and screamed in pain. What an evil aura! Is this a soul? Lin Feng was shocked. Heavenly fire burn. After a short moment of surprise, he quickly released the heaven flame, which surged toward the distorted soul. The heavenly fire burned and instantly enveloped the distorted soul body. Heavenly fire, a painful cry came from the ball of pitch-black energy. It really is a soul body. Are there souls hidden in the 12 doors? Who do these souls belong to? Don't souls perish after a person dies? How can they prevent their souls from perishing? Questions flashed through Lin Feng's mind. However, Lin Feng did not stop. He frantically activated the heaven flame, wanting to use it to burn the soul body to death. The strength contained in that soul was monstrous. Lin Feng's heart was pounding violently when he saw it. Purple core fire, I didn't think that after so many eras, there would still be celestial flames in the world. You, a tiny little insect, have managed to refine celestial flames, I'm really surprised. Celestial flames can kill me, but your cultivation level is too low, you can't use celestial flames. Only death awaits you. Only death awaits you, the terrifying existence sneered. Amidst the flames, a tall silhouette appeared. The existence had 9 heads, 18 arms, and 10 pairs of wings. He was tall and burly, and his body exuded a terrifying aura like that of a demon or a god. Divine demon, Lin Feng shouted in horror. That's right, I'm the divine demon's undying soul. The terrifying existence laughed maliciously. The so-called divine demon's undying soul was the undying soul of an ancient god or demon after their death. Why? Even after a god or demon dies, their soul will vanish into thin air. Lin Feng shouted in disbelief. Netherworld's gate. The divine demon's undying soul spoke in a sinister voice. The Netherworld's gate is a type of devil stone found in the depths of hell. It's said that the magic treasure created from it can protect the remnant soul of a god or demon from dying. Wu Qingqing said with a pale face. Beings of the divine demon level were different from ordinary cultivators. After an ordinary cultivator's physical body was destroyed, if they could find a treasure like the heavenly star soul jade in a short period of time, their soul could be preserved and would not perish for 100 years. However, gods and demons were too powerful. Once their physical bodies were destroyed, their souls would suffer a heavenly tribulation. When the heavenly tribulation descended, it would instantly destroy the god or demon's soul, destroying their body and soul. On the other hand, magic treasures made from netherworld stones could protect the remnant soul of a god or demon. Keek keek, that's right. These 12 stone doors are the netherworld's gates. I was only able to survive by hiding in the cave behind the netherworld's gate. The divine demon's undying soul laughed sinisterly. There's nothing to talk about with you two ants. I'm going to devour your flesh and soul to slowly recover my strength. In the future, I'm going to reforge my physical body. As soon as the divine demon's undying soul finished speaking, endless demonic fog surged out. Lin Feng's heavenly fire was forced back into Lin Feng's body. Next, Lin Feng felt himself being imprisoned in the air by a terrifying force. He couldn't move at all. Wu Qingqing's situation was the same as Lin Feng's. They couldn't move at all. They didn't even have the strength to resist the divine demon's undying soul. Demonic Pearl, Xianming Demonic Book, Sacred Emperor Stone, Lin Feng tried to summon the 3 treasures, hoping that they could help him. However, the 3 treasures were completely silent. They had cut off their connection with Lin Feng. Fuck your sister. Lin Feng couldn't help but curse. The 3 treasures had spirits, and they obviously didn't want to help Lin Feng fight against the divine demon's undying soul. Maybe the 3 treasures wanted Lin Feng to die at the hands of the divine demon's undying soul. That way, the divine demon's undying soul would obtain them. The divine demon's undying soul's new master was much stronger than Lin Feng. Die. The undying soul's sinister voice sounded. Then, a terrifying force began to invade Lin Feng and Wu Qingqing's bodies. Lin Feng couldn't help but cry out in pain. He felt that his body was about to be torn apart. He suspected that in the next moment, his body would explode into a bloody mist and be devoured by the divine demon's undying soul. I don't want to die here. Lin Feng gritted his teeth. He still had too many things to do, but he was helpless against the divine demon's undying soul. The difference between the two was too great. Lin Feng was about to be refined to death. At that moment, a low voice sounded from Lin Feng's body. I came from the 6 paths of reincarnation. I have an immortal body. The heavenly Tao can't destroy me, and the 10,000 tribulations can't hurt me. As the voice sounded, Lin Feng's blood began to flow wildly. The bloodline shackles were being unlocked. This is... The divine demon's undying soul looked at Lin Feng in shock. It seemed to have thought of something and cried out in disbelief. Boom! Endless crimson light shot into the sky. Within the crimson light, a mysterious and ancient world appeared. In the depths of that world, a handsome and stalwart man walked out step by step. This was really a shocking scene. The power of the bloodline actually manifested such a strange thing. It really made people feel shocked and moved. Lin Feng couldn't stop his tears from flowing when he saw the figure in front of him. Father, it was actually his father, Lin Beidian. Their bloodlines were connected. Lin Beidian was in a life-or-death situation, and the bloodline power he inherited from his father was awakening. Bloodline power? How laughable. Could it be that a mere phantom manifested from the bloodline wants to go against me? You're just a mantis trying to stop a chariot. The undying soul sneered. He waved his right hand and punched the projection of Lin Feng's father. Time flies. Lin Beidian stepped forward and spoke in a deep voice from the mysterious world. Ah. My body. My power. The undying soul let out a terrified cry. His body was rapidly aging, and his power was rapidly diminishing. Impossible. The netherworld gate can cancel out the heavenly Tao's aura. My body can't possibly be destroyed. I'm an undying soul. The undying soul roared. Chaotic heavens. Boom. Boom, waves of extremely terrifying aura surged out. When this move was unleashed, it seemed to be able to turn the world upside down and destroy everything. Streaks of destructive power were emitted from his body. That power made Lin Feng's soul tremble. The undying soul was too powerful. Time lasts only an instant. Lin Beidian continued to step forward in the face of the undying soul's powerful attack. Endless divine light rushed out of his body. He was surrounded by divine light, like an immortal god. Lin Beidian extended his right hand and tapped the undying soul lightly. Buzz. Instantly, an unimaginable power spread out. The entire world seemed to come to a standstill. The undying fiend god soul was trapped in the air, unable to move. Heavens! Who's that projection? What is Lin Feng's social status? Wu Qingqing looked at Lin Feng in astonishment. She couldn't believe what she was seeing. What kind of terrifying existence was the undying fiend god soul, but now, under the attack of the illusory figure, he was unable to resist at all. What level are these secret techniques that father is using? Lin Feng's heart was filled with shock. Through the jade tube that his father left behind before he left, Lin Feng knew that his parents should be at the level of deity or above. However, Lin Feng's concept of the so-called gods was very vague. Now that he had seen his father's battle prowess, it was simply unbelievable. Time flew by like a shuttle. Time passed by in an instant. These secret techniques were truly unimaginably powerful. I will use my devil soul to forge my will for battle. The undying fiend god soul was not to be underestimated. It was not easy to deal with it. After being imprisoned, it let out an earth-shaking roar. Its body emitted a powerful aura as its battle intent rose rapidly. Boom, the undying fiend god soul was finally able to move. Endless devil light surged out and turned into an eternal devil world. The undying fiend god soul walked around in that world. His voice was extremely cold. I have to say that you're really strong. But I know that you're just an aura, not even a consciousness. That's why you can't hurt me at all. I can also sense that your aura is weakening rapidly after you attacked. If I'm not wrong, your aura is about to disappear. But I won't let you disappear on your own accord. I'll destroy you first. Once I reconstruct my body, I'll find your true body and destroy it as well. Demon destroys all worlds. The undying soul of the celestial demon stepped forward, and a mysterious world appeared beneath his feet. As he walked over, those mysterious worlds began to crumble. This was truly an unimaginably powerful mystic art. To think that it would be this powerful, demon destroys all worlds. Who could fight against it? The undying fiend god soul charged towards Lin Beidian with a boundless demonic aura. Is that illusory figure going to be destroyed by the undying fiend god soul? Wu Qingqing was trembling all over. She naturally hoped that the illusory figure would be the one to destroy the undying fiend god soul. Only then would she be able to live. But the undying fiend god soul's strength was too terrifying. Wu Qingqing couldn't see any hope at all. Father. Lin Feng clenched his fists. He looked at his father's illusory figure nervously. After all, it was just an illusory figure. The undying fiend god soul was the real soul of a fiend god. Could his father win this battle? At that moment, a voice that seemed to have traveled from the ancient era through time and space rang out. 6. Paths of Reincarnation. Fist. Lin Beidian stepped forward. Behind him, 6 ancient worlds appeared. These 6 worlds seemed to be connected to the legendary 6 paths of reincarnation. Ah, how can this be? No, that's impossible. How can you control the legendary? The undying fiend god soul was scared out of his wits when he saw the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. He seemed to have thought of something and shouted in fear. However, Lin Beidian didn't give the undying fiend god soul a chance to finish his sentence. The fist landed on the undying fiend god soul's body. Bang, it was accompanied by an earth-shattering sound. The undying fiend god soul's body exploded. The fiend god soul's consciousness was destroyed. I can't accept this. As soon as the undying fiend god soul's last words were spoken, its will was completely destroyed. He's dead? Wu Qingqing's eyes widened in disbelief. She stared at the illusory figure in the air. She was trying to guess who it was. Lin Beidian turned to look at Lin Feng. There was a smile on his face. It was an encouraging and gratifying expression. In Lin Feng's memories, his father was always a calm and steady man. Now, Lin Feng was witnessing his father's powerful strength for the first time. Even so, it was still terrifying. Even if he went to rescue his mother, he would still have a slim chance of survival. How dangerous was the place where his mother was sealed? Live well. Lin Baitian's voice rang out. Then, his body began to dissipate. Lin Feng wanted to grab his father's body, but he couldn't touch anything. Soon, Lin Baitian's illusory figure disappeared without a trace. Strength. I need to increase my strength quickly. Otherwise, I'll still be an ant. How can I go to the depths of the universe to rescue my mother? Lin Feng gritted his teeth. His expression was uncertain. Eventually, his gaze became more and more resolute. It was a resolute expression. He was willing to die for his goal. What a powerful soul energy. What a pure soul energy. Lin Feng was shocked when he sensed the soul energy in the area. The soul energy in this place was extremely shocking. This was the remnant of the fiend god undying soul after it was destroyed. It was currently dissipating. It probably wouldn't be long before it completely dissipated into nothingness. Lin Feng sat down cross-legged and quickly devoured the soul energy here. Wu Qingqing was doing the same. The soul energy of the undying soul was too pure. Just refining a small part of it would be a huge boost to one's strength. Lin Feng's soul had reached the Yin-Yang realm's 10th firmament. However, Lin Feng was still unable to break through the shackles of the Yin-Yang realm and reach the creation realm. But now Lin Feng had hope. If he could absorb the original strength of the godly demon soul, he would be able to do it. If he could refine the soul energy of the undying soul, he might be able to use the soul energy to complete the transformation. Lin Feng activated the devouring martial soul and devoured a large amount of the undying soul's soul energy. Then, Lin Feng activated the immemorial dragonesque elephant art to refine the undying soul's soul energy. However, Lin Feng soon found something troublesome. He couldn't refine the undying soul's soul energy. What's going on? Why can't I refine it? Lin Feng frowned. He tried all sorts of methods, but he still couldn't refine it. Since the undying soul's soul energy couldn't be refined, it continued to dissipate even after being devoured by the devouring martial soul. It wouldn't be long before the undying soul's soul energy completely dissipated. Lin Feng frowned. He felt that the undying soul's soul energy was very strange. Could it be that the origin of the undying fiend god soul is still too high level for me? Is that why I can't refine it? Lin Feng couldn't help but scratch his chin. Lin Feng didn't give up. He tried to refine the undying soul's soul energy with his heavenly fire. However, the heavenly fire couldn't refine it. Are we really going to end up with nothing? Lin Feng frowned. He didn't want to give up. Archean dragonesque elephant art. Heavenly fire, he used two methods to refine the undying fiend god soul. The Archean dragonesque elephant art was activated, and the shadow of the Archean dragonesque elephant appeared, suppressing the heavenly fire. As for the heavenly fire, it was assisting and incinerating the undying fiend god soul's soul origin. Crack, finally, the soul origin of the undying fiend god soul began to shatter, and the defensive power created by the soul origin was gradually broken. Pure soul origin power gushed out. That's great. Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up, and he began to absorb the power of these soul sources. Lin Feng didn't know how much time had passed, but he could feel a tyrannical soul power surging in his mind. His soul power began to rise sharply. Only after it had increased by dozens of times did it finally stop. I broke through. Lin Feng was pleasantly surprised. The soul power of the first level of the creation realm. This was definitely a huge improvement. Since his soul power had broken through to the first level of the creation realm, it meant that Lin Feng's soul secret technique would be even more powerful. It's a pity that my soul miniature can't condense into a primordial spirit miniature yet. If my mind can produce magic power, the illusory soul miniature can condense into a primordial spirit miniature. When I use my soul secret technique, how powerful will it be? Lin Feng couldn't help but look forward to it. He stood up and looked at Wu Qingqing, and realized that she hadn't woken up yet. Could it be that Wu Qingqing can also refine the undying fiend god soul's soul origin power? Lin Feng stroked his chin. This was his first time coming into contact with a heretical expert. This heretical expert's methods were indeed not simple. There were goo worms. Of course, there were other terrifying methods. Lin Feng also heard that the goo worms planted by heretical experts could be found even if they were millions of miles away. The goo worms could even find their masters. This method was extremely strange. Swoosh. At this moment, Wu Qingqing opened her eyes and looked at Lin Feng warily. Lin Feng couldn't be bothered with Wu Qingqing. He carefully observed the huge stone room. In the depths of the stone room, there was a dark passage. This passage led to the depths of the room, and he didn't know where it ended. The undying fiend god soul is the remnant soul of a fiend god. Then, where is the fiend god's corpse? Could it be here? Lin Feng couldn't help but think. If there really was a fiend god's corpse here, it would be too shocking. When the time came, he could bring the fiend god's corpse out and sell it at an auction. He would be able to obtain a lot of wealth. Lin Feng followed the passage and walked into the depths of the room. Wu Qingqing stood up and quickly followed him. Dong dong dong, in the dark passage, only the sound of Lin Feng and Wu Qingqing's footsteps could be heard. In this cold and dark atmosphere, it made one's hair stand on end. There won't be anything terrifying in the depths of the room, right? Wu Qingqing asked in bewilderment. The undying fiend god's soul is already dead. What else could there be? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. Wu Qingqing's eyes twinkled as she asked, "Who is that silhouette?" No comment. Lin Feng indifferently replied. What's so great about it? Do you think I can't tell? That phantom has already disappeared and won't appear again. It's like a strand of qi left in your body. At a critical moment, it can save your life, but the price is that the strand of qi will disappear. Wu Qingqing coldly snorted. Lin Feng remained silent and ignored Wu Qingqing. This woman wasn't simple, and Lin Feng had always been on guard against her. Naturally, he didn't want to talk too much about himself with her. Not long after, Lin Feng and Wu Qingqing entered a cave. There was a stone bed in the cave. A tall existence sat cross-legged on the bed. It had 9 heads, 18 arms, and 10 pairs of wings. Fiend god body. Wu Qingqing was astonished. This fiend god body hasn't been destroyed yet. How unimaginable. Lin Feng was also astonished. Although he had considered the possibility of a fiend god body appearing here, it was only a guess. Only when the fiend god body actually appeared did he realize how inconceivable it was. However, at that moment, the fiend god body suddenly burst into flames. What's this? Wu Qingqing was astonished. Lin Feng's expression changed. Some experts will use some methods to prevent their bodies from being destroyed after they die. If someone comes near their body, it will automatically self-destruct. Very quickly, the fiend god body burned to ashes. Lin Feng and Wu Qingqing felt that it was a pity. However, Lin Feng and Wu Qingqing's eyes suddenly lit up. Although the fiend god body had been destroyed, there was still a ball of fiend god light floating above the bed. That ball of light seemed to be wrapped around something, but they didn't know what it was. Boom! At that moment, Wu Qingqing quickly attacked, sending a palm strike towards Lin Feng. She wanted to kill Lin Feng with a sneak attack and take all the treasures for herself. Lin Feng had long been on guard against Wu Qingqing, so the moment she attacked, Lin Feng reacted quickly and sent a palm towards her. Bang! The two of them fiercely collided with each other. That tyrannical power surged out. Lin Feng and Wu Qingqing collided, but at that moment, a small golden snake flew out from Wu Qingqing's sleeve and bit Lin Feng's arm. Damn it! Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he grabbed the golden snake. Puff! The golden snake was crushed to death by Lin Feng. Ah, little gold, you killed my little gold! Shouted Wu Qingqing furiously. She threw another punch at Lin Feng and sent him flying away. Thump, 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 Lin Feng retreated more than 10 steps. His body started to turn black quickly. The poison spread throughout his body. The golden snake's poison was too terrifying. Wu Qingqing, we're still considered allies, right? We've been through life and death together, and you want to kill me? Lin Feng looked coldly at Wu Qingqing. Every man for himself, and the devil takes the hindmost. Wu Qingqing sneered at Lin Feng and walked towards Lin Feng with her long legs. You killed my little gold, I'll make you wish you were dead. Wu Qingqing quickly rushed towards Lin Feng. She raised her right hand and sent another palm towards Lin Feng. At that moment, Lin Feng was poisoned, so he had to protect his heart. Naturally, his fighting strength was greatly reduced. Lin Feng's attack collided with Wu Qingqing's, but he was sent flying by her. I won't let you die so easily. I'll torture you. Wu Qingqing looked coldly at Lin Feng and made a series of hand seals. Spirit of poison, a soft shout was heard. Then, something terrifying happened. A brown mist gushed out from Wu Qingqing's body. Within the mist, numerous poisonous creatures appeared. 9-headed scorpion, king cobra, 10,000 feet centipede, blue-eyed toad, 8-clawed spider, demon ant, and so on. Every type of poisonous insect could be said to be extremely poisonous in nature. Stinking bitch, you're really evil. The spirit you've comprehended is actually this kind of poison spirit. Looking at the densely packed poisonous creatures, Lin Feng's face turned pale. You're about to die, yet you still dare to insult me. You'll soon know how good that feeling is. Let's see if you still have the energy to scold me then. Wu Qingqing sneered. A dense swarm of poisonous insects rushed towards Lin Feng. Soul minion, come forth with sword. Lin Feng executed his secret soul technique with all his might and attacked Wu Qingqing. Soul secret technique? It's useless. Your secret soul technique can't even break through my protective aura. How can it hurt me? Wu Qingqing looked coldly at Lin Feng. This woman was really not simple. The moment Lin Feng executed his secret soul technique, she had already sensed it. Wu Qingqing released a powerful aura that protected her body. You're dreaming. My spiritual power might be able to block my soul attack, but my aura definitely won't be able to block it. Lin Feng sneered. The soul minion held its sword and slashed at Wu Qingqing's protective aura. Puff. Wu Qingqing's protective aura shattered. The soul minion held its sword and rushed into Wu Qingqing's mind. Wu Qingqing had also cultivated the secret soul technique, so she used it to counterattack. However, Wu Qingqing's soul strength was too weak compared to Lin Feng's. She hadn't upgraded her soul minion to a primordial spirit minion. The difference between their soul strengths was too great. Wu Qingqing's secret soul technique couldn't even compare to Lin Feng's secret soul technique. She couldn't compare to Lin Feng in any aspect. The result of the collision between their souls was obvious. Ah! Wu Qingqing screamed in pain. Her body flew backward and fell to the ground. She fainted immediately. The spirit of poison that she had conjured had disappeared, and the densely packed poisonous creatures had also vanished without a trace. Lin Feng couldn't hold on any longer. He quickly sat down cross-legged. Heavenly fire refinement. He shouted and hurriedly used the heavenly fire to refine the poison in his body. This was why the heavenly fire was so terrifying. Not only could it be used to attack, but it could also be used to refine medicine and other substances. It could even refine poison. After 2 hours, Lin Feng finally woke up. He sensed his body's condition and let out a long sigh. The poison had finally been refined. What kind of treasure is this? Lin Feng looked at the black energy ball floating in the air. At that moment, Wu Qingqing, who had fainted, let out a low moan. She was about to wake up. I'll see what you are later. Lin Feng muttered and put the black energy ball into his storage ring. He then walked towards Wu Qingqing. Wu Qingqing opened her eyes and saw Lin Feng. Just as she was about to move, Lin Feng stretched out his hand and tapped her body a few times. Wu Qingqing immediately felt the pure qi in her body dissipating. She wouldn't be able to gather pure qi for a while. You. Wu Qingqing's face turned pale. Wu Qingqing's face turned deathly pale. Initially, she had wanted to kill Lin Feng by surprise and take the treasures for herself. She hadn't thought that Lin Feng would take the treasures. Wu Qingqing's heart sank. How could she have a good ending in Lin Feng's hands? Let me tell you, my grandfather is the vice-sect leader of the Gu evil sect. If you dare to hurt me, my grandfather won't let you go. Wu Qingqing shouted. Lin Feng pinched Wu Qingqing's chin and looked at her beautiful face. She used to be as cold as ice, but at that moment, she looked terrified. Lin Feng had a special feeling. What? You're scared too? Lin Feng looked at Wu Qingqing indifferently. Do you think I'm scared? Wu Qingqing snorted coldly. Tisk, tsk. You're in my hands, yet you still dare to threaten me. Do you think I won't dare to kill you? Lin Feng looked at her coldly. If I kill you here, who will know? Wu Qingqing's face turned pale. Indeed, even if she was killed here, no one would know. The others were probably dead after being swallowed by the pitch-black stone door. If she was killed, no one would be able to send a message back. However, you should be grateful that you're so beautiful. I've always been a man who cares about women. I don't kill women, especially beautiful ones. Lin Feng's right hand gently brushed past Wu Qingqing's face and neck. Wu Qingqing seemed to have thought of something and cried out in fear, "What are you doing? If you do something wrong, you have to pay the price. I won't kill you, but you'll have to use other methods to redeem your life." Lin Feng pressed Wu Qingqing to the ground. With a rip, her clothes were torn apart. No. Wu Qingqing cried out in fear and struggled violently. However, no matter how hard she struggled, she couldn't break free. Not long after, Wu Qingqing's painful groans came from the cave. Wu Qingqing glared at Lin Feng hatefully. She had never thought that her first, second, and third times would all be taken away so mercilessly. It was all because of this despicable man in front of her. Wu Qingqing really wanted to cut Lin Feng into 1,000 pieces. However, she couldn't muster up any strength. Lin Feng said indifferently, "What? You want to kill me? I advise you to give up on that idea. Otherwise, you'll have to pay the same price as before." Lin Feng's hand gently caressed Wu Qingqing's sensitive area. Wu Qingqing gritted her teeth and didn't say anything. "Why don't you agree to be my woman? I can play with your beautiful legs for 3 years." Lin Feng smiled. "I'll kill you." Wu Qingqing bit her lips and said in a humiliating tone. "Why? Besides, it's hard to say if we'll be able to get out. If we're really trapped here, we can only make do with each other," Lin Feng said as he pinched Wu Qingqing's delicate cheeks. Wu Qingqing turned her face away from Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled and got up to put on his clothes. Wu Qingqing also quickly took out clean clothes from her storage ring and changed into them. He glanced at Wu Qingqing and couldn't help but admit that this woman was exquisite. When he was enjoying her, that feeling was also amazing. Lin Feng looked around the cave to see if there was a way out. Eh? He saw a hexagram in a corner. There were many threads around the hexagram. Strands of silk interweaved together like twisted array runes. Teleportation array. Lin Feng's face lit up with joy. Really? Wu Qingqing asked in surprise. Lin Feng looked at Wu Qingqing with a faint smile and said, "Do you really want to get out that badly? I'm wondering if I should kill you so that you won't be a threat after you get out." Wu Qingqing's face turned pale and she shouted, "You didn't keep your word. You said you wouldn't kill me." She bit her lip and said, "Besides, you've already taken my body. Can you bear to kill me?" This woman as cold as ice revealed a delicate and pitiful appearance, causing others to feel a sense of pity for her. It was mainly because Wu Qingqing was too beautiful. When a beautiful woman acted coquettishly and begged, men would naturally sympathize with her. Lin Feng sighed. In the end, he still couldn't bear to kill Wu Qingqing. "Wait for me to leave before you go out. It's best if you wait until your Xianxia recovers." Lin Feng glanced at Wu Qingqing and walked into the teleportation array. He took out a dozen spiritual stones and injected their energy into the teleportation array. Buzz, suddenly, the teleportation array emitted a shocking fluctuation. The teleportation array was activated. Whoosh. In the next moment, Lin Feng disappeared from the cave. Wu Qingqing had a complicated expression on her face. After a long while, she let out a sigh. Light flashed. Lin Feng appeared in a mountain forest. I'm so lucky to be able to come out alive. Lin Feng took a deep breath. This place was obviously no longer in the Tiangang Plains. However, Lin Feng didn't know where exactly he was. He quickly flew into the distance. Along the way, he saw many ferocious beasts, but he didn't see any cultivators. Lin Feng found a place to rest and took out the black ball of energy. It was left behind after the god fiend's body was burned. He didn't know what it was. When Lin Feng took out the ball of energy, it didn't take long. The black ball of energy began to dissipate. The object wrapped in the ball of energy appeared in Lin Feng's vision. A bone. Lin Feng was surprised. It was a bone. And it was a golden bone. A god fiend's bone? Lin Feng grabbed the bone and looked at it carefully. The god fiend's body burned and didn't exist in this world. However, this bone was left behind. It was obviously a bone that couldn't be destroyed when the god fiend's body burned. This bone was definitely not simple. Lin Feng looked at it carefully and found that the god fiend's bone was engraved with divine runes. These divine runes looked like runes, but they also looked like mysterious words. It's very similar to the Xianxia's precious bone. Lin Feng looked at the bone in shock. He thought to himself, could it be that this bone contains the powerful inheritance of the God Fiend clan? When Lin Feng thought about that, his heart started pounding. If that was the case, then it was too shocking. How terrifying would the inheritance of the God Fiend clan be? Lin Feng tried to comprehend the runes on the bone, but when he tried to do so, he felt like his head was going to explode. What a terrifying aura. This is the aura of the Great Tao. The runes contain the aura of the Great Tao. If it really contains the inheritance of the God Fiend clan, then it's very powerful. Lin Feng was secretly shocked. With his current cultivation, it was still difficult for him to comprehend the contents of the God Fiend bone. It seems like I have to wait until I break through to the yin-yang layer to comprehend the secrets of the God Fiend bone, thought Lin Feng. He put the God Fiend bone away. During the next 3 months, Lin Feng practiced in the Thunderblade secret territory. He used the dragon-seeking incantation to find spiritual veins, to search for precious herbs, and to find ancient cultivators' caves. At the same time, Lin Feng continuously challenged the ferocious beasts in the Thunderblade secret territory. His progress was very fast. In 3 months, he had already broken through to the second celestial layer of the Martial King layer. Lin Feng sat cross-legged on top of a 1,000-meter-tall mountain, absorbing the power of the sun and the moon. It's useless. You can't run away. When we catch you, we'll take all your treasures. TSK, although this girl is a bit ugly, her body is not bad. I haven't touched a woman since I entered the Thunderblade secret territory. Today, I'll have a good time. Hee, now that you mention it, her body is not bad. Her skin is snow white. She's simply a goddess from the back. Later, we'll carry her on our backs. Even without looking at her face, we'll have a good time. A few cultivators who were chasing after them said with perverted smiles. The clothes of the woman who was running away were torn. It was very likely that she had been torn by these people. Her snow-white skin was exposed. She had a tall and slender figure, perky and alluring twin peaks, a small waist that could be grasped with one hand, and an alluring perky butt. Such a perfect body was truly alluring. However, the woman was very ugly. To be precise, only half of her face was beautiful. The other half of her face seemed to have been burned. The woman was running away with a pale face, but in the end, she couldn't escape. She was sent flying by a cultivator who was chasing after her. She fell to the ground and couldn't get back up. I can't wait to have a good time. A few cultivators walked towards the woman with perverted smiles on their faces. Chi La. The cultivator who was the first to walk over tore the woman's clothes apart. Her snow-white skin was exposed. The woman quickly protected her body. The cultivator's eyes lit up and they were about to pounce on her. The woman's face was full of fear. She clenched her teeth, as if she wanted to kill herself by biting her tongue. At that moment, a calm voice said, "Who dares to break into my secluded cultivation place? If you want to live, get out of here." The cultivators' expressions changed slightly. Obviously, they hadn't thought that there would be other cultivators here. These cultivators were quite strong. After a short moment of surprise, they all sneered. The other party seemed to be alone. On the other hand, there were 7 of them. Furthermore, the strongest among the 7 was a cultivator in the 9th heaven of the Martial King realm. They believed that if the 7 of them worked together, even a 10th layer Martial King would die at their hands if they were not careful. The leader, the triangular-eyed cultivator, sneered. "Who is it? Pretending to be a ghost? Come out for me." I gave you a chance to live, but you don't know how to cherish it." A cold laugh rang out. In the forest, a young cultivator stepped out. "It's him." When the ugly woman saw the cultivator who walked out, her pupils suddenly shrank. Obviously, she did not expect it to be this person. This person was, of course, Lin Feng. Lin Feng glanced at the ugly woman and thought that it was a pity. The left side of her face was so beautiful and her figure was so perfect. It was a pity that the right side of her face ruined it. "Senior brother, save me," the woman looked at Lin Feng with pleading eyes. Lin Feng frowned slightly. Why did this voice sound so familiar? After thinking carefully, he could not think of where he had heard this voice before. Perhaps it was just his imagination. When the 7 cultivators saw that it was a young cultivator who stepped out, they all sneered. This kid looked to be about 20 years old. "How strong could he be, kid? You even dare to interfere in our business. I think you don't want to live anymore, do you? Get down and kowtow to us 10 times, and we'll spare your life. Otherwise, you'll die without a burial place." The cultivators immediately sneered. "You don't know what's good for you." Lin Feng sneered and rushed toward the 7 people. Swish, Lin Feng's speed was too fast. He covered a distance of hundreds of meters in a few breaths. It was as if he had shrunk the ground into an inch. "This kid is very fast. Everyone, be careful." The triangular-eyed cultivator shouted in a deep voice. The others nodded. They were all experienced cultivators. However, before they could condense their attacks, one of them had already been beheaded. Fast. It was too fast. It wasn't just his speed. Even the speed of his attack was fast. Now that Lin Feng's golden wings had been cultivated to the large success stage, he could leap 300 to 400 meters with a light leap. Even a yin-yang cultivator would not be able to reach such a speed. Of course, the golden wings didn't just increase the speed of the body. The speed of flight, the speed of attack, the speed of reaction, and so on would all be greatly increased. When Lin Feng killed the first cultivator, the rest of the cultivators did not even have time to react. "You're courting death." The triangular-eyed cultivator was the first to recollect himself. He roared furiously and sent a palm strike towards Lin Feng. As for the other 5 people, they had all finished preparing their attacks and blasted them towards Lin Feng. "Senior brother, be careful." The ugly woman cried out in alarm. When she saw Lin Feng being besieged by 6 people, her face instantly turned deathly pale and was even filled with despair. In her opinion, under the siege of 6 masters, Lin Feng would die without a doubt. If Lin Feng died, she wouldn't have a good end either. "Die, brat." The 6 cultivators with the triangular-eyed cultivators also laughed sinisterly. They naturally thought that Lin Feng was dead for sure this time. Just as the attacks of the 6 masters were about to hit Lin Feng, a terrifying aura was emitted from Lin Feng's body. Force. This was the aura of force. As Lin Feng's cultivation increased, the force he condensed became stronger and more terrifying. Lin Feng released his force. The 6 cultivators felt as if they were struck by lightning. The 5 of them flew backwards on the spot. Their bodies shattered and they vomited blood. They fell to the ground and died tragically. Ordinary Martial King cultivators couldn't even withstand Lin Feng's force, let alone fight with Lin Feng. The triangular-eyed cultivator had the highest cultivation level. He was at the 9th layer of the Martial King realm. His face was as pale as paper and his body was trembling. He was suppressed by Lin Feng's force, and couldn't move at all. "Spare me, spare me. I can give you all my treasures as long as you spare my life." The triangular-eyed cultivator begged. "If I kill you, I can still get your treasures." Lin Feng waved his right hand and a ray of sword chi pierced the triangular-eyed cultivator's body. The triangular-eyed cultivator fell to the ground and died. Lin Feng took the 7 people's storage rings and walked away. "Senior brother, please take me with you to cultivate." The ugly woman clenched her teeth and chased after him. "Not interested." Lin Feng glanced at the ugly woman indifferently. The ugly woman's face turned slightly pale and she said, "Senior brother, this is not my true appearance." "Oh?" Lin Feng looked at her in surprise. At that moment, the ugly woman stretched out her jade-like right hand and searched for something near her right ear. Soon, she found it. Then, she tore off a mask made of human skin. After the human skin mask was torn off, a delicate face was revealed. This was a face that could be said to be absolutely beautiful, with big watery eyes and a pretty nose. Of course, the most attractive thing was that pink cherry mouth. Any man who saw it would probably have the urge to suck on it and taste it. But what surprised Lin Feng was that he knew this woman. Shui Lanqian. When the 12 peaks were selecting disciples, Lin Feng had a deep impression of Shui Lanqian. She was a Ling formation master and had been chosen by the Ling formation peak. Shui Lanquan's 2 younger brothers, Shui Wentao and Shui Wenjie, one of them had a thunder spirit and the other had a lightning spirit. They were both geniuses among geniuses. Cough, it's you. No wonder you looked familiar. Shouldn't you put on your clothes first? Lin Feng glanced at Shui Lanquan's delicate body. Her clothes had been torn off by the triangular-eyed cultivator. Only her underwear was left. From the side, Lin Feng could see her snow-white breasts and the 2 protrusions on her underwear. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. Shui Lanquan's body and face were indescribably beautiful. "Ah!" shouted Shui Lanqian. She was so excited that she wanted to be with Lin Feng that she forgot that she was only wearing underwear. She quickly covered her breasts with her hands. Her face was so red that it looked like blood was going to drip out of it. Shui Lanqian knew how beautiful she was. Ever since she was a child, she had been a goddess in the eyes of countless people. She didn't know how many outstanding young men had pursued her. Lan Xianxian hurriedly put on her clothes, her eyes darting around, not daring to look at Lin Feng. Lin Feng could naturally see Lan Xianxian's worry, and he said indifferently, "All right, let's part ways here. As for saving you, it's just a small matter, so you don't have to thank me." Lin Feng walked away without any reluctance. Seeing Lin Feng leave, Lan Xianxian bit her pink lips, hesitated for a moment, and then chased after him. Lin Feng asked, "Why are you following me?" Lan Xianxian's face was pale as she said, "Senior brother, please take me in. If I don't follow you, I'm afraid I'll die a miserable death." Lin Feng said indifferently, "Next time, when you change your appearance, please change your figure as well. Disguise yourself as an ugly woman. With such a good figure, there will naturally be people who don't mind doing heartless things to you. I think that if you change your appearance according to my method and don't reveal your wealth, no one will have any ideas about you." Lan Xianxian bit her lips and said, "Senior brother, I'm willing to give you an ancient cultivation treasure. I only ask that you take me in." Lin Feng said, "There's no need. Since you obtained it, I won't take it." Hearing Lin Feng's rejection, Lan Xianxian's face became extremely pale. Lin Feng obviously didn't want to bring her along. Lan Xianxian knew very well what Lin Feng was thinking. If she followed Lin Feng, she would be a burden. Anyone would refuse. "Senior brother, do you really want to see me die in the Thunderblade secret realm? If senior brother wants me, I can give my first time to senior brother." After Lan Xianxian finished speaking, her face was so red that it could bleed. After she finished speaking, she lowered her head and felt a deep sense of regret. How could she say such a thing? Lan Xianxian was a very pure woman, and Lin Feng was very clear about this. Even Lin Feng was full of surprise after hearing this. Sun Yair looked pure, but she was someone who couldn't stand loneliness. Therefore, selling her body to others in exchange for protection was a very normal thing in Lin Feng's eyes. Why did Lan Xianxian do this? Lin Feng really didn't understand. Could it be that Lan Xianxian likes him? Lin Feng didn't believe in this anyway. Not only did Lan Xianxian not like himself, Lin Feng could even feel that Lan Xianxian seemed to hate himself. Forget it, I'm not interested in you. Lin Feng said indifferently and turned to leave. Lan Xianxian suddenly lost his mind for a while, and then tears burst out of his eyes. She suddenly felt wronged. Although Lan Xianxian regretted what she had just said. But after saying it out loud, he was rejected, which made Lan Xianxian very uncomfortable. She said with a trembling voice, even a fickle woman like Tao Shi didn't despise me, but you despise me? Why is that? Lin Feng's face sank slightly, and he said, it's not right to gossip behind someone's back. Lan Xianxian bit her red lips and said, why are you afraid of others talking about what you did? That day, Gu Xian Sun Ye and I all saw Tao Shi enter your room and close the door. She only came out after more than 2 hours. Humph, Lin Feng looked coldly at Lan Xianxian and said, the innocent knows their innocence. I don't need to explain anything to you. Lan Xianxian was slightly startled, because Lin Feng's eyes were very clear. Lan Xianxian had always believed that the eyes were the window to a person's soul. If Lin Feng was lying, his eyes wouldn't be so clear. Could it be that I've missed him all this time? Lan Xianxian couldn't help but think. Lin Feng didn't want to say anything more to Lan Xianxian, so he turned around and was about to leave. Lan Xianxian begged, senior apprentice brother, I've wronged you. It's all my fault. Please take me in. Many senior apprentice brothers and senior apprentice sisters died in the Thunderblade secret domain. Even my big brother died in the Thunderblade secret domain to save me. I want to live. When he heard that Lan Yang had died in the Lightning Blade secret territory, Lin Feng stopped in his tracks. Back when Lin Feng had first joined the group heading to Nebula City, only he and Lan Yang had taken the initiative to talk to him. Lan Yang was a pretty good person. Although the black-clothed men who had chased after Yu Fan had appeared, and Lan Yang and Lan Xianxian had chosen to leave, it was understandable because the two leaders of the black-clothed men were Yin Yang realm cultivators. Staying behind was equivalent to suicide. Since Yu Fan hadn't blamed Lan Yang and Lan Xianxian for leaving, Lin Feng naturally wouldn't blame them either. However, after that incident, Lin Feng and Lan Yang had become strangers. This was the Lightning Blade secret territory. Perhaps the fortuitous encounters in the Lightning Blade secret territory would create many geniuses. From then on, they would soar into the sky. However, there were even more people who had died in the Lightning Blade secret territory. Lan Xianxian's delicate body trembled slightly. When she thought of her brother's tragic death, her heart felt like it was being twisted by a knife. No wonder Lan Xianxian didn't hesitate to give her pure body to him. She wanted his protection and watched her fellow disciples die tragically. She watched her brother die tragically. Perhaps Lan Xianxian's temperament had undergone a great change. Lin Feng turned his head to look at the weeping Lan Xianxian. He couldn't help but feel some compassion in his heart. All right, you can stay by my side, Lin Feng said. A pleasantly surprised expression appeared on Lan Xianxian's beautiful face. Then, do I have to serve you, senior brother? Lan Xianxian said with a red face. She lowered her head and didn't even dare to look at Lin Feng. She knew how beautiful she was and how seductive her figure was. Lin Feng was a man, although Lan Xianxian already believed that nothing had happened between Lin Feng and Tao Shi. However, that didn't mean that Lin Feng wouldn't have any thoughts about a delicate beauty like her. In fact, any man who saw her would probably have evil thoughts, right? Lan Xianxian loved herself very much. If she hadn't been forced to, she wouldn't have said those words just now. Now, she was worried that Lin Feng would really want her body. Lin Feng said, you don't have to think too much. I'm not interested in you at all. I won't touch you. You can cultivate in peace. With that, Lin Feng walked into the distance. Lan Xianxian was happy at first, but then she became angry. Although she didn't want Lin Feng to want her body, Lin Feng said that he wasn't interested in her at all. What did that mean? Was she not charming? What kind of eyes did this guy have? Even a delicate beauty like her couldn't arouse his interest. At night, a bonfire was lit in the forest. After eating something, Lan Xianxian hugged her knees and sat next to the bonfire. Her beautiful eyes glanced at Lin Feng from time to time. She couldn't help but sigh. This was the first time Lan Xianxian doubted her beauty. For half a day, Lin Feng didn't say a word to her. He didn't even have the interest to look at her. Was she really not charming? Lan Xianxian thought to herself in distress. Hey, this is a map. Is it the Flame Demon Lord's cave? When Lin Feng was organizing the storage rings of the triangular-eyed cultivators and the others, he found a map. He immediately cried out in surprise. This map was a mysterious cave in the Thunderblade secret territory. I don't know who this Flame Demon Lord is, but since he's an ancient cultivator, he must be extremely powerful. I wonder if there's some amazing treasure in the Flame Demon Lord's cave? Lin Feng thought to himself. He decided to explore the Flaming Demon Lord's cave to see if he could uncover the secrets of the Flaming Demon Lord's cave. If there were any shocking discoveries, it would be an opportunity for him. The next day, Lin Feng and Lan Xianxian headed to the Flame Mountain range on the map. Lan Xianxian pouted her pink lips. She was clearly dissatisfied with Lin Feng ignoring her. She asked, "Where are we going?" Lin Feng replied, "We're going to an ancient cultivator's cave." Lin Feng fell silent again. Lan Xianxian was annoyed. She wanted to talk to Lin Feng more, but Lin Feng ignored her. Lan Xianxian bit her lips and thought angrily to herself, why doesn't this bastard like me? Women were like this. When men revolved around them, they would act high and mighty and take everything for granted. When they were treated coldly, they would start to let their imaginations run wild and they would sulk. Lin Feng didn't know what Lan Xianxian was thinking. The only reason he allowed her to follow him was because of her dead brother, Lan Yang. Lin Feng's mind was filled with thoughts of how to quickly increase his cultivation, so he naturally didn't have the time to chat with Lan Xianxian about such boring topics. 3 days later, Lin Feng and Lan Xianxian arrived at a Flame Mountain range. The temperature here was extremely high. Lin Feng and Lan Xianxian were already drenched in sweat when they reached the depths of the Flame Mountain range. Lin Feng glanced at Lan Xianxian. Because she was soaking wet, her clothes were sticking to her body. A pair of towering peaks were completely exposed in front of his eyes. This scale was quite good, and Lin Feng couldn't help but take a few more glances. Lan Xianxian's pretty face turned red. She quickly used her hands to protect her twin peaks. She couldn't help but snort coldly in her heart, you still dare to say that you're not interested. Your eyes are so evil. Lan Xianxian seemed to have regained a lot of his confidence, and he couldn't help but feel proud of himself. It seemed that his charm was quite good. They stopped at the mouth of a volcano and looked down. It was a world of rolling magma. Is this the place? Lan Xianxian asked. Lin Feng nodded and said, according to the map, it should be this active volcano. Go down about 50 meters and you'll find a cave. 50 meters down, we've already entered the world of lava. How can a cultivator's fleshly body withstand that? This Flame Demon Lord is too strange, isn't it? I can't believe he built his cave in such a place. Lan Xianxian could not help but say. Lin Feng said, it's not that the Flame Demon Lord is strange. It's because the fire-type energy in this world of lava is helpful to the Flame Demon Lord's cultivation. That's why the Flame Demon Lord built his cave here. After pausing for a moment, Lin Feng said, wait for me here. I'll go down and take a look. Senior brother, don't leave me here alone. I'm a little scared. Lan Xianxian said pitifully. Lin Feng said helplessly, then lie on my back. I'll carry you down. Huh? Carry me? Lan Xianxian's pretty face immediately turned red. If she was carried by Lin Feng, wouldn't her full place be pressed against Lin Feng's body? Was this guy trying to take advantage of her on purpose? Thinking of this, Lan Xianxian became hesitant again. Lin Feng naturally knew what Lan Xianxian was worried about. He could not help but speechlessly say, then wait for me here first. Lan Xianxian gritted her teeth and said, I don't want to be left alone outside. Senior brother, carry me. Okay. Lin Feng nodded and slightly bent his body. Lan Xianxian wrapped her arms around Lin Feng's neck and her slender legs clamped around Lin Feng's waist. She could feel her fullness pressing against Lin Feng's back. She believed that Lin Feng could also clearly feel it. Because of the scorching temperature, their clothes were stuck to their bodies as if they were naked. Lan Xianxian's pretty face blushed. When Lan Xianxian felt a pair of large hands supporting her, her body trembled slightly. It was a strange feeling. It was the first time a man had touched such a private place. Her body could not help but soften, and her breathing became hurried. Lin Feng did not notice Lan Xianxian's change. He leaped and jumped into the lava world. Ah! Lan Xianxian screamed in horror. She did not know what Lin Feng was doing to resist the rolling lava. So at this moment, she was very worried that the two of them would not be swallowed by the lava world. Just as Lin Feng entered the lava world, a flame barrier appeared and enveloped the two of them, resisting the lava's corrosion. Senior brother is an alchemist? Lan Xianxian asked in surprise. Lin Feng nodded slightly. Lan Xianxian was more and more surprised. The more she interacted with Lin Feng, the more she knew how extraordinary Lin Feng was. The Flame Demon Lord's cave is here. Someone actually found this place. After Lin Feng and Lan Xianxian entered the lava world, 3 cultivators rushed out. Of the 3 cultivators, one was a thin middle-aged man who emitted a gloomy aura. His eyes flickered with coldness. The second cultivator was a cultivator in his 30s. His face was pale, and his eyes flickered with a lustful light. The third cultivator was a young cultivator in his 20s. His body was surrounded by layers of black qi. He should be a demon cultivator. The 3 of them were obviously a temporary team. They were probably cultivators who had formed an alliance in the Thunderblade secret territory. A brat who just entered the Martial King realm and a woman whose cultivation level is about the same. They're just ants. The middle-aged cultivator said gloomily. That woman is still a virgin, and she's so good. I want her. I want to use her to increase my cultivation level. The middle-aged cultivator and the 20-something-year-old cultivator nodded without any objections. This was because the 30-something-year-old cultivator came from the Yin-Yang Union sect. This was a rather powerful sect that specialized in dual cultivation techniques. 5 elements canopy, come out. The middle-aged cultivator suddenly waved his right hand. There was a flash of light, and a treasure appeared in his hand. The treasure was a 5 elements imperial canopy with white, yellow, purple, blue, and green colors. The 5 elements imperial canopy floated above the 5 of them, and rays of 5 elements divine light shone down, enveloping the 5 of them. Go! The middle-aged cultivator shouted coldly and jumped into the lava world with the other 2 cultivators. Senior brother, look! There really is an immortal's cave over there. Within the world of lava, Lan Xianxian pointed at a cliff. Next to the cliff was a platform, and deep within the platform was an immortal's cave. It was clear that the cliff was surrounded by powerful restrictions that kept the lava outside. If they wanted to enter, they would have to break through the restrictions. Lin Feng landed on the platform. So many years have passed, but the restrictions' power hasn't decreased. This Flame Demon Lord is definitely not a simple person. Lin Feng sensed the restrictions outside. This was the most ordinary Great Protective Formation. It protected the Immortal's cave, but it hadn't suffered any damage. It seemed that even time hadn't destroyed this great formation. It was really inconceivable. After all, time could destroy everything. Even a divine weapon would gradually be destroyed over the long passage of time. Senior brother, there's a great formation protecting it. We can't enter. Lan Xianxian said. It's fine. I'll try and see if I can break this great formation. Lin Feng said. Ah? Senior brother wants to break it personally? Senior brother, you're also a spirit formation master? Lan Xianxian exclaimed. Lan Xianxian knew exactly how strong Lin Feng was. He was so strong, and he was also an alchemist. That was enough to shock people. And now, Lin Feng wanted to break the restrictions here. The restrictions here were clearly very advanced. Although they were only used to protect the Immortal's cave, Lan Xianxian felt that they were very likely to be profound level or even earth level restrictions. Could Lin Feng break these restrictions? If he could, then it would be too heaven-defying. Back then, Lin Feng had almost joined Nebula Pavilion, but was persecuted by Elder Xianxia. In the end, he fled Nebula Pavilion. If the upper echelons of Nebula Pavilion knew that Nebula Pavilion had missed out on such a terrifying monster, I wonder if they would kill Elder Xianxia to vent their anger. Especially Grandmaster Zhong Yun. Lin Feng had even met Grandmaster Zhong Yun once, and Grandmaster Zhong Yun had even asked Nebula Pavilion's outer court elders to take care of Lin Feng. But now, Lin Feng has been forced to leave Nebula Pavilion. If Grandmaster Zhong Yun comes out of seclusion and finds out that Lin Feng is such a powerful monster, I wonder what he will think. While Lan Xianxian was lost in his thoughts, Lin Feng was already trying to break the Guardian Array. Currently, Lin Feng's soul strength had already reached the first firmament of the creation realm. The increase in the realm of spirit arrays and the increase in the realm of alchemists was directly related to soul strength. Therefore, Lin Feng's attainments in the field of spirit arrays would also greatly increase. Lin Feng sensed the Guardian Array here. The current Guardian Array here was between a profound rank Guardian Array and an earth rank Guardian Array. It seems that this Guardian Array used to be an earth rank Guardian Array. Now, it has more or less degenerated, but it's not completely degenerated. Lin Feng rubbed his chin. Lin Feng had previously learned the mountain-moving Taoists breaking arrays with arrays from Taoist immeasurable. This was the method of breaking arrays with arrays. Lin Feng studied the Guardian Array here for more than an hour. What made Lin Feng somewhat gratified was that the Guardian Array here did not have an offensive array. If it had, he could only helplessly leave. Because if an offensive array was set up, these arrays would attack Lin Feng, so there was no way to study the Guardian Array here. After studying for an hour, Lin Feng finally had a rough idea of what was going on. He took out the talisman knife and talisman stone and began to carve the spiritual array. He used 6 hours to carve out 49 talisman stones. Lin Feng showed an expression of relief. I hope I can break this Guardian Array. Lin Feng took a deep breath. Although the Guardian Array here had fallen from an Earth rank Guardian Array to between the peak of the Profound rank and the Earth rank. But it was still an extremely brilliant Guardian Array. Lin Feng's current soul power was enough to support him to become an Earth rank Spiritual Array Master, but Lin Feng was not an Earth rank Spiritual Array Master. First of all, Lin Feng did not cultivate an Earth rank Basic Array, nor did he cultivate an Earth rank Spiritual Array technique. Secondly, Lin Feng's soul realm had just broken through to the creation realm not long ago. In addition, during this period of time, he had no time to study spiritual arrays in the Thunderblade secret realm. Although in theory he could reach the Earth rank Spiritual Array Master, in reality, Lin Feng's spiritual array level should still be at the intermediate profound rank. Therefore, it was very difficult to break the Guardian Array, especially when one's level was not high enough. This time, Lin Feng used the mountain-moving Taoist's array-breaking array technique to try it out. If he could not break the Guardian Array, he could only leave. Lin Feng activated all the talisman stones, and these talisman stones intertwined into array patterns. These array patterns connected together to form a Guardian Array. It was almost impossible to break the entire Guardian Array, so Lin Feng chose to break a corner. Just like when Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang joined forces to break the restriction of the Qingyang sect's ancestral land, they only needed to break a corner. Something that surprised Lin Feng appeared. This array-breaking array technique was really magical. The intertwined array patterns were disintegrating the Guardian Array. After about half an hour, a gap was torn in the Guardian Array. Success! Lan Xianxian's beautiful eyes were wide open, she couldn't believe it. He had actually succeeded, this was too unimaginable. That was a peak profound level spiritual array between the Earth level and Lin Feng had broken it. What level was Lin Feng at? Little boy, good technique. You can actually break the Guardian Array here. You saved us a lot of trouble. At that moment, a cold laugh spread in the air. The magma broke open and 3 cultivators under the protection of the 5 elements canopy appeared in their line of sight. 3 cultivators of the 10th celestial layer. When she saw those 3 people, Lan Xianxian's beautiful face immediately turned pale. Lin Feng was extremely strong, but those 3 people in front of her were not any weaker than Lin Feng, and they were all extremely strong cultivators. Lan Xianxian looked at those people with fear, she couldn't help but tighten her grip on Lin Feng's neck. Little boy, leave this beauty here and then you can leave. If you leave now, you can still live. If you don't know what's good for you, then this magma world will be your burial ground," said the 30-year-old cultivator from the Yin-Yang fusion sect. He was staring at Lan Xianxian with a perverted look in his eyes. Brother. Lan Xianxian's delicate body was trembling, she was afraid that Lin Feng would really leave her here. Then, it would be difficult for her to escape. "Don't worry, you can enter the cave first," said Lin Feng. Lan Xianxia nodded and entered the Immortal's cave through the broken restriction. "You really don't know how to live." The three cultivators' eyes were filled with killing intent. Although the three of them looked down on Lin Feng, they were actually very cautious. Lin Feng was only at the second firmament of the Martial King realm. However, Lin Feng was also a spirit array master. The methods of spirit array masters were often very strange. Lin Feng looked coldly at the three of them. "You guys don't know what's good for you. How dare you cause trouble for me?" As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng raised his right hand and slashed out a sword chi. Sword slashing heaven and earth, this was a sword that contained the spirit of the sword Dao. It was very powerful. Spirit. This kid's sword chi contains a spirit. Everyone, be careful. The young demon expert in his 20s shouted. Spirit of a demonic beast. Suddenly, he roared and made a series of hand seals. The demonic fog rolled, and a low roar came out from the rolling demonic fog. Immediately after, a pitch-black ferocious beast appeared. It had sharp claws and moved towards Lin Feng's sword chi. Clang, the giant claws collided with the sword chi, and a sonorous sound was heard. Surprisingly, Lin Feng's sword chi had been blocked by that sword. What a powerful spirit of a demonic beast. Brother Liu is indeed a rising star of the demonic Dao. The middle-aged cultivator and a cultivator from the Yin-Yang sect exclaimed. There was an unconcealable jealousy in the depths of their eyes. The demon expert was also very proud. Any cultivator who could comprehend a spirit before entering the Yin-Yang realm could be called a peerless genius. There was a high chance that they would break through to the Yin-Yang realm in the future. I comprehended the spirit of a demonic beast during this trip to the Thunderblade secret territory. Once I leave the Thunderblade secret territory, I will enter the life and death realm. The day I come out will be the day I break through to the Yin-Yang realm. The demon expert said. Haha, congratulations, Brother Liu. The middle-aged cultivator and the cultivator from the Yin-Yang sect laughed. As for how sincere they were, it was unknown. The three of them didn't seem to care about Lin Feng at all. Lin Feng said, Say, aren't the three of you taking me too lightly? The middle-aged cultivator sneered. Kid, your strength is indeed very strong. You've even comprehended a spirit. But so what? Little brother Liu has also comprehended a spirit, so he can block your attacks. However, your fate is still unchangeable, and that is death. Attack together and kill this brat. The cultivator from the Yin-Yang Union sect shouted in a sinister voice. Boom, the three experts had all made their moves. The middle-aged cultivator and the cultivator from the Yin-Yang Union sect hadn't been able to comprehend spirit. However, their cultivation bases were also extremely powerful. The middle-aged cultivator executed the Dragon Tiger Divine Fist, which transformed into a dragon and a tiger made of astral energy, and charged towards Lin Feng. The cultivators of the Yin-Yang Union sect, on the other hand, unleashed the Yin-Yang Slash. The Yin and Yang energies intertwined to form a terrifying killing light that slashed towards Lin Feng. The demonic cultivator continued to use his demonic beast spirit, which transformed into a demonic beast that pounced towards Lin Feng. The three strong cultivators attacked together, they wanted to kill Lin Feng. Arrogant bastards, today I'll let you know how powerful I am. Lin Feng sneered. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng used another powerful move. Sky Splitter. He shouted, waved his right hand, and slashed out. Sky Splitter was a secret technique that had evolved from spirit to will. The will of the saber was even more powerful. Pfft, the resplendent saber light slashed forward. The attacks of the three cultivators were all torn apart by the saber light. Even the demonic cultivator's demonic beast spirit was completely destroyed by Lin Feng's attack. The terrifying attack headed towards the three cultivators. How can he be so powerful? The three cultivators were scared out of their wits. Their faces were pale as they quickly retreated. But it was too late. The saber light condensed from Sky Splitter had already arrived in front of the three cultivators. 5 Elements Canopy. The middle-aged cultivator shouted, and his earth energy poured into the 5 Elements Canopy. The 5 Elements Canopy shone brightly, and the five-colored light lingered, forming the strongest defense. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. The powerful saber light instantly slashed the five elements canopy. Crack! Crack! The five elements canopy shattered. Pfft! The saber light pierced through the three cultivators, and the middle-aged cultivator's body was torn apart on the spot. The cultivators of the Yin-Yang Union sect and the young demonic cultivator were also severely injured. Their faces were pale as they used earth energy to protect their bodies and frantically rushed towards the magma world. They only had one thought now, and that was to escape as soon as possible. Bind! Lin Feng sneered and waved his right hand lightly. Dense threads of divine runes condensed into threads that bound the two cultivators. This was a binding technique. Although it had no offensive power, it could bind the opponent. Spare us! The two cultivators looked at Lin Feng pleadingly. It's too late. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He slashed out with his sword and directly tore apart the two cultivators' bodies. The cultivators of the Yin-Yang Union sect and the young demonic cultivator also died at Lin Feng's hands. After taking their storage rings, Lin Feng entered the restriction, and the three cultivators' bodies were instantly swallowed by the magma world. Senior brother, this is great. Xianxia was so worried about you just now. When she saw Lin Feng enter, Xianxia directly hugged Lin Feng, her delicate body slightly trembling. It's really big. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. He could feel the huge pair rubbing against his body. Can you stop hugging and cuddling for no reason? I'm a man. And I'm a normal man. What if I can't help it? Lin Feng awkwardly patted Xianxia's shoulder and said, it's okay. Let's go and see if there's anything good left in the Flame Demon Lord's cave. Xianxia finally let go of Lin Feng. She seemed to remember that she had taken the initiative to throw herself at him, and her pretty face turned pink. It was quite alluring. The two of them entered the cave, and a cool breeze swept over them. There's a spiritual formation in this cave. The spiritual energy here is probably 20 or 30 times denser than outside. Lin Feng was shocked. Xianxia was pleasantly surprised. The Flame Demon Lord is really powerful. It can actually set up such a powerful spiritual formation. It's really powerful. This kind of spiritual formation can only be set up at the peak of the earth rank or even at the heaven rank. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. The two of them searched the cave, but they couldn't find the corpse of the Flame Demon Lord. The Flame Demon Lord left the cave? Lin Feng frowned slightly. If the Flame Demon Lord left the cave, then he must have taken all the good things with him. This made Lin Feng feel very regretful. Senior brother, there's a lot of scrolls here. Xianxia's pleasantly surprised voice came from the deepest part of the cave. Lin Feng quickly walked over and saw a wooden shelf with many scrolls on it. Lin Feng opened one of the scrolls and saw that it had the words 12 Earth Array Scrolls written on it. Lin Feng was shocked. He carefully flipped through the contents of the scrolls and found that there were dozens of Earth Rank foundational arrays and hundreds of Earth Rank spiritual formations. That's great. I found the foundational array for breaking through to the Earth Rank. This trip was worth it. Lin Feng was delighted. Lin Feng and Xianxia tidied up the scrolls. Most of the scrolls on the bookshelf were related to spirit arrays, not only including the 12 Earth Array scrolls, but also some yellow rank and profound rank spirit arrays. However, these spirit arrays were no longer attractive to Lin Feng. Other than spirit arrays, there were also many insights. It should be the insights of the Flame Demon Lord in every realm. These things were also quite useful. Unfortunately, there are no heaven rank grade arrays. Lin Feng couldn't help but shake his head slightly. However, to be able to obtain the 12 Earth Array scrolls and the insights of the Flame Demon Lord was already quite a good opportunity. There were also many secret technique scrolls here. Among them, 5 were secret techniques that had reached the ancient divine ability level. Lin Feng took 3 scrolls and gave the other 2 to Xianxia. The Flame Demon Lord didn't leave behind many things when he left. However, this cave was still a good place for seclusion. Senior brother, are we leaving this place? Xianxia asked. Lin Feng said, let's cultivate in seclusion here for a period of time. With such abundant spiritual energy, it's a good place to cultivate. Thus, Lin Feng and Lan Xianxian cultivated in the Flame Demon Lord's cave. Lin Feng took out a large number of high-grade spirit stones and arranged them in the cave. The spiritual energy in the cave became denser and denser. In the blink of an eye, another 3 months had passed. Lin Feng's cultivation had broken through from the second level of the Martial King realm to the third level of the Martial King realm. After cultivating in seclusion for so long, Lin Feng planned to go out and take a look. Knowing that Lin Feng was going out, Lan Xianxian naturally wanted to follow Lin Feng. Lin Feng said, "Junior sister Lan, this place is rich in spiritual energy. It's a holy land for cultivation. It has already been 7 or 8 months, and it won't be long before the Thunderblade secret realm opens again. At that time, we will have to leave the Thunderblade secret realm. During this period of time, I will go out to look for my fellow disciples, so I plan to go alone. You can stay here and cultivate." Lan Xianxian naturally didn't want to stay here alone, but she had been with Lin Feng for so long, so she already had some understanding of him. Since Lin Feng said so, it was difficult to change Lin Feng's mind. Lan Xianxian could only say, "I will definitely follow Senior's instructions and cultivate here. Senior brother should be careful." Lin Feng nodded. He hoped that Lan Xianxian would not sneak out like Xianxia and die tragically. Lin Feng could trust Lan Xianxian's character. Nine Dragon Mountain. Nine Dragons Mountain was a famous mountain range within the Thunderblade Pocket Zone. Nine Dragons Mountain not only had many grotto mansions of ancient cultivators, it also had many precious herbs growing there. In fact, precious herbs over 5,000 years old could often be found within Nine Dragons Mountain. Many cultivators gathered in the Nine Dragon Mountain to search for opportunities. Of course, the Nine Dragon Mountain was too huge. It was nearly 100 miles wide, and its resources were abundant. There were also powerful vicious beasts roaming around, so many opportunities were not so easy to obtain. The places where the precious herbs grew in the Nine Dragon Mountain were often protected by powerful restrictions. These precious herbs grew in the restrictions, so ordinary people would not be able to collect them unless they could break through the restrictions. However, breaking through the restrictions was not an easy task. Many of the restrictions were extremely dangerous and contained destructive power. Many cultivators were attacked by the restrictions when they were trying to break them, and in the end, they died miserably. This kind of thing could be seen everywhere in the Nine Dragon Mountain. In the outskirts of a valley, the 9 disciples of the Blue Cloud Sect's heaven-mending peak included Shi Weizhu, Zhening, Jingping, Wang Hu, Song Chuxia, Qi Nanrong, Yu Ziang, Li Qixuan, and Zhang Kunlun. The 9 of them were trying to break through the restrictions. They had been trying to break through the restrictions for 3 consecutive days. Since none of them were spirit array masters, they could only use brute force to break through the restrictions. After 3 days of hard work, the power of the restrictions was getting weaker and weaker. This made the group of disciples of the heaven-mending peak happy. After another 2 hours, the power of the restrictions was almost worn down. Shi Weizhu and the others were pleasantly surprised. However, at that moment, a terrifying aura was suddenly emitted from the restrictions. Not good, the restrictions contained killing intent. Feeling the terrifying killing intent, Jingping's face suddenly turned pale. It was not easy to retreat now, so he gritted his teeth and directly rushed towards the restrictions. PFFF, dozens of killing intent directly penetrated Jingping's body. Then, the killing intent dissipated. Jingping was blown away and fell to the ground with a pale face. Eldest senior brother. Seeing this scene, the rest of the people's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. Even if Jingping couldn't dodge the killing intent, he could still try his best to block it. However, he used his body to block it all, sacrificing himself to protect the other disciples of the heaven-mending peak. Everyone was moved, distressed, and worried. Everyone hurriedly ran over. What a blessing! Eldest senior brother's vitals weren't injured. Wang Hu said as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. He hurriedly stopped Jingping's bleeding and gave him a healing pill. Although Jingping's face was very pale, it was much better than before. Jingping said, "I'm fine. Don't worry, everyone. Hurry up and see what's inside the restrictions." Wang Hu ran over and said in surprise, "It's 3,000-year-old blood ginseng. There are 5 of them." Ah? blood ginseng? The disciples of the heaven-mending peak were all wild with joy. Blood ginseng contained a huge amount of blood energy. Consuming it could greatly increase one's cultivation. 1,000-year-old blood ginseng was already very rare, let alone a 3,000-year-old one. Wang Hu hurriedly dug out the 5 3,000-year-old blood ginseng. Heavens! 5 blood ginseng. Those guys are rich. What a great opportunity. Even if 9 people share 5 blood ginseng, they can increase their cultivation by at least 2 levels. If they're sold, they can be sold for a sky-high price. They're the main ingredient for many earth-level spirit medicines. The cultivators in the surroundings were also alarmed. They looked at the disciples of the heaven-mending peak with envy. Don't show off your wealth. Let's go. Jingping said in a deep voice. Everyone naturally understood this and was about to leave. However, at that moment, more than 20 cultivators rushed over and surrounded them. Among this group of people, there were 2 experts in the 10th heaven of the martial king realm, 5 experts in the 9th heaven of the martial king realm, and the rest of the people were all above the 5th heaven of the martial king realm. They were extremely powerful. The leader of the group was one of the 2 10th celestial layer martial kings. He was skinny, had a hooked nose, and a gloomy look in his eyes. Are they from the 10,000 Immortal sect? Yes, they're from the 10,000 Immortal sect, one of the 9 great ancient powers in the 72 provinces of the north. The leader is called Xianxia. It's said that he comprehended a spirit 3 months ago. What? Comprehended a spirit? How terrifying. He can be considered a top genius. Those people who are surrounded by the 10,000 Immortal sect will have to obediently hand over the 5 blood ginseng. Many cultivators were discussing this. Leave the blood ginseng behind and leave, Xianxia said indifferently. His name was Haoyang, but he didn't have any masculine qi. Instead, he gave people a gloomy and cold feeling. Jingping said, Friend, we're disciples of the Blue Cloud sect. As the saying goes, we're all brothers. Since we've met today, it must be fate. Please kindly accept these 3 blood ginseng. Even though Jingping didn't want to, he knew that he couldn't afford to offend these people. He took out 3 blood ginseng and gave them to Xianxia, hoping to keep the other 2. The disciples of Butian Peak were furious, but they couldn't do anything. They weren't strong enough, so they could only be humiliated. Slap. Xianxia raised his right hand and slapped Jingping's face. Jingping's body was pushed 5 or 6 meters away before he fell to the ground and coughed up blood. Half of his face was swollen, and he felt dizzy. He couldn't stand up for a long time. What are you talking about? You think you're worthy of being my friend? I said 5 blood ginseng. Hurry up and hand them over, or you won't be able to leave today. Xianxia's lips curled into a sinister smile. Eldest disciple. When the heaven-mending peak disciples saw Jingping being humiliated like this, they quickly ran over and helped Jingping up. Looking at Jingping's miserable appearance, each and every one of them clenched their fists tightly together, showing their incomparable seniority. You're going too far, said Qi Nanrong, biting her lips. Qi Nanrong and Lin Feng had joined Butian Peak together. Even though they weren't beautiful, they were kind people. When they saw Jingping being beaten up, they couldn't help but feel angry. Going too far? Xianxia smiled evilly. This is the Thunderblade secret territory, a place where the strong prey on the weak. If you don't have enough strength, even if you die, you can only blame yourself. Alright, we'll give them to you, said Jingping. Everybody gnashed their teeth, feeling humiliated. But even if they were humiliated like that, they had to endure it. It would be too easy for Xianxia to kill the disciples of Butian Peak. It's too late to give them to me now. Xianxia's lips curled into a sneer. What do you mean? Jingping's expression changed. 5 blood ginseng and those 2 girls over there for a night. Then I'll spare your worthless lives. Xianxia pointed at Shiweizhu and Zhening. Both of them were top-notch beauties, and Xianxia had his eyes on them. Shiweizhu and Zhenying's beautiful faces suddenly became as pale as paper. You're going too far. We'd rather fight you to the death than surrender. Wang Hu roared. His face was distorted. His temper had always been fiery, and he had long suppressed the anger in his heart. So, how could he endure it when he heard that Zhou Haoyang wanted Shi Weizhu and Jining to accompany him for a night? You don't know what's good for you. Don't touch those two beauties. Kill everyone else. Zhou Haoyang ordered coldly. A lot of people had already gathered here, but the onlookers were also indifferently watching the conflict. There were even disciples from other peaks of the Blue Cloud sect, but when they saw that the other party was from the Myriad Immortals sect, no one dared to make a move. No. Don't sacrifice everyone for us. Shi Weizhu said with a pale face. Zhen Ying's face was filled with despair, and she looked at Zhou Haoyang as she said in a trembling voice, I hope you'll keep your word. Many people sighed. It was obvious that Shi Weizhu and Jining would not be able to escape. Zhou Haoyang said with a perverted smile, Don't worry, I always keep my word. Absolutely not. Jing Ping and the others shouted as they blocked Shi Weizhu and Zhen Ying's path. I'm giving you face, but you don't want it. Since that's the case, I don't need to spare your lives. Attack. Zhou Haoyang waved his hand. Yes. The people from the Myriad Immortals sect looked at the 9 disciples of the heaven-mending peak with evil smiles. Senior brother, why do you have to do this? Shi Weizhu asked with a pale face. If that really happens, we'd rather die. Wang Hu gritted his teeth and said, We won't live in humiliation. The others nodded their heads in agreement. If there's no other way out, I'd rather kill myself than be humiliated, Shi Weizhu said while biting her pale lips. Me too, Jining said with a trembling voice. Do you think it's that easy to die? Zhou Haoyang sneered. Looking at the 9 heaven-mending peak disciples who had been completely forced into a dead end, the originally indifferent spectators couldn't help but feel a trace of pity at this moment. However, even though they pitied these people, no one dared to help the people from the heaven-mending peak. That would offend the Myriad Immortal sect. Who would dare to offend a superpower like the Myriad Immortal sect? At this moment, more than 20 cultivators from the Myriad Immortal sect had already surrounded the 9 disciples of the heaven-mending peak. Shi Weizhu and the others were already prepared to die. Just as the battle was about to break out, a cold voice suddenly resounded through the forest. What a Myriad Immortal sect, do you think there's no one left in the Blue Cloud sect? Hearing this familiar voice, Shi Weizhu and the others all revealed looks of joy and ecstasy. Everyone looked into the distance and saw a handsome young man walking towards them step by step. Junior brother Lin. Senior brother Lin. Shi Weizhu, Jing Ping, and the others all looked at Lin Feng in surprise. They knew how strong Lin Feng was. That guy actually came. The eyes of some disciples of the Blue Cloud sect lit up when they saw Lin Feng. Although there were some internal conflicts in the Blue Cloud sect, the 12 peaks of the Blue Cloud sect had united against a common enemy. Unfortunately, the Myriad Immortal sect was too strong, so the disciples of the Blue Cloud sect didn't dare to make a move. A third celestial layer Martial King brat? Did this guy come out to die? Don't tell me you're stupid. A third celestial layer Martial King dares to come out. Isn't he courting death? Many people sensed Lin Feng's strength and looked at him disdainfully. In their eyes, Lin Feng was no different from courting death. What kind of Tom, Dick, and Harry dares to jump in front of me? Qin Jing, kill this brat for me. Zhou Haoyang laughed sinisterly. Yes, senior brother Zhou. A cultivator of the 5th celestial king layer from the 10,000 Immortals sect jumped out and landed in front of Lin Feng, smiling ferociously. You're acting recklessly in front of brother Zhou. Die. Said the cultivator called Qin Jing while throwing a punch at Lin Feng. A terrifying chi filled the air. That punch emitted a sonic boom which immediately enveloped Lin Feng's body as it moved towards Lin Feng. A single punch actually caused the sound of a thunderstorm. Isn't this punch a little too terrifying? That brat won't be killed by that punch, right? Many people cried out in alarm. They all looked at Lin Feng as if he was a dead man. Just as this brazen punch was about to hit Lin Feng took a step to the left. This punch directly hit nothing but air. How could he dodge my punch? Qin Jing's eyes widened. He felt that something was wrong and wanted to retreat, but it was too late. Lin Feng had already made his move and punched Qin Jing's abdomen. A muffled bang was heard. Everyone saw that the myriad immortal sect cultivator named Xianxia was sent flying as if he had been hit by a huge mountain. Crack, crack, many of Xianxia's bones were broken. He flew hundreds of meters and fell to the ground, motionless. No one knew whether he was dead or alive. Silence, the entire mountain forest was silent. Although Xianxia was not a top expert, he was still at the fifth firmament of the martial king realm. Yet, he was sent flying hundreds of meters by a third firmament of the martial king realm. Wasn't this too unbelievable? Challenging someone of a higher realm, this guy is not simple. Many people suddenly began to talk about it. Any cultivator who could challenge someone of a higher realm had amazing battle strength and would be valued by any sect. After a short moment of surprise, many people frowned. Although Lin Feng had defeated Xianxia, he was still a fifth firmament martial king. After all, Lin Feng was only a third firmament martial king. So what if he could defeat Xianxia? The myriad immortal sect was full of experts. The fifth firmament martial king was the lowest level of cultivation. Is this trash here to make a fool of himself? Lin Feng sneered and walked towards Xiaoyang step by step. You insulted my fellow disciple. Today, I will take your life. Hearing Lin Feng's cold voice, many people felt a chill down their spines. But there were also sneers. A third firmament martial king cultivator dared to say that he would take Xiaoyang's life. This was simply the biggest joke in the world. After seeing Xianxia being sent flying, Xiaoyang's face became extremely gloomy. He waved his hand and said, "Deal with this brat." In Xiaoyang's opinion, killing off Lin Feng was not a difficult task. The law of the jungle was the law of survival in the Thunderblade secret zone. They had killed off a good number of cultivators before, either for the sake of snatching their treasures or because of some conflicts. As for Lin Feng, he was just a minor character who couldn't cause any waves. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, as soon as Xiaoyang finished speaking, 5 or 6 cultivators from the myriad immortal sect rushed toward Lin Feng with cold expressions. The myriad immortal sect has to take this seriously. Being besieged by so many experts is almost certain death. Many people looked at Lin Feng with pity in their eyes. Offending the myriad immortal sect meant death. Boom, at this time a terrifying aura surged out from Lin Feng's body. This powerful aura struck the cultivators from myriad immortal sect who were charging towards Lin Feng. Plop, plop, everyone saw that the cultivators were kneeling on the ground one by one. Ah! They roared and wanted to get up, but the more they struggled, the greater the pressure they had to endure. Puff puff puff, one by one, they vomited blood from the powerful aura. Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. What was going on? What a powerful aura. That guy is definitely not just at the third sky of the martial king realm. I'm afraid he's hiding his cultivation. Someone exclaimed. The rest of the people also came back to their senses and looked at Lin Feng in shock. Such a powerful aura, this should have risen to the level of force, right? Condensing force in the martial king realm was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. It was said that it was even more difficult than condensing spirit. Spirit relied on talent. Not only did force require talent, it also required special encounters to be formed. Everyone, attack! Xiaoyang's face was extremely gloomy. He waved his hand and shouted coldly. The rest of the cultivators, including the 5/9 sky of the martial king realm experts, rushed toward Lin Feng with killing intent in their eyes. Boom, 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 more than a dozen experts attacked together. Even the 5/9 sky of the martial king realm experts are attacking together. Even if that kid condenses force, I'm afraid he can't resist the siege of so many experts, right? Yeah, 2 fists can't fight 4 hands, not to mention that he's facing more than a dozen experts. Many people whispered to each other. Obviously, no one was optimistic about Lin Feng's chances. However, they soon realized how wrong they were. An even more violent and ferocious force burst out from Lin Feng's body. This time, the force suddenly increased by more than 10 times. Powerful. It was really too powerful. Bang, one by one, the cultivators of the myriad immortal sect were sent flying. Even the 5/9 sky of the martial king realm experts couldn't withstand it and were sent flying as if they were struck by lightning. Crack, crack. The sound of bones cracking came from his body. It was unknown how many bones were broken. Kid, you're courting death. Flying immortal fist. A cold shout sounded. The 10th sky of the martial king realm cultivator beside Xiaoyang attacked. His name was Yanjin. Although he didn't comprehend spirit or force, he was still a 10th sky of the martial king realm and his cultivation wasn't to be underestimated. He threw a punch and an endless amount of immortal light condensed. Yanjin instantly arrived in front of Lin Feng and fiercely threw a punch at Lin Feng. Get lost! Shouted Lin Feng furiously. He threw a punch at the incoming attack. A loud sound spread in the air. Everybody saw that Lin Feng had punched Yanjin and sent him flying away. His arm had been broken. Yanjin couldn't control his body and was blown away. He crashed onto the ground holding his broken arm and started screaming in pain. Heavens, a 10th sky of the martial king realm cultivator can't even withstand a single attack. The people of the Myriad Immortal sect have kicked an iron plate today. Many people shouted in shock. Look, Xiaoyang is also attacking. It's the chi of a spirit. At that moment, someone pointed at Xiaoyang. Little boy, taste my scorching sun spirit, said Xiaoyang smiling coldly. He took a step forward and a scorching sun appeared behind him. It was the scorching sun spirit that Xiaoyang had comprehended. Xiaoyang condensed the scorching sun spirit and threw a punch at Lin Feng. Spirits can't hurt me. Spirits can't hurt my Dharma body. Lin Feng took a step forwards and stretched out his right hand. A black hole appeared in the middle of his palm and swallowed Xiaoyang's scorching sun spirit. I can destroy the world with a single punch. Lin Feng continued walking forwards and threw a punch. Bang, the punch landed on Xiaoyang's body and he was blown away. Wow, he coughed up blood in the air. Even Xiaoyang, who has comprehended a spirit, can't withstand a single attack from that guy. How terrifying, he's definitely a peerless cultivator. Many people looked at Lin Feng in astonishment. With a thump, Xiaoyang fell to the ground. In the next moment, Lin Feng arrived in front of Xiaoyang and stepped on him. Xiaoyang had never been humiliated like this before. His eyes turned bloodshot, and he wanted to cut Lin Feng into 1,000 pieces to vent his anger. However, Xiaoyang understood his situation. Brother, I was wrong. I'm willing to apologize and compensate you, said Xiaoyang. However, he was roaring hysterically in his heart. Brat, just you wait. Once I escape, I'll crush your bones and scatter your ashes. It's good that you know you're wrong. Lin Feng nodded. Xiaoyang let out a long breath. Pfft. However, in the next moment, Lin Feng waved his right hand and slashed out with sword qi. Blood splattered everywhere as Xiaoyang's head was chopped off. Xiaoyang's eyes widened in anger. He didn't understand why Lin Feng wanted to kill him. I didn't say that I would spare your life if you admitted your mistake. Lin Feng sneered and stood with his hands behind his back. He's dead. Xiaoyang was killed. All the cultivators in the forest fell silent. Xiaoyang's identity wasn't simple, but he had killed the young cultivator without any hesitation. Piss off. Killing people like you will only dirty my hands, said Lin Feng. Lin Feng glanced at the rest of the people coldly. As his cultivation level increased, Lin Feng's state of mind had changed greatly. His opponents now were only the monstrous cultivators of the 10th celestial layer. Xiaoyang, who had just comprehended a spirit, was still far from being a monstrous cultivator, let alone the others. We don't even have the right to be killed? The cultivators of the 10,000 Immortals sect felt humiliated. Even though they didn't want to be killed, knowing that they didn't even have the right to be killed was indeed infuriating. No matter what, they were still martial king cultivators. The group of cultivators of the 10,000 Immortals sect left. Lin Feng walked towards Shiweizhu and the others. Are you all right? Lin Feng looked at Shiweizhu. Shiweizhu blushed and said, I'm fine. She was happy inside. She had a place in junior brother Lin's heart, right? Shiweizhu suddenly thought of the night at the bonfire banquet when Lin Feng hugged her and danced with her. She couldn't help but blush. Take this pill, said Lin Feng. He had concocted a Xian-level pill for Jingping. It was a small recovery pill. He gave it to Jingping. After taking it, Jingping's complexion recovered a lot. Junior brother, killing the people of the 10,000 Immortals sect will cause a lot of trouble. Jingping said worriedly. Don't worry, the Thunderblade secret territory is a place recognized by all the influential groups. No matter what happens in a place like this, it will be settled in the Thunderblade secret territory. Once you leave the Thunderblade secret territory, all the grudges will be written off and you won't be able to take revenge. Otherwise, you'll be violating the rules set by all the influential groups. Jingping nodded, Lin Feng said. Jingping nodded. Even though he said that, who could ignore the anger of the 10,000 Immortal sect? Let's find a place. You all should refine the blood ginseng to increase your cultivation. Now is the best time to refine it. The more time passes, the more the blood ginseng's energy will dissipate. Lin Feng said and left with the heaven-mending peak disciples. They stopped in a valley, and Shuizhu came over with a blood ginseng. She said, Junior brother, take this blood ginseng and refine it. Lin Feng said, I'm not used to refining natural treasures to increase my cultivation, so it's better to do it step by step. You can split this blood ginseng among yourselves. Shuizhu could only nod and blush, thank you, junior brother. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid we would have died at the hands of those people from the myriad immortal sect. Senior sister, there's no need to be so polite. We're from the same sect, so we naturally have to support each other. Lin Feng smiled. Just fellow disciples? Shuizhu couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Lin Feng stood guard outside to prevent anyone from coming in and disturbing them. After 3 days of seclusion, the heaven-mending peak disciples came out one after another. Everyone benefited immensely. Swoosh, at that moment, more than 10 cultivators flew over from the distance, each with a powerful aura. The leader of the group cupped his fists and said, Are you Brother Lin from the Blue Cloud sect? Lin Feng nodded and asked, Who are you? Why are you looking for me? I am Jing Wandao from the Heaven Spirit sect of the Cloud Prefecture. I would like to invite Brother Lin to join our team to break the restrictions and search for the ancient cultivator's cave. Lin Feng nodded. Jing Wandao was a martial king at the 10th heavenly layer, and he was very powerful. Lin Feng sensed the people behind him and found that there were 3 10th heavenly layer martial kings. The rest were at least 8th heavenly layer martial kings. This group of people should be the inner sect elites of large factions. It was obvious that Jing Wandao had come with sincerity. I have a lot of fellow disciples here. If Brother Jing can let them join, I'll join, said Lin Feng. Lin Feng said. Jing Wandao and the others naturally wouldn't agree. If Lin Feng's 9 fellow disciples joined their elite team, wouldn't they have to share a large amount of resources? Jing Wandao said, I hope Brother Lin will consider it carefully. We have 3 spirit array masters in our team, and we can break the restrictions very quickly. Moreover, the 3 spirit array masters can often find ancient cultivator's cave. Lin Feng declined politely, Thank you for your invitation, Brother Jing, but I can't abandon my fellow disciples. Jing Wandao cupped his fists regretfully and left with the others. Is this fellow an idiot? He would rather bring a bunch of fellow disciples with him than join forces with Jing Wandao and the others. Does he not know that the fortune in the Lightning Blade secret zone is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? Yeah, it's hard to understand what's going on in his head. Many cultivators shook their heads. Jingping said, Junior Brother Lin, you don't have to reject Jing Wandao because of us. Lin Feng waved his hand and interrupted Jingping. He smiled and said, Since we're from the same sect, we're like family. What's wrong with helping my family? This guy is really... Some cultivators were speechless for a long time after hearing this, but they felt a lot of respect for Lin Feng. Jingping, Wang Hu, Shuizhu, and the other Tian Mending Peak disciples were moved. Let's not waste any more time. Let's go look for ancient cultivators' caves and spirit herbs. Lin Feng said with a smile. The Tian Mending Peak disciples followed Lin Feng to look for ancient cultivators' caves and spirit herbs. Ancient cultivators' caves were more difficult to find, but spirit herbs were easier to find because many places on Nine Dragon Mountain had powerful restrictions. Once they broke through the restrictions, there was a high chance of finding spirit herbs. There's definitely something good inside the restrictions on the cliff. They're very powerful, and many people have tried but failed. Some cultivators discussed. Boom. Not long after, a shocking sound came from the cliff. Lin Feng had broken through the restrictions with 3 slashes. Skysplitter is really powerful. Even 3 slashes couldn't stop such a powerful restriction. Lin Feng sighed. He waved his hand and let Jing Ping and the others enter to pick the spirit herbs. Damn, that kid is too monstrous. He broke through the restrictions with just 3 slashes? Yeah, that's incredible. Not long ago, Xing Wandao invited him. If he joins Xing Wandao's team, then no one will be able to stop them. Many people were pointing at him. For 5 days, Lin Feng led the Tian Mending Peak disciples to break through the restrictions and look for spirit herbs. Lin Feng also found 3 ancient cultivators' caves. Not only did he find many powerful magical treasures, but he also found an extremely powerful secret technique. He also found a lot of spirit stones. One afternoon, when they were resting in the forest, a group of more than 30 cultivators quickly came over. Look, it's Wanxing from the Myriad Immortal sect. He must be here for revenge. That kid from the Blue Cloud sect killed Zhuaoyang. The Myriad Immortal sect won't let him go so easily. Wanxing is one of the top 10 inner disciples of the Myriad Immortal sect. He has already comprehended spirit. His cultivation is unfathomable. Wanxing is personally taking action. That kid from the Blue Cloud sect won't be able to escape. Many cultivators exclaimed when they saw the Myriad Immortal sect. End of chapter 588. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.